Chapter 1. Bullied, the Novice Gift Pack. Asterisk, this is a parallel world similar to Earth. Please refrain from applying earthly knowledge. All country names and geographical locations bear no relation to Earth. Asterisk. Qixing, Huagua, May 7th, 2080. Yunzhou University Town. Fat pig, dare you glare at me? A man adorned with ear studs raised his foot and viciously kicked Shun Yin in the head. Overwhelmed by pain, Shun Yin curled into a ball, his head buzzing and the world spinning around him. Yet, he refused to yield, continuing to glare defiantly at his assailant. The perpetrator of this bullying was Lei Hao, a classmate known for his temperamental and unruly disposition, a spoiled rich kid. Rumor had it that his father was the wealthiest man in Yun City, having donated an entire teaching building to the principal along with a substantial sum of money, and possessing connections in both the legitimate and underworld realms. Thus, Lei Hao maneuvered through the university town with impunity. Anyone daring to oppose him was destined for misfortune. Complaining to the school would be futile, as the administration would invariably downplay the issue, silencing the victims. In truth, Shen Yin had no previous entanglement with Lei Hao. His only transgression was being the target of Lei Hao's ire after the latter's unsuccessful pursuit of the campus beauty, Lin Qingqing, who preferred sitting beside Shen Yin, a hefty figure, rather than acknowledging him. For Shen Yin, this was an undeserved calamity, a senseless torment. He had attempted to resist, standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 150 kilograms, despite his excessive girth. He possessed considerable strength, akin to a human tank to ordinary individuals. In a one-on-one confrontation, even two Lei Haos would stand no chance against him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Lei Hao commanded a gang of over a dozen followers. Fists alone could not withstand such overwhelming numbers, and Shun Yin, besieged and outnumbered, was beaten into submission. It was impossible to recall how many times this had occurred. Whenever Lei Hao was in a foul mood, he would drag Shun Yin to the school restroom for a brutal beating, treating him as a human punching bag. Stubborn as an ox, Shun Yin would always fight back during these assaults, often until he lost consciousness. Regrettably, due to the protective presence of Lei Hao's minions, he remained unscathed. Today, he endured Lei Hao and his cohort's relentless taunts, being called a fat pig while subjected to a barrage of kicks and blows. After losing consciousness, he found himself locked in a restroom stall. When he regained awareness, wincing in pain, he attempted to rise, only to discover that the restroom door was barred, clearly obstructed by something, most likely the handiwork of Lei Hao. As Shun Yin groped his body in search of his phone, a thunderous boom resonated, as if the entire world was trembling. Suddenly, a peculiar interface reminiscent of a virtual game materialized before him. Could this be a hallucination brought on by the beating? Rubbing his swollen head, the sharp pain left him still dazed. Then, a strange voice echoed in his ear, proclaiming to the world that at this very moment, the entire realm had transformed into an apocalyptic game, with 50 of humanity destined to become zombies. The remaining survivors would directly become players in this doomsday game, striving to survive against all odds. Players could evade zombies, gather food, water, and weaponry from various supply points, and hunt zombies to acquire loot. Zombies carried diverse treasures. The stronger the zombie, the richer the spoils, ranging from food and water to exquisite equipment and vocational skill books. Shortly afterward, the peculiar voice informed everyone that to celebrate the game's official commencement, novice gift packs had been randomly distributed across the nation, limited in quantity and available on a first-come, first-served basis. These gift packs could yield various supplies, weaponry, and vocational skill books. Shun Yin shook his head, still believing this to be a mere delusion. In the next instant, a purple orb of light appeared out of thin air, and before he could react, it swiftly entered his body and vanished. System Fortuitous Destiny. Congratulations, player 3699799896 has received a novice gift pack. Ding! Player 3699799896 has acquired the unique passive talent skill. Loot from monster kills multiplied by 10,000. Player Shun Yin ID 3699799896 gender, male age 20 health points 21 out of 100 strength 8 out of 10. You're quite robust. Agility 2 out of 10. Due to obesity, your mobility is severely hampered. Intelligence 6 out of 10. Your intelligence is within the normal range. Constitution 10 out of 10. You are tough and more resilient than the average person. Mentality 4 out of 10. Your mental state is slightly below average. Talent skill loot for monster kills multiplied by 10,000. Current experience points 0/100. You can gain experience by hunting zombies to level up. As Shun Yin questioned whether his head had truly been injured, desperately shaking his head to dispel the hallucination, a sudden cacophony of screams erupted outside. Help! Save me! I don't want to die, zombies! There are zombies! Get away! Don't come near me! They've bitten my ear off! Teacher, save me! Zhou, he has gone mad, don't come here! The wretched cries seemed all too real, accompanied by the sounds of chaos, footsteps in disarray, the screams of classmates, and the desperate calls of instructors attempting to restore order. A flurry of messages suddenly filled the chat window in the lower left corner, capturing Xunyan's attention. World Channel Player 773-933-4457. What the hell? I'm surrounded by zombies. World Channel Player 1235. Someone tell me this is all a hallucination. World Channel Player 696978. This is no illusion. Everyone, find a safe building to hide in and make sure to lock the doors and windows. Regional Channel Player 223-3543. Students and teachers from the business department assemble at teaching building number 3. World Channel Player 169-16929. Who else got a novice gift pack? What good stuff did you find? World Channel Player 431115. I got a novice gift pack and received a magical skill. Water creation. Any friends in Pingzhou, Jiangxing want to team up? World Channel Player 431139. I'm also in Pingzhou, Jiangxing. You can create water with magic? That solves our water supply problem. Where can I find you? Regional Channel Player 369821201. Help. Is anyone there to save me? Regional Channel Player 375230303. Zhao Yun, please respond. You haven't turned into a zombie, have you? Just as Shun Yin grappled with the reality of these messages, his head pounding, a chilling scream echoed from the corridor. Outside the restroom, another male student seemed to have been caught by a zombie, soon followed by the sickening sounds of flesh and bone being devoured. Simultaneously, footsteps approached the restroom, drawing nearer to his stall. Ugh! A low growl emanated, distinctly not a human sound, reminiscent of the unsettling noises found in zombie films. The footsteps halted outside his stall, followed by a series of violent bangs against the restroom door, shaking it incessantly. There must be a pile of debris blocking the door, intentionally obstructed by Lei Hao and his gang to prevent his escape. The outside disturbance, echoing with zombie-like sounds, was colliding with the scattered items, while the door to the stall was being battered. The good news was that the debris was gradually being pushed aside by this thing outside. The bad news was that this thing appeared to be a genuine zombie. Sweat beaded on Shun Yan's forehead. Having just endured a beating from Lei Hao and his cohorts, his body was bruised, his head still spinning, and he felt weakened, his combat effectiveness severely diminished. Chapter 2. Entering the medical room blocked by debris at the door, Shun Yan found himself in a precarious situation as zombies collided against it. While the undead could not open the door from outside and his immediate vicinity was safe, he was acutely aware of the greater threat that lay beyond. The bathroom stall door was not particularly sturdy. Even if the zombies outside could not breach it, the noise would surely attract others. Once their numbers swelled, it would only be a matter of time before the door succumbed, leaving him with no escape and destined to become a meal for the undead. Should he confront the zombies outside? His head still spun, and the injuries sustained from the earlier scuffle rendered him feeble. A bite or scratch from a zombie would undoubtedly lead to infection and death. Anxiety gripped him as he felt a pulsating pain at his temples, the world around him swirling dangerously, nearly causing him to collapse. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the zombies pounding on the stall door jolted him back to reality. If he delayed any longer, should a second zombie enter the bathroom, escape would be impossible, despite his injuries and disorientation. The risk of facing a zombie one-on-one seemed preferable to waiting idly for doom. Taking a deep breath, Shun Yan summoned his courage, knowing his survival depended on it. He bravely unlatched the metal bolt and forcefully kicked the door open. Crash! His strength proved effective as the door swung wide, knocking the zombie outside to the ground, where it writhed and howled in rage. Realizing he could not allow the creature to rise, Shun Yan staggered out of the stall, placing his foot firmly on its neck, pinning its chin down. Given his weight, the zombie was unable to free itself. Its mouth, restricted by his pressure, could not reach him, leaving it to grasp at his calf ineffectually. Protected by his long pants, he remained unharmed, the creature lacking claws. The zombie appeared to be male, and judging by its age and attire, it might have been a counselor from some academic department, though Shun Yin did not recognize it. Regardless of its former identity, it was now merely a ravenous monster. To ensure his escape, Shun Yin scanned his surroundings, seizing a wooden mop handle nearby. He forcefully struck the ground to break it, raising the jagged half and repeatedly thrusting it into the gaping mouth of the zombie. After a series of violent stabs, blood and flesh mingled grotesquely, and the zombie finally ceased its struggles. You have slain a low-tier zombie, earning 10 experience points. Low-tier zombie has dropped a low-quality wooden mallet. Your talent skill has activated, and you have received 10,000 low-quality wooden mallets into your virtual backpack. Please check. Shen Yan's heart, once heavy with dread, now lightened. His gaze shifted to the virtual backpack option, which he accessed with a thought. It was a modest space of 24 slots, not overly expansive. Adjacent to it was an additional backpack expansion section, likely allowing for the storage of more items to enhance his inventory, akin to minigame mechanics. 10,000 low-quality wooden mallets stacked neatly in the first slot. How remarkable that such items could be stacked. Low-quality wooden mallet, two-handed weapon, attack 26, durability 31. The broken mop handle bore no attributes, and the mallet seemed a far superior weapon. With a mere thought, a somewhat hefty wooden mallet materialized in his hands. Feeling quite fitting, discarding the mop handle, he swung the mallet a few times. While it lacked the might of a metal hammer, it certainly served as a commendable weapon for combat. With a weapon now in hand, he felt a semblance of reassurance. Outside the corridor, the haunting roars of the undead and the ghastly sounds of flesh being devoured echoed ominously. Shun Yin realized that the restroom was no longer a sanctuary. He had to burst forth and locate a safe haven to tend to his wounds. The school infirmary was not far, its door secured with a sturdy lock. He decided to seek refuge there before formulating a further plan. Gripping his wooden hammer tightly, Shun Yin took several deep breaths, attempting to calm his racing heart, which pounded violently within his chest. Enduring the pain coursing through his body and the dizziness clouding his mind, he cautiously stepped out of the restroom. Upon reaching the corridor, he was met with a grotesque sight. Several students, now transformed into zombies, were hunched over, savagely gnawing on a corpse. The gruesome scene churned Shun Yin's stomach, nearly causing him to expel the remnants of his breakfast. Stifling his nausea, he seized the opportunity presented by the zombies' engrossed feasting to stealthily maneuver towards the exit without alerting them. Fortune smiled upon him. The ravenous zombies remained oblivious to his presence, their attention wholly fixated on their grisly meal. He approached the emergency exit, moving cautiously down the staircase, striving to minimize any sound, until he finally reached the ground floor. Just as he was about to step outside, a zombie suddenly emerged, lunging at him with a terrifying roar. Shun Yin's pupils constricted in shock. This particular zombie was a classmate, someone he recognized though they were not particularly close. Despite his astonishment, survival instincts kicked in, and he swung the wooden hammer decisively. Thwack! The heavy hammer struck the zombie's head, causing it to stagger. Shun Yin, exerting too much force, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly toppling to the ground. Fortunately, he steadied himself with the hammer against the floor, striving to regain his balance. His condition was dire. Had he not been injured, dispatching lesser zombies would have been a trivial task. The zombie classmate regained its footing and lunged at Shun Yin once more, attempting to knock him down. Shun Yin shook his head, fighting to remain alert, and once again raised his hammer to strike. Thwack! The second blow landed heavily on the zombie's head, sending it crashing to the ground, struggling to rise again. Without hesitation, Shun Yin struck it once more, reducing its head to a gruesome pulp. You have slain a low-tier zombie, earning 10 experience points. Low-tier zombie has dropped a loot. Canned beef. Talent skill activated. 1,000 cans of beef have been transferred to your virtual backpack. Please check. There was no time to inspect the properties of the canned beef. Shun Yin sprinted away as more zombies advanced towards him. Though hindered by his weight and injuries, his pace was sluggish, yet the low-tier zombies moved even slower. Unless they launched a sudden attack, any normal person could easily outpace them. With a mix of dread and exhilaration, he successfully arrived at the infirmary, which had transformed into a temporary refuge not only for him, but for several teachers and students who had reached it before him. They wielded various makeshift weapons, diligently clearing the zombies from each floor. The infirmary's entrance was guarded. Upon seeing Shun Yin approach, the sentinel became immediately alert. Open the door, Shun Yin called out, glancing back intermittently to ensure the horde had not followed. You're injured? The guarding student inquired anxiously. I was attacked by someone. I need medical attention. Shun Yin replied urgently. Please open the door and let me in. and if you're concerned, you can isolate me in a separate room. Upon hearing his plea, the two individuals inside exchanged hushed words before swiftly opening the door, allowing Shun Yin entry into the infirmary, and promptly closing it behind him to prevent the undead from infiltrating. Let me check you. One of the students, clad in medical attire, made an unwavering request to him. Shun Yin nodded, removed his upper garment, and rolled up his pant legs, displaying his injuries with candor. After a thorough examination, the other party was completely reassured. There were no scratches or bite marks, no risk of infection. Who has assaulted you to cause such harm? He inquired. Could you provide me with some treatment first? You should head to the second floor. There are people up there. We must remain here to guard the entrance and prevent the zombies from entering. Understood, Shun Yin replied, grasping a wooden hammer and unsteadily making his way inside. Chapter 3. Equitable distribution of supplies. The interior of the medical building had been cleared of zombies, yet the surviving medical faculty and students could not muster any joy. For the fallen undead were once their colleagues and classmates. During the skirmish, many companions had also succumbed to the hands of the zombies. Shun Yin was in a slightly better condition than before. A medical professor named Chong Lin on the second floor conducted an examination, treated his wounds, and prescribed medication. Now, he lay on a hospital bed by the window, utilizing the time of rest to explore the game interface. The chat window was incessantly flickering, inundated with a barrage of information. Initially, it was filled with player identification numbers, but at some point, the screen began to display an array of peculiar usernames, as well as several real names. It turned out that some individuals had discovered the option to set personal information in the chat channel, allowing them to replace their identification numbers with names of their choosing. Many opted for their online pseudonyms, while others chose to display their real names for the convenience of acquaintances seeking to find them. With only numbers, it was impossible to discern who was speaking. The chat window comprised various channels: the general channel, squad channel, team channel, guild channel, regional channel, national channel, world channel, and private channel. The general channel resembled face-to-face conversation. The squad channel facilitated private discussions among team members after forming a group. The team channel served as a private chat for numerous squads united as one entity. The guild channel was straightforward, being a space for members to converse within the game's guilds. The regional channel encompassed the dialogue of all individuals within the specified area. What Shun Yin and others could see was the discourse of all inhabitants of the university town. As for the national and world channels, one operated at the national level while the other spanned the globe, akin to public announcements within the game. The private channel facilitated one-on-one conversations, akin to secret whispers in martial arts games. Although it was the first day of the apocalypse and the power system was still operational, with signal towers untouched, both computer networks and mobile communications remained functional. These chat features proved to be more convenient than mobile phones. Shun Yin observed the regional chat content without participating in the discussions, quietly gathering information from the exchanges among the surviving faculty and students in the university town. He discerned the dire situation. At least 70% of the population had transformed into zombies or had been devoured by them, leaving less than 30% of survivors taking refuge in various buildings. The medical room where Shun Yin resided was one such stronghold for survivors. Although some proposed uniting all survivors in the university town, the roads leading to various strongholds were increasingly infested with zombies, and as the sun dipped lower in the sky, darkness would soon envelop them, compelling everyone to remain hidden in their respective sanctuaries and abandon any thoughts of adventure. Classmate. As mealtime approached, a senior student from the medical department made her entrance, prompting Professor Chong to invite everyone to a meeting on the third floor. Very well, Shun Yin nodded, rising from his seat to follow her. All the survivors in the infirmary gathered, with Professor Chong Lin, a venerable figure in the medical faculty, taking the lead among students and faculty present. Once silence enveloped the room, Professor Chong began, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have grasped the gravity of our situation. Though it is difficult to accept, our world has transformed into a nightmarish arena for survival, necessitating our collective efforts." "Professor, we are all ears," came the chorus of agreement from the students and faculty. "You are the eldest and most esteemed among us. Command us as you see fit." Professor Chong nodded in acknowledgement, asserting, "We are all part of a cohesive unit. If we unite our strengths, no obstacle is insurmountable. First and foremost, I would like to know who among us has received a novice gift package. Please step forward." The assembly exchanged curious glances, scanning their surroundings. Shun Yin remained composed, quietly observing those around him. "Has no one received the initial gift package?" Professor Chong inquired. "I distinctly recall 3 beams of light descending upon our university town, one of which landed nearby. If you possess a gift package, do not hesitate to share. Your insights could greatly assist in formulating our survival strategy." "Does anyone here have a novice gift package?" a student from the medical department ventured to ask. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. After several minutes of silence, with no one stepping forward, Professor Chang remarked. It seems the fortunate recipient is not among us today. I shall reach out to other safe havens. Perhaps they may have information. Now, on to the second matter. Many of you have engaged in combat with the undead today and should have acquired some spoils. Our infirmary is lacking in food and water, and we possess no superior weaponry. I urge everyone to present the spoils you have gathered, so we can assess them and I can redistribute them accordingly. Rest assured, those who contribute will be duly noted, and the quality of your spoils will be recorded to determine future allocations based on merit. Now, please do not hesitate. Reveal your spoils, Professor Chang concluded. As soon as he finished speaking, the medical faculty and students complied, retrieving items from their virtual packs: bread, bottled water, biscuits, wooden sticks, iron rods, baseball bats, as well as shields, bracers, and helmets of various types. Observing this, students from other disciplines followed suit, gradually placing their spoils before Professor Chang. What about you, classmate? A senior from the medical department inquired softly. Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Shun Yin produced a wooden hammer and a can of beef. He could not afford to reveal his extraordinary talent, which had granted him a 10,000-fold increase in spoils. One could only wonder what thoughts might arise from such knowledge. Seeing him present a weapon and a food item, no one suspected anything amiss. Once all the supplies had been accounted for, Professor Chang sighed. It appears our food and water reserves are critically low. Even with rationing, we can sustain ourselves for only about 2 days. Professor, the cafeteria is bustling with food. I just heard someone calling for everyone to gather. Nearby, someone raised their hand, suggesting that we should eat our fill tonight, rest well, and rejuvenate our spirits to charge into the cafeteria together tomorrow. In light of this, we ought to bring more medical supplies and essential medical equipment over as well. Chang Lin inquired if everyone agreed. If there are no objections, I will contact the cafeteria to see if they can assist us tomorrow. No objections. The majority of survivors expressed their agreement, for food is of utmost importance. Then, Chang Lin addressed a few more matters, quickly achieving consensus. They resolved these trivial issues, distributing food and water equally, and allocating the collected weapons to those currently most capable of combat. Shun Yin had no objections, as he was an injured party and preferred to avoid combat whenever possible. Moreover, in the event of real danger, he still had 9,999 wooden hammers in his backpack, so he felt entirely unperturbed. Chapter 4. Arrival at the cafeteria outside the window. A crimson mist enveloped the surroundings, casting an eerie glow upon the streetlights, transforming the scene into a nightmarish tableau. Within this red fog, the zombies grew increasingly frenzied, morphing from shambling corpses into agile, rapid runners. The streets were devoid of the living. Survivors cowered in buildings, afraid to make a sound. From the information Shun Yin had gleaned through global chats, he learned that during the initial appearance of the red mist, ordinary humans transformed into zombies with similar agility. It seemed the emergence of the red mist rendered typical zombies exceedingly terrifying. At that time, he had been trapped in a restroom and had not witnessed it firsthand. Only now did he comprehend this fact. Shun Yin, it's time for your dressing change. A senior from the medical department pushed a medical cart, pulling him from his reverie. This senior, named Liang Yu, was responsible for attending to the injured. Thank you. In his eagerness to recover swiftly, Shun Yin cooperated wholeheartedly. Liang Yu changed the dressing with care, her movements gentle and professional, radiating the brilliance of a dedicated healthcare worker. However, her face was etched with worry, and she unconsciously sighed. Feeling grateful for her care throughout the day, Shun Yin inquired, Senior, why the sigh? Liang Yu, her spirits low, replied, Since the apocalypse began, I have been unable to reach my parents. I don't know if they are safe. Aren't you worried about your family? Family? Shun Yin shook his head slightly. My mother passed away during childbirth due to an accident, and my father raised me alone. He succumbed to illness last July. There's no one else at home. Oh, so your parents have both passed away? I'm so sorry. Liang Yu felt a pang of guilt. How do you manage your tuition and living expenses? Do you have a scholarship? No, my grades are average, so I can't secure a scholarship. Shun Yin shrugged. My father left behind a fortune of a few million, so I'm not lacking in money. So you're a wealthy heir. Given the current situation, having several million in my bank account is of little use. That is true. As two individuals engaged in conversation, they were suddenly drawn to Professor Chang's address on the regional channel. Inquiring which inhabitants of the university town had procured the novice gift packs, what resources beneficial to survival they had received, and what spoils the surviving faculty and students had garnered from vanquishing the zombies. He expressed a hope for mutual exchange among all, urging unity to utilize these resources to protect every survivor while awaiting official rescue forces. Chang Lin held a respectable reputation within the university town, and responses soon flooded in. Regional channel, Jian Yun. Professor, we have 3 novice gift packs in total, and I managed to acquire 1. My resources include a pistol named Black Knight, which automatically replenishes 6 bullets daily. Although Shun Yin had never met Jiang Yun, The name was familiar, as she topped the daily list of the 10 most admired beauties on campus, a dream for countless boys. As Jiang Yan spoke, a multitude of surviving boys and girls erupted in excitement on the regional channel, creating a lively atmosphere. Before long, another individual named Lei Bao chimed in, proclaiming he too had received a novice gift pack, which contained no resources but granted him a skill that amplified his strength 100-fold for a brief period, rendering him nearly invincible. With him, no horde of zombies would pose a challenge. The survivors cheered with delight. With Jiang Yan's Black Knight and Lei Bao's strength enhancement, their chances of survival against the zombies had significantly increased. The crowd began to urge the third recipient of a novice gift pack to reveal themselves. Shun Yin remained silent. His own ability was formidable, boasting 1,000-fold loot potential capable of sustaining numerous individuals. However, the nature of human hearts is inscrutable, without the means for self-defense. Should someone with ulterior motives discover his talent, it could lead to tremendous trouble. After all, not all survivors were virtuous. Should a malevolent individual exist among them, the consequences could be dire. He chose not to speak, and despite extensive discussions on the regional channel, the identity of the third individual remained elusive, prompting speculation that perhaps the bearer of the third novice gift pack had already fallen prey to the zombies. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Xin Yan from his slumber. Outside, the crimson mist had dissipated, and the zombies resumed their staggering gait. Xin Yan, assemble. Liang Yu called softly from outside. Chang Lin distributed supplies, ensuring all survivors in the infirmary building were well-fed and equipped. The most formidable male teachers and students armed themselves, while others packed as many medications and supplies as possible. Although injured, Shun Yin assisted in carrying a small bundle of medicines, walking alongside Liang Yu at the rear of the group. Leading the way, Chang Lin guided the team swiftly towards the cafeteria. The nearby zombies, alerted by the commotion, began to converge. The male teachers and students responsible for clearing the path formed a protective formation on either side, taking down any approaching zombies to safeguard their companions. Fortunately, they reached the cafeteria entrance safely. Last night, the zombies had roamed the streets aimlessly, having lost their targets, resulting in a scattered and less concentrated presence, with most individuals isolated. Aside from the group arriving from the medical room, other survivors have also begun to appear from various directions, indicating a shared sentiment. Food is the essence of survival, and the cafeteria represents the greatest hope for those who endure. Survivors within the cafeteria emerged to assist, guiding everyone inside. Currently, the survivors in the university town are relatively united, largely due to the leadership of esteemed figures like Professor Chang Lin and several other respected school officials. For the sake of survival, most faculty and students are inclined to heed their directives. Upon entering the cafeteria, the atmosphere was quite lively, with a substantial gathering of survivors. A sea of faces bustling about. Junior, where are you heading? Liang Yu inquired as Shun Yin turned to the right after just placing down the medicine bag. I need to use the restroom, Shun Yin replied, feeling a pressing urgency. As he transitioned from the cafeteria hall to the restroom, just as he was about to relieve himself, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. His expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly darted into a stall, locking the door behind him. Brother Hao, your skills are astounding. With 100-fold strength amplification, a single punch can obliterate a zombie. You're simply invincible. Indeed, with you around, we have nothing to fear. It's unfortunate about Zhang Yang and Chang. Their fates took a turn for the worse, becoming zombies. Brother Hao, given your prowess, why heed the commands of those old men? In this entire school, who could stand against you? Aside from Jiang, the campus belle, who wields a firearm and poses a slight threat. Who else is worthy to challenge you? We could devise a way to deceive Jiang into relinquishing her gun. With your 100-fold strength amplification and the Dark Knight at your side, we would be unstoppable. Oh, do you have a scheme to procure Jiang Yun's Dark Knight? Rest assured, I will ensure you acquire that pistol. If you can secure the Dark Knight for me, I will prioritize you for any exceptional gear I come across next. Thank you. Brother Hao. Chapter 5. A quiet escape. It was Lei Hao and his subordinate. They had somehow survived? From the content of their conversation, it appeared that Lei Hao was indeed the person claiming to be Thunderstorm on the regional channel. Xin Yan's expression changed drastically, and he held his breath, making no sound. If they were to discover his presence, he could only imagine the consequences. After all, Lei Hao was no benevolent soul, even with the law previously restraining him. He had acted tyrannically within the school, and now in the apocalypse, with the law rendered impotent, he had acquired the 100-fold strength amplification skill. Even without his subordinates, he could easily overpower Xin Yan. He could not afford to take that gamble. Failure would mean death. Fortunately, Lei Hao and his accomplice remained oblivious to Shun Yan's proximity, merely a step away, allowing him to overhear their entire conversation from the adjacent stall. Brother Hao, just now Lin Qingqing gave you a scornful look. That woman has no grasp of her situation. If you ask me, You are practically invincible now. There's no need to indulge someone so disrespectful. Indeed, I have been too lenient with her, Lei Hao sneered. She thinks she is someone of importance to dare treat me with disdain. With your current influence, you could easily assert your dominance. Once we deceive Jiang, the campus belle, into handing over her gun, who would dare oppose you? By then, everyone will heed your command. Not just Lin Qingqing, but even Jiang and several other beauties will have to kneel obediently at your feet. Just remember, Brother Hao, when you feast, do not forget your brothers. Let us have a taste of the broth. A chorus of lascivious laughter erupted from his companions. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. Lei Hao replied with a grin. Thank you, Brother Hao. Lei Hao and his accomplice were utterly oblivious to the presence of others in the restroom, leaving in a fit of laughter after finishing their business. Once their voices faded into silence, Shun Yin cautiously emerged, unshackled by the constraints of law. Lei Hao and his companion had indeed become more unruly, daring to target the campus belle. Had they known of Shun Yin's presence, they would undoubtedly have shown no mercy. It was imperative for him to devise an escape plan. Otherwise, he risked meeting a grim fate at Lei Hao's hands. Possessing the talent for a 10,000-fold drop, although he was no match for Lei Hao at present, he believed that with sufficient resources, he could undoubtedly grow stronger. Naturally, Shen Yin was not content to flee in disgrace. Before departing, he aimed to thwart Lei Hao's schemes, ensuring his plans would come to naught. With numerous survivors congregated in the cafeteria, it was unlikely that Lei Hao would act openly. He would surely seek an opportunity to lure Jiang Yun's dark night away before revealing his true intentions. Thus, if Shun Yin could preemptively inform Jiang Yun of Lei Hao's plans, it would lead to the unraveling of Lei Hao's machinations. Aware that Lei Hao and his henchmen were also present, and knowing the latter possessed a 100-fold strength enhancement, Shun Yin exercised extreme caution, making every effort to evade their line of sight and ensure he remained undetected. Fortunately, the bustling cafeteria allowed him to remain concealed, as Lei Hao and his companion were fixated on Jiang Yun, unaware of Shun Yin's presence. As they fixated on Jiang Yun's dark night, Shun Yin could not approach her directly, but fortuitously encountered Liang Yu, which sparked an idea. Senior, he called out. Junior, you're back. Liang Yu replied. Do you have a moment? Shun Yin inquired. What is it? She asked. I would like to request a small favor. What sort of favor? Shun Yin discreetly handed Liang Yu 2 pre-written notes, gesturing toward the cluster of girls. You know Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing, right? Would you be able to pass a note to them for me? A love letter? You can't be serious, sending it to both girls? Liang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Not at all. I am quite self-aware, Shun Yin replied, shaking his head. Oh, all right then, Liang Yu chuckled. I'll take care of it. Thank you, senior. Don't mention it. Liang Yu quickly made her way to the group of girls, seamlessly blending into their conversation. She discreetly slipped one note into Jiang Yun's hand. Jiang Yun looked at her in confusion, and Liang Yu winked playfully before moving to Lin Qingqing, employing the same subtlety to deliver the second note. Upon receiving the note, Jiang Yun glanced at Liang Yu, then quietly retreated to a corner to examine its contents. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she scanned the crowd, indeed spotting Lei Hao and his companion casting furtive glances in her direction. Lin Qingqing, upon reading the note, approached Jiang Yun to speak softly, and after confirming the contents, they both turned their gaze towards Liang Yu. Having alerted them, Shun Yin discreetly slipped towards the back door of the cafeteria, preparing to leave. He sought a relatively safe haven, away from Lei Hao and his ilk, to recuperate from his injuries before embarking on a quest to hunt zombies and accumulate resources. The cafeteria buzzed with survival discussions and speculations about potential rescue operations, rendering Shun Yan's departure through the back door unnoticed. Before long, he exited the cafeteria and jogged back towards the medical room. The path had recently been cleared, rendering it relatively safe. Although the infirmary was empty, it still housed a considerable amount of medical supplies and equipment that could not be removed, making it a suitable place for quiet recuperation. Soon, he arrived without incident, secured the doors and windows, and returned to the second floor. He hoped that Jiang Yun had heeded his warning and would not allow Lei Hao to deceive her into relinquishing her pistol, thereby instilling a sense of caution in him. As long as the pistol remained in Jiang Yun's possession, her esteemed reputation would ensure that even if Lei Hao possessed a 100-fold enhancement ability, he would think twice before turning against her, at least for a period of time. After a while, Liang Yu remembered that it was time to change Shun Yan's bandages, but suddenly realized he was missing. After searching the cafeteria, to no avail, she decided to contact him directly through a private channel. Private channel, Liang Yu. Junior, it's time for a bandage change. Where are you? Private channel, Liang Yu. Where did you run off to? Private channel, Shun Yan. Senior, there are too many people in the cafeteria, so I found a quiet place. Don't worry. Private channel, Liang Yu. More people means more safety. It's so dangerous outside. Don't wander off. Come back quickly. Private channel, Shun Yan. Sorry, senior. I have my reasons. Private channel, Liangyu. Please come back first. Whatever your reasons are, we can help you. It's too perilous out there. Private channel, Xinyan. Thank you for your concern, senior, but I am safer alone. Private channel, Liangyu. Junior, everything was fine yesterday. What on earth is going on? Did I do something wrong? You are injured. It's dangerous to be out there alone. Please return. We must unite in these circumstances. Private channel, Xinyan. Forgive my selfishness, senior. Please do not contact me again. I will not respond to any further messages. Private channel, Liangyu. No. Junior. What is happening? Private channel, Liangyu. Can you please tell me what is going on? Private channel, Liangyu. Is this related to the 2 notes sent out earlier? Should I inquire with Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing? Private channel, Liangyu. Junior. Please respond. Despite Liangyu's persistent inquiries, Xinyan chose to ignore her messages. He could not return. If Lei Hao discovered his presence, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 6. The campus bells team. The injuries were manageable after a night's rest. The pain had lessened. Although he still felt a bit dizzy, the head injury was the most perilous. Thus, Xinyan spent the day resting, accomplishing little aside from occasionally checking the chat channel for useful information. The infirmary building contained bottled water, and his backpack held canned beef, ample sustenance without cause for concern. Through the window, he occasionally observed other survivors teaming up to scavenge for supplies, transporting various items to the cafeteria. Unfortunately, some met a grim fate at the hands of zombies, as even the slowest low-tier zombies could overwhelm survivors when in numbers. Around 4 p.m., just as Xinyan was in a deep slumber, the sound of gunfire jolted him awake. He quickly rose and pulled aside the curtains, peering through the gap to observe the scene outside. He saw a group of approximately a dozen individuals moving swiftly toward the cafeteria, while another group of survivors confronted them at the entrance. According to the intelligence at hand, the only individual in the university town currently armed is the campus beauty, Jiang Yun. Having overheard a conversation between Lei Hao and his subordinates, coupled with the note I had previously given to Jiang Yun, it seems a confrontation has arisen between the 2 parties. From a distance, the identities of those involved are obscured. However, it is certain that the girl wielding the firearm is Jiang Yun, surrounded entirely by other females. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the leader appears to be Lei Hao. It is evident that Lei Hao and his companions intend to intercept Jiang Yun, yet after the gunfire, they seem hesitant, engaging in dialogue to persuade the opposing side. Shortly thereafter, another gunshot rings out, causing the surrounding zombies to converge toward the commotion. Lei Hao, clearly reluctant, possesses an overwhelming power boost that allows him to dispatch zombies and any survivors resisting him with ease. Nonetheless, in the face of firearms, he remains cautious, aware that the opposing party could easily eliminate him. As the zombies continue to gather, after considerable deliberation, he temporarily retreats into the cafeteria, hastily securing the doors and windows to prevent the monstrous flesh-eaters from breaching their makeshift sanctuary. The group, led by Jiang Yun, visibly breathes a sigh of relief upon witnessing Lei Hao's retreat into the cafeteria, sealing the doors and windows. Fully aware that the zombies would soon flock to the sound of gunfire, they recognized that being encircled would render them mere sustenance for the undead, prompting a strategic withdrawal. Xinyan observes that their escape route leads toward the medical room area and quickly draws the curtains, wondering if they might have discovered her hiding place. The medical building has mostly been stripped of resources. They must be cognizant of this and likely will seek refuge in other structures. To her surprise, the sound of footsteps grows increasingly nearer, and after a moment, she hears the urgent banging on the door from below. It has been securely locked from the inside. Jiang Yun's voice resonates, tinged with urgency. There are people in the medical room. Bang, bang, bang. Several individuals are anxiously pounding on the door, causing an even greater commotion. Is anyone in there? Please, open the door and let us in. The horde is approaching, we beg you. The voice calling out belongs to Lin Qingqing. Whoever is inside, please help us. Open the door. I don't want to die. Xinyan furrows her brow. The fact that Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing have escaped from the cafeteria indicates that the note I provided was effective, preventing Lei Hao from achieving his aims. However, the unfortunate reality is that they have fled to her very hiding spot, which is not far from the cafeteria. Lei Hao will undoubtedly not relent. Had it not been for his apprehension of Jiang Yun's firearm, the gathering undead, and the ominous descent of the sun, he would be set on surrounding the building. At that point, she would have nowhere to hide, and her presence would be discovered before she could even fortify herself, placing her in a perilous situation. Having already taken the considerable risk of discreetly passing a note to alert them, it is unnecessary to court further danger by exposing herself to peril. Thus, she resolves to feign ignorance, allowing them to believe that no one is present inside, thereby compelling them to escape to another building before the horde arrives. This way, Lei Hao will remain unaware of her location for the time being, and once she is healed, she can utilize her innate skills to procure supplies, slay zombies to enhance her abilities, and await an opportunity for revenge. The survivors outside, having called out for a while with no response, prepare to withdraw to another area. Just as Shunyin breathes a sigh of relief, feeling the immediate danger has subsided, she suddenly notices a private message alert from a fellow student, Liang Yu, who had previously been responsible for tending to the injured. Shunyin, are you inside? Yesterday, when I departed, the doors and windows were all left ajar, and there were no other survivors in sight. It seemed you were most likely to return to the medical room. Were you asleep? Wake up quickly. We are just outside the door, surrounded by a horde of corpses. We need your help. Shunyin did not respond, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Soon, Liang Yu's voice echoed from below. Junior, hurry and open the door. You cannot stand idly by while others are in peril. I can dress your wounds and change your bandages. Do not be ungrateful. As Liang Yu's words fell, the other survivors, initially preparing to leave, joined in the urgent cries. Junior, help us! Junior, help us! Liang Yu frantically sent messages on the private channel, her thoughts flooding the screen, considering that she had indeed cared for him yesterday. Shunyin, after a moment's hesitation, sighed and pulled back the curtain to glance at the horde. If he did not open the door soon, they would reach this area within minutes, completely surrounding those waiting downstairs. Hearing the commotion, the survivors below looked up to see the curtain drawn back, and Shunyin appearing in view. They hurriedly waved for help. Junior, you are indeed here. Quickly, open the door. Liang Yu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Hurry, hurry. Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, and others were also pleading urgently. Remarkably, all members of their group were female. Shunyin descended to open the door, allowing them entry. Before the horde arrived, he locked the doors and windows once more, enlisting the girls to help shift tables and chairs against the door. Upon entering the medical building, their anxious hearts finally settled. You scared me. If we had been any later, we would all have perished. Liang Yu wiped the cold sweat from her brow. Junior, were you asleep just now? Shunyin replied ambiguously, casting a glance at the girls who had entered, his gaze ultimately resting on Jiang Yun, who held a black knight, an item still quite dangerous. What transpired for you to arrive here? Before Liang Yu could speak, Lin Qingqing stepped forward and said, Shunyin, we owe you our gratitude. Had it not been for your message relayed through the senior, warning us of Lei Hao's schemes, we would surely have suffered today. Indeed, if Shen had not warned us in advance, my handgun could have easily been deceived from me. Without it, we might have faced confinement at the hands of Lei Hao's minions. Jiang Yun added. Really? Shunyin noted the term. Others were captured by Lei Hao? Surely not. With so many of you, how could Lei Hao manage with only a few lackeys? He possesses 100-fold enhancement of strength. Initially, we intended to resist, but many of the boys were threatened beforehand by him. In order to avoid death, they were compelled to assist him. Currently, several school leaders and professors are imprisoned, having lost their backbone, and other students have abandoned resistance, leaving only us to escape. Had we not possessed firearms, we too would have fallen into Lei Hao's clutches today. Jiang Yun lamented. This fellow, emboldened by his family background before the apocalypse, has now escalated his tyranny, seeking to turn all the girls into his playthings, rotating them as his girlfriends. Chapter 7. The decision to flee again. Indeed, Lei Hao is utterly shameless. He is a beast. I find him even less than animalistic. How can such a person survive? Heaven truly has no eyes. Why is he not transformed into a zombie? He is a calamity that endures for millennia. The girls clamored together, denouncing this scoundrel. What are your plans moving forward? Shunyan's gaze was fixed intently on the Black Knight in Jiang Yun's hands. Although I possessed a firearm, it only automatically generated a maximum of 6 bullets per day, and regardless of whether I had expended them or not, the supply would not increase the following day. Jiang Yun replied. Though the handgun appeared formidable, it could only fire 6 rounds daily. With over 100 individuals following Lei Hao, many of whom were familiar classmates, if Lei Hao were to recklessly attempt to seize it, I would be doomed once my ammunition was depleted. While I yearned to rescue the teachers and students he had imprisoned, we were utterly hopeless given our numbers. Our only recourse was to eliminate zombies to acquire spoils, hoping to enhance our strength, and subsequently seek an opportunity to confront Lei Hao. May I examine the quality of the firearm? Shunyin inquired, extending his hand. Of course. Jiang Yun, rather naive, truly handed the gun over to Shunyin. The other girls saw no issue with this exchange. Shunyin felt somewhat speechless. They were indeed innocent and simple-minded, having just faced the ordeal with Lei Hao yet remaining unguarded in front of him. Upon receiving the handgun, he scrutinized it closely, and weapon information materialized before him. Black Knight, exquisite, power 60, range 130 meters, durability 200, weapon skill, ammunition replenishment. Automatically replenishes ammunition every 24 hours, maximum of 6 rounds. Equipment grade, inferior, ordinary, excellent, fine. Exquisite, legendary, mythical. What a remarkable item. This gun could eliminate low-tier zombies and survivors with ease, and I need not worry about ammunition, as it replenishes 6 rounds daily, which is more than sufficient if used judiciously. All right, please return it to me, Jiang Yun requested after a moment. However, Shen Yin did not relinquish the gun, but stepped back instead. Senior Jiang, how could you so casually hand over such a vital weapon? Without my warning, this gun would surely have fallen into Lei Hao's hands. You still fail to learn. Just a few words, and you relinquish it? With your easily deceived nature, you would be sold and still count the money for the seller. Shen Yan's reaction left Jiang Yun and the other girls in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Junior, what are you doing? Lin Qingqing furrowed her brows. Do not trust anyone in this apocalypse. Shen Yan replied coolly. Never gamble on the nature of others. For human nature cannot withstand the trials of adversity. I shall borrow this gun for the time being, in my hands. It will serve a far greater purpose than in Senior Jiang's. Junior, you are jesting. Liang Yu interjected, urging him to return the firearm to Jiang Yun. I never jest. Shen Yin surveyed the crowd. This gun is mine for now. How can you act in such a manner? Lin Qingqing exclaimed, previously believing Shen Yin to be virtuous after he had warned them about Lei Hao's nefarious intentions. She thought him to be a good person, only to discover he was of the same ilk. Seeing her impulsive reaction and recalling how Shen Yin had forcefully reclaimed the weapon, Jiang Yun suddenly interposed. Yinjie, why are you stopping me? Lin Qingqing asked anxiously. Qingqing, do not act rashly. Jiang Yun contemplated for a moment before addressing Shen Yin. The fact that you warned us through a note to avoid harm from Lei Hao suggests that your character is not entirely flawed. Had you not opened the door earlier, we would have been surrounded by zombies. If you harbored ill intentions, you could have chosen not to save us. Once the horde dispersed, you could have easily taken the Black Knight for yourself. What if he is just as covetous as Lei Hao, desiring our lives? A girl voiced her concern. Not at all. Liang Yu immediately spoke up, asserting that Shen Yin was not that kind of person. Yesterday, I was responsible for caring for the injured, and having spent the entire day with him, I can assure you of my insights. When I was dressing his wounds, he remained steadfast and focused. If he harbored any vile intentions, I would have discerned them immediately. Rest assured, Shen Yin has not allowed his guard to slip simply because he is surrounded by girls who are utterly defenseless. I am not like Lei Hao, Jiang Yun remarked. You can inform us, thereby sparing us from harm, and for this reason alone, I am inclined to trust your character. This gun is an unexpected acquisition for me. Truthfully, I am not adept at wielding it. You may take it for now, but without our weapons, we must rely on you moving forward. Senior, this doesn't seem right. Several girls voiced their concerns, unlike Jiang Yun, who appeared more at ease. With the gun in Jiang Yun's hands, they felt assured of protection. Yet placed in the hands of Shen Yin, despite his eloquent words, who could fathom his true intentions? Having witnessed Lei Hao's actions, these girls were like startled birds. Devoid of a sense of security, Jiang Yun calmed them with a few words, quickly alleviating their anxieties. She then turned to Shen Yin and said, Shen, Lei Hao will undoubtedly pursue us. Without the Black Knight, we cannot defend ourselves. Can you protect us and stand against Lei Hao? I have always been opposed to Lei Hao, whether you are here or not. That remains unchanged. Shen Yin replied. What enmity do you hold against Lei Hao? Lin Qingqing inquired with curiosity. Hearing this, Shen Yin tilted his head to look at her. You should be the one to answer that. Me? What about me? Lin Qingqing asked, bewildered. Before the apocalypse, Lei Hao was persistently pursuing you. Shen Yin responded. Do you recall that one day before class when you sat next to me to avoid him? That does sound familiar. From that day forth, Lei Hao shifted his ire onto me, frequently bringing his lackeys to bully me. The injuries I bear are a result of yesterday's assault by them. How can this be? This has nothing to do with you. How could he take his anger out on you? That is outrageous. Lin Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at Shen Yan's wounds, a hint of guilt washing over her face. Then he surely will not spare you. Jiang Yun interjected. We have witnessed Lei Hao's true nature. He is malevolent to the core. Oh, I see. Liang Yu suddenly realized. Junior, so you sneaked out because you feared being discovered by Lei Hao? Indeed. He currently possesses a 100-fold increase in strength and holds the advantage. I cannot confront him head-on. Shen Yin confessed. I initially intended to recuperate here, gather ample resources by hunting zombies, and enhance my abilities to eventually confront Lei Hao. However, my plans have now been disrupted. That's all right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We stand against Lei Hao as well, and we can unite. Jiang Yun asserted. Let us use this place as our stronghold and swiftly strengthen our power. We can certainly defeat Lei Hao and rescue the teachers and classmates he has imprisoned. Yes, we can do this. The girls nodded in agreement. I could previously consider this place a stronghold, but now we must leave post-haste. He is unaware of my presence here, nor does he know that I am still alive. However, with your arrival, this location will undoubtedly become his target. Sen sighed, foreseeing that tomorrow Lei Hao would undoubtedly bring people over, if they did not leave. They would be surrounded, leaving them with no opportunity for advancement. Where can we go? We should hurry. Right. Let us head to that supermarket. It is well stocked. Noticing the girls' anxious discussion, Xinyan frowned and said, we cannot go to the supermarket. Why not? Such a resource-rich establishment is bound to be a battleground for survivors. Moreover, the heavy foot traffic means a significant number of zombies. 1. It's easy for Lei Hao to spot us, and 2. Our small group cannot possibly eliminate such a large horde. Shin Shueti, your reasoning is sound. So where should we go? When should we leave? The zombies are already gathering outside. We can hardly escape. Jiang Yun expressed her concerns. Indeed, if we go out now, we won't be able to evade the horde. Echoed the other girls. Of course, we cannot exit through the front door. The horde is one concern, but Lei Hao's men are surely monitoring from some direction. He will not let you go easily. Xinyan replied. What should we do then? Actually, I have studied the medical building during my free time, Xinyan explained. Before heading to the cafeteria, I observed from various angles and found a visual blind spot we could utilize. A visual blind spot? Follow me. Xinyan led them to a rear window. We can jump down here. The adjacent building will block our view from the cafeteria, making us undetectable to Lei Hao's men. The horde is concentrated at the front door, making this side relatively safe. If you follow my lead, I can guide you to escape to a more secure and concealed location, where Lei Hao will not find us for a while. And then we can devise our next plan. All right, we will follow your instructions. After a hushed discussion, Jiang Yun and the others nodded. Having just escaped from Lei Hao and having lost their firearms to Xinyan, leaving them with little choice. Chapter 8. The temporary team Yunjia, is this really okay? Xinyan deceived you out of your gun. We are in a precarious position. As Xinyan opened the window, allowing a few girls to climb out first. Lin Qingqing whispered to Jiang Yun using a private channel from behind. He did save us, unlike Lei Hao, Jiang Yun replied. Besides, he is alone. Even if he harbors ill intentions, we can band together to turn the tide. He is quite hefty. Even slight movements will tire him, and we could easily reclaim the gun when he is fatigued or asleep. That's true. With so many of us, we can take turns keeping watch. Even a tiger needs to nap, let alone him. Lin Qingqing thought to herself, feeling a bit relieved. But what if he puts the gun in a virtual backpack? Let us not worry about that now. Our immediate concern is Lei Hao. We must escape from here first. Agreed. Unbeknownst to Xinyan, Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing were quietly conversing, but he remained vigilant. Even though these girls were unarmed, caution was still necessary. He directed them to climb out the first-floor window into the backyard, where a low wall provided a measure of safety. Once all the women were in the backyard, Xinyan faced his own challenge. After all, as a 300-pound man, he was not as agile as an ordinary person. Logically, such a broad window should be easy to navigate, but he found himself struggling to exit, especially if it were smaller. The troublesome aspect is that the window is situated quite high above the ground. While an ordinary person might leap down unscathed, his hefty physique poses a considerable risk. Perched on the windowsill to survey the courtyard, Xinyan noticed several wooden crates in the corner, all empty. His eyes lit up. Everyone, I cannot jump down by myself. Please bring the wooden boxes over to give me a boost. The girls, recognizing that Xinyan, being quite portly, lacked the agility they possessed, hastened to assist. In their urgency to reach a safer area, as far from Lei Hao as possible, they swiftly moved the empty boxes to place beneath the window. With the boxes providing a foothold, Xinyan finally descended safely to the ground. Let us strive to maintain silence as we exit through the back door, he whispered. For caution's sake, they temporarily formed a team, with all squads uniting to communicate via team channels, ensuring they would not attract the attention of any lurking zombies. Moreover, once grouped, they could monitor each other on the virtual map, allowing any who strayed to rejoin swiftly. The girls offered no objections and promptly organized into 4 teams. Each capped at 5 members. 3 teams reached full capacity, while the remaining trio formed one, totaling 18 individuals when including Xinyan. He established the team and incorporated all 4 groups, resulting in each member displaying a team insignia. Team Channel, Lin Qingqing, Xinyan, although it's relatively quiet behind us. We cannot guarantee we won't encounter zombies along the way. Lacking weapons, what shall we do? Even if you have a gun, you cannot protect everyone alone. Team Channel, Jiang Yun. The handgun should not be used recklessly. Our objective is to withdraw silently without drawing attention from Lei Hao's side. Team Channel, Xinyan, do not fret. Do you see the pile of miscellaneous goods nearby? Team Channel, Lin Qingqing. You mean the discarded wood and plastic? Isn't that just rubbish? Team Channel, Xinyan. Rubbish can be transformed into treasure. Team Channel, Jiang Yun. Are you suggesting we craft weapons from this refuse? But can such things be effective? Setting aside the question of whether they can kill zombies, we are all girls and lack sufficient strength. Team Channel, Xinyan. Precisely because you are all girls, conventional weapons would be less effective. Team Channel, Lin Qingqing. What do you mean? Team Channel, Xinyan. Select the longest wooden sticks and find some rope or suitable plastic substitutes. I shall teach you to fashion lasso tools. Zombies act on instinct, unable to evade traps or sidestep lassos. Thus, even you can easily ensnare a zombie's neck or limbs. Once immobilized, I can handle them effortlessly. Team Channel, Lin Qingqing, Lasso Tools? You are quite clever. Team Channel, Jiang Yun. Indeed, if it involves lasso tools, we can master it quickly. Under Shun Yen's guidance. The group of girls, with their nimble fingers, swiftly crafted rudimentary lasso tools, essentially long sticks with adjustable loops tied at the ends. Each one was equipped with this newfound tool, granting them a measure of reassurance. Now, let us proceed through the back door, Shun Yen declared. All mobile devices were set to silent mode. Conversation was limited to the designated channel, and silence was imperative. No one was permitted to utter a word. As they moved, they were cautioned to tread lightly, for any disturbance could awaken the horde of the undead, a matter not to be trifled with. Furthermore, they were advised to keep a low profile. Although the walls obscured their view, not every pathway outside this area was devoid of visibility. Should they be spotted by Lei Hao's faction and their escape route be compromised, it would spell trouble. The young women responded in unison, sending a message of acknowledgement through the team channel. With no alternatives available, they resolved to adhere to Shun Yan's strategy and safely evade the dual threats posed by the undead and Lei Hao. On Lei Hao's side, he was wary of Jiang Yun's firearm, and with the advancing horde gradually obstructing their path, he could only observe from the top of the cafeteria. Just as Shun Yan had surmised, they could only witness Jiang Yun and her companions entering the medical building, shielded from view by the walls. Entirely oblivious to the fact that the group had already vacated through a window at the rear on the first floor. Lei Hao dispatched personnel to monitor the detained hostages, ensuring that those who opposed him remained confined and helpless in a corner of the cafeteria, while keeping a vigilant eye on the medical building to prevent Jiang Yun and her group from escaping. He planned to make a clandestine move at dawn, waiting for the horde to dissipate. When Jiang Yun and her companions were in a state of drowsiness within the medical building, he intended to strike swiftly, apprehending them without delay. The adversaries would undoubtedly secure their doors and windows, but such measures would be inconsequential against his augmented strength. Even fortified barriers would crumble easily under his might. Once he captured Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, and the other captivating individuals who had fled with her, he would ensure they were trained to be obedient little pets. Meanwhile, Shun Yan and her group had quietly departed the medical building, opening the rear gate and carefully maneuvering away from the direction of the horde, hastily making their escape. Along the way, they encountered only a few stray zombies, posing minimal threat. As a zombie approached, Shun Yan directed the girls in front of her through the team channel, instructing them to use lassos. Despite their fear, several of them managed to hinder the zombies' advance. They dared not engage directly, but instead laid the lasso along the zombie's path, waiting for the right moment. The zombie, driven by instinct, stumbled into the trap, and the girls quickly tightened the lasso, causing the creature to fall. Quick, move now, they urged in a flurry over the team channel. The only member armed, Shun Yan promptly retrieved a wooden mallet and struck the zombie's head with force, delivering 3 decisive blows that felled the creature. All team members gained 3 experience points. The low-tier zombies offered scan experience, and with a dozen participants, each received a minimum of 1 point, supplemented by additional team experience bonuses. Simultaneously, the zombie dropped a bounty of 10,000 pieces of linen and 10,000 cartons of milk, which instantly filled Shun Yan's virtual backpack. While the linen was a material of uncertain utility, the milk was a welcome acquisition. With an ample supply of canned beef already in her backpack, sustenance was assured. Chapter 9. Entering the auditorium. Shun Yan, hurry up. The zombies are catching up. After they had left the medical building and covered some distance, Lin Qingqing, noticing Shun Yan's slowing pace, turned back and urged her through the team channel. Shun Yan breathed heavily, feeling quite fatigued. There is no way around it. He is considerably overweight. A slight exertion leaves him breathless, and his steps are heavy. It seems imperative to devise a method for weight loss. Otherwise, survival in this perilous apocalypse will be exceedingly difficult. Gritting his teeth, he manages to keep pace with the group, only to encounter 2 solitary zombies ahead, howling as they launch an attack. The female members of the group have begun to acclimate, and although their techniques are somewhat clumsy, they cooperate to ensnare the 2 zombies with a lasso, subsequently calling for Shun Yan. Shun Yan steps forward, wielding a wooden hammer with determination, alternating blows to dispatch the creatures, granting everyone 6 experience points. The 2 zombies yield a bounty of 10,000 kitchen knives and 10,000 apples. Though small, the knives are remarkably sharp. When affixed to a long stick, they can be fashioned into rudimentary wooden spears, effective for slaying zombies. As for the apples, they are a welcome addition. Subsisting solely on canned beef is not ideal, and the inclusion of fruit enhances nutritional value. It would be splendid if more food could be obtained. Following this, their journey proceeds smoothly, successfully evading all hordes of the undead. and they arrived safely at the university hall chosen by Shen Yan. This venue, typically used for grand events, was securely locked during the zombie outbreak, ensuring its interior remained unscathed. While the hall is devoid of resources, lacking food, water, and essential supplies, it offers ample space for Shen Yan and his companions to take refuge, remaining inconspicuous to other survivors, who tend to gravitate towards resource-rich supermarkets and warehouses. The main entrance of the hall is locked tightly, but this presents no challenge to Shen Yan. He meticulously inspects the premises with his makeshift team and soon discovers an unsecured window. It is not due to negligence that it remains unlocked. Rather, the window is broken and has yet to be replaced. They enter through the window, and Shen Yan directs the group via their communication channel, split into teams to inspect all doors and windows on the first floor. If you come across any that cannot be secured, use heavy objects such as tables and chairs to barricade them, ensuring no zombies can infiltrate. This window must also be sealed and all curtains drawn. We cannot allow zombies or other survivors to detect our presence. We will reside here temporarily. Understood. Jiang Yun nods and turns to the girls. You all come with me to move the nearby tables and chairs to block the window. Qingqing. You and your group check all other doors and windows on this floor. Got it. Lin Qingqing promptly sets off, leading her team as Jiang Yun does the same. Shen Yan finds a spot to sit and rest, panting and drenched in sweat. He wonders if defeating zombies could yield weight loss pills. If only such a remedy existed to effortlessly shed excess weight and restore him to a normal physique. After Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing secure the doors and windows, ensuring their safety, dusk descends outside. A girl contemplates turning on the lights but is swiftly halted by Shen Yan. If you turn on the lights, other survivors will realize there are people in the hall. If Lei Hao discovers that the medical building is deserted, he will undoubtedly suspect the illuminated area, exposing our whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun immediately concurs, saying, Shen Shuadi is correct. We must remain discreet and absolutely cannot turn on the lights. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths? We have distanced ourselves quite a bit already. Moreover, we do not know how long the power will last. If we don't use it now, we won't be able to turn on the lights when the power runs out. Outside, the streets are overrun with zombies, and the night is shrouded in pitch darkness. Aren't you all afraid? Wang Yin addressed her companion. The greatest danger we face now is Lei Hao. Do you wish to be captured by him? Lin Qingqing replied. We cannot afford to be careless. Until we have the means to protect ourselves, we must not endanger everyone else. Indeed, have you forgotten what Lei Hao and his supporters have said? If we fall into his clutches, we cannot fathom the humiliation that awaits us. Before the apocalypse, he was a lawless scoundrel, harassing girls at will, only restrained by the law. But now, he is beyond the reach of any legal consequences, especially with his enhanced abilities. Who among us could stand against him? If he truly decides to act against us, who could bring him to justice? Jiang Yun lamented. It is so frustrating. Why are such vile creatures allowed to survive? Why doesn't heaven turn them into zombies? Wang Yin sighed deeply. Just then, a rumble echoed from someone's stomach, reminding everyone that it was dinner time and hunger was setting in. Sister Jiang, shall we search inside the auditorium to see if we can find something to eat? A girl whispered. No need to search. There is no food here. Lin Qingqing interjected helplessly. When we checked the doors and windows earlier, we scanned the entire area but found nothing. The auditorium was never stocked with supplies. Food was only prepared in advance for events. Jiang Yun turned her gaze to Shen Yan. Brother Shen, we escaped from Lei Hao in such haste that we didn't bring any provisions. I wonder if you managed to find anything since you left the cafeteria early and spent the night outside. Upon hearing this, all the girls looked at Shen Yan, as he had led them to the auditorium and should have a solution to their hunger. Shen Yan, having brought everyone here, was naturally prepared with a response. Don't worry, I had stored some food beforehand, so you won't go hungry. He instructed the girls to sit in an orderly fashion and distributed a can of beef, an apple, and a bottle of milk to each. He refrained from disclosing to the girls that he possessed a talent for acquiring tenfold spoils, a secret that must remain concealed. During the time they were away from the cafeteria, no one would suspect the source of the food. Indeed, upon seeing the food, the girls showed no curiosity about its origin and eagerly opened their cans. Shen Yan also prepared a portion for himself, enjoying his meal while discreetly observing the girls through the team roster. Among the 17 girls who escaped with Jiang Yun were not only Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing, but also Li Shiyan, Zhuang Xian, and Yang Ying, all of whom were renowned beauties. The remaining 12 girls, Wang Yan, Zhao Shishir, Zhao Qing, Du Feifei, Zhang Xiaowan, Zhang Zishuan, Jin Shi, Lin Wan, Lu Xiaoi, Sun Xen, Zhou Yinfeng, and Liang Yu, though not on the beauty ranking, were certainly above average in appearance. If we were to assign scores on a scale of 100, Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Li Shiyan, Zhuang Xian, and Yang Ying would range from 90 to 97, while the other 12 would fall between 80 and 89. Lei Hao sought to claim the most beautiful girls as his possessions, but thanks to Shun Yan's note, Zhang Yun and Lin Qingqing were forewarned and gathered these girls to escape from Lei Hao's grasp together. The current predicament lies in the fact that their combat prowess is rather feeble. One might even assert that 90% of them are mere decorative figures. Leading this team, Shun Yan must ponder how to confront the impending zombie apocalypse and how to contend with Lei Hao. If all else fails, he can only strive to level up and enhance his strength. Fortunately, he possesses the talent for tenfold loot drops if he could acquire useful items from the zombies. Even if Lei Hao boasts a 100-fold power boost, he may still have a chance to catch up. To put it another way, even if his combat capabilities fall short, the prospect of tenfold loot drops could allow him to amass sufficient food and water, which are vital resources for survival. Perhaps these supplies could later be used to rally other formidable individuals to confront Lei Hao. Chapter 10. The Weight Loss Dilemma as Night Descended. The interior of the auditorium was engulfed in darkness. Outside, however, was quite illuminated, with streetlights automatically turning on after dusk. Shun Yan positioned himself by the window, having moved a chair to sit. The girls, led by Zhang Yun, occupied the central area, using the auditorium benches as makeshift beds. Shun, are you asleep? Liang Yu inquired quietly through a private channel. Given that the team comprised only one male, Zhang Yun's handgun, the Black Knight, was in his possession. As someone who had previously cared for Shun Yan and tended to his wounds, the other girls hoped to communicate with him through her to ensure he would not engage in any inappropriate behavior while they slumbered. The underlying reason for their hesitance stemmed from their unfamiliarity with a stranger. I'm not asleep, Shun Yan replied, unaware of their concerns. What are you doing? Liang Yu pressed on, reading the chat content. Any findings? Someone spoke in the world chat. He leveled up by slaying zombies and received an attribute point, Shun Yan explained. It seems many survivors must have leveled up yesterday, but only today are they sharing information. This attribute point could be allocated to any of the 5 attributes, thereby enhancing one's abilities. Only 1 point, Liang Yu exclaimed. In the online games I play, I gain 5 attribute points with each level up. The settings differ. Shun Yan responded. We are all level 1 and haven't killed many zombies. After a moment's reflection, Liang Yu speculated. Lei Hao and his group might have already reached level 2 or even higher. After all, he has a 100-fold power boost and can instantly slay zombies. That is indeed a possibility. With his prowess, do we stand a chance? Liang Yu asked, her voice laced with concern. Given the current circumstances, our odds are rather slim. Shun Yan replied candidly. He possessed formidable initial skills, making it exceptionally easy for him to level up through monster slaying. Moreover, his classmates were intimidated by him and thus had no choice but to comply, granting him a sufficiently large team. Whether in solitary combat or team battles, the advantage clearly lay with the opposition. Furthermore, Shun Yan refrained from mentioning that these 17 girls not only lacked combat efficacy, but could also be considered a liability. Initially, Zhang Yun's possession of a firearm had instilled fear in Lei Hao. Now, with the weapon tricked away, her combat capability had diminished to 0. After individually assessing them, he found their strength values ranged from 1 to 3, rendering them utterly powerless. Their agility ranged between 1 and 4, equally feeble. Their constitution also fell between 1 and 4, all being fragile and incapable of matching Shun Yan. Only their intelligence and spirit were moderately high, each exceeding 6 points, making them suitable for magic-oriented roles, assuming such professions existed. Previously, when confronted by solitary zombies, the scene where they employed lassos left Shun Yan profoundly disheartened. Each individual appeared timid and hesitant, lacking the courage to effectively ensnare the zombies' heads or limbs during their moments of initiative. Ultimately, they resorted to clever tricks, positioning the lasso along the zombies' paths, relying on a strategy akin to waiting for a hare to hop into a trap to capture their adversaries. Thus, expecting them to become formidable fighters was an unrealistic hope. It would be better to return the firearms to Zhang Yun, for even she might lack the audacity to confront the undead. Nonetheless, as ornamental figures, these young women excelled, being the most beautiful in the university town. Even if they were incapable of action, their presence was a visual delight. Upon hearing Shun Yan express that their side stood no chance against Lei Hao's team, Liang Yu gasped in concern, questioning what they should do. We cannot fall into his hands. Perhaps we should seek an opportunity to depart the university town tomorrow? As long as we distance ourselves from Lei Hao, we might locate a safer haven. However, Shun Yan shook his head, recognizing the necessity of leaving the university town eventually, given the limited resources and the overwhelming number of survivors that would soon deplete them. Nevertheless, he held a differing perspective. While temporarily evading an insurmountable foe was acceptable, to concede and flee was utterly out of the question. Are you intent on opposing Lei Hao? Absolutely. Just because we are not his match now does not mean we will always be so. Moreover, individual strength is not the sole determinant of victory. What is your plan? Have I not mentioned it before? conceal ourselves, remain undetected, strive to eliminate monsters, and acquire resources to level up. I am confident that it won't be long before we can take down Lei Hao. With a sense of assurance, Xinyan leaned on the strength of his exceptional skills. Yet, the girls did not share his optimism. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the firearms were in Xinyan's possession, while Lei Hao, a menacing threat, loomed nearby. They had no choice but to rely on Xinyan for the time being. Liang Yu recalled having seen someone speaking on the World Channel, mentioning the appearance of elite-level zombies in certain locations, which were exceedingly terrifying. However, upon being slain, they dropped exquisite jewelry with additional attributes or equipment skills. If we could vanquish an elite zombie, Liang Yu suggested, perhaps we might acquire skills potent enough to contend with Lei Hao. Xun Yin nodded in agreement. If they could indeed defeat an elite zombie, coupled with the prospect of obtaining tenfold loot, their team's strength would undoubtedly increase rapidly. The dilemma, however, lay in his own corpulence and the remarkably low combat ability of the girls in his team, making victory a daunting challenge. It was imperative to tackle issues one at a time, with his weight being of utmost importance. In the past, his normal life had been troublesome, but with money in his bank account, it was a minor concern. Now, however, if he did not promptly shed the extra weight as the team's sole combat force, he would only manage to barely overpower low-tier solitary zombies. Encountering an elite zombie would likely spell doom for him. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Liang Yu, saying, "Senior, I have a favor to ask of you. Speak." Currently, Lei Hao remains unaware of my existence. He does not know that I am still alive. Therefore, his focus is solely on you. I could serve as a hidden ace in the dark, potentially presenting us with an unforeseen opportunity for victory. However, you understand that my weight poses a significant challenge to my survival in this apocalypse. I nearly exhausted myself running those few steps earlier. Could one discreetly inquire on global or regional channels under your identity regarding whether zombies might yield items for rapid weight loss? When it comes to weight loss, it is not something that would raise suspicions among the general populace. Upon hearing this, Liang Yu nodded, aware alongside the other women present that Xinyan, being the sole male and the only combat power of the team, indeed faced a significant challenge due to his physique. Despite his immense strength, he tires easily after just a few strides, which could lead to quick exhaustion during combat. Should he truly manage to shed some weight and attain a more average physique, his combat prowess would undoubtedly improve, thereby enhancing the safety of the team. Thus, after Liang Yu conferred with the other women, they promptly began to voice their inquiries on the global, national, and regional channels regarding the existence of weight loss items. Their discussions in the chat room quickly attracted the attention of Lei Hao and others. Lei Hao found it amusing, thinking to himself how women, in their typical fashion, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Even in the midst of an apocalypse, they were preoccupied with concerns of weight loss. Tomorrow, he intended to lead a group to surround the medical building. Their focus should not be on losing weight, but rather on how to serve him in the aftermath. Chapter 11. Jiang Yun seeks a weapon. Although the apocalypse had only just begun, the world was vast, and among the billions of survivors, there existed a multitude of experiences. Even if the majority were preoccupied with survival, a few among the billions would inevitably emerge, eager to assert their presence. Hours later, Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing informed Xin Yin via the team channel that numerous individuals had sent them private messages confirming that zombies could indeed drop various types of weight loss items. Some were pharmaceuticals. For instance, a foreign survivor had killed a zombie and obtained a physique elixir, purported to enhance one's constitution and facilitate a rapid transformation towards optimal health. This included aiding the frail in gaining muscle mass, while assisting the overweight in shedding pounds. There were also several food recipes that, while not as swift in effect as the physique elixir, could contribute to weight loss when consumed daily. Additionally, there were transformation skills allowing individuals to alter their body shapes, as well as fitness items that, through their use, could promote weight loss. Some had personally tested the pharmaceuticals, attesting to their efficacy, while the rest were based on item descriptions, the results of which remained unverified. Upon learning this, Xin Yin was elated. Therefore, she requested the women to announce a call in the regional area for the procurement of the physique elixir, offering resources in exchange. With a drop rate of 1 in 10,000, slaying more zombies would yield a variety of resources. Among the survivors, not everyone could secure ample resources, certainly. Some would have obtained the physique elixir through hunting zombies and might lack food resources, potentially willing to barter with food. However, that evening, despite the incessant spamming of the world, national, and regional channels by the group of women, they did not receive any offers for the physique elixir. Instead, private messages consisted of inquiries for other information or threats and persuasion from Lei Hao's directives, urging them to comply. Xun Yin understood that there was no need to rush. If no results emerged today, they could simply inquire again tomorrow. Moreover, knowing that zombies could drop these weight loss items brings a sense of assurance. Perhaps in the days to come, As I hunt zombies to level up, I might acquire such treasures. In the dead of night, everyone succumbed to slumber, including Sun Yan. In the shadows, an individual stealthily approached, gently probing his form. Where has he concealed the gun? This person was none other than Jiang Yun. Although she feigned indifference when her weapon was taken, it was merely a temporary display of weakness. Naturally, she was displeased that her belongings had been appropriated by another. Thus, upon confirming that Sun Yan was asleep, she sent a coded message through a private channel, and upon receiving no response, she crept closer, intent on reclaiming the Black Knight, her safeguard for both herself and the other girls. However, despite her thorough search, the weapon eluded her grasp, heightening her anxiety. Sun Yan evidently harbored suspicions regarding the group of girls, likely keeping the gun close at hand for immediate use. Had he stored the Black Knight in a virtual backpack? Retrieving it quickly would prove difficult. The gun must be on him. Search more diligently. Jiang Yun continued her search, careful not to rouse Sun Yan. Her movements delicate as she scoured his upper body and gradually moved downward. At last, she grasped the barrel of the gun through his trousers and hastily seized it, attempting to locate its pocket for extraction. Just then, Sun Yan, deeply asleep, was jolted awake by a faint, enticing fragrance that enveloped him, leaving him bewildered in the dark. Who is it? He inquired through thought in the team channel. The others remained oblivious, lost in their dreams, while Jiang Yun was startled but quickly regained her composure. Through private chat, she responded to Sun Yan. Junior Shun, don't move. I found the Black Knight. Apologies, but it belongs to me, and I cannot relinquish it. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I merely wish to reclaim what is mine. Should you act recklessly, I shall fire. Sun Yan's expression turned peculiar. Yet in the darkness, Jiang Yun could not perceive his incredulity. Senior, you've mistaken the weapon. Are you attempting to deceive me again? What else have you concealed outside the Black Knight? Don't tell me you possess another gun. Junior Shun, we share a common adversary. Shall we not coexist in peace? If I retrieve my gun, I promise not to use it against you. Sensing her grip tighten, Sun Yan hastily replied, Senior, you truly have the wrong gun. Release it. The Black Knight is stored in my virtual backpack. Do you think I am so easily deceived? Jiang Yun frowned. Do not move. You should not be the one to move. Sun Yan retrieved the Black Knight from his virtual backpack, its muzzle lightly pressing against Jiang Yun's head. Feeling the chilling touch of the barrel, Sun Yan shuddered. The sensation on her forehead instantly confirmed that a genuine handgun was pressed against her. The Black Knight was in Sun Yan's possession. Did he truly possess a second firearm? Was it acquired from a zombie drop? Do you really have two handguns? Senior Jiang, loosen your grip and return to sleep. I can pretend as though nothing has transpired tonight. Impossible. Return the Black Knight to me, or I shall use your gun against you. Are you certain that weapon can harm anyone? What? Is it devoid of ammunition? Do not deceive me. There are indeed countless bullets, hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions? Jiang Yun suddenly sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she hastily released her grip. You rogue. Who is the rogue? Clarify that. Return the Black Knight to me. Jiang Yun raised her hands, attempting to grasp the firearm held by Sun Yan in the dim light. In my hands, it is mine. As I previously stated, what use would this gun be in your possession? Sun Yan retorted. Must I resort to tearing our relationship apart and shoot you? I have no desire to take a life, especially that of a woman. Yet I will not allow myself to be placed in peril. When left with no options, I shall do whatever is necessary to survive, even against my own will. Given the proximity, Jiang Yun could distinctly hear Sun Yan's heartbeat and rapid breathing. Under the current circumstances, if she were to act aggressively, there was a genuine possibility that he might pull the trigger. Release it now and return to sleep. After a moment of internal struggle, Jiang Yun ultimately conceded. Can you guarantee that after I return, tonight's events will be forgotten? You won't seek retribution later? Creating a rift with you now would serve me no benefit. Although your combat capabilities are limited, we share a common enemy. I require your collaboration to mislead Lei Hao on the surface while we secretly eliminate him. Of course, if you insist on a complete rupture, I can alter my plans and devise my own means. I understand. I shall refrain from such actions in the future. Jiang Yun replied. Holster your weapon, and let us coexist peacefully, cooperating with one another. That would be for the best. Sun Yan secured the Black Knight, and Jiang Yun obediently retreated into the shadows, returning to her companions to rest, and thereafter, everything remained uneventful. Chapter 12. A missed opportunity at dawn the following day. As the crimson mist dissipated, Lei Hao meticulously surveyed the cafeteria's upper level. Confirming that the surrounding hordes of corpses had dispersed, he promptly gathered his team, leaving a portion behind to monitor the imprisoned teachers and classmates. He then led over 30 individuals away from the cafeteria, hastening towards the medical building. He had not even partaken in breakfast, driven solely by the urgency to reach his destination before Jiang Yun and the others could react, intending to capture them all and bring them back to the sanctuary. Scattered zombies appeared along the way, but Lei Hao remained unfazed, charging forth and activating his power-enhancing skills. Employing both fists and feet, each low-tier zombie he struck was immediately dispatched, their heads exploding upon impact, utterly defenseless. Brother Hao is incredible. Brother Hao is formidable. Truly impressive. The entourage behind him eagerly lavished praise. Lei Hao reveled in their adulation, laughing heartily. These zombies are weak. I can take one down with a single punch. The apocalypse? To me, it feels like a playground. Indeed. Brother Hao, your skills are remarkable. With a 1-minute power amplification and only a 5-minute cooldown. Even the mightiest foes must yield to you. We are fortunate to follow you, rapidly leveling up to level 3. Zombies are no match for us. Those who remain loyal to me shall reap the benefits. Hurry now, lest the ladies grow impatient. Yes, they soon arrived at the medical building, where Lei Hao gestured for silence and directed a portion of his team to the rear, ensuring that those inside could not escape undetected. Then, he personally stepped forward, utilizing his skills to gain a 100-fold increase in strength, forcefully smashing open the door and invading the building. His underlings accompanied him as they scoured every floor, only to find nothing, no trace of Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, or any of the other girls. Initially filled with arrogant confidence, he had already envisioned how he would discipline them upon their return, his heart brimming with anticipation. However, the realization that their targets had vanished left him enraged. Not a single woman was found, not even a mosquito. Lei Hao, furious, seized one of his underlings by the collar. Where are they? Did you not say they entered the medical building? They cannot escape. Tell me, where have they gone? The underling, sweating profusely, hurriedly replied, Brother Hao. They were indeed inside the building. It's impossible for them to have suddenly disappeared. I had people monitoring them, and before nightfall, they definitely did not leave. Then tell me, where have they gone? Brother Hao. Suddenly, someone below shouted, Come here quickly. I have a discovery. Lei Hao angrily threw aside the terrified underling and rushed to the first floor. The person tasked with checking the back stood outside the window, looking up and declaring, This window is ajar, and there are wooden boxes propped against the wall below. The courtyard is filled with footprints, and the gate is open. Those girls must have escaped through the back. Lei Hao climbed out the window to examine the scene closely. Turning back, he noticed a wall that obstructed his view and instantly understood. It turned out there was a visual blind spot. From the direction of the cafeteria, the back door courtyard was concealed, and they had left yesterday. He had originally believed the girls to be easily within his grasp, unable to escape his clutches. Before coming here, he had fantasized about various alluring training processes, filled with eager anticipation, but now that fantasy had crumbled, igniting his humiliation and rage. Search. Scour every nearby area. We must capture those wretches. Brother Hao, please do not be angry. Seeing him in a furious rage, the underling who had been seized by the collar, fearing retribution, thought for a moment and quickly stepped forward, saying, I have a way to make them surrender willingly and return to you, obediently at your command. Upon hearing this, Lei Hao turned to him and asked, What is your method? If you can truly make them surrender and return willingly, I shall absolve you of punishment. Thank you, Brother Hao. It's quite simple. Although they have fled, the others remain in your possession, do they not? Inside, there are teachers they respect and classmates with whom they share good relations. We can record several videos in which those closest to them, teachers and classmates, plead for their return, assuring them that as long as they apologize to you, there will be no punishment upon their return. Once we deceive them back, how to deal with them will still be up to you, Brother Hao. Oh, what if they do not return? Brother Hao, humans are creatures of emotion. As long as we appeal to the feelings of those closest to them, they will certainly comply. Though Jiang Yun possesses a gun that generates bullets automatically, with only 6 shots per day, those girls are utterly defenseless. How long can they withstand the terrifying zombies? They will soon realize that without your protection, not only will they face issues of sustenance, but they may even lose their lives. The only way out is to obediently comply. Well said. Lei Hao nodded. Let us proceed with your plan. Return to the cafeteria first. Thank you, Brother Hao. On the other side, Shun Yin and the girls had also risen. The events of the previous night remained unspoken by Shun Yin and Jiang Yun, as if nothing had transpired, leaving the other girls oblivious. The chat logs had long been scrolled through countless times, rendering any trace of the conversation utterly elusive. Even if they could locate it, with Shun Yin merely having called out to someone, they would remain perplexed, perhaps attributing it to a mere fright from a passing zombie during the night. After all, the subsequent dialogue between Shun Yin and Jiang Yun was entirely private, known only to the two of them. As they sat down for breakfast, noises from outside indicated the presence of survivors. Shin Yin and the girls cautiously drew back the curtains to observe the happenings on the roads surrounding the auditorium. To their dismay, they spotted a group of robust male survivors, armed with sticks, being pursued by a horde of zombies, retreating while fighting for their lives in a desperate situation. Witnessing this, Lin Qingqing hastily communicated in the team channel, Those are our classmates. We must go out to save them. Jiang Yun echoed Shen Yan's name in the team channel, urging him to act. Faced with the girl's urgent gazes, Shen Yan maintained his stoic demeanor. Save them? What nonsense is this? Shun, you are being too cold-hearted. Lin Qingqing exclaimed anxiously. They are our classmates. Very well, tell me how we are to save them. Shen Yan frowned. I am in no condition to fight. Even running a few steps yesterday left me exhausted. What combat prowess do I possess against a horde of zombies? Even if armed. I have only 6 bullets. How many zombies can that kill? And you all, with your slender arms and legs, wielding nothing but a few lassos. How many zombies can you ensnare? And then what? Shall we all await our demise together? Even if we risk our lives? What if those individuals are sent by Lei Hao? What then? Handed over to him, and we all perish? Shen Yan spoke coldly. If we cannot ensure our own survival, how can we save others? Or do you prefer to endanger yourselves and those around you for the sake of a misguided sense of heroism? Forgive me, but I am not that noble. I merely wish to live, and if I possess the means, I may lend a hand. When I lack the ability, I will not venture out to meet my own demise. This is the apocalypse, not the past. If you lack even this awareness, you will not survive long. The girls wished to retort, but found themselves unable to counter Shen Yan's logic. Indeed, what good would it do to venture out? Their combat capabilities were woefully inadequate, rendering them incapable of offering assistance. Should those individuals truly be sent by Lei Hao, they would only be walking into a trap. Outside, the group of students was frantically fleeing, attempting to escape the zombies. Unfortunately, their luck ran out as more zombies appeared from other directions. In their panic, they screamed, losing all semblance of composure, which only attracted more zombies drawn by their cries. Ultimately, they were engulfed by the wave of undead, their desperate pleas fading into silence. The girls, hiding in the auditorium and witnessing this horrifying scene, trembled in fear. Once they regained their composure, their emotions became complex. On one hand, they felt a deep sense of guilt as they watched their classmates being devoured by zombies, while feeling utterly powerless to intervene. On the other hand, they were grateful for Shen Yan's restraint. Had they ventured out to rescue those in peril, confronted by such a terrifying horde, it was likely that they would have faced complete annihilation, meeting a futile end. Although Shen Yan's decision may seem ruthless, it now appears to be the only correct option. They had only just regained their senses from the unexpected incident when they suddenly noticed the regional channel inundated with a rapidly repeating message. The voice behind this barrage was none other than Lei Hao, who had previously returned empty-handed after failing to locate them. To all surviving teachers and students in the university town, I bear a momentous piece of news. My father just called, before the apocalypse struck. He was in a meeting with several city leaders. Following the incident, he promptly mobilized the surviving military and police forces within the city. They have successfully secured the largest shopping mall in the urban area, amassing a vast supply of resources and fortifying the building to create an impregnable fortress. Once the situation stabilizes, they will send someone to retrieve me. Anyone wishing to survive should come to the cafeteria, as long as you adhere to my directives. We can all reach the official shelter without the constant dread of peril. Furthermore, Jiang Yun, armed with a firearm, attempted to dominate the university town and committed an attempted murder against me, fleeing the cafeteria with Lin Qingqing, Li Shiyan, Zhuang Xian, Yang Ying, and 15 other girls. These girls are exceedingly selfish and pose a grave danger. Anyone who spots their whereabouts must report to me. Valid information will be rewarded with precious supplies. In addition to Lei Hao, dozens of others echoed the same message, entirely copied and pasted, making it nearly impossible to discern any other content in the chat box. The messages flooded in so rapidly that they completely obscured any alternative discussions. Upon seeing this announcement, Jiang Yun and her companions were nearly driven to the brink of rage. Was this not a perverse distortion of the truth? It was outrageous. Lin Qingqing was so furious she could have shattered her teeth in frustration. Were they not the victims? Only to be slandered as heinous villains? How could this happen? Jiang Yun's expression darkened. It was one thing for Lei Hao to spout nonsense. He was nothing but a rogue. Why were so many unable to discern right from wrong, fully aware of the facts, yet still choosing to fabricate lies in his favor? Indeed, many of them are former classmates who were previously imprisoned. I was contemplating how to rescue them, and yet they have allied with Lei Hao, directly aiding in his tyranny. Li Shiyan exclaimed, seething with indignation. The other girls were equally incensed and immediately took to the regional channel to counter the accusations, striving to enlighten everyone about the slander perpetrated by Lei Hao and his cohorts. However, the sheer volume of Lei Hao's supporters overwhelmed them, and their attempts at rebuttal were swiftly overshadowed and erased, leaving nothing but a screen filled with calumny. They were driven to the brink of madness, yearning to confront Lei Hao, yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations, ultimately succumbing to impotent fury. There is no point in exerting ourselves. Shen Yan observed the entire scene and interjected. They are numerous and are deliberately spamming the channel. No amount of explanation will suffice. Especially since this fellow has invoked his father and the news of the official shelter. Even if most surviving teachers and students know you wouldn't act in such a manner, they may still side with Lei Hao in hopes of salvation. The truth is now irrelevant. Then what shall we do? With him defaming us and inciting others to hunt us down, shall we remain passive? Jiang Yun furrowed her brow. Exactly. Shen Yan. You are the only male in our group. You must think of a way to assist us. Lin Qingqing lamented. All the girls turned their hopeful gazes toward Shen Yan, eager for him to devise a solution. Although Shen Yan weighed 300 pounds and was far from the handsome prince of one's dreams, he was the only option available at this moment. Typically, one might not even spare him a glance, perhaps even look upon him with disdain. However, faced with the scrutiny of 17 beautiful women, Shen Yan calmly asserted, if you wish to avoid being captured by Lei Hao and reduced to his plaything, you must learn to conceal your true self. Remember my earlier words. We must embrace selfishness and abandon our saintly hearts. With Lei Hao's announcement, it was likely that the majority of survivors would seek refuge in the official shelter, yearning for the protection of military and police forces. Truly fearless individuals were a rarity. Even if a few survivors disdainfully refused to align with Lei Hao, we must still distance ourselves from others to avoid his grasp. Henceforth, regardless of the circumstances, do not disclose our location or any significant information to anyone, even to your closest friends or confidants, for one cannot predict the conditions under which they send you information. Should Lei Hao threaten them and compel them to deceive you, revealing the location of our temporary sanctuary could lead to our collective demise. If our dear friends or confidants are genuinely threatened by Lei Hao and face mortal danger, withholding the truth could cost them their lives, Zhang Xiaojun interjected. Your friend's life versus the lives of the 18 present, what weighs heavier? Shunyan asked sternly. Moreover, no matter how vile Lei Hao may be, he would not easily eliminate those who comply with him, as it would hinder his ability to control other survivors. Rather than worrying about others, focus on how to protect yourselves without revealing your whereabouts. If any of you act foolishly, I will leave immediately to avoid being implicated. You are correct. Zhang Yin pondered for a moment before nodding. With Lei Hao's machinations, many frightened teachers and classmates might consider providing him with information in exchange for a chance to reach the official shelter. Shall we then avoid all survivors and rely solely on ourselves? Lin Qingqing expressed her concern. But if that is the case, Lei Hao's power will only grow stronger. How can we possibly contend with him alone? Indeed, what should we do? The group of young women erupted into a flurry of panicked discussion within the team channel. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Yin addressed them. Given our current predicament, we must remain hidden in the auditorium, striving to avoid detection by other survivors and minimizing our outings. But with so many of us, won't our food and water supplies dwindle? Zhang Yun asked anxiously. And if other survivors aid Lei Hao in searching the university town, how long can we remain concealed in the auditorium? Surely someone will pass by and notice the barricaded doors and windows. Chapter 14. Slaying monsters through the window thus. We must hasten to enhance our strength before we are discovered, turning the tide against Lei Hao, or alternatively, retreat to a safer, less conspicuous location. Shenyan urged them, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. Waiting passively was not an option. While it was easy to speak of strengthening their abilities to confront Lei Hao, Jiang Yun and the 16 other young women felt despondent. They were acutely aware of their limitations and understood that they could not assist Shen Yan. Rather, they felt they could become a liability. Shen Yan understood that even if they were to level up, their combat capabilities would still be limited. Thus, she declared, at this juncture, we have but one option. I shall upgrade alone while you all assist as best as you can, striving to develop yourselves. Once I reach a sufficiently high level, I will lead you in slaying monsters and leveling up with ease. Additionally, we must procure weight loss items as swiftly as possible, preferably the body refinement pill. Even if someone is selling the body refinement pill and other weight loss items, we cannot ascertain how far away they are or whether they would divulge our whereabouts to Lei Hao. Lin Qingqing expressed her concern. There's no need to fret. Zhao Qing interjected, rising from her seat. Yesterday, I delved into the system interface and discovered that the friend feature comes with a virtual mailbox system. As long as we add someone as a friend, we can exchange messages. By setting up a paid mail system, the recipient must pay a designated item upon opening it, ensuring a fair exchange without the risk of deceit or exposure of our location. Oh, such a function exists? Shunyan was hearing this for the first time, having previously overlooked the friend section. Indeed, I am not deceiving you, Zhao Qing affirmed confidently. Consequently, Shunyan and the 10 or so girls present accessed the friend interface, added one another, and soon discovered the mailing function, which was precisely as Zhao Qing had described. This is splendid, Shunyan exclaimed in delight upon uncovering this feature, which would undoubtedly facilitate resource trading. It seemed to be a delightful surprise bestowed upon the survivors by the deity who had crafted this apocalyptic game world. Does this mean we need not confine ourselves to the university town area? We could even communicate in the world channel? Jiang Yun inquired, casting a glance at Shun Yan. Is your supply still adequate? If we can exchange for the body refinement pill, shedding some excess weight would certainly bolster your sense of security upon gaining strength. I have an ample supply of food and milk. You can make an announcement in the world channel. As long as someone is willing to part with the body refinement pill, they can propose any price. Shun Yan replied, I shall withdraw from the team to hunt zombies and level up, while also gathering more equipment and supplies. Are you going out to slay zombies? Jiang Yun asked. Shall we join you with ropes to assist? Unnecessary. Who says one must venture outside to hunt zombies? Shun Yan shook her head. Your task is to make announcements in the world channel, urgently acquiring the body refinement pill or other effective weight loss items, so I can swiftly regain a normal weight. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. How can one hunt zombies without going outside? The girls looked perplexed. Regardless, they were in the same boat as Shun Yan, sharing her stance. Thus, they flooded the world channel with messages, seeking to purchase the body refinement pill. As for Shun Yan, she circled around the auditorium before swiftly arriving near the back door, locating a window secured by iron bars with narrow gaps that prevented easy access. She opened the window, leaving only the iron bars for protection. After lightly tapping the window, the nearby zombies, alerted by the noise, turned and began to move towards her position. Seizing the opportunity as the zombies advanced, Shun Yan retrieved a kitchen knife from her virtual backpack and grabbed a broomstick nearby, binding it to the end of the broom to create a makeshift wooden spear. Although it appeared rudimentary, the knife was sufficiently sharp to easily penetrate the iron bars of the window, making it quite feasible to dispatch the zombies. The first zombie appeared outside the window, reaching out with its hands towards Shun Yan, its arms awkwardly extending through the gaps in the iron bars, engaging in futile grasping motions. The narrow openings of the bars could only accommodate objects of arm thickness, rendering a wooden mallet useless. However, the makeshift wooden spear was an impeccable choice. Shielded by the window, the zombie posed no threat to Shun Yan, who effortlessly aimed for its head. With a forceful push, the knife, bound at the front, plunged directly into the zombie's eye socket. With another exertion, the blade penetrated entirely, disrupting the viral neural system within the creature's brain. Although the zombie was not immediately dispatched, its erratic grasping continued. Shun Yan withdrew the spearhead and reinserted it into the zombie's eye socket, finally slaying it with this second strike. Eliminating the zombie granted him a solitary reward of 10 experience points, along with a drop of 10,000 units of basic resource wood. This tactic proved effective, and soon a second zombie approached the window. Following the same strategy, he swiftly dispatched this one as well, earning another 10,000 units of scrap metal and rope. The commotion of slaying two zombies attracted the attention of others wandering nearby, gathering outside the window in a chaotic cluster, their hands reaching through the iron bars in vain, emitting low, monstrous growls. The increasing number of zombies only heightened Shun Yan's delight, who claimed one must engage in close combat. With the barrier of the window acting as a fortress, he could eliminate them without fear of retaliation, ensuring greater safety. As experience points continued to accumulate, he swiftly leveled up to level 2, earning a single attribute point. Upon gaining this precious point, Shun Yan contemplated where to allocate it. The strength attribute influenced the attack power and parry probability of strength-based weapons and skills. The higher the strength, the more formidable the attacks, enabling quicker monster defeats and a greater likelihood of parrying attacks. The agility attribute affected the attack power and evasion probability of agility-based weapons and skills. The higher the agility, the greater the chance of avoiding attacks, enhancing survival capabilities, and impacting running speed. Intelligence influenced the damage of magic-based skills and the mana cap for magic professions. Constitution affected the maximum health and defense. The higher the constitution, the greater the health pool and defense, along with increased resistance to various skills. The spirit attribute determined the recovery rates of health, mana, and stamina. The higher the attribute, the stronger the resistance to mental skills. Given his current situation, where agility was astonishingly low, it seemed prudent to enhance it to increase evasion and running speed. However, due to the stark deficiency in agility, a single attribute point would not yield significant improvement. The difference between 2 and 3 points in agility was negligible, and he would still struggle to run swiftly until shedding excess weight. Intelligence, constitution, and spirit were all vital, yet at present, strength remained the most advantageous. With an existing strength value of 8 points, he found that a single thrust of the makeshift spear left the zombie with only a thin layer of skin, inflicting even greater damage than before. Chapter 15. Preparing to venture out after allocating his points, his strength reached 9. With one thrust, the zombie was reduced to mere flesh. As soon as he ascended to the next level and allocated his strength points to 10, reaching the upper limit of an ordinary human, he could eliminate a minor zombie in a single strike. Alternatively, acquiring weapons with higher damage could yield the same result. Driven by motivation, Shun Yin seized the opportunity to hunt down more zombies. Engaging zombies through the window was indeed effortless. He was unafraid of being harmed and did not worry about them breaching the premises. The spoils from low-tier zombies were quite meager, primarily consisting of basic resources, with the most frequent drops being various low-grade materials such as linen, ropes, wood, and scrap iron. Although he was uncertain of their ultimate utility, Shin Yin believed that their frequent occurrence suggested they would not be entirely useless and would likely be in high demand later on. Ordinary survivors might occasionally accumulate these materials after numerous monster encounters, but in his case, the drops began at a minimum of 10,000, and with a stroke of luck, he could multiply that amount several times over. Collecting a surplus would certainly enable him to exchange for superior items with other survivors. Besides materials, food and water had the second highest drop rate. After Shin Yan's relentless battles, upon reaching level 3, he received an impressive bounty: 10,000 chocolates, 10,000 watermelons, 10,000 bottles of mineral water, 20,000 packets of instant noodles, 10,000 bottles of orange juice, and finally, a staggering 10,000 bags of rice. This ensured that he had no concerns regarding sustenance. Even if he chose to remain idle in the hall and sleep all day, he would still be well provided for. In contrast, an ordinary survivor would consume their meager food and drink within a day or two, highlighting the extraordinary nature of Shun Yan's unique passive skill. The drop rate for weapons and equipment was the lowest, despite having slain numerous zombies. Aside from the previously mentioned materials and food, he managed to obtain only 10,000 bronze swords, which were of ordinary quality, yet their damage output was commendable, fluctuating between 2 to 5 points, far superior to his makeshift spear. Now at level 3, Shun Yin increased his strength to 10 and utilized the bronze sword to strike zombies through the window, achieving almost instantaneous headshots. He swiftly cleared all the zombies outside the window, rendering the area pristine. Subsequently, he received additional basic materials and 10,000 bottles of low-tier healing potions. Low-tier healing potion. Consuming it restores 30 health points instantly, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. This was indeed a valuable asset, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Wow, you've cleared out all the zombies so quickly? Jiang Yun suddenly appeared, observing the blood-splattered window and the pile of zombie corpses outside. She thought to herself that although Shun Yin had gained some weight and moved slowly, being a male, his combat prowess was still superior to hers. Moreover, his strategic use of terrain for safe zombie elimination made collaborating with him the only viable option. Remembering the events of the previous night, she felt a bit embarrassed and avoided his gaze, daring only to stare at the empty wall, awkwardly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Shin Yin, however, was quite nonchalant. Low-tier zombies are just like that. They're not difficult to handle. You leveled up? Yes, I've reached level 3, and I can eliminate them with a headshot. Jiang Yun lowered her head, noticing the bronze sword in his hand. Is that the weapon you just acquired? Yes, it's quite usable, Shin Yin affirmed. My apologies. Since we are ill-suited for combat, I can only deal with the zombies, Jiang Yun spoke softly. Moments ago, someone in the global chat mentioned that zombies also drop crafting skills. A survivor had acquired a sewing skill book, which upon use granted them basic sewing skills, enabling them to create rudimentary armor using linen and thread, thus enhancing their protection. Furthermore, the sewing skill allows for the creation of various backpacks, seemingly capable of expanding virtual inventory space. If crafting skill books can indeed drop, we could assist you in logistics. Oh, crafting skill books? Shun Yin expressed his interest, as his virtual backpack was already brimming with raw materials and other spoils. The limited space was becoming a pressing concern. Without a means to enlarge it, he would have to relinquish certain items. With this thought, he hastily inquired of Jiang Yun. Do you recall the name of the survivor who acquired the sewing skill? Or can we locate their chat records? The name is quite memorable. 3 meters of sunshine from the north, Jiang Yun replied. Why? Are you interested in this person? I am intrigued by the prospect of an expanded backpack. Shun Yin promptly activated the social feature, inputting the name telepathically under the add friend option and sent a request. The other party did not respond. It appeared they were overwhelmed with private messages and unable to reply to Shun Yin at that moment. After all, when the global chat reaches billions, he was not the sole individual interested in that person. Many likely sought to expand their inventory space as well. Having slain dozens of zombies, did you acquire any special loot, perhaps items that could be used against Lei Hao? Jiang Yun quietly inquired. Confronting Lei Hao was their primary task, and she hoped Shin Yin would obtain formidable spoils to deal with that villain. Most of these are low-tier zombies, and the probability of exceptional drops is exceedingly slim, Shin Yin replied, shaking his head. This bronze sword is the only weapon I have obtained, and it is merely a basic one. The rest consists of fundamental materials and food. Then it seems the only way to secure high-quality weapons and equipment is by hunting elite zombies or bosses. Jiang Yin pondered. Previously, A government official from another country had announced in the global chat that their forces had engaged in a fierce battle and defeated a massive zombie boss, resulting in numerous high-grade equipment and skill books. They encouraged all survivors to fight bravely and even collected coordinates for elite and boss zombies, asserting that exceptional items could only be acquired through such challenges. Not necessarily. Shun Yin interjected. What do you mean? Jiang Yin asked, her curiosity piqued. In addition to hunting elite and boss-level zombies, we could exchange resources with others, Shun Yin suggested. Perhaps someone would be willing to trade high-grade equipment dropped by a boss for food and water or other urgently needed resources. The issue is, you are the sole combatant in our team. Relying on hunting low-tier zombies to gather sufficient resources will be quite challenging, Jiang Yin remarked, unable to suppress her frown. A slight smile tugged at Shun Yan's lips as he thought, that may not be the case. For ordinary individuals, acquiring resources is indeed arduous. But I possess a tenfold drop rate, and I am more concerned about having no place to expend these resources, leaving them to clutter my inventory. Glancing out the window, he said to Jiang Yun, I wish to venture outside and eliminate the scattered zombies behind us, striving to reach level 4. Going out alone to slay zombies seems rather perilous, doesn't it? After all, Shun Yin understood her intentions. Given his considerable girth and limited mobility, he could manage a solitary zombie with relative ease, but the appearance of 2 or more would complicate matters significantly. However, having augmented his strength by 2 points and wielding a bronze sword, he now possessed the capability to dispatch zombies with a well-aimed strike to the head. Provided he exercised caution, self-preservation was indeed within reach. There was no choice. To contend with Lei Hao, he must elevate his own abilities. The latter boasted a 100-fold increase in strength, effortlessly gaining levels and surpassing him with ease. Should he resign himself to inaction, he would inevitably fall short against Lei Hao in the future. Chapter 16. Level up to 4. Though Jiang Yun harbored concerns, she believed that Shun Yin, having already vanquished numerous zombies, had a fair grasp of the situation. Furthermore, with her handgun, the Black Knight, still in his backpack, he might encounter peril if he ventured out alone, but transforming danger into safety should pose no significant issue. Most critically, Shun Yin was the team's sole combat force. If he did not enhance his level and combat prowess, how could he face Lei Hao thereafter? The closest zombies behind the hall had already been eliminated by Shun Yin through the windows. The scattered zombies outside were few and widely dispersed. As long as he refrained from attracting the attention of those in other areas, he should be fine. With this in mind, she said to Shun Yin, all right, just be careful. We are all relying on you. If it becomes truly dangerous, you can fire your weapon. Just make sure to return to the hall safely. As for whether Lei Hao will discover this, that is a concern for later. I am aware. Shun Yin nodded. Continue to gather intelligence through the chat interface. Document any useful information thoroughly and relay it to me later. Moreover, if you come across any weight loss tools or other essential items, promptly notify them and let me know what supplies they require. I will find a way. Understood. With his bronze sword in hand, Shun Yin exited the hall through the back door. After Jiang Yun locked the door, she kept watch through the window, ready to open it for him should any danger arise. Given his sluggish movements and size constraints, Shun Yin proceeded with utmost caution. Prior to engaging, he meticulously analyzed the distribution of zombies, devising the safest combat routes to ensure he could resolve each encounter one-on-one, thereby avoiding the peril of confronting multiple zombies simultaneously. He selected a solitary wandering zombie, devoid of nearby companions, and cautiously approached. Upon reaching a certain distance, the lone zombie detected Shun Yin and immediately advanced toward him. Shun Yin met the creature head-on, initiating the attack with a decisive strike from his bronze sword aimed directly at the zombie's head. With a resounding thud, akin to a watermelon being cleaved, the razor-sharp bronze sword, bolstered by Shun Yin's formidable strength, effortlessly severed the zombie's cranium in two. The decapitated head tumbled to the ground, and the zombie fell lifelessly, granting him 10 experience points. The spoils of victory included 10,000 iron nails, yet another foundational material. Witnessing Shun Yin dispatch the zombie with such ease allowed Jiang Yun to breathe a little easier, though she remained vigilant, ready to inform him at the slightest hint of trouble. Shun Yin executed his strategy with precision, eliminating several more zombies without undue risk, before slipping into a small room nearby that had its door ajar. Concerned about not seeing Shun Yin enter the building, Jiang Yun quickly reached out through private messaging. How did you get inside? What if there are zombies within? It could be perilous if the ones outside come to block the door. Shun Yin promptly replied, rest assured, there are no zombies inside. I have confirmed it. I have spotted some supplies here and will pack them up to bring back. Supplies? Jiang Yun inquired. Indeed, there is quite a bit of food and water. It seems to be a temporary storage. With these provisions, we need not worry about sustenance. Shun Yin responded. In truth, the room was utterly bare. And he fabricated this story to rationalize the immense resources he had acquired from slaying zombies without revealing his extraordinary tenfold drop talent, thus avoiding any suspicion from the girls when it came time to enjoy the food. Jiang Yun evidently believed Sun Yan's account. Her spirits lifted at the prospect of abundant food and water, especially since the monotony of canned beef had become tiresome. After a brief stay inside to rationalize the supplies, Sun Yan ventured out to continue hunting solitary zombies. Through diligent effort, he successfully leveled up to level 4. After considerable reflection, he realized that his strength and constitution had reached the limits of an ordinary person. Although a breakthrough was possible, it would serve little purpose at present. Intelligence and mental acuity were not immediate concerns. His sole deficiency was his low agility, which he resolved to address. Thus, he allocated 3 points to agility, intending to enhance this attribute with future levels. Despite reaching level 4, he found little joy in his achievement. This was largely due to Lei Hao and his subordinates incessantly conversing in the regional channel, occasionally flaunting their combat prowess. They were raiding zombies with a team, their levels significantly surpassing his, now at level 7, far exceeding Sun Yan's. Lei Hao was training with a full team, while his subordinates contributed minimally, relying almost entirely on his 100-fold power amplification to dominate, rendering him vastly superior to Sun Yan. After all, he had begun with such extraordinary combat skills. Lei Hao's subordinates had also reached around level 7, creating a stark disparity in strength. Even if Sun Yan exerted himself to level up, he feared he would not catch up. Initially, he had hoped to do his utmost and slay a few more solitary zombies to at least reach level 5. However, his initial virtual backpack was already full, leaving no space for additional items. If only 1 or 2 dropped, it would be manageable to discard the less valuable ones. Yet, each type of item had piled up into the tens of thousands, and even the lowest tier materials would be painful to part with. Moreover, the girls were calling him through the team channel, mentioning they had received a video from Lei Hao's side and were uncertain, hoping he could return to discuss. Upon returning to the hall, the girls promptly produced the video on their phones. Currently, the power and network had not been disrupted, and Lei Hao was attempting to exert pressure on them in this manner. Due to Sun Yan's influence, the girls chose to ignore Lei Hao's messages in the chat channel, opting for silence instead. Thus, Lei Hao escalated the situation by filming the brutal assault on the detained teachers and classmates, intending to reveal the harsh reality to the girls and imply that they were to blame. He continued to be obstinate, asserting that their most respected teachers and well-liked classmates would endure even more severe punishments, persuading Jiang Yun and others to return to the cafeteria and apologize to him. Although Sun Yan had previously advised them to prioritize their own safety and cultivate selfishness, witnessing their esteemed teacher and closest friends being victimized by the malevolent Lei Hao filled the girls with an overwhelming sense of guilt and confusion. Consequently, they sought Sun Yan's counsel, hoping that the sole man in their group could offer guidance. This was Lei Hao's cunning strategy, exploiting the girls' fragile emotions to instill guilt and morally manipulate them to achieve his ends. Upon his return, Sun Yan confiscated all the girls' phones and declared, "In this team, you possess no autonomy. All decisions rest with me. There is no need to retain your phones, for soon power and internet will be cut off, and our future communication will rely on a chat system. The calamities befalling your most respected teachers and dearest friends are the result of Lei Hao's actions. There is no need for self-reproach. Even if you were to intervene, you could not save them. And Lei Hao would not transform into a benevolent figure due to your submission. He would only intensify his cruelty. In the end, you would not only endanger yourselves, but also harm those teachers, classmates, and even myself. It is I who has imprisoned you and exerted control over you. You may either blame Lei Hao or me." The girls understood that Sun Yan's actions were not meant to torment them, but rather to alleviate their burdens of guilt and self-reproach. They were compelled to abandon their efforts to rescue the other teachers and classmates, as the responsibility was shifted entirely onto the opposing side. Among the girls, a few who had initially harbored disdain for Sun Yan's corpulent physique began to develop a sense of gratitude towards him. Chapter 17. The Linen Bag Brother Hao. It's been so long, and they remain unresponsive. Hours later, Lei Hao's subordinates could no longer contain their frustration. How heartless can these girls be? The professors have always looked after them, providing them with various privileges as the campus beauties, and yet they seem indifferent to their suffering. They don't even care about their closest friends or confidants. Something doesn't add up. From what I know of Jiang Yun, she is not a selfish person. If her esteemed professors and dear friends were in danger, she would surely rush to their aid immediately. A frown appeared on the face of one bystander. Lin Qingqing is inherently kind-hearted. She cannot possibly stand by and watch her instructor and best friend endure such torment without intervening. This doesn't seem right. Indeed, this is beyond comprehension. In my view, they are indeed selfish individuals. Their previous personas were merely facades, a mere act. Lei Hao's subordinates engaged in animated discussions, convinced that Jiang Yun and her companions had lost their virtuous image. Once regarded as beautiful and kind-hearted, they now appeared to be wholly insincere. They had initially believed they could manipulate Jiang Yun and her friends into submission, but to their astonishment, upon viewing the video, the girls remained resolute. Provoking Lei Hao's ire at the failure of his scheme, I have truly underestimated them. Indeed, one must act in one's own interest, lest the heavens bring retribution. Brother Hao, we have already communicated with all the survivors in the university town. Should anyone discover the whereabouts of Jiang Yun and her companions, they will certainly report to you. They cannot escape. A subordinate remarked, fortuitously noting that regardless of the fate of the professors and friends, we can publicize this matter to unveil their hypocritical and selfish true nature. At that point, more individuals will be inclined to report them. Lei Hao nodded. In agreement with his sentiment, this shall be our course of action. It is imperative that all survivors in the university town become aware of their true colors. Furthermore, when our people venture out, they must conduct thorough investigations, leaving no stone unturned. Before we evacuate the university town, we must locate them. Yes. In the auditorium, Shunyan confiscated their phones, explained the situation to them, and provided them with a plausible excuse. Although the young women felt guilt towards the professors, classmates, and friends who had been punished by Lei Hao, they recognized that compliance would not save anyone. Rather, it would lead them into a dire predicament, rendering their efforts futile. Now, they could only tread a dark path, adhering to Shun Yan's guidance, for this was the only means to safeguard themselves. Perhaps once his strength grew, there would still be an opportunity to rescue those imprisoned. Although Lei Hao was inherently malevolent, committing heinous acts both before and after the apocalypse, he was unlikely to readily cross the line and endanger the lives of the esteemed professors and the students he had captured. Ultimately, he merely sought to exploit these individuals as leverage against himself, attempting to coerce compliance and force them into submission, becoming his subservient slaves, subject to his abuses. Should he find himself unable to use these people as a threat, he would ultimately relent. After all, killing the revered professors and the students he held captive would not achieve his goals, but rather incite panic within the cafeteria sanctuary, instilling fear in the survivors who had aligned with him. As Shinyan stated, remaining silent and refraining from any response would be the most effective means to save the professors and classmates depicted in the video. Though they chose not to respond, they remained vigilant, closely monitoring all information on the regional channel, quickly discovering that Lei Hao and his followers began flooding the platform, disseminating defamatory content about their character. The young women denied the accusations on the regional channel, eager to clarify, yet the sheer number of adversaries and the rapidity of their posts rendered their messages swiftly overshadowed, leaving only Lei Hao's propaganda visible, with no recourse available to them. Moreover, Lei Hao relentlessly urged Jiang Yun and her companions through the regional and private chat channels to abandon their struggles and comply, asserting that escape was futile, and it would be wiser to admit their faults rather than waste time. Incensed, the young women were acutely aware of the consequences of yielding to Lei Hao. How could they possibly submit? Shunyan advised them not to squander time on this meaningless war of words, but to focus on acquiring body enhancement elixirs and other useful items. During this time, several individuals privately messaged them, offering body enhancement elixirs and valuable items for trade, but only if they met at specific locations. Shunyan saw through this ruse and instructed them to decline outright. Anyone demanding a meeting for trade was undoubtedly one of Lei Hao's agents, attempting to lure them into a trap. Upon establishing a friendship, one can directly dispatch items through mail, facilitating the exchange of resources with remarkable ease, rendering the more cumbersome method of meeting in person unnecessary. The streets are teeming with zombies, posing an extreme danger. Any sensible survivor would prefer to remain securely within the confines of a safe haven, far removed from the monstrous predators lurking outside. It is inconceivable that anyone would venture out to their demise for a meager supply of resources, especially when a safer and more convenient method of mailing transactions has been made available. His conjecture proved accurate. The request for a face-to-face exchange of resources indeed originated from Lei Hao's faction. With one scheme thwarted, Lei Hao, observing Jiang Yun and her companions persistently calling for the acquisition of body enhancement pills and other supplies, resorted to threatening a few newcomers in the cafeteria to deceive Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing. Little did he anticipate that their vigilance would be so acute that they would not fall for the ruse, insisting instead on mailing their exchanges. Consequently, Lei Hao's plans crumbled. It appears these women are not only striking in appearance, but also remarkably astute, starkly contrasting with his preconceived notions. At this moment, the beautiful women received promising news. Although there had been no word concerning the body enhancement pills, a survivor who had previously learned sewing finally responded, indicating that while they possessed needles and thread, they lacked the necessary materials, specifically an adequate supply of linen to craft linen bags. Even if they wished to trade their backpacks for resources, they found themselves powerless. After informing Shen Yan, a swift response ensued. Shen Yan personally added the survivor as a friend and sent a private message, indicating that she had an ample supply of linen to send and kindly requested the creation of 4 linen bags, as an additional backpack could accommodate no more than 4 without exceeding its capacity. After some haggling, an agreement was reached. Shen Yan would send 200 units of linen and 20 units of any food in exchange for the 4 linen bags and a complete set of linen armor. The transaction was completed, with the linen dispatched by Shen Yan being received promptly. In return, the survivor quickly crafted the 4 linen bags and mailed them back, alongside the remaining 20 food items. Linen bag, ordinary quality, adds an additional 6 slots of storage space. Linen coat, defense 3, linen trousers, defense 2, linen gloves, defense 1, linen shoes, defense 1, linen belt, defense 1. While the linen set does not boast high defense, it is nonetheless superior to ordinary clothing devoid of any attributes. The 4 linen bags collectively added 24 slots of virtual backpack space, effectively doubling Shen Yan's storage capacity. However, she was not content, for in the face of a 10,000-fold drop rate, such storage space would soon prove inadequate, necessitating the acquisition of higher quality containers. Chapter 18. Body Enhancement Pills. Initially, after lunch, there was an intention to continue clearing out the solitary zombies nearby, with hopes of reaching level 5. However, an unexpectedly large horde of zombies materialized, halting near the auditorium. The outside was besieged, and although the zombies had not detected Shen Yan and the others within the auditorium, they lingered nearby, unwilling to disperse. Faced with this predicament, Shen Yan had no choice but to temporarily abandon her plans of venturing out to slay monsters and level up. Instead, she instructed the women to continue gathering intelligence through the chat channel while assisting her in acquiring body enhancement pills. Meanwhile, she remained vigilant, discreetly observing the chat records to collect information, ensuring her identity remained concealed from Lei Hao. Since the apocalypse began, every survivor has been granted a singular opportunity to change their name. He promptly transformed his identifier into his true name, Shen Yan, with no possibility of modification thereafter. Now, he harbors some regret, pondering whether he should have chosen a casual pseudonym, thereby alleviating concerns about being overheard during conversations. Chubby brother. While he diligently gathered intelligence, a petite girl with twin ponytails approached him, her demeanor sweet and innocent. Chubby brother? Upon hearing this address, Shen Yan lifted his gaze. Previously, he had only encountered derogatory epithets such as fatty, obese, or fat pig. Thus this was the first time he had been referred to as chubby brother. The girl before him was one of the young women who had escaped alongside Jiang Yun. Though her features were youthful and she stood at a mere 1.50 meters, often mistaken for a middle school student, she was, in fact, 19 years old. While not among the top 10 of campus beauty rankings, she was a well-known lowly beauty on the University Town Forum. Chubby brother, I bring good news. She beamed as she reached Shen Yan. What good news, do Feifei? A short while ago, someone privately messaged me, stating that his team encountered an elite zombie. They barely managed to slay it after losing 5 or 6 companions, and it dropped a body essence pill. Upon seeing our world announcement, he inquired what he could exchange for it. Du Feifei responded eagerly. Then tell me his name. I shall add him as a friend and reply personally. His name is Winter Doesn't He Wear Pants. Shen Yan's lips twitched at the name as he opened the friend request interface and entered the name, sending the request. Ding. Winter Doesn't He Wear Pants has accepted your friend request. Indeed, this individual existed. Shen Yan swiftly sent a private message. Winter Doesn't He Wear Pants? Do you possess a body essence pill? Who are you? Came the reply. The one who called out to purchase the body essence pill was me. Oh, I do indeed have a body essence pill, which we managed to obtain after a hard-fought battle against the elite zombie. Are you familiar with elite zombies? I have not encountered one. Shen Yan admitted. Then you are quite fortunate. The other expressed. Low-tier zombies are the weakest entities. They are only troublesome in large numbers. Under normal circumstances, they merely serve as experience fodder. It is the mutated beasts that are truly terrifying in this apocalyptic world. Mutated beasts are infected animals, and all creatures can be infected, transforming into highly aggressive monsters. The mutated dog is the most common, as prior to the apocalypse, dogs were humankind's companions, ubiquitous in our lives. The elite zombie dog we faced was an evolved form of the mutated beast, slightly inferior to a boss-level entity, yet still a fearsome predator. And then, it is said that elite zombie dogs evolve from ordinary mutated dogs. Low-tier zombies and mutated beasts have a certain probability of triggering evolution, transforming into various elite monsters with greater strength. Moreover, elite monsters, upon reaching a specific threshold, also possess a chance to evolve into boss-level entities. The elite creature we encountered had, by unfortunate chance, consumed a sufficient number of survivors, triggering its evolution. I seem to have digressed. Although he had acquired information from the other party regarding the probability of low-level zombies and mutated beasts evolving, as well as elites transforming into bosses, Shunyin interrupted to inquire about the body refinement pills he possessed. What can we exchange for them? Do you have anything of value to offer? The other party retorted. I have abundant resources, including ample food and water. After we defeated the elite mutated dogs, we gathered a significant amount of supplies. We are not lacking in this regard. Shunyin replied. What about raw materials? The other party inquired. I have various raw materials needed for life professions. Shunyin pondered briefly before continuing his inquiry. Materials? Currently, our team lacks life professions, so we have no immediate use for them. The other party considered for a moment before asking in return. Do you have weapons on your end? Weapons? Certainly. Shunyin nodded. I need something with more power, not just common baseball bats. What about a bronze sword? Shunyin opened his virtual backpack and sent the details of the bronze sword. A basic melee weapon? It should suffice against low-level zombies, the other party remarked. Do you have any other better weapons? This weapon is currently the most effective we possess. The issue is, we cannot make do with just one bronze sword. Our team lacks weapons. At least 60 members are unarmed. Can you provide more weapons of a similar caliber? Shunyin smiled slightly. I have no other weapons. But I can easily spare 60 bronze swords. What? You have 60 bronze swords? Is that for real? Where did you acquire them? Does your team have enough members to farm weapons so quickly? Is it an official shelter? That is none of your concern, so refrain from asking further. Besides, you are not from Huagua. True enough. Are you willing to exchange 60 bronze swords for body refinement pills? Certainly. I will send you an email. Setting the price for one body refinement pill per sword. You just need to accept it. Shunyin felt a surge of excitement. Although trading 60 bronze swords for a body refinement pill might seem disproportionate, the prospect of a tenfold loot drop made him indifferent to the loss. The priority was to obtain the pill and swiftly shed his excess weight, transforming into a normal physique to enhance his combat and survival abilities. Without hesitation, he sent the email, offering 60 bronze swords at the price of one body refinement pill, which was almost instantaneously accepted. The other party quickly retrieved the swords, and Shunyin received a system notification confirming the successful acquisition of the body refinement pill. Is this the body refinement pill? Shunyin marveled at the marble-sized blue elixir he extracted from the email. He turned to Du Feifei, saying, Please inform the others that we have secured the body refinement pill, and there is no need for further announcements. This is the body refinement pill. It can help you lose weight rapidly? Du Feifei, intrigued, asked, Can I see it, chubby brother? First, relay my message. Oh, I'll go right away. Du Feifei hurriedly informed Jiang Yun and the others through the team channel that Shunyin had obtained a body refinement pill and that further announcements were unnecessary. Chapter 19. A new terror. Even though the game apocalypse had descended and everyone had experienced firsthand that various game functions were indeed real, the arrival of the body refinement pill, which promised rapid weight loss, stirred an insatiable curiosity among them, compelling them to uncover its mysteries. Is this the body refinement pill? It looks like a marble. Could it be a trick? There's a description of the item. It can't be fake, can it? Does it truly possess such miraculous effects? How much weight can a body pill truly help one shed? Given Shin's situation, it seems that consuming just one may not suffice. Yet, the description claims that a single pill can restore one to their optimal weight. Is that truly the case? The girls engaged in lively discussions, their curiosity piqued. If the body pill indeed possesses such miraculous properties, they too would seek a way to acquire one, alleviating their concerns about body image. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, startling Shunyin and the 17 beautiful classmates who were engrossed in their study of the body pill. What was happening? Shunyin swiftly rose and rushed to the nearest window, drawing back the curtains to peer outside. The girls followed suit, only to be met with a sky that had inexplicably darkened, filled with ominous clouds, flashes of lightning, and a mysterious red mist that left their minds blank. Just moments ago, the weather had been splendid, so how had it transformed so drastically, as if a torrential downpour were imminent? Furthermore, the appearance of the red mist in broad daylight mirrored the onset of an apocalypse. Surely it couldn't signify the end twice? As they pondered this, large raindrops began to fall, striking the ground with a cacophonous sound. Within a minute, the rain intensified, pouring down in torrents, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The blood-red mist mingled with the downpour, creating an atmosphere that felt eerily unnatural, instigating a wave of anxiety among the survivors, as if something catastrophic were about to unfold. What kind of bizarre weather is this? I feel inexplicably uneasy. What is happening? Lin Qingqing exclaimed, genuinely frightened. I feel it too. Jiang Yun nodded, sensing that something dreadful was on the horizon. What should we do? Yang Ying leaned against Jiang Yun, her fear palpable. The girls exhibited expressions of panic, rendered helpless by the unfolding situation. Shun Yin lowered the curtains, acknowledging the strangeness of the circumstances. It seems something unusual is afoot. We shall remain indoors today. Let us keep quiet. Fortunately, we stumbled upon a temporary shelter earlier, stocked with ample food and water, allowing us to endure for quite some time. It's the perfect opportunity for me to test the effects of the body pill. Shall we continue gathering intelligence from the chat channels, while also conversing with other survivors to inquire about their thoughts on this peculiar weather? Jiang Yin suggested, looking at him. Very well. In that moment, all channels erupted with activity. This strange storm was enveloping the globe, and all survivors were discussing the unsettling phenomenon. The intensity of the red mist amidst the downpour grew increasingly bizarre. Shun Yin, too, felt a sense of unease, yet with limited capabilities in the face of apocalyptic calamity. He felt as insignificant as an ant, powerless to effect change. Thus, he consumed the body pill, retreating to a corner of the hall to rest, awaiting the onset of its effects. The girls refrained from disturbing him, engaging instead in conversations with other survivors in the chat channels, collaboratively analyzing this strange weather phenomenon. Although it was still daytime, the oppressive clouds had cast a darkness over the city, leaving the girls unaware of the time as their phones had been confiscated. Bored and fatigued, they eventually succumbed to sleep. The night passed without incident. Even the zombies seemed to have vanished, causing no disturbances. On the following day, the clouds dissipated, and the red mist vanished alongside them. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility, awakening all the girls in the hall. What is going on? What happened? Who is screaming? Everyone, come quickly. Zhang Zixuan stood anxiously by the window, her eagerness palpable. Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, and others hastily rose and swiftly gathered at her side. As Zhang Zixuan drew back the curtain, all eyes widened in disbelief. After merely a short slumber, the expansive space outside the auditorium had vanished, obscured by towering structures. Enigmatic. Colossal plants had formed a dense forest, shrouding the light and evoking a sense of having regressed to a primeval wilderness, devoid of civilization. Zombies emerged once more, aimlessly traversing the thicket, while peculiar creatures scuttled beneath them, black ants the size of small dogs, giant mantises the size of adult bulls, colorful centipedes stretching several meters, and enormous scorpions as large as trucks. Witnessing this scene left the girls speechless, their bodies trembling, eyes brimming with despair. The zombies were already terrifying, but now the presence of these massive insects posed an even greater threat, leaving them to ponder the possibility of survival. The previous screams likely originated from nearby buildings, drawing hordes of zombies and gigantic insects toward that direction. Jiang Yun and her companions quickly covered their mouths, drawing the curtain closed and huddling together, fearful of making a sound that might lure these terrifying creatures closer. What calamity had unfolded so early in the morning? Shen Yan, awakened by the earlier commotion, sat up and immediately sensed something was amiss. His gaze fell upon his body, devoid of any excess flesh. The once heavy form had become astonishingly light. Is this truly me? He raised his hands in disbelief, astonished to see that they were no longer the pudgy hands he once knew. The girls turned at the sound of Shun Yan's voice, prepared to inform him of the bizarre events outside, only to find themselves rendered speechless, as if turned to stone. Before them stood a dashing young man with long legs and a perfect physique, exuding strength and charisma. Aside from a hint of familiarity in his facial features, he resembled an entirely different, godlike stranger. Clad in the linen ensemble he had donned the previous day, the outfit, seemingly enchanted, had adjusted itself to fit his newly sculpted form perfectly, transforming from an oversized garment to a tailored piece that showcased his flawless physique. How handsome! Where did this campus heartthrob come from? Is this really Shen Yan? Impossible. My heavens. This is a 98-point male deity. Can it truly be that the 0-point chubby boy from yesterday has metamorphosed into this? My heart races. Lin Qingqing stammered. Why, you are Shun Yan? Yes, it is I. Shun Yan nodded, rising to stretch, marveling at the transformation. How extraordinary. I woke up to find all the excess weight gone. You truly are the chubby brother? Du Feifei exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to him for a closer look. His features remained unchanged, yet with a slimmer face, he appeared remarkably handsome. Is this the miraculous effect of the body refinement pill? Impressive. Shun Yan was equally exhilarated, having endured ridicule and disdain throughout his life due to his excessive weight. He had never experienced life at a normal weight. To his surprise, he had become such an attractive man. Wow. As he basked in his newfound joy, Du Feifei suddenly lifted his shirt, gasping in awe. 8-pack abs. How incredible. 8-pack abs. The girls suddenly surged towards Shun Yan, surrounding him and playfully touching him. Wow. He's so solid. The sensation is simply exquisite. Shun Yan was taken aback. How could these goddesses, who usually maintained an air of elegance, suddenly transform into such unruly vixens? He found it quite disorienting. Chapter 20. After becoming a god among men, Shun Yan now weighed 150 pounds, having lost half his previous weight, achieving the ideal physique. With muscles sculpted to perfection, The miraculous elixir had truly worked wonders. Another benefit of his successful weight loss was a remarkable increase in his agility, now elevated by 5 points, alongside previously acquired upgrades, culminating in a total of 6 points. No wonder he felt so light, devoid of the heaviness that had plagued him before. Women are visual beings, and Shun Yin realized the truth in this statement. Previously, when he was overweight, he had no charm and was met with disdain wherever he went. However, now, a plethora of stunning beauties, school flowers, departmental flowers, and class flowers, cast aside their modesty, behaving as if they were brazenly taking advantage of him. They would touch his arms and abs, nearly drooling in admiration. After some effort, he managed to calm them down, noticing a significant shift in their demeanor. Where they once reluctantly complied with his presence, now there was no trace of resistance in their eyes. Instead, they eagerly responded to his every word, executing his requests without hesitation. "What is happening outside? What did you see just now?" Shun Yin inquired softly. The chat channel fell eerily silent, as though all survivors were rendered speechless by shock. "Why, you should see for yourself." Lin Qingqing met his gaze, feeling her ears flush with embarrassment, quickly averting her eyes. Approaching the window, Shun Yin drew the curtains aside and was rendered speechless by the scene outside. How had he ended up in a primeval forest overnight? Those gigantic mutated insects appeared even more terrifying than zombies. Gradually, the survivors came to their senses, or perhaps had just awakened to the realization that something was amiss, and the chat channel buzzed with activity. It turned out that an eerie downpour coupled with a crimson mist had caused an explosion of growth in the flora of cities worldwide, transforming them into untamed jungles. While various animals and insects had mutated, their sizes grotesquely enlarged. Now, alongside zombies, these mutant beasts and insects posed new threats, plunging the survivors into despair. All channels were filled with lamentations, as the rampant zombies had already suffocated them with fear, and the current situation threatened to drive the survivors to their doom. Due to last night's upheaval, these enormous plants had directly obliterated global electrical and network infrastructures, plunging the world into darkness and isolation, leaving them reliant solely on the chat channel to communicate with the outside world. Furthermore, with the world transformed into a primeval forest, all vehicles were rendered useless, as roads lay buried beneath the foliage. Unless they cleared the plants away, they would have no choice but to traverse on foot. "Junior, what should we do now?" Jiang Yun asked anxiously. It was already difficult to survive with just zombies. Now it's far too dangerous out there. "Indeed. We can hardly muster the courage to step outside," Li Shiyan sighed. "Even hiding indoors is frightening. What if those insects manage to invade? They are far more terrifying than zombies." The young women fixated on Shun Yin, exhibiting an overwhelming sense of reliance upon him. The successful weight loss of Shun Yin seemed to render him their sole beacon of hope. Initially, upon encountering the primordial forest and those colossal mutated insects, Shun Yin too felt a surge of anxiety, but he gradually regained his composure. Given that the entire world had transformed into a game, the only path to survival lay in leveling up to acquire superior gear and items. We must strive to upgrade, defeat monsters, and enhance our strength, akin to the pursuit of ultimate graduation equipment in a game. Only through such endeavors can one hope to survive in this terrifying world. However, we struggled even against low-tier zombies. Jiang Yun, possessing a keen self-awareness, lamented, "I'm afraid we have become a burden to you." "I'm sorry." Du Feifei stepped forward and expressed, "Shun Yin, please do not abandon us." Lin Qingqing, feeling a hint of trepidation, discreetly clutched at his sleeve. "Fear not." Shun Yin reassured the group, surveying their faces. "Though you may not be suited for combat, your support is invaluable. As long as you contribute and do not merely consume resources without effort, I will not expel any of you from the team. Defeating monsters can yield various skill books related to life professions, cannot they? Even if I am unable to acquire them myself, I can trade materials with other survivors. I will engage in combat while you assist me by producing strategic resources from behind. For instance, the tailor we contacted previously can craft cloth armor and essential additional backpacks. If we have a tailor, surely there must also be miners, blacksmiths, and pharmacists among the logistical support professions. Once we obtain the skill books, the support tasks can be entrusted to us." Jiang Yun exhaled in relief, as she feared that Shun Yin, now successfully slimmed down, might abandon the girls. After all, survival would be much simpler for him alone. Sustaining a group of over 10 girls would indeed be a considerable burden. Unbeknownst to her, Shun Yin possessed a 10-fold drop rate. In truth, sustaining everyone was far from an issue for him. Assured that Shun Yin would not forsake them, the young women finally felt at ease. Furthermore, his transformation from an unappealing figure to an aesthetically pleasing male idol lifted everyone's spirits. They eagerly took to preparing a delightful breakfast. The most significant threat had once been Lei Hao. However, now the university town had morphed into a primordial forest, with dense woods and countless mutated insects separating the buildings. coupled with the rampant presence of zombies. Even if Lei Hao were aware of Shun Yin and the others' whereabouts, it would be nearly impossible for him to traverse through and reach the auditorium in a short span of time. As for other survivors, within the vast forest, battling against zombies and gigantic mutated insects posed considerable challenges, making encounters with Shun Yan's group exceedingly unlikely. After a hearty meal, Shun Yan addressed the young women. I will venture out to hunt monsters and gain experience. You shall remain here, diligently collecting intelligence, as you have before. Additionally, please call out for the acquisition of various life profession skill books. If there are combat profession skills available, that would be even better. Should anyone be willing to sell, promptly announce it in the team channel or message me directly. Be sure to provide me with their names. Furthermore, if anyone offers exceptional equipment or items conducive to survival, I expect immediate notification. Understood. The young women nodded in unison. Junior, please prioritize your safety, Jiang Yun implored, stepping closer to him with heartfelt sincerity. You are our only hope. You absolutely must not encounter any misfortune. Our lives are all entwined with yours. Indeed, although you have successfully lost weight, it is prudent to proceed with caution while acting alone. Lin Qingqing also approached, urging him to return immediately if anything seems amiss. Brother Xinyan, please ensure your safety. Du Feifei expressed her concern. Has he indeed graduated from being fat brother to brother Xinyan? It seems that an elevation in attractiveness brings with it greater privileges. A multitude of girls surrounded Xinyan, all voicing their apprehensions, urging him to be exceedingly careful and vigilant. Shun Yin savored the attention from so many beautiful women. Feeling rather pleased, he reassured them to remain at home while he prepared himself, intending to observe the distribution of various monsters outside from the safest vantage point before venturing out. Chapter 21. The hunt for ants. The transformation of the surroundings into a primeval forest had its advantages. Large-scale hordes of corpses were difficult to form, as the trees forcibly separated them. The zombies, acting on instinct, gradually dispersed due to the complex pathways of the woods. This was advantageous for Xinyan, as it made small clusters of zombies easier to avoid and solitary zombies easier to locate. Lacking the immense power of Lei Hao to engage in direct battles, he could only resort to ambushing isolated zombies, exercising utmost caution. Fortunately, after consuming the physique elixir, his weight had reached an optimal level. He was no longer the clumsy, hefty figure of before. He moved with remarkable agility, able to perform various nimble maneuvers, thus better protecting himself against zombies. At present, as he faced a solitary zombie, Shun Yin gracefully evaded its lunging attack, allowing it to miss, before swiftly turning to cleave the zombie's skull with his bronze sword. Compared to previous encounters, this was a breeze. The zombie collapsed, dropping 1,000 bags of salt, a valuable find that would enhance his meals. After dispatching several more solitary zombies, he acquired common resources like wood and scrap metal, when suddenly, the sound of rustling reached his ears. Turning to look, he spotted an ant the size of a pet dog emerging from behind a tree, its antennae probing the ground. Such a large ant was quite intimidating. Shun Yin scanned his surroundings, listening intently. There were no other sounds, indicating that this ant was likely alone. Should another ant appear, he would dare not make a move, for confronting two at once would be perilous. Even if he could devise a means to defeat one, the other might escape to summon the colony, and at that point, not even 100 lives would suffice to ensure his survival. The solitary ant, having noticed Shun Yin, approached curiously, intent on assessing whether this creature could serve as a meal. As a scout, it would promptly return to report any findings, summoning the colony. Realizing the danger posed by the ant, Shun Yin understood that it must be eliminated on the spot. Unlike low-tier zombies, ants possess remarkable speed and formidable combat ability. They can lift objects weighing 50 to 400 times their own body weight, a terrifying strength that surpasses even Lei Hao's 100-fold enhancement. Before him stood a colossal black ant, encased in a formidable exoskeleton that exuded an air of menace. Its head bore a pair of sharp mandibles, and Shun Yin harbored doubts that a single bite could sever his thigh in an instant. He knew he could not afford to be complacent, nor could he strike recklessly. Adopting a battle stance, he cautiously maneuvered to maintain a safe distance from the creature. While the black ant curiously scrutinized him, he meticulously observed its form. From the imposing stature of this giant black ant, he deduced that the regions enveloped in its chitinous armor would likely be impenetrable. The only conceivable weakness appeared to be the slender waist connecting its thorax and abdomen. Unlike the armored sections, the ant's waist seemed particularly supple. If he could sever it with a single strike, victory might be within his grasp. The black ant, using its antennae, quickly caught the scent of Shun Yan's flesh. Assuming a combative posture while emitting peculiar sounds, it charged toward him to gauge the peril of its potential meal. Should it find the prey easily vanquishable, it would carry the spoils back alone. If it failed, it would signal for reinforcements. As the black ant rushed toward him with alarming speed, Shun Yin met its advance, leaping just as it closed the distance. Channeling all his strength, he swung his bronze sword downward with fervor. Clang! The blade missed its target, striking the ant's resilient back instead, leaving behind only the faintest of marks while sending a tremor through Shun Yan's grip, nearly dislodging the weapon from his hand. He had been too hasty, his aim askew. Regaining his footing despite the pain in his hands, Shun Yan swiftly turned his attention back to the black ant, which was now charging at him once more, its menacing mandibles snapping like a massive pair of shears aimed directly at his thigh. This time, the ant leaped, thwarting his previous strategy. Fortunately, Shun Yan had become remarkably agile after shedding excess weight. He adeptly sidestepped the attack and, rising, hurled his bronze sword as if it were a concealed weapon, simultaneously retrieving another blade from his virtual backpack. Clang! The flying sword struck the ant's abdomen, but its sturdy armor held firm. Logically, one would expect the ant's sizable abdomen to be soft. Yet these mutated creatures had transformed much of their bodies into impervious shells. Before Shun Yin could catch his breath, the black ant adjusted its course and charged at him again. He hastily retreated, striving to adjust his trajectory while repeatedly launching bronze swords, as his backpack was plentiful with them. At last, after several exchanges, one of the swords successfully struck its delicate waist, indeed cleaving it in two. You have slain a mutated soldier ant, earning 20 experience points. The mutated soldier ant has dropped a mutated insect shell. Talent skill activated. 1,000 mutated insect shells have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. The mutated soldier ant has dropped acidic liquid. Talent skill activated. 1,000 units of acidic liquid have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. The mutated soldier ant has dropped honey juice. Talent skill activated. 1,000 units of honey juice have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. The mutated soldier ant has dropped an ant head. Talent skill activated. 1,000 ant heads have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. The experience points are twice that of the low-tier zombies, which is quite commendable. Upon examining the spoils, the mutated insect carapace serves as a raw material for crafting equipment, while the acidic liquid is essential for creating certain items. The purpose of the ant's head remains unclear. It is not a raw material, yet the description states that it is an accessory for synthesizing a particular item. To Shun Yan's delight, he discovers honey, a sweet delicacy that simultaneously increases satiety and hydration, making it an important culinary ingredient. Although the black ant poses a greater danger than the low-tier zombies, the enticing 20 experience points make hunting them an attractive prospect, allowing for a swifter ascent in levels. Most importantly, Shun Yan has gradually mastered the technique of slaying ants with his flying sword. To expedite his upgrade and enhance his strength, he must repeatedly practice this technique. After all, the bronze swords he discards can be reclaimed, and even if their durability diminishes at double the normal rate, he has plenty to spare and feels no remorse. Soon, he encounters a soldier ant venturing out and, after attracting its attention, leads it to a relatively safe location. He employs the flying sword technique once again and successfully slays the creature. The forest teems with ants, as long as he avoids the vicinity of the ant nest. The solitary ones are easily overpowered. With each fallen soldier ant, Shun Yan's proficiency in the flying sword technique grows. What began as a struggle requiring multiple throws has evolved into a skillful maneuver, allowing him to effortlessly strike the ant's slender waist and dispatch it in an instant. He levels up to level 5, acquiring an additional attribute point, which he promptly allocates to agility, raising it to 7, thereby enhancing his combat capabilities against monsters. Chapter 22. The clam and the snipe engage, and the fisherman profits as Shun Yan prepares to seek out another solitary ant. The ground suddenly trembles, as if a colossal being is passing through. Exercising caution, he hastily retreats to the nearest structure, concealing himself and peering from a corner to observe discreetly. The low, guttural growls of zombies grow increasingly nearer, causing the ground to shudder and the surrounding trees to sway. What on earth is that? Shun Yan dares not utter a sound, only pondering anxiously within. With a thunderous crash, a multitude of trees collapses, revealing a moving hill, a giant super zombie, accompanied by dozens of slightly smaller colossal zombies, each capable of effortlessly crushing Shun Yan. Zombie King boss level. Health? Is this area spawning a boss? Beads of sweat form on Shun Yan's forehead. The Zombie King's level and health are both marked with question marks, indicating a vast disparity in levels, rendering him no more than a mere insect before it, completely outmatched. Should he attract its attention, he would be obliterated in an instant. The attributes of those accompanying the Zombie King are clearer. Fierce Guardian, Elite, level, 10 health, 1500 terrifying. Even the elites are beyond his capability to contend with, not to mention they are 5 levels higher than him. Their health is outrageous. He possesses merely 100 health, while the elites boast 15 times that, and their size, moving alongside the Zombie King, could cause tremors in the vicinity. The likelihood of being instantly slain in such a situation is exceedingly high. It is best to remain hidden and patiently await their departure. Fortunately, the Corpse King did not detect Shen Yan, who was hiding at a distance, and slowly moved away with its elite guard squad in another direction. The path it traversed rapidly transformed into a corridor as the trees toppled to either side, creating a wide passageway. Most of the surrounding mutated insects fled in terror. Unwilling to obstruct the path of the Corpse King, a formidable boss-level entity, who would dare provoke such a being? Shen Yan discreetly messaged Jiang Yun, informing her of the Corpse King's presence nearby and urging the group to maintain silence, lest they be discovered. For the sturdy walls of the hall would not withstand the Corpse King's trampling. Upon receiving the warning, the girls immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. Peering through the curtains, they trembled in fear at the sight of the Corpse King's immense form, particularly as it passed close by, sending tremors through the entire area, causing them to hold their breath in trepidation. Luckily, the Corpse King gradually moved further away, allowing them to exhale in relief. Once the Corpse King had departed, Shen Yan finally felt at ease. He emerged from his hiding place, intent on continuing his search for solitary zombies or lone ants. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed a commotion not far off, where something was engaged in battle. Stealthily approaching, he concealed himself among the trees and, at a location where the trees had collapsed, discovered two colossal creatures entangled in conflict. One was a vicious guard belonging to the Corpse King, inexplicably left behind. The other was a vividly colored giant centipede, which was tightly coiling its several-meter-long body around the vicious guard, its sharp mandibles incessantly gnawing at the creature's flesh. The vicious guard, undeterred as a zombie, retaliated by sinking its teeth into the centipede's head while it was being bitten in the chest. Despite the centipede's extraordinarily tough exoskeleton, the guard managed to crunch through its armor, resulting in mutual injury. Venomous Centipede, Elite, Level 9 Health, 1200. It turned out to be an elite as well, which explained the fierce struggle against the vicious guard. However, witnessing a battle between two elite monsters was a novel experience. What could have provoked such a confrontation? It was curious that the lower-tier zombies and mutated insects coexisted peacefully, even passing by without incident. Shen Yan observed closely and soon discerned that the area of conflict between the two elite monsters contained a collapsed pit, which, judging by its shape and size, appeared to have been excavated by the venomous centipede. The collapse bore the imprints of the Corpse King's feet, leading to the conclusion that the centipede had erupted in fury after the Corpse King had trampled its dwelling, subsequently emerging to retaliate against the guard that had fallen behind. As the two elite monsters battled fiercely, the surrounding lower-tier zombies and mutated insects fled without a trace, unwilling to intrude upon their clash. Shen Yan contemplated retreating, yet a bold idea struck him as he observed the two elite monsters severely injuring each other. In the struggle of the clam and the snipe, the fisherman benefits. Although he could not contend with either elite monster one-on-one, he could wait until they were both weakened, and then strike for the kill. This would yield not only substantial experience points, but also valuable loot, given their elite status. Judging by their attributes alone, the venomous centipede appeared to be slightly weaker than the vicious guard, possessing less health. However, the toxins it harbored were no jest. The ferocious guardian, a zombie indeed, was rapidly succumbing to the poison, its body becoming increasingly green as it bled profusely. The two colossal monsters engaged in a relentless exchange of bites, their health points steadily dwindling below 1,000. Shen Yan dared not interfere, instead choosing to remain hidden in the shadows, biding his time. After half an hour, both creatures exhibited signs of weakness. The guardian's health plummeted to 200 points, while the venomous centipede was reduced to 167. Their bodies battered and bloodied as they continued their desperate struggle. It was almost time. Shen Yan silently cheered for the two monsters, his eyes fixed on their bout. Unbeknownst to them, a lurking predator awaited in the wings, watching their relentless fight. At last, the guardian's health dropped to 91 points, and the venomous centipede's fell below 30, its demise imminent. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yan dashed forward and hurled his bronze sword with great force, striking the vulnerable spot on the centipede where the guardian had gnawed. With no hard shell to impede it, the blade pierced successfully, a mere 1 point of damage. This was far from sufficient. Although 30 points of health was not much, Shen Yan could not guarantee he would land the final blow and claim the kill. What if the guardian dispatched the centipede first? He would lose both experience and loot. Such a regrettable fate. In this dire moment, he decisively retrieved the Black Knight he had previously hesitated to use. Its damage was fixed and independent of the opponent's defense or his own attack power. He had refrained from employing it earlier for fear of revealing his position to Lei Hao. Now, however, the university town had morphed into an untamed forest. And with the emergence of a Corpse King, even if Lei Hao could ascertain the whereabouts of his team post-gunfire, locating them amidst this chaos would not be an easy task. Eliminating these two elite monsters would yield a significant amount of experience, potentially granting him exceptional equipment that would enhance his strength rapidly, allowing him to face Lei Hao without trepidation. With resolve, he pulled the trigger, the shot resounding as it struck the venomous centipede. A fixed damage of 60 appeared above its head, and it succumbed instantly, though the centipede lay dead. Its body remained entwined with the Guardian. Shun Yin fired again, hitting the Guardian twice more, swiftly reducing its remaining health of 91 points to nothing. The gunfire startled the girls in the auditorium, who, unaware of the events unfolding outside, were thrown into a state of panic. Clearly, Shun Yin had fired his weapon. Had he encountered an unavoidable situation? This was disastrous. The sound of the gunshot would allow Lei Hao and the surrounding survivors to pinpoint their hiding place, undoubtedly exposing them. As anticipated, Lei Hao and his group did indeed hear the gunfire, deducing its source and locking onto that area. However, they were momentarily unable to act, for the sudden encroachment of the forest had enveloped their surroundings, and they were besieged by countless mutated insects. Just moments prior, they had witnessed the terrifying Corpse King pass by. Chapter 23. A bounty of riches. The two elite monsters dropped a plethora of items, confirming that their drop rates were indeed superior to those of ordinary foes, with higher quality rewards. The ferocious Guardian yielded 10,000 basic mana potions, 10,000 initial stage crystal cores, 10,000 fried chicken legs, and 1,000 pieces of green, excellent quality leather armor. The venomous centipede has bestowed remarkable treasures, including an astounding 10,000 blue quality forging recipes, 10,000 novice crystal cores, 50,000 venom glands, 30,000 mutated insect carapaces, and an additional 10,000 venomous centipede heads. The experience gained from defeating two elite monsters propelled Shun Yin to ascend 3 levels. He allocated all his attribute points to agility, reaching the pinnacle of strength, agility, and constitution akin to that of an ordinary person, significantly enhancing his prowess. Upon examining the spoils from the two elite foes, he was overwhelmed with joy. The novice mana potion instantly restores 50 points of mana upon consumption, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. The existence of such an item confirms the absolute presence of mage combat professions, with Jiang Yun and her companions possessing decent intelligence attributes. If they could acquire the necessary items for class advancement, even those with a modicum of courage could partake in battle. The Novice Crystal Core is a valuable resource exclusively dropped by elite and boss-level monsters, serving as an essential item for class transitions. This precious material, highly sought after, undoubtedly holds considerable value. Normally, 2 elite monsters would yield a maximum of 2 cores, yet Shun Yin astonishingly obtained 20,000, a remarkable quantity of such a coveted item. The fried chicken leg offers a satiety value of 30 and restores 50 points of health within 8 seconds. Unlike previous foods that merely increase satiety, this unexpectedly surfaced fried chicken leg not only satiates hunger, but also replenishes health. The Guardian leather armor, excellent, boasts a defense of 55, with 1 point each in strength and agility, and a durability of 100, requiring no specific equipment to wear. Comparing the meager defensive attributes of his entire set of cloth armor with the green leather armor, Shun Yin promptly donned it. This is indeed a valuable item. A superb piece for survival in the early stages. Should it be put up for sale, it would undoubtedly create a sensation, attracting countless survivors eager to seize it. The Carapace Shield Forging Blueprint, Fine, is a skill that only blacksmiths can acquire. The Carapace Shield, Fine, provides a defense of 100, with 3 points in strength, 10 in constitution, a block value of 5, and a durability of 500, requiring a level 5 to equip. The forging materials include 15 iron ingots, 2 mutated insect carapaces, and 5 corrosive liquids, with a shield offering an impressive 100 points of defense, coupled with the Guardian leather armor. Shun Yin need not worry about minor monsters' damage. He merely needs to exercise caution when confronting zombies to avoid bites and potential infection. Moreover, the blue shield augments his strength by 3 and constitution by 10, enabling him to surpass his limits. With an initial constitution of 10, where each point equates to 10 health points, his current health stands at 100. Including the additional 10 points from the Carapace Shield, he can achieve a total of 200, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. Though a block value of 5 may seem modest, it is indeed commendable, representing a 5% chance to block, coupled with the initial block value provided by his strength. This may afford him a slim chance to evade fatal blows in critical moments. However, this blueprint is exclusively learnable by blacksmiths, making it prudent to acquire a blacksmith class transition tool to enable one of the team's female members to transition and master the blueprint, expediting the creation of exceptional equipment that would elevate his power dramatically. The venom gland can be refined to extract toxins, which can then be applied to weapons and arrows, granting a chance to poison targets and inflict ongoing bleeding damage. This is indeed a remarkable asset for enhancing combat power, particularly suited for dealing with monsters with high vitality and thick hides. One can even poison the adversary simply by inflicting status effects. The mutated insect carapace and the venomous centipede head are both materials for crafting items, which is self-evident. After having discharged a firearm, the surrounding zombies and mutated beasts might be drawn by the sound. Upon securing the spoils, Shunyan did not hesitate and promptly retreated. Although there was still ample time, for safety's sake, it was prudent to return to the hall and await the cessation of the chaos outside. Upon re-entering the hall, a female student swiftly approached, her face etched with concern. "Shen, what happened? Did you fire a gun?" Jiang Yin inquired. "Just now, Lei Hao privately messaged me, confirming our hiding spot and threatening that we should surrender quickly, or he would soon find us." Lin Qingqing added anxiously, "We are in trouble. Do not panic. The times have changed." Shun Yin reassured Lin Qingqing. "Lei Hao's intent is to intimidate you, to instill fear. As you have observed, the outside has transformed into a primal forest overnight. In addition to the zombies, numerous terrifying mutated insects have emerged, and even a corpse king boss has passed by. Let us not forget, they only have a rough idea of our location and cannot pinpoint our exact hiding place, even if they know we are in the hall. Traversing through the forest to reach us will not be an easy feat." After hearing his words, Lin Qingqing felt somewhat relieved. That seems true. However, Li Shiyan expressed her concerns, but Lei Hao possesses a skill that amplifies his strength 100-fold. He could swiftly eliminate monsters and level up, and it won't be long before he brings others to confront us. For safety's sake, we should relocate to another area soon, lest we become sitting ducks. Indeed. Lei Hao's skills are terrifying. It is quite effortless for him to level up. The female students echoed, agreeing that they must hasten their departure. Xinyan nodded. "We certainly cannot remain in the hall for long, especially since there are no beds here. Sleeping on benches daily is quite uncomfortable. However, before we proceed, we must prepare adequately. The outside is becoming increasingly perilous. I need to clear this area in advance to provide you with a safe route for relocation." "What exactly transpired earlier? Why did you fire your weapon?" Jiang Yun returned to her initial query. Shen Yin candidly recounted the encounter with the two elite monsters. Although he did not disclose the specific items dropped by the elite monsters, his expression suggested a bountiful reward. Upon learning that he had reached level 8, the female students erupted in cheers. It was noteworthy that, according to the latest intelligence, even Lei Hao, with his 100-fold strength amplification, had only just reached level 8. Shen Yin had managed to catch up to him by reaping the experience from defeating two elite monsters. "While you were at home gathering intelligence, did you uncover any new information?" Shen Yin asked. "By the way, is anyone willing to sell any class change items? We are in urgent need of a blacksmith." "Is there any?" "The World Channel does showcase various class change items, and there are quite a few available," Jiang Yin replied. "However, we have contacted many individuals, yet received no responses. It seems they are unwilling to sell, merely flaunting their possessions. It is also possible they are waiting for the right offer. If you do not make a bid, naturally, they will remain silent." Xinyan pondered. "Is there a list?" "We have noted it down." Du Feifei approached with a notebook she had unearthed from who knows where. "Brother Xinyan, it contains the names of every World S speakers along with their respective items. Please take a look." The fervor with which Du Feifei addressed Shun Yin did not go unnoticed by the other girls, who mused whether she intended to capture his heart and bind them together, making him her pillar of support. Chapter 24. The blacksmith Du Feifei, having acquired the list, promptly reached out to the survivor possessing the blacksmith job transfer scroll. To ensure she was not disregarded, she unleashed a powerful allure, posting the attributes of the guard leather armor in the chat box. Indeed, such a remarkable early-game item proved irresistibly captivating. And a reply came swiftly. "Would you trade the green leather armor for the blacksmith job transfer scroll? Do you truly wish to exchange?" Shun Yin retorted. "This is a job transfer item, which allows one to become a blacksmith. Surely, it is insufficient to swap for merely a piece of leather armor. What else can you offer?" "Huh." Upon reading this, Shun Yin chuckled and replied, "Do not be too greedy. If you intended to keep the job transfer scroll for yourself, you wouldn't have waited until now. You are aware that such lifestyle profession transfer items are far less significant than combat professions. Moreover, with such a vast world, there are billions of individuals who have obtained lifestyle job transfer items. My leather armor boasts exceptional attributes and has no level requirements. Donning it increases one's chances of survival. A one-for-one exchange would be a loss for me." After a brief silence, the other party responded, "All right, you've convinced me. I do need that green leather armor. But I lack any other items aside from this blacksmith job transfer scroll. If you wish to trade, please send the armor over." "Certainly." With a collection of 10,000 pieces of green leather armor, Shun Yin had no hesitation in sending one piece of guard leather armor, setting the exchange item to the blacksmith job transfer scroll. Before long, the other party accepted the mail and took the armor. and Shun Yin received the blacksmith job transfer scroll. Upon obtaining the transfer item, he tested it, only to be greeted with a prompt. Upon transferring to a blacksmith, you will be unable to use any other job transfer items. Do you wish to continue? It appeared that professions were exclusive. One could not hold two professions simultaneously, and even combat professions could not coexist with lifestyle ones. Shun Yin decisively canceled the action. He could not choose a lifestyle profession. For how would he enhance his strength and lead his team to survival? He extracted the blacksmith job transfer scroll from his virtual inventory and surveyed the group of over a dozen girls. I've acquired a blacksmith job transfer scroll. Who among you is willing to become a blacksmith and contribute to the team? What item did you use to obtain the job transfer scroll? Wang Yin inquired curiously, having received no updates earlier. Was it a rare drop from an elite monster? What did you give in exchange? Will it be a loss? Zhao Shishir asked anxiously. You need to worry about that. I do not engage in unprofitable exchanges. The blacksmith job transfer scroll is paramount at this moment. Shun Yin reiterated. Who among you is willing to become a blacksmith? Speak up. The girls exchanged glances, remaining silent. It was understandable. After all, the blacksmith profession was notoriously arduous, requiring one to linger by the searing furnace, hammering away tirelessly, a laborious task indeed. Naturally, they aspired to transition to more leisurely professions such as tailoring or alchemy. Observing the lack of response, Shun Yin remarked, I just attempted it. Each individual can only acquire one profession. If I utilize it myself, I shall only be able to become a living profession blacksmith and will not be able to specialize in a combat role. As the sole combat force of the team, I find myself in quite the predicament. However, I am in dire need of a blacksmith to enhance my combat prowess. For I have just slain an elite monster and obtained a blueprint for an exceptional shield. Should I manage to forge this shield, future battles will become significantly easier and safer. You may consider blacksmithing to be too laborious, a task ill-suited for women. But upon reflection, we all have a game interface. This is not the blacksmithing of real life. When you engage in the game, do you truly find the blacksmith profession to be exhausting? I hope you too can contribute to the team and not merely expect others to make sacrifices. As his words settled, Du Fei Fei summoned her courage and raised her right hand, exclaiming, Brother Shun Yin, I will do it. The other girls were taken aback by her volunteerism. After all, she was the smallest and most delicate among them, and the blacksmith profession seemed an incongruous fit for her petite frame, a striking contrast indeed. It appeared she was genuinely determined to win over Shun Yin, as she would not go to such lengths otherwise. Seeing Du Fei Fei step forward, Shun Yin nodded. Are you certain? Yes. As long as I can assist Brother Shun Yin, I am willing to do anything. Du Fei Fei's gaze was resolute. Great. Shun Yin handed her the blacksmith class transfer book along with the shell shield blueprint. It's in your hands now. Du Fei Fei took a deep breath, opened the blacksmith transfer book, and clicked confirm. A beam of light descended from above, entering her being. It seemed she had successfully changed professions. Moments later, Du Fei Fei looked up at Shun Yin. I did it. I am now a blacksmith. Wonderful. Quickly learn the recipe and assist me in forging the equipment. Shun Yin urged eagerly. As Du Fei Fei learned the recipe, she opened the crafting interface under Shun Yin's watchful gaze, then said, Brother Shun Yin. In addition to the raw materials, crafting the shell shield requires a blacksmith's hammer, an anvil, and a furnace. What? Where do we obtain those tools? Is there any explanation? Shun Yin inquired. The basic manufacturing page has all the information. The furnace requires a substantial amount of clay and cobblestones, while the anvil and blacksmith's hammer must be forged from scrap iron or in the furnace to create iron ingots. Moreover, crafting the shield necessitates various materials. Du Fei Fei expressed her frustration, realizing that even after transitioning to a blacksmith, she was utterly unprepared to assist Shun Yin. Do not fret. Shun Yin pondered for a moment, then announced in the world chat, there are surely survivors hiding in areas rich in clay and cobblestones. We can exchange items with them. I have plenty of scrap iron, and I have gathered the materials for the shell shield, he added. Thus, he instructed the girls to call out for clay and cobblestones. And indeed, numerous survivors reached out, inquiring whether they could truly exchange the readily available clay and cobblestones for food. Food was something Shun Yin had in abundance, and soon enough, a transaction was struck, providing him with the necessary materials. With the materials in hand, Du Fei Fei proceeded to create the furnace on the manufacturing interface, completing it in mere minutes. She placed the furnace in a corner of the hall against the wall and turned to Shun Yin, noting the absence of fuel. Shun Yin retrieved a substantial amount of wood from his virtual backpack and stuffed it into the furnace, igniting a roaring fire in an instant. With the forge at her disposal, Du Fei immediately set to work, successfully smelting a substantial quantity of iron ingots. She crafted a blacksmith's hammer and an anvil, and then obtained the necessary materials for a shell shield from Shun Yin. After a period of diligent hammering, her efforts culminated in completion. Equipped with the shell shield, Shun Yin experienced a remarkable surge in defense, his stamina doubling to 200 points, filling him with delight. He contentedly retrieved a roasted chicken leg to reward Du Fei, exclaiming, "Well done. Smithing isn't too exhausting, is it?" "Not at all," Du Fei replied cheerfully as she accepted the chicken leg. Merely striking a pose while waiting for the progress bar to finish, it was hardly tiring. "It smells so good. Where did the chicken leg come from, Brother Xinyan?" "It dropped from an elite monster." "Is there only one?" Du Fei turned to glance at the other girls, who were visibly enticed by the aroma of the roasted chicken leg. In the midst of the apocalypse, such food was a rare delicacy. This left Du Fei in a moral quandary. On one hand, she yearned for the chicken leg. Yet on the other, she felt guilty about indulging alone when they had all relied on one another like sisters during this trying time. "Don't worry." Sensing Du Fei's dilemma, Xunyan addressed everyone. "There are plenty of roasted chicken legs for everyone to enjoy. However, I hope that next time, you all can contribute more to the team. If you obtain more occupational transfer books for living professions, we will definitely switch. Even if it's to become a blacksmith." The girls immediately expressed their willingness, feeling a sense of urgency due to Xunyan's attitude towards Du Fei. "One blacksmith is sufficient." Xunyan distributed the roasted chicken legs among them. "I will contact the survivors according to the list shortly to see how many more we can acquire. If possible, I hope everyone can diversify their professions to equip the team with all necessary living skills. For those without a profession, be bold and willing to try combat roles. When I obtain the transfer books for magical professions, I hope you will accept and join me in monster hunting. Decide among yourselves who will focus on living professions and who is ready to enter the fray." Chapter 25. Ultimate Warrior Shen Yin proceeded to privately message each individual on the list, investing considerable effort, and successfully acquired 11 different transfer items for living professions. The primary concern was that his guard's leather armor was extraordinarily powerful. Survivors did not have the luxury of respawning as they would in a video game. Even in a world transformed into a gaming landscape, each individual possessed but one life. Death was irreversible. Therefore, any item that could ensure survival was immensely valuable, far surpassing the importance of other items. Moreover, transitioning into living professions would inevitably confine them to supportive roles, lacking self-defense capabilities and relying on others. Those with even a modicum of skill would be hesitant to entrust their lives to anyone else. On the girls' side, discussions had also reached a consensus. The campus belle, Jiang Yun, along with Lin Xingqing, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian, contemplated transitioning to combat professions. Although they wished to rely on Shen Yan, they recognized the immense burden he bore in single-handedly supporting them, and despite their fears of the zombies and mutated insects outside, they were eager to give it a try. Thus, the transfer books Shen Yan acquired would be distributed among the other girls. Liang Yu, an exemplary student from the medical department, perfectly embodies the role of a pharmacist, destined to oversee the production of pharmaceuticals for the team. Wang Yan, with her culinary prowess, transitions to the position of chef, dedicated to managing the team's meals. Zhao Shishir, hailing from a rural background and accustomed to working the fields alongside her parents in her youth, becomes a botanist, acquiring the ability to identify and cultivate a myriad of plant species. Zhao Qing takes on the role of a seamstress, responsible for stitching garments, fabric bags, and various textile necessities for the group. Li Shiyan transforms into an enchanter, tasked with bestowing additional attributes upon the team members' equipment. Yang Ying, endowed with great strength, shifts to the role of a miner, capable of surveying local or distributions and extracting and refining resources. Zhang Xiaowan becomes a carpenter, skilled in crafting an array of wooden furniture and utensils. Zhang Zixuan, albeit in a seemingly futile endeavor as there are no fishing spots in the university town, adopts the role of a fisherman, specializing in angling. Jin Shi transitions into an architect, proficient in designing diverse building blueprints, preparing for the eventual establishment of a stronghold in other regions upon leaving the university town. Lu Xiaoi embraces the craft of a jeweler, adept at processing gemstones into jewelry or embedding them into equipment to enhance combat prowess. Zhou Yinfeng takes on the mantle of a leatherworker, with the ability to skin animals and create leather goods and various leather equipment. With such a well-rounded logistical team, they are equipped with everything they need. In the future, most materials can be self-produced, alleviating many inconveniences. Cloth armor, leather armor, iron armor, and even weapons and jewelry can be crafted independently, laying a solid foundation for the team's future upgrades. Having established their livelihoods, Shen Yin instructs the girls to continue soliciting combat profession transition items. In contrast, those willing to sell such items are few and far between. After all, once survivors transition into combat roles, their survival capabilities significantly increase. Even if they possess extras, they would prioritize their companions over selling to others, making such transactions less favorable. It was only by evening that a survivor from South Sea City reached out, claiming to possess a warrior transition task book. seeking only life-saving medical supplies in exchange. His team, comprising 7 or 8 severely injured members, including himself, faced imminent death from bleeding if not treated promptly. Sun Yin personally engaged in conversation, successfully trading 30 basic healing potions and 30 roasted drumsticks for the warrior transition task book. In truth, the warrior profession is the most common, with approximately 60% of the world's channel announcing their transition to this role. However, options are limited. It is fortunate that someone is willing to part with a transition book. Thankfully, Sun Yan's attributes align perfectly with the warrior profession, and the recently acquired blue shell shield serves as the ideal armor for this role. Upon obtaining the transition task book, he uses it immediately. The combat profession distinctly differs from the livelihood professions, requiring the completion of specific tasks for transition. When the girls transitioned, they simply used the task book and confirmed their choice. However, upon Sun Yan's use of the warrior transition task book, a different prompt appeared. To transition into a warrior, training is required. Would you like to proceed? Without hesitation, he selects yes, and a new option unfolds. Please select training intensity. The higher the training intensity, the stronger the attributes gained upon completion, along with more abundant rewards. 1. Standard mode, consuming 1 primary crystal core. 2. Enhanced mode, consuming 10 primary crystal cores. 3. Super mode, consuming 100 primary crystal cores. 4. Ultimate mode, consuming 1,000 primary crystal cores. The average individual is restricted to selecting standard mode, as primary crystal cores can only be acquired by vanquishing elite monsters or stronger, making them a rare commodity. Even with a formidable team, locating and successfully defeating 10 elite monsters within a short span is a daunting task, let alone the staggering consumption of 100 or even 1,000 cores. Fortuitously, Sun Yin possesses the unique talent that amplifies loot drops by 10,000. Among billions, he is perhaps the only one capable of swiftly opting for ultimate mode. While other teams may gradually accumulate primary crystal cores, it will take a considerable amount of time before they can cultivate a combat profession capable of super or ultimate modes. When it comes to class changing, one must dare to choose the highest rewards. Sun Yin decisively consumed 1,000 primary crystal cores and selected ultimate mode. In the next instant, the scenery around him transformed. He, who had just stood in the auditorium, now found himself in a vast training arena, replete with training dummies and various weapon racks. Welcome to the Ultimate Warrior Training Grounds. Successfully complete the training courses to transition to a new class and receive attribute and skill rewards. A voice resonated in his ear. Please select your preferred weapon to commence the ultimate training course. Given the presence of a blue shield, Sun Yin chose the sword and shield configuration. Although two-handed weapons appeared more impressive and boasted greater combat prowess, safety took precedence when confronted with zombies and various perilous mutated insects. No matter how powerful one might be, a single bite from a zombie could lead to infection. Thus, the protection afforded by a shield significantly mitigates such dangers. The training course itself posed little risk, consisting merely of combat against the dummies. Suddenly, the dummies sprang to life, converging upon Sun Yin from all directions to launch their attacks. Naturally, he found himself at a disadvantage amidst the onslaught. Despite his desperate resistance, he was swiftly left battered and bruised. It's no wonder this was marked as ultimate difficulty. There was no leniency whatsoever. Fortunately, players within the training arena are invulnerable upon depleting their health. They do not perish but instead enter a weakened state, allowing them to recover and continue fighting. Thus, Sun Yin endured through fits and starts, gritting his teeth against the relentless assault, focusing all his efforts on taking down one training dummy at a time. After countless falls and an indeterminate amount of time, he finally managed to vanquish all targets. Exhausted, he forced himself to exit the training illusion. To his astonishment, while he had spent what felt like an eternity within the training realm, only a single second had elapsed in the real world. Message: Player Sun Yin has successfully completed the Ultimate Warrior class change task. Would you like to announce this to all servers? An all-server announcement? That would reveal to Lei how that he was alive. Sun Yin promptly chose to disable the global announcement feature. Message: Congratulations, player, on becoming an Ultimate Warrior. Strength 20. Agility 5, Constitution 20, Spirit 8. Message: Congratulations, player, on acquiring the skill Ultimate Charge. Message: Congratulations, player, on acquiring the skill Ultimate Battle Roar. Ultimate Charge: Rush towards an enemy within 10 meters at maximum speed, stunning them for 5 seconds upon impact. Cooldown for 1 minute. Ultimate War Cry: Enhances the melee attacks of all units within the team, while simultaneously reducing the melee attack power of all enemies within a 5-meter radius by 75 for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Chapter 26. Surrounded. What an astonishing turn of events. Receiving the promotion rewards, Sun Yin was overwhelmed with joy. The substantial increase in basic attributes, particularly the 20 points in strength, doubled his attack power, allowing him to effortlessly vanquish the minor creatures outside. The enhancement of 5 agility points significantly improved his evasion rate and movement speed. The 20-point boost in Constitution was equally impressive, elevating his health to a remarkable 400 points. Compared to other survivors, he was akin to a tank. Additionally, his defense and resistance were greatly fortified, rendering him nearly invulnerable as long as he avoided reckless actions. The elevation of 8 points in mental fortitude also markedly enhanced his survivability. Upon transitioning to the warrior class, he acquired 2 ultimate skills that were exponentially more powerful. There had been discussions in the global channel regarding the attributes of the standard charge and war cry skills. In comparison, these 2 ultimate skills were in a league of their own. The standard charge had a range of 8 meters, falling short by 2 meters compared to the ultimate version, and could only stun the target for 15 seconds, an astonishing difference of 35 seconds in stun duration. Those 35 seconds could allow Sun Yan to strike 1 or 2 additional times, inflicting greater damage upon his adversary. The standard war cry could merely enhance his melee attack by 5 and reduce nearby targets' damage by 25, truly a disparity of monumental proportions. Although he was eager to venture out and test his abilities against monsters, the sun was setting, and darkness would soon envelop the land. Once the crimson mist spread, the situation would become exceedingly perilous, and Sun Yan had no intention of courting danger. The women in the group were keen to inquire whether his promotion had been successful. Sun Yan informed them that he had indeed transitioned smoothly into the warrior class, becoming the first combat profession in their team. However, he refrained from disclosing that he was an ultimate warrior, leaving them to believe he was merely at the standard level like the others. After Wang Yan's promotion to chef, she received several initial cooking recipes. Although she could only prepare the simplest of dishes, they were far more aromatic than what she had previously cooked before her promotion. Other cooking recipes required defeating monsters to obtain, and given the limited variety of ingredients at hand, the initial recipes sufficed for the time being. As they savored their dinner, alarming news broke out in the regional channel. Lei Hao's cafeteria stronghold had suddenly come under attack by mutated insects. While the assault on Lei Hao should have been favorable news for Sun Yan and the women, it took a grim turn when Lei Hao and his subordinates, in a bid for self-preservation, pushed out the imprisoned professors and fellow students to fend off the insect horde. Ultimately, Lei Hao managed to escape with the majority of his group, seeking refuge in a nearby building, but the esteemed Professor Chang, whom Sun Yan had previously encountered in the medical building, along with dozens of other unnamed male and female students, lost their lives in the process. Upon hearing this tragic news, Liang Yu fainted on the spot, as Professor Chang had been her mentor, and it was rumored that many of the deceased students were her acquaintances from the same department. The women were left in shock. Although they were well aware of Lei Hao's nefarious nature, they had never anticipated he could descend to such depths of depravity. With this revelation, Sun Yan became even more resolute. Until he was sufficiently powerful to eliminate Lei Hao, he must remain discreet and ensure that his existence remained unknown to him. One must ensure sufficient strength and seize any opportunity to eliminate Lei Hao without hesitation. He instructed the girls to reinforce the doors and windows after dinner, emphasizing the importance of maintaining silence to avoid attracting the mutated insect tide, akin to what occurred with Lei Hao. This grim reality had cast a pall over the girls' spirits, as the sudden loss of so many teachers and classmates served as a stark reminder of the mercilessness of the apocalypse. As night fell, Sun Yan had just settled down when he sensed someone approaching. Turning his head, he saw Du Feifei, clutching the curtain she had repurposed as a blanket, standing before him. "Brother Sun Yan, may I sleep on the chair beside you?" she asked timidly. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I'm afraid," she whispered as she spread the curtain on the long bench to his left. "I fear that a monster might suddenly invade while I sleep. I feel safer beside you. Do not worry. The doors and windows are secured. As long as we remain quiet, the monsters outside won't detect us," Sun Yan reassured her softly. "But I am scared. Can I stay here?" Du Feifei's eyes were filled with pleading. "Very well," he nodded in acquiescence. "Thank you, Brother Sun Yan." Du Feifei beamed. Lying on the bench and wrapping herself in the curtain, she had stealthily approached him, and the other girls, who were all awake, had witnessed this exchange. Lin Qingqing mused to herself, "Is Du Feifei determined to win over Sun Yan? Although this affair does not concern me directly, it is her prerogative to pursue him. However, Sun Yan is a pillar of support for everyone. If he were to become her boyfriend, would he not direct all his attention towards her? In times of peril, he would undoubtedly prioritize protecting his girlfriend, potentially casting aside others as mere bait, much like Lei Hao did." This thought was unacceptable. Compared to Du Feifei, she considered herself more attractive and understanding. She must ensure that Sun Yan would protect her first in times of danger. With that realization, she hastily grabbed her blanket and dashed towards Sun Yan's side. "Sun Yan, I am also afraid. May I sleep here?" she pleaded. displaying a pitiful expression as she claimed the chair on his other side. "Suit yourself," he responded without much thought, recognizing that the recent news would naturally instill fear in them. Observing Du Feifei and Lin Qingqing approach, the other girls exchanged glances and quickly grasped their intentions. Their reliance on Shun Yin was immense. Surviving in this terrifying world without him would prove exceedingly difficult. Hence, their thoughts converged. They could not allow themselves to become expendable in the cafeteria incident. One by one, they rose and flocked to Shun Yin, seeking his protection. Only Zhang Yun and Li Shiyin remained, exchanging uncertain looks. They, too, felt fear. Despite their reservations, they ultimately joined the others, surrounding Shun Yin and claiming their new beds near him. 17 girls formed a circle around Shun Yin, encasing him completely, with no space left to spare. Such a situation would have been unimaginable in the past. Aside from Lin Qingqing's rare venture to sit beside Lei Hao under normal circumstances, the vicinity of his seat seldom welcomed female company. Du Feifei felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She had anticipated that the other girls would keep their distance, allowing her to seize the opportunity in the dead of night, feigning fear to snuggle into Shun Yan's embrace, thereby subtly conquering him and securing this 98-point heartthrob as her boyfriend. Before Shun Yan had consumed the physique elixir, she found him quite endearing and had long harbored such aspirations. Now that Shun Yan had successfully transformed into a handsome figure, her resolve only strengthened. However, Lin Qingqing's sudden arrival, accompanied by other girls who swiftly encircled Shun Yan, shattered her chances, leaving her with a lingering grievance against her and rendering her previous plans futile. Chapter 27. Weeping Liang Yu at the break of dawn. Shun Yan was stirred awake by the faint sound of sobbing. It was Liang Yu, crouched in a corner, wiping away her tears while the other girls remained blissfully unaware in their slumber. "Senior, what troubles you?" Shun Yan quietly inquired as he stealthily stepped away from the circle to approach her. "Are you still upset about yesterday?" Liang Yu hastily dabbed her eyes, striving to regain her composure. "I'm sorry for disturbing you. It seems you hold Professor Chang and those classmates in high regard." "The professor cares for me like a dear grandfather. He is a truly wonderful person," Liang Yu replied, sniffling as she looked up. "The classmates in our department are also very kind to me. Do not dwell on it. Once we gain strength, we will surely avenge Lei Hao for them." Shun Yan gently patted her shoulder. "Thank you." Liang Yu leaned against his chest, grappling with sorrow not only for the professor and her classmates, but primarily because she had a woken yearning for her parents, unable to contain her emotions. "Have you been unable to reach your uncle and aunt?" Liang Yu shook her head, tears welling anew. "On the day the apocalypse struck, I made numerous calls home, but no one answered. Later, I contacted our neighbor, Mr. Zhang, who said my parents." It seemed Liang Yu's parents had become part of the unfortunate souls transformed into zombies on that fateful day. Shun Yan, having lost his own parents before the apocalypse, understood profoundly the feeling of loneliness and helplessness. He softly consoled her. "It's all right, senior. Be strong. Your uncle, aunt, and Professor Chang, if they have a spirit, surely wish for you to live well." Liang Yu stifled her sobs, endeavoring not to awaken the other sleeping girls. After a considerable effort, Shun Yan managed to soothe her, helping her find a semblance of calm. Once the tears had flowed and the burden within her heart had eased, Liang Yu felt a bit better. Yet she looked at Shun Yan with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Junior, for causing you worry. You are already shouldering the weight of caring for so many girls alone, and I have added to your stress." "Not at all." Shun Yan shook his head in response. "It is you who bears too much pressure. Expressing it is the right thing to do. I lost my parents before the apocalypse, so I completely empathize with your feelings. It's all right, lift your spirits." "Junior, thank you. You are truly wonderful," Liang Yu said, her emotions welling up. "May I hug you?" "Of course." At that moment, Shun Yan found it difficult to refuse, allowing her to nestle into his embrace, holding him tightly. As Liang Yu embraced Shun Yan, she noticed his hands raised high. Showing no inclination to take advantage of the situation, he remained remarkably gentlemanly and still, providing her with a profound sense of security. Gazing up at his handsome face, mere inches away, she felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Shun Yan, aware of her unwavering stare, found himself blushing, his ears flushed with warmth. The air was thick with an unspoken tension. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyi yawned and sat up. Liang Yu hurriedly withdrew her hands, creating distance between them. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xiaoyi rubbed her eyes and looked over, still drowsy. "Good morning," she greeted. "Morning." Both Shun Yan and Liang Yu responded in unison. "Yu Jia, why are your eyes so red? Did Shun Yan bully you?" Lu Xiaoyi inquired. "Don't slander him." Shun Yan immediately denied. "It's not like that." Liang Yu quickly clarified. "I was just thinking about Professor Chang and the students who suffered, as well as my parents. It was truly distressing. Shen Shuadi woke up because of my noise and came to comfort me." "Oh." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "Yu Jia, try to look on the bright side. My parents are gone too, and I feel the same sorrow. However, We who remain cannot dwell in sadness. There are numerous life and death challenges ahead that need to be addressed. And we must be strong. Yes, I understand. The conversation gradually awakened the other girls, who, upon learning of Liang Yu's tears, gathered around to console her. As they spoke, some of them began to cry as well, for they too had experienced similar losses of loved ones. Shen Yin could only allow them to express their emotions, releasing the pent-up feelings within, before taking turns comforting them. Once everyone had calmed down, he enlisted Wang Yin to utilize her culinary skills to prepare rice and stir-fried beef, followed by distributing roasted chicken legs, milk, and orange juice. After a hearty meal, normalcy returned. This incident dissolved the barriers between Shen Yin and the group of girls. Previously, they had been somewhat wary of him. Even as they intentionally nestled around him, they had ulterior motives. Now, their vulnerabilities were laid bare before him. And through his comforting presence, their sense of reliance on him deepened. Even Jiang Yun relinquished her obsession with reclaiming the Black Knight, perhaps realizing that a weapon in his hands might better safeguard everyone. After breakfast, Shen Yin instructed the girls to remain in the hall, primarily to acquire various items necessary for transitioning into magical or ranged combat professions. Although he had now become an ultimate warrior capable of effortlessly hunting low-level monsters alone, the need for allies remained. No matter how formidable one's individual strength, it could never compare to the power of a cohesive team. If he could empower Jiang Yun and others to become combatants assisting him, their chances of survival would undoubtedly improve. Meanwhile, the other girls utilized the materials left by Shen Yin to enhance their skill proficiency and create essential items. Zhao Shishir extracted seeds from apples and watermelons. Researching methods of cultivation, Zhao Qin crafted equipment from fabric while also processing curtains into genuine quilts. Li Shiyan explored the intricacies of enchanting, identifying required items and materials. Yang Ying employed her mining skills to inspect the area around the hall for the presence of metal ores. Du Feifei melted scrap iron to study the recipes for basic metal armor. Zhang Xiaoan utilized the wood left by Shen Yin to elevate her carpentry skills. Jin Shi delved into architectural skills, while Lu Xiaoyi investigated jewelry making, and Zhou Yinfeng researched leather product recipes. As the world clamors for the acquisition of combat profession transfer items, it simultaneously seeks to procure various crafting recipes for life professions. After all, Shen Yin has asserted that anyone willing to sell should contact him directly. The women, perplexed by Shen Yin's audacity and the abundance of resources at his disposal, find themselves with no choice but to place their trust in him. Stepping outside, clad in protective leather armor and wielding a shell shield and bronze sword, Shen Yin is a far cry from his former self. He no longer treads cautiously as he once did. Before him, a solitary zombie appears, and upon noticing Shen Yin, it immediately lets out a low growl and lurches towards him. Shen Yin takes the initiative, executing an ultimate charge that transforms him into a blur, reaching the zombie in an instant and stunning it for 5 seconds. The incapacitated zombie stands motionless, deprived of any chance to retaliate, as Shen Yin cleaves its skull with a single stroke, slaying it on the spot. This was almost too effortless, requiring not even a battle cry. Spotting 2 more zombies nearby, Shen Yin escalates the challenge. Upon entering their attack range, he first charges to stun one, then swiftly pivots to raise his shell shield in defense as the second zombie strikes, dispatching it with a swift blow to its head. With the first zombie now slain and the second still dazed, he turns back to finish it off, relishing the simplicity of the endeavor. Chapter 28. Ant Helm equipped with exceptional gear and embodying the ultimate warrior profession. Shen Yin finds that confronting low-tier zombies and mutated insects is akin to slicing through vegetables, utterly devoid of difficulty. Any creature that crosses his path swiftly transforms into experience points and loot, without exception. After vanquishing numerous zombies and mutated ants, his inventory brims with foundational materials, amassing into the hundreds of thousands, alongside a plethora of food items, albeit of repetitive varieties with no new additions. Just as Shen Yin begins to doubt whether these low-tier monsters could yield any further items, a lone ant appears. Previously, when battling mutated ants, he had to resort to a more cautious tactic, employing flying swords and repeatedly throwing his bronze sword for safety. Now, however, the approach is different. Facing the ant, Shen Yin charges decisively, stunning it for 5 seconds, and seizing the opportunity, he swiftly dispatches it with his sword. Slaying monsters has become increasingly effortless. As long as he does not recklessly charge into hordes, he suffers no damage whatsoever. Upon defeating this ant, he not only collects the usual foundational materials, but also acquires a blueprint for crafting an ant helm. Ant helm, common, defense 1. Once equipped, it causes mutated ants to mistake you for one of their own, preventing them from initiating an attack. Required materials: 1 ant head, 3 iron ingots, 1 leather. This equipment, though white in rarity and possessing a mere point of defense, is nevertheless appealing due to its straightforward crafting requirements and its ability to deceive mutated ants into believing he is one of their kind, alleviating any fear of their aggression. Lunch is resolved outside, as there is food left at home. Shun Yin continues to grind until around 5 p.m., successfully reaching level 10 before retreating to the hall as night falls. Upon his return home, the women eagerly approach him. Their expressions a mix of curiosity and disbelief upon learning that he spent the entire day merely leveling up twice. Shun Yin, having transitioned into a warrior role and equipped with formidable gear, should find slaying monsters to be a rather effortless endeavor. Why then? Have you only managed to level up twice in a day? I had anticipated you would reach levels 14 or 15. Lin Qingqing inquired with curiosity. The surrounding girls shared the same sentiment, their gazes fixated upon him. Before our departure, I harbored a similar belief. Shun Yin replied with a smile, only to discover upon venturing outside that the number of monsters near the auditorium seemed to have diminished. What could be the reason? Jiang Yun furrowed her brow. This might be related to the battle with the 2 elite monsters yesterday, as well as the passage of the Corpse King boss, Shun Yin speculated. The presence of the elite monsters and the boss likely frightened away most of the lower-tier creatures, leaving only a scant few, which may not return for some time. What shall we do? If you do not seize the opportunity to level up swiftly, how will you defeat Lei Hao? Li Shiyin asked with concern. Fear not. He must lead an entire team, and his followers will share the experience, thereby hindering his progress. My situation is different. Even if the nearby monsters are few, as long as I slay them swiftly, I can far outpace him, Shinyan stated, adding that he would take this opportunity to carve a path directly to the nearest teacher's dormitory building. Tomorrow, I shall eliminate all monsters on either side of the road. And at that time, I will lead you to a new hideout. The teacher's dormitory? Lin Qingqing's face lit up with excitement. That place has beds, various living supplies, and even bathing facilities. Can we truly relocate there tomorrow and reside in a better environment? As long as there are not too many monsters within the dormitory, I can clear it out before nightfall, and you shall be able to move in directly, Shinyan assured her. Splendid. This delightful news sent the girls into a frenzy of cheers. Although it has been safe residing in the auditorium these past few days, it lacks running water, with all water sources located in perilous areas outside. After several days, they were covered in dust, lamenting the absence of washing facilities. The teacher's dormitory boasts dedicated bathrooms and restrooms, along with various living supplies. Once we successfully arrive, we can enjoy warm baths and sleep on soft beds with real blankets at night. The auditorium, after all, is not the most suitable stronghold, especially since gunfire has already alerted Lei Hao's side. Even if they cannot approach us immediately, it is prudent to vacate to a safer location to level up and engage in combat. By the way, what have you all gathered from your endeavors? Shun Yin turned his gaze to the group of girls. These are the latest intelligence we have collected over the day, Li Shiyin replied, handing Shun Yin several sheets of A4 paper. They contained records of significant events from the past 2 days, gathered through various chat channels. Shun Yin casually flipped through the pages, indeed noting several pieces of recent information, including sudden incidents in domestic cities, a boss wreaking havoc in a certain part of the world, and coordinates of various bosses within the region. Jiang Yun informed Shin Yan, currently, individuals willing to sell magical class transfer items are exceedingly rare. We have been shouting in the world, national, and regional channels all day, yet to no avail. This is quite normal. Shun Yin did not find it surprising. Nonetheless, even in light of this, we must not give up and should continue our efforts to procure them. Understood. Jiang Yin nodded, suddenly recalling something. Although she had not received the mage class transfer item, she had inquired with several individuals and finally discovered the means by which they obtained it. These transfer items were all dropped by elites and above. All right, I understand. Shun Yin noted this point. If elite monsters appear nearby, she would endeavor to defeat them and see if the transfer items would drop. But don't push yourself too hard. They are typically defeated by teams, as elites are rather formidable, Jiang Yin cautioned. If it proves too difficult, it's best not to provoke them. Safety comes first. I understand. Shin Yin thought to herself that in a one-on-one situation, she could now take down elite monsters of a similar level. After all, she possessed 2 ultimate warrior skills, along with a high health pool, exceptional equipment providing substantial defense, and health potions for rapid recovery. Having just upgraded her strength, her damage output had increased, and no matter how thick the elite's health might be, she could wear it down. There's one more thing. What is it? Jiang Yun sighed. This morning, several students who were previously detained by Lei Hao reached out, wanting to join us. However, I suspect this is yet another of Lei Hao's schemes. Therefore, I instructed everyone to disregard them and not to respond. You did well. Shun Yin felt a sense of relief. This is certainly Lei Hao's trickery. They wouldn't know of my existence. Why would they reach out to you, who have difficulty protecting yourselves? Their claim of wanting to join you is merely a bait to lure you in. Those who come will not only be them, but also Lei Hao and his subordinates. In such circumstances, a rational person would surely seek refuge with more capable survivors, such as those from other regions. Indeed, I thought the same, which is why I chose to ignore them, Jiang Yin replied. It seems Lei Hao is relentless. He is determined to capture us. Rest assured, we will relocate as soon as possible tomorrow. I will also hasten my leveling and treasure hunting. By the way, Fei Fei, here is the recipe for you. Quickly craft the helmet. Chapter 29, Equipment Enchantment Shun Yin. This is a hand-drawn map of the distribution of elites and bosses based on the intelligence I've gathered, Lin Qingqing said, handing Shun Yin an A4 sheet. The map utilized simple blocks and annotations to represent various buildings within the university town, while also marking the names of the collected elite monsters and bosses. Your drawing skills are impressive, Shun Yin remarked, somewhat surprised. Lin Qingqing showed considerable talent in illustration, making the entire map clear and comprehensible. Drawing is my hobby, Lin Qingqing replied proudly. After organizing the information on elites and bosses that everyone collected from the regional channel over the past few days, I marked their specific activity areas. There may still be undiscovered ones, but at least everything we know is here. Well done. Shun Yin acknowledged the efforts of Lin Qingqing and the other girls. With this map, they could easily locate nearby elite monsters while leveling up. Brother Shun Yin. Du Feifei also came to claim credit. The ant helmet is ready. Shun Yin turned to see Du Feifei sporting the head of a mutated ant. It was less a helmet and more a mask, transforming her into a bizarre creature with an ant head atop her human body. Oh dear, that is hideous, Jiang Yun exclaimed with disdain. The other girls also felt unnerved by the ant helmet, as though mutated ants were staring at them up close, which was rather unappealing. However, I found it quite amusing. Du Feifei removed the helmet, cradling it in her hands while laughing. Give it to me. Shun Yin extended his hand, and Du Feifei promptly offered it with both hands. Upon closer inspection, the interior of the helmet had been hollowed out and lined with leather, affixed to a metallic framework. Curiously, he donned it and discovered that it was not uncomfortable at all. The soft leather perfectly covered the metallic lining, allowing for free movement without issue. Remarkably, even without perforations, one could see everything outside clearly through the compound eyes of the ant. Quite extraordinary. Brother Shun Yin, there are also these. Du Feifei retrieved a set of freshly forged iron bracers, gloves, knee guards, boots, and shoulder pads from her virtual backpack, presenting them to Shun Yin. Currently, we can only craft the most basic metal armor. Once you acquire higher-level forging blueprints, you must share them with me. I will also strive to procure other forging blueprints in the chat channel. Indeed, you have done splendidly, Shun Yin expressed his satisfaction. Li Shiyin, can you enchant equipment now? I need an enchanting wand. Without it, enchantment is impossible, Li Shiyin replied, shaking her head. Is it feasible? Yes. It only requires the most basic wood and a beginner's crystal core. The wood is easy to procure. Let Xiaowan handle it, as she is a carpenter and can manage that. However, the beginner's crystal core. I have one. Shun Yin produced a crystal core from his virtual backpack and handed it to her. Hurry and create it. I need the entire set of equipment enchanted with attributes. But Shun Yin, each time you enchant, it consumes a beginner's crystal core in addition to making the wand, which can be quite troublesome, Li Shiyin said helplessly. Just focus on enchanting for me. Shun Yin laid out a dozen beginner's crystal cores before her. So many? How is that possible? Li Shiyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't it said that you must defeat elite monsters or bosses to obtain beginner's crystal cores? Where did these come from? Indeed, Jiang Yin chimed in, equally astonished and representing the other puzzled girls. Even if you previously benefited from defeating 2 elite monsters, it couldn't possibly yield this many beginner's crystal cores, could it? Where did you acquire them? Shun Yin shrugged. Of course, I have my methods. It's a secret. You need not inquire further, as I shall not divulge. Just know that I can procure whatever resources are needed. Your sole responsibility is to ensure the logistics run smoothly, allowing me to develop rapidly. As I grow stronger, so shall you benefit. We are now a community of shared interests. Although curious about the origins of the numerous beginners' crystal cores, Jiang Yun and the others recognized the validity of Shun Yin's words. They were indeed a community of shared interests, and the stronger Shun Yin became, the safer they would all be. Thus, they refrained from asking further questions, hoping to earn Shun Yan's trust, believing that he might one day voluntarily share his secrets. Li Shiyin enlisted the help of the carpenter Zhang Xiaowan, successfully creating the most basic enchanting wand. With the tool in hand, she could now enchant the equipment. Holding the entire set of gear that Shun Yin had handed her, she looked up and inquired, what attributes do you wish to add to these items? What attributes can you currently enchant onto the equipment? Shun Yin countered. Currently, only the most rudimentary low-tier enhancements for strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, and spirit are available, each augmenting an item's attributes by a mere point. Li Shiyin responded, exchanging a basic crystal core for a single attribute point? That seems rather meager, almost negligible. After some contemplation, Shen Yin concluded that his current strength was more than sufficient, as his damage output was already quite formidable, and his agility was adequate as well. In the realm of gaming, one might pursue extreme attack power, but in reality, one has but a single life. Thus, safety must take precedence. Du Feifei had just forged 5 iron armors for herself, along with a guard's leather armor and a shell shield, as well as an ant helmet. Each piece of equipment added a point to her constitution, granting an additional 80 hit points, totaling 480, making it quite difficult to meet an untimely demise. The defensive capabilities provided by the armor, combined with the added constitution defense, rendered it manageable to challenge multiple monsters simultaneously. Consequently, she decided, please enchant each piece of equipment with 1 point of constitution. Very well. Li Shiyin began the enchantment process, which was straightforward. Select the item to be enchanted. Expend 1 basic crystal core, and upon completion of the incantation, success was assured. It appeared that the consumption of basic crystal cores was substantial. Not only were they utilized for job changes and crafting items, but also for enchanting directly. Fortunately, her tenfold loot drop advantage placed her ahead of the game. What attributes can weapons be enchanted with? Shen Yin inquired as he passed his currently wielded bronze sword. At this time, only melee weapons can receive an additional point of damage. Ranged weapons are similarly limited, Li Shiyin replied, sensing the returns were not particularly impressive. An increase of just 1 point in damage? Is there no strength enhancement? Shen Yin furrowed his brow, realizing that if it were merely damage, it was indeed not cost-effective. Currently, there is none. We may require a higher-level enchanting formula, Li Shiyin responded with resignation. Very well. If it's merely 1 point of damage, I shall forego it. Shen Yin reclaimed the bronze sword and turned to Lu Xiaoyi. Can you craft jewelry now? I would like some low-tier accessories. Lu Xiaoyi shook her head. Feifei just helped me forge jewelry tools, but I lack the materials to create any accessories. I haven't received any world announcements either. What materials are needed to craft jewelry? At present, I can only create the most basic copper necklaces and copper rings, yet I have no copper ore. It must be processed into copper ingots from the ore, and then cut from the ingots, she explained. I can prospect for copper ore, but we have not discovered any veins near the auditorium. Yang Ying, who had transitioned to a miner, raised her hand to say, is that so? Understood. Shen Yin pondered. Once I am stronger and have cleared the surrounding monsters, I will take you out to search for mines. Alright. Chapter 30. A new stronghold. Senior Shen Yin. When you go out to level up, could you possibly bring back some mutated beast corpses? I need them to practice my skinning skill, and crafting leather armor requires leather. Once I obtain a piece of leather, I can make you a belt, Zhou Yinfeng interjected. I will do my best. Shen Yin nodded. Noting the inconvenience that monster corpses could not be directly placed into the virtual backpack, to bring them back, one must carry them manually. Alternatively, they might seek transportation nearby to haul the corpses back for her to skin. I've sewn some fabric bags for everyone, granting each of you an additional 24 slots in your virtual backpacks. Zhao Qing sought recognition from Shen Yin, stitching a set of garments for each individual and repurposing curtains into numerous comforters, ensuring a more pleasant night's rest. Well done. Shen Yin offered words of encouragement, urging her to persist. I will. Zhao Qing nodded vigorously. Shun, I can concoct a basic strength potion that enhances strength by 2 points for an hour. But I need to venture out to gather herbs, Liang Yu informed him. During the day, I observed from the window that many low-tier herbs must have sprouted following the torrential rain that night, alongside this primeval forest. Yes, once the surroundings are sufficiently secure, I will take you along to collect a substantial amount of herbs. All right. The following morning, after everyone had sufficiently feasted, Shen Yin set off alone. Initially investigating the teacher's dormitory building in detail, clearing any monsters that might be lurking nearby or within the structure. He planned to complete this within the morning and return for lunch, before escorting the girls to the new stronghold in the afternoon. Clad in a complete set of metallic armor and donning an ant helmet, he resembled a formidable ant general, exuding an impressive aura, completely encased in armor. Even those most familiar with him would fail to recognize Shen Yin within, particularly given that he had shed 150 pounds. Presenting a visage entirely different from before, likely even Lei Hao would not identify him unless he removed his helmet for a closer look. The minor creatures encountered along the way were easily dispatched, a mere charge sufficing to eliminate them without any difficulty. Soon, he reached the teacher's dormitory, where indeed, numerous zombies lay in wait, alongside several mutated geckos. In the past, Shen Yin would have turned away, but now, he cleaved through them with ease. Advancing from the first to the 5th floor, the monsters unable to approach him. The zombies yielded various common raw materials, but little of value. Conversely, the mutated geckos provided Shen Yin with ample mutated beast meat, mutated beast bones, and peculiar dust. The mutated beast meat and bones served as culinary ingredients, requiring a chef to process them into edible materials, extracting the toxins within. The peculiar dust was one of the essential materials for crafting the stealth skill for rogues. The teacher's dormitory, not excessively tall, was thoroughly patrolled across its 5 floors, ensuring the complete eradication of all monsters without a single escapee. Finally reassured, Shun Yin returned to the hall. After having lunch in the hall, he escorted the girls outside, safely relocating them to the dormitory building. The corpses of several mutated geckos were not wasted. They provided the leatherworker Zhou Yingfeng with practice in skinning, and after processing the hides into leather, Shun Yin acquired a leather belt, enhancing his defense. In the afternoon, instead of venturing out, he fortified all doors and windows of the dormitory with the girls, prioritizing the safety of their new stronghold. They then allocated rooms, with everyone residing on the 5th floor. By living at such an elevation, they ensured that the sounds of any passing monsters would not easily reach them, enhancing their security. Residing on the top floor, they could converse normally without the need for whispers. Elevated, they could also survey their surroundings comprehensively. As a male, Shun Yin occupied room 501, near the staircase, while the 17 girls resided in the more interior rooms. These dormitories are actually individual rooms, each assigned to a teacher prior to the apocalypse. Zhang Xiaojun, a skilled carpenter, devoted some time to transform her bedroom into a new dormitory with bunk beds. Crafting these wooden beds was a simple task for her, as she did not have to toil like a traditional carpenter. Consequently, 4 or 5 girls now reside together, which not only optimizes space but also provides a sense of security. The new base is indeed comfortable. After completing their tasks, the first thing everyone does is take a shower. Shun Yin is no exception, enjoying a relaxing shower with warm water, using the shampoo and body wash in the bathroom to cleanse the grime accumulated over the past few days, feeling particularly refreshed. After bathing, she lies down on her bed, nestled in a soft blanket, thinking to herself that this is what life should be, so comfortable. After a brief nap, there is a knock at the door. It turns out that the girls, having finished their showers and changed into fresh clothes, have come to deliver the intelligence gathered today. Unlike the previous days, they now radiate vitality, embodying their most perfect state, exuding natural beauty that requires no makeup. After submitting the intelligence, Lin Qingqing, somewhat distressed, reports to Shun Yin, "Just now, Lei Hao threatened me in private chat again, claiming he has reached level 14, and his subordinates are around level 13. Moreover, a large number of survivors have joined him. If I refuse to cooperate and disclose our current hiding place, he will come to find me, and once he catches me, I will regret it. He threatened me too." Zhang Yun adds helplessly, "And us. Don't worry." Shun Yin reassures them. "We have already relocated in time. Even if Lei Hao has a way to find the vicinity of the auditorium, it won't matter. Isn't there a block feature? If you don't want to be harassed by him, you can simply block him, and there's no need to be afraid." "Is there such a feature?" I hadn't noticed. Lin Qingqing quickly opens the social interface to check. Indeed, there is a block feature. How wonderful. Zhang Yun soon discovers this option and promptly blocks Lei Hao, also adding his lackeys to the blacklist. The other girls follow suit, blocking Lei Hao and all his subordinates, finally achieving peace. On the other side, Lei Hao sends threatening messages to all the girls who escaped, thinking they are merely girls, even with Zhang Yun's handgun. They must be scared after spending these days outside. After all, hearing only a few gunshots indicates they have been huddled inside a building, too frightened to venture out and hunt monsters to level up. Perhaps with a few more threats, they will obediently comply. However, as he attempts to send another threatening message, he is notified that the recipient has blocked him and cannot be contacted. He quickly instructs his underlings to send the messages, only to be informed that they too have been blocked and their messages cannot go through. Furious, Lei Hao thinks to himself that these women truly do not appreciate the gravity of their situation. The more they resist, the more he desires to subjugate them, transforming them from proud campus beauties into lowly pets for his amusement. What good is blocking? Now that he has grown sufficiently powerful, leveling up a few more times will enable him to lead a team to hunt them down and drag them out from their hiding places. Chapter 31. Utilizing the ant nest. Hey, this actually works. Shun Yin donned an ant helmet and deliberately approached a mutated ant. To his surprise, the creature merely brushed against him with its antennae, exhibiting friendly behavior instead of aggression, as if it recognized him as one of its own. Glancing towards the distant mutated mantis, a smile crept upon Shun Yan's lips as inspiration struck him. The mutated mantis, boasting a formidable level of 15, was a daunting adversary he had not prepared to confront. However, with the ant helmet enhancing his camouflage, the mutated ants perceived him as kin. He had witnessed firsthand how they rallied to aid one another when under threat, displaying remarkable solidarity. Yet, he pondered whether he, an imposter, would receive the same treatment. With a swift dash towards the mutated mantis, he evaded its line of sight until he was a mere 10 meters away, at which point he unleashed a powerful charge, stunning the mantis. With his objective accomplished, he refrained from further aggression, instead pivoting to flee towards the ant nest, seizing the 5 seconds of the mantis's disorientation. After regaining consciousness, the mutated mantis took to the air, rapidly pursuing Shun Yan. He had already reached the ant nest, hiding near the throng of mutated ants. In an instant, the well-organized ant legion, previously transporting food, abandoned their burdens and surged towards the mantis, engaging it in battle. The mutated mantis proved to be a fierce opponent, easily dispatching individual mutated ants with its razor-sharp appendages and mandibles. Yet, it was overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the ant army. Despite claiming the lives of several ants, its health dwindled rapidly. This was exhilarating for Shun Yan, who marveled at the power of the ant helmet. It was akin to possessing a free army of mutants. While he could not command them into battle, as they mimicked the most basic ants, he could indeed lure other monsters to them for assistance. As the mutated mantis neared its demise at the mandibles of the ants, Shun Yan swiftly executed another charge, arriving before the mantis to claim the kill. The mantis yielded a generous 50 experience points, along with a remarkable bounty of 10,000 white-quality iron two-handed swords, 10,000 insect wings, and 10,000 insect eyes. The swords, with damage ranging from 10 to 26, were rather impressive. Shun Yan, however, did not contemplate replacing his weapon. No matter how high the attack power, he could not forsake his shell shield. Survival was paramount. After vanquishing the mutated mantis, the mutated ant army resumed their activities as if nothing had transpired. The skirmish had cost them only a handful of ants, while the nest brimmed with thousands of them. Such an overwhelming number was more than sufficient to contend with elite foes. Nearby lurked an elite monster, and if he could draw it near, the ant legion would undoubtedly assist in its extermination. Of course, there were several wild monsters along the way that needed to be dealt with first. Given Shun Yan's current prowess, tackling wild monsters posed no challenge. He dispatched the fewer ones himself with ease, akin to chopping vegetables, while for those that were more numerous, he would lure them close to the ant nest, allowing the ants to do the heavy lifting, reserving the final blow for himself to reap the experience and spoils. The mutated ants would not share the experience or loot, which meant Shun Yan would benefit entirely, an exhilarating prospect indeed. Once he cleared a path, he ascended 2 levels, reaching level 12. 2 attribute points were allocated to Constitution, raising health to 500 points, marking a significant advancement. The elite monster, a level 14 mutated scorpion, resided to the east of the hall, exuding an impressive aura akin to a large truck. Shun Yan charged forward with an ultimate rush, stunning the creature before making a hasty retreat. As he distanced himself, the elite scorpion regained its senses and pursued him relentlessly, eager to devour the one who dared to provoke it. With agility surpassing that of ordinary individuals, Shun Yan outpaced the wild beasts, reaching the ant nest first and swiftly concealing himself behind the army of ants. Upon arriving, the elite scorpion was immediately encircled by the relentless ant horde. Although they were unaware of why the elite scorpion had traversed such a distance, they were instinctively driven to defend their comrades under attack. Suddenly besieged by the swarm, the elite scorpion was filled with rage, momentarily forgetting about Shun Yan hiding behind the ants, and unleashed its fury with its formidable pincers and venomous tail, wreaking havoc upon the mutated ants. Countless ants perished under its assault, yet reinforcements poured forth from the nest, surrounding the scorpion and gnawing away at it. The elite scorpion's health plummeted astonishingly. After claiming the lives of over 100 mutated ants, its health was finally diminished to a critical level. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Yan charged forward to deliver the final blow, earning a substantial amount of experience and loot. The experience points from the elite monster were considerable, allowing Shun Yan to reach level 13 just as he had amassed a wealth of experience. He allocated his attribute points to Constitution once again, raising his health to 510 points. Upon inspecting the spoils, he was filled with joy. The elite scorpion had yielded valuable items, including a job change item and blue gear. The priest job change quest book, upon use, would grant access to a training illusion, enabling him to transition into a priest upon successful completion of the training. As a healing profession, this was a tremendous boon for Shun Yan, who had already become a formidable tank. With a priest's assistance, he would be virtually invincible. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic world where lives were limited, the healing profession was exceedingly precious. How many valuable items could be exchanged for a single priest job change item? He believed that countless survivors would be willing to part with everything for such a treasure. Additionally, the carefully crafted necklace, excellent, restored 12 HP every 10 seconds. With a durability of 150 and a level requirement of 10. This automatic health regeneration gear was particularly advantageous for Shun Yan, who immediately donned it around his neck. Regenerating 12 HP every 10 seconds might seem modest, but in the heat of battle, it would restore 72 HP in a minute, surpassing the efficacy of 2 basic healing potions, an absolute profit for survivors with a base constitution below 7 points. Wearing this necklace could restore them from a near-death state to full health within a minute. It was nothing short of a miraculous artifact. The astounding wealth of 9,999 carefully crafted necklaces in his backpack was an impressive fortune. In addition to these two remarkable items, he also obtained mutated scorpion meat, mutated insect shells, mutated scorpion tails, and venom, among other basic materials. Regrettably, the other elite monsters were located in more distant areas. Shun Yin was reluctant to take unnecessary risks, especially since the ant nest was quite far away. Whether he could successfully lure them over remained a significant question. If the elite monsters turned back midway, it would be a futile exertion. In the game, monsters each possess their own designated activity range, and should they exceed it, they promptly return to their original position. It remains uncertain whether this phenomenon is mirrored in reality. Additionally, the areas occupied by the elites are densely populated with wild creatures, and Shun Yin believes that it would be unfeasible to clear them all before nightfall. Therefore, he decides to first tidy up the vicinity of the hall, enabling him to take others out for mining and herb gathering the following day, thus acquiring sufficient raw materials to craft jewelry and potions. Once the number of minor creatures in the hall area, excluding the ant nest, has been sufficiently reduced, Shun Yin successfully levels up to 14. He swiftly retreats before darkness falls, returning to the dormitory stronghold. Chapter 32. The earth-shattering skill book. When it comes to upgrading attributes, Shun Yin opts to enhance his constitution. His philosophy is to maximize health and defense as much as possible, provided that his attack power is satisfactory. After all, with Lei Hao possessing a 100-fold power increase, it is imperative that he withstands an attack rather than being dispatched in a single blow, thus providing an opportunity for counterattack. Upon learning that Shun Yin has cleared the few wild creatures in the hall area using the ant nest and has defeated an elite, obtaining both the priest job transfer quest and a blue necklace, the girls erupt in cheers. However, the question of who will undertake the priest job transfer requires discussion, as they are unaware that Shun Yin has accumulated numerous transfer quest scrolls. Furthermore, he has no intention of allowing more individuals to transition into priests at this juncture. It is essential to keep his secret concealed. Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian gather to deliberate for an extended period, ultimately deciding that Jiang Yun should be the first to transition into a priest and accompany Shun Yin on monster hunting expeditions starting the next day. Shun Yin beckons Jiang Yun to join him, and the two ascend to the rooftop of the dormitory. Jiang Yun utilizes the job transfer quest scroll and subsequently inquires of Shun Yin, "What training stage should I select for the transfer? Given that it requires the consumption of primary crystal nuclei, you should choose the enhancement mode." Shun Yin replies, producing 10 primary crystal nuclei to hand to Jiang Yun. While it would be ideal to present her with 1,000 nuclei for the transfer, that would be excessively outrageous. 10 nuclei is easily justifiable, if necessary. He could simply deceive her into believing that he sold valuable loot obtained from slain monsters to other survivors in exchange for these. Jiang Yun and the other girls might merely speculate that her fortune has favored her, possibly yielding valuable spoils that were urgently needed by other survivors, thus making the acquisition of these nuclei plausible, especially since Shun Yin himself had defeated 3 creatures. After all, only Shun Yin is privy to the loot he has garnered in recent days and the transactions he has engaged in with other survivors. Moreover, in his view, a priest need not be overly powerful, as it is primarily a supportive role. Possessing an enhancement mode is sufficient. Ordinary survivors find it challenging to acquire even the enhancement mode, and cultivating an ultimate priest can be reserved for the future, ensuring that the most trustworthy individual is selected. Later, after defeating enough monsters, presenting 1,000 crystal nuclei will raise no suspicions. Jiang Yun harbors no doubts. Merely impressed by Shun Yan's prowess in procuring such a multitude of nuclei within a short span, perhaps due to other players' lack of awareness regarding the significance of crystal nuclei, which has allowed him to exploit the opportunity. Choosing the enhancement mode, she successfully transitions into a priest after training, acquiring 2 enhancement skills, Enhanced Healing and Enhanced Shield. Enhanced Healing enables the target to recover 100 HP within 8 seconds, with no cooldown. The Enhanced Shield envelopes the target in a protective barrier, absorbing up to 200 points of damage with a cooldown of 30 seconds. The standard healing spell restores 80 HP within 8 seconds, while the enhanced skill provides an additional 20 points, which is quite commendable. Moreover, this skill has no cooldown, as long as there is sufficient mana. It can continuously replenish the target's health. The ordinary shield absorbs 150 points of damage, while the enhanced version increases that by 50 points. By casting the shield on Shun Yin, it effectively grants an additional 200 HP, equating to a total of 720 health, nearly rivaling that of elite monsters of the same level. Indeed, having a priest in combat makes encounters significantly easier and safer. Jiang Yun attempted to cast a shield on both Shun Yin and herself, and they were encased in a large egg-shaped energy, instilling a sense of inexplicable security. She felt a surge of excitement. Although the priest lacked combat prowess, the ability to ensure her teammates' safety could finally come into play. Familiarize yourself with the priest's skills. Don't falter when we venture out to battle tomorrow, Xinyan advised. Rest assured, I will not hold us back. Jiang Yin confidently replied with a nod. Very well. I shall head down to review the intelligence gathered today and reach out to the survivors on our list to see if we can exchange any loot for valuable items. Upon returning to the dormitory floor and reviewing the information provided by the girls, Xinyan contacted a survivor who had showcased a wizard-class transition skill book in the World Channel, inquiring whether he would be willing to trade the transition book for supplies. The survivor responded promptly, stating he had successfully transitioned into a wizard and had consumed the item. Although disappointed, Xinyan began to inquire individually with other players who possessed transition items. Most had utilized them immediately upon acquisition, and very few were willing to part with them for other resources. With no alternative, he urged the girls to continue broadcasting in the World Channel, hoping to find anyone willing to exchange any transition quest books for other supplies. Meanwhile, he remained active, monitoring the chat channel after dinner, scrutinizing various trading posts. The highest demand was for food and water, while information regarding raw materials, equipment, and transition items was scarce. Most players were reluctant to part with valuable items that could significantly enhance their strength in this apocalyptic world, prioritizing their own team's survival. Although he did not find anyone willing to sell transition items, a particular message caught Xinyan's attention. The individual, known as Big Wolf Dog from Yenzhou, G City, sought to sell a warrior skill book titled Earthquake. Many tried to privately message him, offering their supplies in exchange, but were met with rejection. The Big Wolf Dog even publicly declared that those without valuable items should refrain from messaging him, as it was a waste of time. He dismissed inferior items, insisting that only exceptional items would be worthy of exchange. At this stage, survivors around the globe were just beginning their journeys, with limited resources. Even if they possessed valuable items, they would prioritize their own team's needs to ensure survival. This tome of warrior skills features a crowd control ability that stuns nearby monsters for 1 second. It appears quite promising. However, those who desire it lack the financial means to bid, while those with capital dismiss the low-level warrior control skills, preferring to invest in damage-dealing abilities. Xinyan, with a focus on survival, immediately recognized the potential of this skill book. An additional control could provide an extra chance to escape perilous situations. Thus, he privately messaged Yenzhou, the Great Wolf Dog. I want this skill book. What do you wish to exchange? After a brief delay, the other party responded, suggesting he was inundated with private messages. If you don't possess anything worthwhile, do not waste my time, rather than sell it for a low price. I would prefer to keep it for my collection. What constitutes a worthwhile item? Would this suffice? Xinyan sent an attribute chart of a guardian leather armor. The equipment is decent, but it is far from sufficient in exchange for my skill. What about this? Xinyan then sent the attribute chart of a blue shell shield. Exceptional quality, exquisite blue equipment? The Great Wolf Dog was somewhat taken aback. The item was indeed valuable, yet it was of no use to him. Do you possess anything else of merit? Xinyan forwarded an attribute chart of a priest class change quest. This is acceptable, but I lack a primary crystal core. The Great Wolf Dog promptly replied, stating that if Xinyan could procure a primary crystal core along with the class change quest, he would trade the skill book. As fortune would have it, I possess one. Xinyan immediately mailed the priest class change quest and a primary crystal core, setting the exchange condition for the Earthshatter skill book. The other party quickly confirmed and proactively added Xinyan as a friend. I am quite satisfied with this transaction. Let us continue to exchange valuable items in the future. Certainly. Upon acquiring the Earthshatter skill book, Xinyan was elated and promptly utilized it. Message: you have used the Earthshatter skill book and successfully learned the warrior skill, Earthshatter. Earthshatter stuns all enemies within a 5-meter radius, rendering them incapacitated for 1 second. Cooldown of 5 minutes. Message: as you are an ultimate warrior, Earthshatter automatically evolves into Ultimate Earthshatter. Ultimate Earthshatter stuns all enemies within a 5-meter radius, rendering them incapacitated for 5 seconds. Cooldown of 5 minutes. To his astonishment, the newly acquired skill book upgraded automatically, granting a 5-second stun, a formidable control ability. Xinyan was immensely pleased. Chapter 33. The appearance of Jiang Jing with the monsters near the auditorium nearly eradicated, Xinyan's new objective became the dormitory area, preparing to methodically clear the creatures surrounding his dwelling. As for the ant nest near the auditorium, he decided to leave it intact for the mutated ants to continue breeding, as they might prove useful in the future. This time, he was not fighting alone. Alongside him were Jiang Yun, who had just transitioned to a priest, botanist Zhao Shishir, miner Yang Ying, and leatherworker Zhou Yinfeng. The 5-person team exercised greater caution than usual. The sole combatant in the group was Shun Yin. Jiang Yun could barely shield and heal, while the other three could not contribute to combat, their roles limited to gathering herbs, ores, and skinning. Fortunately, Shun Yan's high health and robust defense, coupled with Jiang Yun's support, made dealing with wild monsters a mere formality, unless faced with a horde of zombies. It posed no challenge to engage multiple wild creatures simultaneously after activating his shield. Charging forward with a battle cry and employing Earth Shatter enabled him to eliminate 3 to 4 minor foes without taking any damage in the shortest time possible. As the scene unfolded, 3 colossal mutated beetles emerged before them. Jiang Yun swiftly activated her enhanced protective shield, while Shun Yin, fortified by the shield, locked onto one of the beasts and charged forward, instantly positioning himself before the creature. With a fierce battle roar, he augmented his attack and diminished the enemy's damage against him. In one decisive strike, he severed the head of the stunned beetle, instantly slaying his target. Following this, he employed a ground-shaking skill, stunning the 2 nearby mutated beetles that had been assaulting him. Seizing the 5 seconds of control, he methodically dispatched them, one after the other, with precise sword strikes. The entire sequence transpired in less than 10 seconds, executed with fluidity and grace, without a single moment of hesitation. Even the enhanced protective shield remained unscathed, absorbing only a minor amount of damage. Witnessing Shun Yin effortlessly vanquish 3 creatures of considerable level, without sustaining any injuries, instilled a profound sense of security in Jiang Yun and her companions. Such formidable monsters would have rendered them paralyzed with fear, had Shun Yin not been at the forefront. They would have lacked the courage to engage in battle. Once assured that no other monsters were lurking nearby, Zhou Yinfeng stepped forward to utilize her skinning skill on the 3 beetle carcasses, acquiring mutated insect hides. Zhao Shishir also discovered a few medicinal herbs in the vicinity, collecting them with care. The team advanced cautiously, making every effort to avoid densely populated monster areas. Along the way, Yang Ying unearthed several copper mines, whenever possible. Shun Yin would clear the monsters, allowing her to harvest the ores. With only one individual engaging in combat, the team's leveling speed was understandably affected, diminishing their efficiency compared to previous solo endeavors. Nevertheless, several of the girls managed to level up multiple times and gathered a substantial amount of essential materials for crafting equipment. Around 9 in the morning, as Shun Yan's team diligently hunted monsters, they were suddenly alerted by a commotion emanating from the direction of the auditorium, where numerous voices could be heard. Shun Yan, ever vigilant, promptly ordered a retreat, directing the team back to the dormitory building and instructing Jiang Yun, Zhao Shishir, Yang Ying, and Zhou Yinfeng to take refuge in their stronghold. Aware of Shun Yan's intent to scout the area, the girls offered their cautions, urging him to prioritize his safety. Setting out alone, Shun Yan skillfully navigated around perilous monster territories and quickly arrived near the auditorium, where he indeed observed a throng of survivors milling about. Some engaged in combat with mutated ants. Upon spotting the leader among them, Jiang Jing, Shun Yan's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized the individual's identity. He was one of Lei Hao's lackeys, complicit in the bullying Shun Yan had previously endured. It was shocking that Lei Hao's followers had located the auditorium so swiftly. They were fortunate to have retreated in time. Jianggu, there is only one ant nest nearby, with no other monsters in sight, the scout reported to Jiang Jing, noting that it appeared someone had preemptively cleared the area. They must be nearby, Jiang Jing asserted confidently, despite the possibility that the Corpse King had frightened off a multitude of wild creatures. The cleanliness of the area suggested that it would not be easy for Jiang Yun to eliminate the remaining monsters with just her pistol. Moreover, apart from that one occasion, the sound of gunfire had been nearly non-existent, indicating that there were other survivors in the vicinity, and that both groups had converged. Jianggu, the doors and windows of the auditorium have been reinforced, and there are signs that survivors have resided within. He ordered, conduct a thorough search and leave no corner unchecked. Capture any school beauty you find alive. Once we bring her back, Brother Hao will surely reward us handsomely. Understood. These survivors are all students from the university town, now serving under Lei Hao. Have they arrived so soon? Has Lei Hao resolved the issue with the Corpse King? No, that cannot be. The Corpse King is exceedingly terrifying. Even if Lei Hao possesses immense strength and a multitude of subordinates, it is a challenge that cannot be faced at this stage. The survivors have not yet reached level 20, and against the Corpse King's level suppression, they would be mere fodder. It is likely that Lei Hao's forces are currently lying low, waiting for the Corpse King to depart, or employing other means to lure it away, allowing them to move freely. Although Jiang Jing and his team found the auditorium without leaving a trace as Shun Yin and the others departed, the new stronghold is sufficiently distant, surrounded by dense wild creatures, rendering it impossible for the enemy to locate them quickly. Shun Yin now faces 2 choices. 1. To quietly retreat and conceal himself within the dormitory area, avoiding detection while biding his time to grow stronger, or 2. to seek an opportunity to ambush Jiang Jing's team, inflicting as much damage as possible and creating a false impression that would lure them to other areas, misleading Lei Hao's camp into believing that his own group is hiding elsewhere, thus buying time. Previously, he would have decisively chosen to retreat. However, the individuals before him are not Lei Hao, but rather his subordinates, whose combat style is straightforward. None are utilizing professional skills, indicating they are mere ordinary individuals yet to undergo class advancement. Shun Yin resolves to seize the opportunity, first seeking revenge on Jiang Jing, determined to make Lei Hao suffer. Thus, he conceals himself in the shadows, carefully observing their movements, refraining from rash actions. The girls express their concerns, privately messaging Shun Yin to inquire about the situation and cautioning him to exercise utmost caution and avoid impulsiveness. Shun Yin reassures them to remain calm and continue monitoring. The scattered mutated ants are swiftly dealt with, and under Jiang Jing's leadership, the survivors evade the ant nest, entering the auditorium to conduct a thorough search, but find nothing. Jiang Jing instructs the survivors to continue searching the vicinity, as they have clearly discovered signs of habitation within the auditorium. Yet they have failed to locate any of the school beauties that Lei Hao has explicitly commanded to find, leaving them discontented. After searching the auditorium, the survivors disperse, scouring the surrounding forest, suspecting that the school beauties may have fled in advance and are hiding within this area. When the survivors are gathered, Shun Yin remains cautious. Once they scatter, the opportunity arises. He holds little interest in the other dozen survivors, keeping a steady gaze on Jiang Jing until he finally seizes the chance. Jiang Jing directs the survivors to search the area while he remains behind, sending a private message to Lei Hao to report his recent findings. Completely unaware of Shun Yin stealthily approaching from the side, concealed in the shadows. Upon receiving the report and learning that traces of the school beauty's habitation have been discovered in the auditorium area, Lei Hao immediately commands Jiang Jing to meticulously search every inch of the land, insisting that they must locate and bring them back to the stronghold. Chapter 34. Take down one first brother Hao. Rest assured, they cannot have escaped far. They are surely hiding nearby. I will find them swiftly and bring them all back. Jiang Jing earnestly sends the private message, entirely oblivious to Shun Yin lurking in the shadows. As Shun Yin draws closer, he notices that Jiang Jing's name appears in blood red, indicating a hostile faction. Currently, Jiang Jing is level 15 with 130 health points, a considerable disparity from his own strength. Before making a move, Shun Yin silently contemplates his next action. In the past, when he endured bullying, his mind was plagued by countless extreme thoughts of ending the lives of his tormentors. In moments of intense rage and humiliation, one can easily lose their reason. However, constrained by the law, he could only entertain such thoughts in his mind. If revenge were to be enacted, it would amount to nothing more than delivering a severe beating. Yet even that opportunity eluded him. Now presented with a chance for retribution, he grappled with whether to inflict a brutal beating that would render his adversary incapacitated or to take his life, compelling him to pay for his previous transgressions. The scant remnants of reason left Shun Yin in a state of turmoil. Brother Jiang, have they fled ahead of time? I can't find anyone. A survivor approached Jiang Jing. How far could they have possibly run? They must be hiding nearby. Search thoroughly. Jiang Jing frowned, recalling Hao Ji's directive at all costs. They must bring them all back within 7 days. Will a rescue team truly arrive at the university town in 7 days? Of course. Uncle Lei will undoubtedly come to rescue Hao Gu, and we will leave together. Before departing, they must assist Hao Gu in locating those girls. If they manage to find them, they might suffer the same fate as Lu Hui, who was tormented to death. That's what they deserve. What's the matter? While Hao Gu feasts, we sip soup, and you're upset during the fun. What's with the pretense now? I just think it's a pity. Everyone could take it easy and enjoy themselves. How wonderful would that be? Huh? Do you really believe that when the rescue team arrives, everyone will be saved? The slots are limited. Only those most loyal to Hao Gu will have the chance to leave. If you don't wish to depart, you can forfeit your spot for them. That's out of the question. Then don't waste breath. Bring those girls back. And once Hao Gu has had his fill of fun, we too can savor the delights of the campus beauty, as long as we enjoy ourselves. Who cares if they live or die? This is the apocalypse. Put aside your saintly heart. Yes, Brother Jiang is right. Enough chatter. Let us find them quickly. All right. This exchange dispelled Shun Yan's inner conflict. Initially, he believed Lei Hao to be a vile individual, suspecting that his subordinates might possess some semblance of conscience, while the other survivors who had joined their ranks were likely coerced. However, upon hearing the conversation, he realized that those who congregated together were all morally corrupt. It was evident that a girl named Lu Hui had suffered greatly, having been insulted by Lei Hao and subsequently bullied by his henchmen, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. These individuals exhibited no remorse. Instead, they persisted in their wicked ways, intent on aiding Lei Hao in recapturing Jiang Yun, Lin Xingqing, and others, to subject them to the same humiliation as Lu Hui, indifferent to their fates. In the absence of legal constraints, the wicked indeed became more malevolent, devoid of any moral compass. Given this reality, Shun Yin felt no obligation to extend them courtesy. Conveniently, while others scoured the vicinity, Jiang Jing, who was responsible for directing operations, had grown complacent and had strayed from the group. Shun Yin swiftly maneuvered, exiting his hiding place and racing towards his target. Who? Jiang Jing, hearing a noise, immediately turned to confront a peculiar figure clad in iron armor, adorned with an ant-like mask, charging towards him with alarming speed. In that moment, he could not discern whether the individual was a survivor or a monster, yet instinctively sensed impending danger. Stop! Who are you? Jiang Jing bellowed, brandishing a spiked club, assuming a combative stance. I am here to take your life. Shun Yin charged forward, swiftly arriving before Jiang Jing and knocking him unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, Jiang Jing had a singular thought. That voice sounded so familiar, yet it did not match this physique. Seizing the moment while Jiang Jing was dazed, Shun Yin decisively struck, his bronze sword piercing through Jiang Jing's heart with brutal force. Upon regaining his senses, Jiang Jing, in disbelief, glanced down at his heart impaled by the sword. When he lifted his gaze again, Shun Yin had already removed his ant helmet, his cold stare meeting Jiang Jing's eyes. How could it be you? Jiang Jing recognized his face instantly, yet something felt amiss. After all, his memory painted Shun Yin as quite portly. How could he have become so slender? Everything you have done will ultimately come at a cost. Shun Yin spoke with a frigid tone, kicking Jiang Jing down and smoothly withdrawing his bloodied bronze sword. Soon, others, including Lei Hao, shall meet you in hell. Brother Jiang, what is happening? Are you all right? The nearby survivors, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Shun Yin donned the ant helmet once more, swiftly slashing Jiang Jing's throat, ensuring he drew his last breath. You have slain the opposing player Jiang Jing, earning 30 experience points and 20 war honor points. Jiang Jing has dropped a wolf tooth club. Your talent skill has activated. 1,000 wolf tooth clubs have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check your inventory. Jiang Jing has dropped the Archer Class Change Quest book. Your talent skill has activated. 1,000 Archer Class Change Quest books have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check your inventory. Killing grants experience? And it exceeds that of low-level monsters by such a margin. What is war honor? There is no introduction. The Wolf Tooth Club was Jiang Jing's weapon, of ordinary quality. He even dropped an Archer Class Change Quest book? Is killing others a means to acquire class change quests? Doesn't this encourage survivors to slay one another? While pondering these thoughts, a dozen survivors quickly congregated, all arriving at the scene and freezing at the sight of Shun Yin and the bloody Jiang Jing. Brother Jiang, what the hell? Jiang Jing has been killed? Who is that? An ant monster? A survivor with strange equipment? Hey, who are you? Are you human or a monster? Speak. Kill him. Let us all attack together. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves to Brother Hao. Snapping back to reality, the survivors drew their weapons and charged at Shun Yin. Despite the urge to eliminate them all, the sheer number compelled Shun Yin to exercise caution. Even with his robust health and high defense, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Should they possess hidden tricks, a surprise attack could spell disaster. Having avenged part of his grudge by killing Jiang Jing, he decided to create a diversion to mislead them. With that thought in mind, he turned and sprinted eastward with astonishing speed. The dormitory building lay to the north, and as he ran east, the survivors pursued him relentlessly, instinctively believing he had emerged from that direction, possibly thinking Jiang Yun, Lin Xingqing, and others were hiding somewhere in the east as well. Halfway through the chase, they found Shun Yin had vanished, and the multitude of mutated insects surrounding them caused them to hesitate. Shun Yan's agility far surpassed theirs, and his speed was no jest. The bewildered survivors, having lost sight of their target, exchanged glances and ultimately withdrew, deciding to return Jiang Jing's lifeless body to report to Lei Hao. Chapter 35. The apologies of the women. Shun Yin evaded Lei Hao's men and took a roundabout route back to the dormitory building. Upon his return to the stronghold, Jiang Yun and others rushed to meet him, visibly anxious. Brother Shun Yin, Lei Hao and his men are flooding the regional channel with curses directed at us, threatening to make us pay dearly. Du Feifei grasped his arm, her concern palpable. Anyone wishing to leave with him and seek refuge in the official shelter under military protection must locate us within the next 7 days and deliver us to him at any cost. Shen Shuedi, did you truly kill Jiang Jing? Regardless of circumstances, isn't murder a bit extreme? Jiang Yin inquired, faced with the reproachful gazes of a dozen girls. Shun Yin responded with calm composure. I heard Jiang Jing admit that a classmate named Lu Hui was subjected to humiliation by Lei Hao and subsequently handed over to his lackeys for torment, ultimately leading to her demise. They displayed no remorse. Rather, they reveled in their cruelty. Apart from Lu Hui, I believe many other girls suffer similar fates. alive yet enduring a torment worse than death. Jiang Jing and his group came here solely to capture all of you. And the outcome awaiting you would be no better than those girls. They eagerly anticipate the chance to torment you, the beauties of our campus. I not only intend to kill Jiang Jing, but also to eliminate Lei Hao and all his sycophants. If you deem my actions questionable and do not trust me, you are free to leave the team and seek out Lei Hao to witness how he will treat you. The girls were taken aback by his words. Having seen Lei Hao's frantic messages on the regional channel upon learning of Jiang Jing's death, they initially felt Shen Yan had indeed gone too far. After all, Jiang Jing was still a classmate, a living being whose life could not simply be extinguished. Yet, as he spoke, their minds felt as if struck by a heavy blow. In stark contrast to Lei Hao's malice, they felt a deeper trust in Shen Yan, having come to know him as a good person during their time together. How could they doubt him when they were acutely aware of Jiang Jing and his cohort's wicked intentions and the evil deeds committed by Lei Hao and his men, which had previously led to the demise of Professor Chang and others? It was infuriating. Shen Yan had consistently endeavored to protect them, and they should have wholeheartedly believed in him. Overwhelmed by guilt, the girls chastised themselves for their earlier wavering. Brother Shen Yan, I am truly sorry. Du Feifei was the first to apologize, her sincerity evident. I should have trusted you unconditionally. Instead, upon hearing that you killed Jiang Jing, I unjustly thought you were in the wrong. How outrageous. Please do not be angry. I will trust you unconditionally from now on and will never waver again. As long as you can forgive me, you may punish me as you see fit. Just please do not hold a grudge against me. Seeing Du Feifei's earnestness, Lin Qingqing immediately embraced Shen Yan's other arm. Feifei is right. We should not waver. From now on, I too will trust you unconditionally, never harboring a shred of doubt. No matter your actions, I will support you wholeheartedly and stand resolutely by your side. Me too. And I, Brother Shen, please do not be angry. It was my fault. Shen Xuezhang is the best. We shall never waver in our support. Shen Yan, I will also stand by you unwaveringly. The girls expressed their solidarity, employing every means to curry favor. Jiang Yun realized her own wavering was misguided and joined in. You are protecting us, yet we have wronged you. I sincerely apologize. I shall no longer question any of your decisions. Please forgive me. To be honest, Shen Yan felt quite displeased when they looked at her with reproach. However, these girls showed a degree of wisdom. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they quickly apologized and endeavored to win back her favor, which offered a glimmer of hope. Thus, she declared, enough. My intentions are not solely noble. Lei Hao and his lackeys frequently bullied me before the apocalypse, injuring me on numerous occasions. Jiang Jing is among the most ruthless of them all, and my motivations are not entirely altruistic. I seek revenge. Whether you choose to believe in my unwavering support is your concern, but it will not sway my plans. Regardless, I will exact vengeance upon Lei Hao and his minions, ensuring these scoundrels pay for their misdeeds. Jiang Jing is not the last. I will eliminate them all, not only for myself, but also for those who have suffered at their hands. They have descended to such depths. They truly deserve their fate. Jiang Yin sighed. I know Lu Hui. Although we have little interaction, I often saw her with her boyfriend in the classroom. Considering this situation, her boyfriend must be devastated. Her boyfriend is Zhou Peng. If I recall correctly, Li Shiyan pondered. I remember he was in the cafeteria at that time. I wonder if Lei Hao harmed him. Jiang Yun felt a profound sense of guilt, lamenting, it is my inadequacy that I could not protect them. Do not speak so, even if you had a firearm. Lei Hao possesses tremendous strength and has many lackeys. Given their numbers, it was no small feat to lead us to safety. Lin Qingqing sighed in agreement. Indeed, it is all Lei Hao's fault. Yunjia, you have done your utmost. The girls comforted Jiang Yun while vehemently denouncing Lei Hao. Shen Yin suddenly had a thought. Jiang Xuejia, should you not reach out to Zhou Peng privately to ascertain his current situation? Contact Zhou Peng. Jiang Yun looked at her in confusion. What? Are you unaware of the name he goes by? That is not the case. Most people at our school use their real names, and Zhou Peng is no exception, Jiang Yun replied. But why would we reach out to him? If he has become one of Lei Hao's lackeys, having witnessed his girlfriend suffer a torturous death, he is not worthy of pity. Shen Yin responded. You should still contact him to understand his current circumstances. All right. Although Jiang Yun was perplexed, she followed Shen Yan's directive and messaged Zhou Peng. Shen Yan, regardless of Zhou Peng's thoughts, if he is alive, he is undoubtedly surviving under Lei Hao's oppressive grip, with his girlfriend dead and unable to seek vengeance. What purpose does he serve? Why contact him? Perhaps he has resigned himself to accompany Lei Hao to the official sanctuary, enduring even the loss of his girlfriend. Du Feifei added. He cannot escape. Shen Yan shook his head. I heard it directly from Jiang Jing. The official shelter would indeed send personnel over. But Lei Hao's father had imposed a limited quota, ultimately taking only Lei Hao and his loyal sycophants, leaving others with no opportunity. In essence, Lei Hao was desperately recruiting survivors from the university town, compelling them to labor for him and gather supplies, only to abandon them regardless of their fate. Was he merely exploiting them? Du Feifei was dumbfounded. This was utterly outrageous. It certainly seemed like something he would do. Lin Qingqing sighed helplessly, expressing that if everyone ultimately realized they had been used by this scoundrel, left only to await death, despair would surely ensue. Brother Xinyan, do you have a plan in mind? Let us discuss it further once we get in touch with Zhoupeng. Xinyan glanced at the 10,000 archer-class transfer scrolls in his virtual backpack, resolving that since Jiang Jing had contributed these items, Lei Hao should not expect to leave alive. Chapter 36. Despairing souls in the University Town supermarket, Lei Hao seethed with rage, demanding, who killed Jiang Jing? Why was only Jiang Jing targeted? Are you all just bystanders? He mercilessly battered a dozen of his underlings, leaving them bloodied and bruised. Brother Hao, we did our utmost. But who was the assailant? Speak. It was a creature with an ant-like head. We don't know if it was human or monster. Damn it. You can't even distinguish between a person and a monster, you worthless trash. Forgive us, Brother Hao. We couldn't see his face. His name was a question mark. His level and profile were also question marks, making it impossible to ascertain his identity. The underling, trembling in fear beneath Lei Hao's foot, stammered. Either he is a special monster whose level surpasses ours, hence we couldn't see his name, or he possesses a unique item that conceals his identity. Perhaps that ant head is a mask with hidden properties. The guess was indeed accurate. The ant helmet did possess a concealing function, or rather, all masks and helmets that obscure one's visage have such a hidden effect, unless one already knows the identity of the other or possesses insight skills. He managed to kill Jiang Jing right under your noses, and you're all utterly useless. For Lei Hao, Jiang Jing was akin to his right-hand man, and the loss of this brother drove him to the brink of madness. Forgive us, Brother Hao. We truly did our best, although we cannot identify him. He appeared in the auditorium area, ambushing us while we were searching for those girls. He must be linked to them. It's possible one of those girls stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter and obtained some powerful equipment. Please grant us a chance to redeem ourselves. We will swiftly locate this ant creature and bring him and those girls back to you for your personal handling. That better be the case. Lei Hao finally lifted his foot, temporarily sparing the underling, and turned to Zhao Liang and Yang Long. Starting tomorrow, you two will lead the search team. You must find that Ant-Man within 7 days, and most importantly, you must bring Lin Qingqing and the others back to me. Rest assured, Brother Hao, with a long eye on the case, we will guarantee their return. Leave Jiang Jing's vengeance to us. Whoever dares to touch our brother will pay in blood. Do you all know the direction in which that Ant-Man fled? Lei Hao turned his head towards the dozen or so subordinates, affirming their loyalty with a resolute "We understand. Do not let me down." To which they fervently replied, "Yes, we will not disappoint you again." Meanwhile, in the supermarket warehouse, the atmosphere was tense. Hurry up and organize the supplies. Do you wish to starve? No slacking off. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up. Students wielding sticks and knives commanded their former teachers and classmates to transport the goods scavenged from outside. Those who faltered and fell were brutally kicked. These subjugated teachers and students were mere laborers, coerced into following the group to retrieve supplies, suffering severe beatings for disobedience, unable to resist. Initially, a few attempted to flee, but Lei Hao's fist ended their lives, instilling fear in the remaining individuals, who now dared not entertain thoughts of escape. They complied solely for the sake of survival. With Lei Hao providing only a single meal per day, they were left weak and defenseless, no match for him or his subordinates. Even in perilous situations, Lei Hao callously used these laborers as bait to lure monsters, indifferent to their fates. Regret now filled their hearts. They once believed that following Lei Hao would ensure their safety, given his immense strength capable of easily dispatching monsters, and his connections to a powerful father who could lead them to official shelters. The reality was grim. It remained uncertain whether they could endure until rescue arrived from the official shelter. They were oblivious to the fact that places at the shelter were limited, and no matter how much labor they performed for Lei Hao, they would ultimately be discarded. They were merely pawns, used until their utility waned. After finally storing all the supplies in the warehouse, they earned a brief respite, receiving a meager dinner sufficient to stave off hunger. Having gone without food throughout the day, they felt slightly better after the meal, yet they were powerless, mere ordinary individuals who could not fill their bellies, let alone contend with Lei Hao and his gang. Even the weakest of monsters outside could easily slay them, making thoughts of escape or leveling up impossible. Most existed as mere shells of their former selves, struggling to survive. As they ate, a group of lifeless young women entered from the other side, collecting their food and sitting down in silence. These female classmates were spared from labor, but endured a fate even worse than their male counterparts. Constantly at risk of being taken by Lei Hao and his subordinates for their own depraved purposes, stripped of any dignity. Those who could not bear the torment had perished, and the survivors clung to life, merely wishing to endure. Zhou Peng longed for death, yet he persisted in humiliation for the sake of survival. Though he acknowledged the slim chances of vengeance, the haunting memory of his girlfriend's death fueled a fierce hatred, compelling him to endure the mockery from Lei Hao and his subordinates, desperately seeking an opportunity for retribution. He yearned for vengeance, wishing to make the perpetrators pay. However, as Lei Hao and his gang grew stronger, hope dwindled, and he found himself on the brink of despair. Perhaps he lacked the strength to avenge Hui Wei. Should he give up and join her in death? In this moment of hopelessness, a sudden private message from Jiang Yun appeared. Zhou Peng? Although Sister Jiang was not well acquainted with Jiang Yun, the latter was a well-known figure in the school and one of the campus beauties that Lei Hao had been searching for. Why did she suddenly initiate a private chat with him? Zhou Peng found it perplexing. How wonderful. You are still alive? Huawei is dead. What significance is there in my existence? Perhaps I should follow her, Zhou Peng thought despondently. Zhou Peng, do you not possess any resolve? Jiang Yun questioned urgently. Resolve? What can I possibly do? Zhou Peng replied. Lei Hao is so powerful. Even his weakest minion is beyond my capability to confront. We can only afford one meal a day, and I lack the strength to retaliate. I am utterly useless, incapable of avenging my loss. Jiang Yun remained silent for several minutes, and Zhou Peng bitterly shook his head, understanding her reaction. It was not surprising. She likely looked down upon him, especially since he had failed to protect the woman he loved. This only solidified his determination to seek death. Since revenge was unattainable, it was time to seek out Huawei. After finishing his meal and contemplating how to end his life, Zhou Peng received a new private message. Zhou Peng, do you wish for revenge? I can assist you. Unable to discern the sender's name, Zhou Peng was bewildered. Yet, he instinctively replied, revenge? Of course. I yearn for it every moment. I can help you, but first, you must prove yourself. Though he did not know who was reaching out to him, Zhou Peng grasped this last thread of hope in his desperate state. How can I prove myself? Interesting. Is this a hidden feature of the ant helmet? It conceals my name. On the other end, Shenyan looked at the private chat interface, surprised to see her name replaced by Chapter 37. Intelligence. Shun Yin understood that avenging Lei Hao within 7 days solely through her own strength was unattainable. Even if she devised a method to deal with his lackeys, the time would inevitably come when she would have to watch him be taken away, uncertain if there would be another opportunity for him to pay the price. After all, his father's connections were extensive, even capable of mobilizing support from the official shelters. Furthermore, with Lei Hao's abilities amplified 100-fold, allowing him to depart this time would only complicate future revenge. Thus, Zhou Peng, along with those imprisoned by Lei Hao, forced to labor for him, and the girls subjected to humiliation, became vital figures. Though they seemed weak and incapable of resisting Lei Hao, it was primarily because they were ordinary people, intimidated by his power, coupled with the fact that Lei Hao and his followers were armed while they were defenseless. Starving from only one meal a day, they naturally could not fight back. Without assistance, these individuals endured humiliation merely to survive. They lacked weapons and food. But if someone were to provide substantial support, arm them sufficiently, and ensure they were well fed, the apparent disparity in levels would diminish. Lei Hao's team, upon leveling up, merely gained additional attributes, making them slightly stronger than ordinary people. With careful planning and a strategic ambush, victory could very well be within reach. Although it remains uncertain whether Lei Hao and his subordinates have successfully transitioned to combat professions, it is evident that such roles demand initial-grade crystal cores. Unlike myself, their loot does not experience a tenfold increase. Thus, even if there are individuals with combat roles, their numbers are surely limited. As long as a meticulous plan is devised, 7 days should suffice. With this in mind, Shen Yin proclaimed, proving oneself is exceedingly simple. I shall grant you 1 evening to persuade as many individuals as possible who find themselves in a similar predicament, yearning for freedom and seeking vengeance against Lei Hao. Unite them. By tomorrow, provide me with a detailed list and ensure that no information leaks. Should anyone betray Lei Hao's trust, I shall sever ties without hesitation. That will not happen, Zhou Peng replied fervently. We all harbor an intense hatred for Lei Hao. If we were not weakened by hunger and devoid of weapons, we would undoubtedly confront him head-on. Those lacking resolve have long since surrendered. They could never endure this humiliation alongside us. However, I cannot guarantee that I can convince everyone. It is not that we lack the desire to resist, but we are simply incapable. The reason you feel incapable is due to the absence of weapons, compounded by hunger that has left you feeble and uncertain, Shun Yin remarked. How many of you are there? I can arrange for weapons and food to be delivered. If Lei Hao remains unaware, can you arm yourselves, form small squads according to your numbers, and regain your strength through proper nourishment? Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng's hope ignited fiercely. You are willing to provide weapons and food, with sufficient armament and enough sustenance. We could regain our strength within 2 days, and would certainly be willing to rise against Lei Hao. However, we often endure beatings, and many of us are injured. which may impair our combat effectiveness. I can send you some low-grade healing potions that will effectively treat minor injuries. I have heard that the drop rate for healing potions is exceedingly low, making them quite precious. Lei Hao possesses very few. Do not concern yourself with that. I can manage it. With that assurance, I can guarantee the persuasion of everyone. All will heed your command. As long as we can defeat Lei Hao and reclaim our freedom, allowing me to exact my revenge, I would do anything for you, even give my life. Those are your words. From this moment forth, your life belongs to me. Xinyan nodded. Now, tell me, how many individuals do you have? How many weapons and provisions will you require? Additionally, provide me with the number of Lei Hao's team and any relevant intelligence. Initially, in the cafeteria, excluding the 17 school beauties who fled with Jiang Yun and the 59 who subsequently joined Lei Hao's team, there were a total of 523 surviving faculty and students gathered. Following the emergence of danger and the abandonment of the cafeteria, 372 individuals were used by Lei Hao as bait for monsters. Some perished, while others escaped. Zhou Peng's spirits waned. Subsequently, those who attempted to flee or resist faced significant casualties at the hands of Lei Hao and his subordinates. Currently, among those of us barely surviving under his control, there are a total of 101 individuals. He refrained from mentioning the death of his girlfriend, as it remains the deepest wound in his heart. I shall provide you with 101 weapons, ample food, and medical supplies. Unite these individuals and covertly form 3 teams, ensuring that Lei Hao's men remain oblivious. Spend the next 2 days recuperating and regaining your strength, awaiting my command. By the way, you are tasked with gathering intelligence on the recent movements of the Lei Hao team, their plans, and other pertinent details, compiling every piece of information into my hands. I will devise a comprehensive strategy based on the circumstances and act accordingly. Xinyan directly dispatched weapons, food, water, and medical supplies. When Zhou Peng received 101 wolf fangs, 1,000 cans of beef, 1,000 bottles of milk, 1,000 fried chicken legs, and 500 low-grade healing potions, he could hardly believe his eyes. Such an abundance of supplies. Even if Lei Hao possessed a 100-fold strength enhancement and commanded over 60 subordinates to hunt monsters and level up daily, would be impossible to amass in such a short time. This implies that this unidentified, enigmatic figure commands a team far more formidable than Lei Hao's. Otherwise, how could they accumulate such a staggering quantity of resources and dispense them so liberally? Yet, with such immense power at their disposal, dealing with Lei Hao should be effortless. Why not simply crush him directly? Instead, they chose to contact me, seeking to unite other students and formulate a plan to confront Lei Hao through my agency. Could it be that they are testing my capabilities? If I succeed in this assessment, might I gain the opportunity to join their ranks? Indeed, this is a trial. The mastermind intends to evaluate us, to discern our potential and determine whether we are worthy of cultivation. I cannot disappoint this shadowy figure. I must complete the mission and rally everyone together, not for my own sake, but for Hui Hui. I seek vengeance for Hui Hui, determined to eliminate Lei Hao and all those wretched beings who followed him, sending them to the depths of hell. Zhou Peng took a deep breath and began to privately chat with those around him. Meanwhile, Xunyan obtained detailed intelligence regarding the Lei Hao team from Zhou Peng. Currently, the Lei Hao team consists of 65 individuals, excluding Jiang Jing, whom he had previously dealt with. This number includes Lei Hao himself, his 6 closest associates, considered the small leaders of the team, and 59 survivors who joined him later. Originally, Lei Hao had 7 subordinates: Jiang Jing, Zhao Liang, Yang Long, Chao Daba, Qian Xiaoya, Sun Yong, and Li Wang. With Jiang Jing gone, Lei Hao planned to send Zhao Liang and Yang Long to search near the auditorium, while he continued to level up with Chao Daba, Qian Xiaoya, Sun Yong, and Li Wang near their stronghold. Chapter 38. Action Plan in the next 2 days. Xunyan instructed Zhou Peng to maintain a low profile, quietly recuperating and restoring his strength. He himself, accompanied by Jiang Yun and others, engaged in leveling up near the dormitory building. Lin Qingqing also joined the leveling team, as Xunyan had provided her with an archer class transition task, enabling her to enhance her skills and become a more formidable archer. Despite possessing a multitude of transition task books for archers, he only presented one, refraining from allowing the other 3 girls to transition simultaneously. This decision stemmed from the difficulty of concocting a plausible excuse to mislead them and the consideration that having all 3 girls transition to the same class would lead to redundancy. Diversifying their professions is paramount to ensuring the team's combat effectiveness. Most importantly, he does not anticipate that these few girls will become his primary fighting force in a short span of time. He must rely on himself to confront Lei Hao. Although Zhao Liang and Yang Long have dispatched personnel to search the nearby areas, Xunyan remains untroubled, as the adversaries have been misled by him, heading in the wrong direction. Their efforts will yield nothing but disturbances from the monsters in that area. remaining oblivious to the fact that Shun Yin and his companions are actually to the north. As night falls, Shun Yin reaches out to Zhou Peng. How is the situation on your end after 2 days? Everything is proceeding smoothly, Zhou Peng promptly reports, including myself. All 101 individuals here are willing to follow your command, solely seeking vengeance against Lei Hao to regain our freedom. I have distributed weapons, food, and medical supplies. And we have formed 3 large groups, each comprising 33 to 34 members, essentially divided into 7 smaller teams. Everyone has secretly replenished their strength, and having utilized potions. All injuries have healed. We await your command, and are ready to engage in battle at any moment. Excellent. Shun Yin nods in satisfaction. Send me the intelligence gathered over these 2 days. Understood. Zhou Peng swiftly transmits the information collected by the over 100 individuals clandestinely. Upon thoroughly examining all the intelligence, Shun Yin takes a blank sheet of paper, lays it flat on the table, and sketches a simple map, placing various bottle caps at different locations. Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Li Shiyin, and several other girls gather around, curiously observing the table. This is Lei Hao's new stronghold and the distribution of monsters in the surrounding area. Shun Yin remarks to himself, marking the team task allocations and daily combat strategies. He notes that Zhao Liang and Yang Long's teams have consistently managed the auditorium area, allowing him to temporarily exclude them from consideration. Lei Hao's large group is likely training here, aiming to reach level 20 at the last moment to challenge the Corpse King boss before departing. Sun Yong and Li Wang lead a team primarily responsible for resource collection, sustaining the entire group. Next is Lei Hao's daily itinerary. Around 2 p.m. is when their supplies are nearly depleted, marking their most fatigued and dispersed state. Zhao Liang and Yang Long will take 15 individuals with them, while Sun Yong and Li Wang will have 12. This leaves only around 20 individuals with Lei Hao. Shun Yin, are we preparing to take action? How confident are you? Jiang Yun inquires softly. Hush. Shun Yin places a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, refraining from answering her question and instead continuing to ponder. The opposing team remains unaware that the controlled survivors have acquired weapons, healed their injuries, and regained their strength. Thus, they maintain a watch over the 30 to 40 individuals with merely a dozen guards. Although their levels are sufficiently high, Zhou Peng's side possesses a numerical advantage. As long as they act simultaneously, initiating a rebellion before Lei Hao can react, they can first eliminate Sun Yong and Li Wang, as well as the lackeys guarding the stronghold. A fire set to the stronghold's warehouse would cause Lei Hao to lose the supplies he has hoarded over these days, driving him to desperation. The survivors subsequently retreated along this route, concealing themselves near the bus station. With Lei Hao having lost his stronghold, he would undoubtedly pursue them while simultaneously searching for another suitable refuge. This strategy could lead him into their trap. According to intelligence, the Corpse King boss follows a fixed patrol route, appearing at this location around 3 p.m. If they time it correctly, Lei Hao's team is bound to cross paths with the Corpse King. Even if they are not fully prepared, Lei Hao would be compelled to confront the Corpse King, leaving him with no option to escape. Surrounding the Corpse King are numerous elite monsters, which would require Lei Hao's subordinates to distract them, rendering them unable to assist him. Once Lei Hao has engaged the Corpse King sufficiently, I would launch a surprise attack from this side, while Zhou Peng and others encircle from another direction. We could swiftly eliminate both Lei Hao and the Corpse King while his subordinates are occupied with the elites. Then, we could deal with the elite monsters and the remaining foes. Can this work? Lin Qingqing, who had been listening attentively to the entire plan, inquired softly. Will Lei Hao really fall for it? I believe Brother Xinyan's plan is sound. Lei Hao is not that clever. Under such unexpected circumstances, he will surely falter and be led by the nose by Brother Shun Yan. Du Feifei expressed her complete trust in Shun Yan. Especially with Zhou Peng and others providing detailed intelligence, success seemed almost assured. Do we need to act together? Jiang Yun asked. Shun Yan pondered for a moment, then retrieved the Black Knight helmet and handed it to Jiang Yun. You take this and come with me. Lin Qingqing, you must join us as well. The rest of you stay here and await our good news. We could also assist. Du Feifei chimed in. Brother Xinyan, why don't you take us with you? Feifei, if we go, we might not be of any help and instead become a burden to Shun Yan, Zhao Shishir advised. I understand your concern for Shun Yan, but now is not the time to hinder him. Shun Yan nodded in agreement and turned to Du Feifei. Feifei, you all stay here and wait for the news. All right. Shun Yan instructed. Jiang, Sister Jiang, Lin Qingqing, put these on. He produced 2 additional ant helmets, crafted by Du Feifei over the past few days. Despite finding the helmets unattractive, Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing understood from their observations over the last 2 days that wearing them would conceal their identities and possess unique functions, allowing them to be mistaken for companions by the mutated ants. Shun Yan decided on the location for their operation, which was near a mutated ant nest, one of his trump cards. Zhou Peng received a private message and began preparations as instructed. Upon understanding the plan, Zhou Peng was immensely excited. As long as they followed the plan, they could undoubtedly eliminate Lei Hao and his subordinates, avenging Hui Hui and seeking justice for all the teachers and classmates harmed by Lei Hao and his crew. He promptly informed the other members, disseminating the task. Upon learning of the mission, 101 teachers and students responded enthusiastically, confirming they were ready and would act in unison at the designated time, ensuring a simultaneous effort to complete the task as swiftly as possible. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, a plan targeting him was already in motion, as everyone busily prepared, their thoughts consumed with when Zhao Liang and Yang Long would return with Lin Qingqing and the others, hoping they could leave before it was too late. They also aimed to level up to 20 as soon as possible to defeat the Corpse King boss within the university town, hoping for the chance to acquire exceptional equipment. Chapter 39. The Raid. Zhao Liang. Are you and Yang Long capable? It has been quite some time, yet we have not even found a single strand of hair from those women. Perhaps I should accompany Xiao tomorrow instead? Xiao Debao sent a private message to Zhao Liang while gathering supplies. Zhao Liang swiftly replied, "Have you considered the vastness of the area? Of course, it requires time. Moreover, with the monsters densely populated around, what is wrong with a cautious approach? Within 7 days, we will undoubtedly locate them. There is no need for your unwarranted concern. Do not underestimate those women. Their survival until now is no small feat. Furthermore, someone is aiding them, though we remain unaware of their identity. Whoever dares oppose us and causes the demise of my brothers will surely face retribution. I shall not converse further. By the end of today, I will scour this region and bring them all to light." On Lei Hao's end, in a bid to swiftly level up, he selected a monster-infested area occupied by mutated beetles. With over 20 underlings, they coordinated seamlessly, achieving remarkable efficiency as each mutated beetle fell, rapidly increasing the team's experience points. Everything proceeded as usual, remarkably smoothly. By 2 in the afternoon, Lei Hao's team took a temporary respite to recover their stamina. The continuous battles had left them considerably fatigued. They needed to recuperate before continuing their training. With several hours remaining until nightfall, they could not afford to squander time. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, 3 individuals adorned with ant helmets had already appeared, lying in ambush at key positions, patiently awaiting the moment to strike. Zhou Peng was also in anticipation until Shun Yan's private message arrived. "It is nearly time. Are the 3 major teams prepared? Allow me to confirm." Zhou Peng's own team was undoubtedly ready. Stealing a glance, he urged his compatriots to labor diligently, while discreetly messaging Zhang Jun and Zhou Huan, the temporary leaders of the other 2 teams. Zhang Jun, a lecturer in history, had emerged as the most seasoned and qualified leader among them, as other school officials had either succumbed to the apocalypse or met unfortunate ends. Thus, he led a team alongside Sun Yong and Li Wang, scouring for supplies outside. Zhou Huan was the female selected temporary leader, overseeing the base. Upon receiving Zhou Peng's confirmation message, both responded promptly in private, affirming that all was ready. Awaiting the orders from the unseen orchestrator, Zhou Peng hurriedly informed Shen Yin that all 3 teams were on standby, without a hitch. With preparations complete, Shen Yin commanded a synchronization of timing, ensuring that the 3 teams would coordinate perfectly with his own. The leaders of the 3 teams aligned their time with him, receiving the instruction to wait 5 minutes, and immediately notified all team members in their channels to prepare themselves. With 101 eager participants in the 3 teams, they harbored a deep-seated animosity toward Lei Hao and his subordinates, eagerly anticipating their retribution. Nevertheless, they continued to feign compliance, diligently appearing to work. 5 minutes later, Shen Yin commanded, "Execute the plan." At Lei Hao's new stronghold, Zhou Huan issued commands to all the women, as well as to the few men working at the base. According to the plan, commence the operation. "Understood, Sister Huan." All members within the stronghold fixed their gazes upon the subordinates of Lei Hao, who were tasked with guarding them. These guards were dispersed, stationed at various points, and in order to swiftly gather them together for a decisive strike, thus preventing any possibility of an alert, several girls feigned a conflict, engaging in a loud quarrel and a scuffle, inciting a ruckus among the onlookers. True to expectation, the commotion attracted the attention of Lei Hao's subordinates who, one by one, approached to investigate the situation. As they moved closer to intervene, unbeknownst to them, Zhou Huan and his team stealthily maneuvered around from behind, retrieving spiked clubs from their virtual backpacks to launch a surprise attack. The 10 guards were utterly oblivious to the unfolding chaos, as they were beset by over 30 former classmates wielding clubs, unable to utilize the chat channel to call for help, and were swiftly reduced to a state of near unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Chao Daba, Qian Xiaoya, and the teams led by Sun Yong and Li Wang erupted in turmoil. The members under Zhang Jun's command launched a surprise assault on Chao Daba, Qian Xiaoya, and their followers, severing any chance of external communication while overpowering them in a brutal melee. Sun Yong and Li Wang faced similar retaliation from Zhou Peng's team. Despite the overwhelming levels of Lei Hao's subordinates, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The sheer number of attackers rendered them powerless. Little did they know, these seemingly defenseless laborers had acquired weapons, and with provisions of food and water, they had regained their strength, transforming from weaklings into ferocious beasts. The humiliation endured and the hatred towards Lei Hao and his men had fueled their desire for vengeance, and once unleashed, their wrath was terrifying. Their overconfidence led them to underestimate these so-called inferiors, compounded by their fatigue from battling wild creatures, leaving them in a diminished state when the ambush struck. The animosity accumulated among the three teams was profound. Although they were fellow students and teachers, Lei Hao and his subordinates had treated them with contempt, causing significant suffering and loss. At long last, with an opportunity for retribution at hand, they unleashed their full might. The four small leaders, Chao Daba, Qin Xiaoya, Sun Yong, and Li Wang, along with the majority of their subordinates, were brutally beaten to death, with only a few remaining on the brink of consciousness, unable to report back to Lei Hao. Having successfully seized the stronghold and eliminated the other two teams, the three temporary leaders promptly reported their achievements. Upon learning that the plan was progressing smoothly, Shen Yin let out a sigh of relief and ordered Zhou Huan to thoroughly plunder all supplies from the warehouse before preparing various flammable materials to incinerate the stronghold, thereby cutting off Lei Hao's escape routes. He then directed Zhou Peng and Zhang Jun to act swiftly according to the plan, assigning Zhou Peng to monitor the trajectory of the Corpse King to ensure it did not deviate from its course to the ambush point, while commanding Zhang Jun to swiftly clear the nearby structures in search of a temporary hideout where the members of the three teams could conceal themselves. The team members executed their orders with utmost diligence, operating entirely in accordance with Shen Yin's strategy. Zhang Jun's team diligently followed Lei Hao's supply collection unit each day, well aware of the nearby locations that offered relative safety and could serve as temporary strongholds. They swiftly occupied a prime building that could conceal over 100 individuals and reported the completion of their mission to Shen Yin. Zhou Peng meticulously monitored the King of Corpses, observing its trajectory from a considerable distance and providing real-time updates to Shen Yin. Upon evaluating the intelligence gathered, Shen Yin calculated that the time was ripe and instructed Zhou Huan to initiate the fire. Receiving the command, Zhou Huan directed his team to ignite all flammable materials and urgently evacuate to rendezvous with Zhang Jun at the temporary stronghold. Chapter 40. Lei Hao confronts the King of Corpses. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, a grave situation was unfolding. He was resting and recovering, contemplating how to efficiently maximize monster farming and leveling in the hours ahead. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the distance, exclaiming, "Brother Hao, it seems there's a fire. Such thick smoke. It's really burning. Brother Hao, it's in the direction of our stronghold." Startled, Lei Hao looked up and indeed saw billowing smoke rising from the direction of their base. A flicker of panic igniting within him. "What is happening?" he questioned. "Brother Hao, the brothers left to guard the stronghold aren't responding to private messages." "Wait, why does it say the player does not exist?" "Player does not exist? They must have either changed their names or perished. Something has gone awry. Brother Hao, something has happened back home." A younger member suddenly realized, shouting in alarm, convinced that their stronghold had been attacked and their comrades slain. "Who dares to oppose me so brazenly?" Lei Hao erupted in fury, springing to his feet. As the leader of the current strongest team in the university town, endowed with 100-fold power enhancement, he had never imagined that other survivors would dare to strike against him. It was sheer folly. He promptly sent private messages to Chao Daba, Qin Xiaoya, Sun Yong, and Li Wang, urging them to return to the stronghold immediately. However, as soon as he dispatched the messages, he received notifications indicating that the players did not exist. "They're dead? Impossible. No way. Something is amiss, very amiss." He attempted to contact these four individuals repeatedly, but the notifications remained unchanged. Doubting a potential glitch in the chat channel, Lei Hao hesitated to believe that they had perished. He decided to reach out to Zhao Liang and Yang Long, who quickly responded, affirming their immediate return. At that moment, Lei Hao's mind raced. The fact that Zhao Liang and Yang Long could reply indicated that Chao Daba, Qin Xiaoya, Sun Yong, and Li Wang were indeed in peril. In a flurry of panic, he ordered someone to urgently contact the stronghold and the subordinates accompanying the four, hoping to glean information from them. Yet, the messages he sent vanished into silence. Receiving no replies. What on earth is happening? How has it come to this? Increasingly frantic, Lei Hao commanded, "Return to the stronghold at once." 20 or so of his subordinates promptly set out alongside him, hurrying back. Unbeknownst to them, they were heading straight into a trap set by Shen Yin. Zhou Peng reported that the King of Corpses had arrived at the designated location. Shen Yin nodded, having spotted the colossal figure in the distance. He instructed Zhou Peng to lead the group to retreat and regroup with Zhang Jun, Zhou Huan, and the others at the temporary stronghold, where they could lie low for the time being. As Lei Hao's team hastily made their way towards the stronghold, the King of Corpses patrolled along its route, and the two groups fortuitously converged at a crossroads. Brother Hao, the King of Corpses' boss. Unexpectedly, the Corpse King happened to pass by, leading to an unfortunate encounter, and the expressions of Lei Hao's subordinates turned to sheer terror. At present, Lei Hao was at level 18, and he was ill-prepared for a confrontation with the Corpse King. His original plan was to reach level 20 before challenging it. After all, the Corpse King was a level 23 boss, and the disparity of 3 levels was significantly more daunting than 5. Engaging in battle at this juncture would place him at a disadvantage. However, the situation was dire. They had spotted the Corpse King, and it had also taken notice of them. Even if Lei Hao's team wished to evade conflict, the Corpse King, accompanied by its formidable guards, was already advancing toward them. Realizing there was no time to flee, Lei Hao understood that escaping was futile given that they had already been detected. The Corpse King's imposing stature made it clear that he would be caught regardless of how fast he ran. With no alternative, they had to confront the foe head-on. Fortunately, with a 100-fold amplification of strength and the various resources acquired during their journey, there was still a glimmer of hope to overcome an opponent of 5 levels higher. Dangerous as it was, they had to proceed. With this in mind, he immediately commanded his subordinates, "You are to distract the guards, drawing them away using a kite strategy. Once I have defeated the Corpse King, I will come to your aid." The 20 or so subordinates understood the urgency, despite the peril. This was their only course of action. Only by vanquishing the Corpse King could they secure their own survival. Otherwise, they would perish under the onslaught of the Corpse King and surrounding elite monsters. They swiftly executed the plan, each attracting 1 or 2 ferocious guards, drawing their aggro away from the Corpse King. Once the guards were sufficiently distracted, Lei Hao engaged the Corpse King in a one-on-one battle. He retrieved a scroll from his virtual backpack and decisively activated it. A golden energy shield enveloped him, a protective scroll akin to the priest's shield skill. With the shield in place, 2 daggers materialized in Lei Hao's hands, and he vanished before the Corpse King. From a distance, Shun Yin observed in astonishment, realizing that Lei Hao had acquired a job transfer item and successfully transitioned to a new class. Judging by his skills, he appeared to be of the rogue variety. Indeed, moments later, the concealed Lei Hao emerged from behind the Corpse King, delivering a devastating backstab. Although the 100-fold strength amplification suited a warrior's class, the rogue's agility combined with his formidable strength allowed him to inflict significant damage. The Corpse King swiftly turned to counterattack, but Lei Hao nimbly evaded, managing to dodge many of its blows. Perhaps due to his robust defensive equipment and the shield scroll, he withstood the Corpse King's formidable assaults without being instantly defeated. Should he intervene? As she watched Lei Hao, Jiang Yun felt an overwhelming urge to act. She drew her Black Knight and yearned to attack immediately. "Shoo!" Shun Yin interjected, restraining her hand. "Not yet. Let them engage for a while longer. The more fiercely Lei Hao fights, the easier it will be for us later." "All right," Jiang Yin nodded, temporarily holstering her pistol. Unbeknownst to Lei Hao, who was oblivious to being watched, he fought valiantly, seeking cover as his health dwindled, hastily consuming a healing potion. He was unable to remain invisible throughout the battle. Even if his stealth skill cooled down, the Corpse King would not lose its aggro and would relentlessly pursue him. Thus, he had to devise every possible means to restore his health and gradually whittle down the boss's life. He possesses a skill that inflicts bleeding damage on his target, providing him with the confidence to confront a formidable boss. Although the Corpse King is powerful, it lacks the capacity for thought, acting solely on instinct. Despite the level disparity, Lei Hao deftly maneuvers the situation. The battle is arduous and demanding. Yet as he observes the Corpse King's health steadily diminishing and the supplies in his inventory remaining sufficient, he feels a sense of relief. Initially planning to challenge the boss at level 20, he considers the prospect of vanquishing the Corpse King ahead of schedule. Upon acquiring the experience from the Corpse King and obtaining exquisite equipment from its remains, those who oppose him shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. Lei Hao's subordinates exhibit commendable skill, skillfully distracting the elite monsters surrounding them with a kiting strategy, ensuring that the duel between Lei Hao and the Corpse King remains uninterrupted. As the Corpse King's health wanes, Jiang Yun anxiously tugs at Shun Yan's sleeve. Shun Yan reassures her through private chat, urging her to focus on the Corpse King's health and remain prepared to act at a moment's notice. Chapter 41. Life-saving skills. It must be acknowledged that Lei Hao's combat prowess is formidable. As a rogue, he engages the Corpse King boss, wearing it down through bleeding effects. Victory seems imminent, a feat that would have eluded anyone else who would have succumbed to the Corpse King's might. Undoubtedly, the significant enhancement from his 100-fold power boost contributes greatly, as does his innate bleeding skill. Coupled with this power increase, his attacks are formidable, and the rogue class's high agility enhances both evasion and movement speed, all contributing to his success. Furthermore, it is likely that he possesses exceptionally powerful equipment. significantly augmenting his survivability. However, his recovery methods are rapidly depleting, necessitating a swift conclusion. Prolonged combat could lead to unforeseen complications. The Corpse King is left with a mere 400 HP, victory within reach, inflicting another bleeding status upon it. Lei Hao eagerly awaits the cooldown of his power boost to unleash another ferocious assault. Shun Xueti, Jiang Yun, seeing the Corpse King's health critically low, privately messages Shun Yin in a state of urgency. Should Lei Hao succeed in defeating the Corpse King, the vast experience gained would expedite his leveling and replenish his status, while the exquisite equipment dropped would enhance his strength further. Shun Yin remains composed, observing the Corpse King's health plummet to around 360. At that moment, he springs from his hiding place, executing an ultimate charge that stuns Lei Hao, who is locked in battle with the Corpse King. Utilizing an ultimate battle cry to diminish the enemy's attributes, he simultaneously messages Jiang Yun, fire at the Corpse King. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yun promptly squeezes the trigger. 60. Damage numbers continuously emerge above the Corpse King's head as its remaining health fluctuates. Finally, when Jiang Yun fires her fifth shot and the Corpse King is reduced to a mere 60 HP, Shun Yin swiftly strikes, delivering a decisive blow to claim victory. The immense experience earned from slaying the Corpse King propels him directly to level 20, allocating all attribute points to vitality. The Corpse King drops 1,000 legendary corpse control manual, 1,000 exceptional quality bloodthirsty cloaks, 1,000 intermediate crystal cores, 1,000 spice ham recipes, and 1,000 advanced strength enchantment schematics. Fortunately, prior to departure, the carpenter Zhang Xiaojun had constructed a wooden container, allowing for the ample storage of raw materials, thus clearing out the backpack. Otherwise, the limited virtual backpack, with its mere 48 slots, would have been completely filled, without the time to examine the spoils. After defeating the Corpse King, Shun Yin swiftly turned and struck at Lei Hao with his sword, aiming to eliminate the opponent while he was still dazed. To his astonishment, as the bronze sword pierced Lei Hao's body, he shattered unexpectedly, resembling a mirror struck by a stone, bursting into countless shards of glass. In the next instant, a mirror materialized 10 meters away from Shun Yin, and the Lei Hao who should have perished emerged from within, his expression twisted with rage. Who are you? How dare you steal my boss and attempt to kill me? Are you tired of living? No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Yun pulled the trigger. Firing the last bullet of the day, Lei Hao abruptly activated his invisibility skill, indicating that his cooldown had ended. The bullet missed, and he vanished from sight. Though he had disappeared, his voice echoed around. Black Knight? Jiang Yun, so it's you. I wondered who the peculiar figure dressed like an ant was. I underestimated you, and in a moment of carelessness, allowed you wretched women to outsmart me. Lei Hao, you have committed countless misdeeds, causing the deaths of numerous teachers and classmates. And now you wish to harm us. We are merely acting in self-defense. Jiang Yun replied coolly, keeping a vigilant eye on the location where he had vanished. Let us settle this here today. Since you have come to me, it is perfect for a collective reckoning. Lei Hao's voice fluctuated, making it difficult to pinpoint his location. Faced with uncertainty, Jiang Yun began to sweat and privately messaged Shun Yin with concern. Lin Qingqing, use enhanced eagle eye. Shun Yin messaged Lin Qingqing. Understood. Lin Qingqing promptly activated the eagle eye skill, a manifestation of energy coalescing into an eagle above her head, soaring into the sky. She shared the eagle's vision, observing the area from a divine perspective, soon spotting faint traces resembling footprints on the ground. Although subtle, they were unmistakable to the eagle's keen sight. He to your right, several meters away. Without hesitation, Shun Yin dashed to the right and suddenly unleashed the Earth Shatter skill. The concealed Lei Hao had intended to bypass the unidentified ant person before him to seize Jiang Yun hiding behind, but he was unprepared for the area control skill. Though Lei Hao stood several meters away, a sudden stomp left him dazed. With his invisibility dispelled, he swayed unsteadily. Got him. Quickly finish him off, Jiang Yun urged anxiously. Knowing that if Lei Hao managed to escape, he would undoubtedly seek revenge, complicating matters significantly. Without waiting for her to finish, Shun Yin charged directly in front of Lei Hao, plunging the bronze sword into his heart. Just when he believed victory was assured, Lei Hao's body unexpectedly transformed into a fireball, exploding with a thunderous crash and causing Shun Yin to lose 200 health points. Fortunately, with 580 HP remaining, an ordinary person would have been instantly killed by such an explosion. With Jiang Yun's shield still active, the blast dealt at least 400 to 500 points of damage, a truly alarming figure. Without that shield, even a robust individual would have faced grave danger. Not only did Shun Yin feel startled, but even Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing were taken aback. Jiang Yun quickly equipped Shun Yin with a new shield and hurried to provide him with healing. Lin Qingqing, utilizing her eagle eye, swiftly pinpointed the location of Lei Hao, who had teleported nearby to hide after the explosion, and promptly relayed the coordinates to Shen Yan. Lei Hao, wishing to conceal himself until his forced invisibility skill cooled down, was unaware that Lin Qingqing's eagle eye had already located him. Naturally, Shen Yan, armed with the coordinates, wasted no time and sprinted toward him. Realizing that his hiding spot had been discovered, Lei Hao hastily fled, shouting, "I've been attacked. Send help quickly." He aimed to summon his nearby subordinates for assistance. As his health was critically low, his recovery items had been exhausted, and his forced invisibility skill was still on cooldown. Not to mention that he had already used up 2 precious life-saving items. Although his subordinates heard his cries, none could assist him, as they were all preoccupied with kiting the elite monsters, barely managing to survive. The elite monsters, unfettered by stamina limitations, relentlessly pursued them, while they themselves were already on the brink of exhaustion, clinging to hope that Lei Hao would eliminate the Corpse King and come to their aid. After several desperate shouts, realizing his subordinates could not support him, he resorted to messaging in the team channel, lamenting that the elite monsters were persistently harassing them and that everyone was fighting for their own survival, thus unable to come to his aid. Sensing the dire situation, his eyes darted nervously as he called out to the rapidly approaching Shen Yan. "Wait, friend, what is your relationship with Jiang Yun and the others? We have no enmity. Why stand opposed over a few women? My father is in the official shelter and will bring people over soon. If you cooperate with me, you will gain access to the official shelter and no longer have to live in fear outside." Chapter 42. Eliminating Lei Hao from Shen Yan's physique. Lei Hao discerned that he was a man, unlike Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing, whose feminine curves were distinctly apparent, making Shen Yan's robust stature stand out. He, of course, could not recognize that this was Shen Yan, the one he had bullied multiple times, nearly causing his demise in the restroom. After his weight loss, Shen Yan appeared as an entirely different person. Lei Hao assumed that Shen Yan was merely a temporary ally of those girls, and thus attempted to persuade him. However, Shen Yan paid no heed, wielding a shield in his left hand and brandishing a sword with his right as he charged directly at Lei Hao. As a rogue, if he did not eliminate Lei Hao now, he would leave behind an enemy capable of stealthily ambushing him at any moment, leading to an uncertain demise in the future. To leave a weed unpooled is to allow it to flourish again. Mercy toward an enemy is cruelty toward oneself. Lei Hao had been merciless, having already harmed countless innocent teachers and classmates. If he were to let him go this time, he would not spare himself in the future. As Shen Yan advanced with unyielding intent, Lei Hao broke into a sweat. His current state was dire, with skills on cooldown, low health, and no recovery items left. He had no chance of survival in a one-on-one confrontation with this evidently formidable warrior. With his subordinates unreliable and no means of escape, he could only threaten loudly. "If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. He holds a high position in the official shelter and can mobilize troops to eliminate you. You better think carefully and avoid making a decision you will regret." Shen Yan continued to approach him, adopting a combat stance. Lei Hao, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Stop. We have no grievances with one another. Is it truly necessary to oppose me for those wretched women?" Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Yan charged forward in a swift leap, wielding his bronze sword with great force. Clang! Lei Hao hastily raised his weapon to block the strike of the bronze sword. His enhancement of 100-fold strength had not yet dissipated, which caused Shen Yan to be forcefully repelled, prompting him to retaliate with a thrust aimed at Lei Hao's face. Shen Yan immediately lifted his shield to deflect the attack and retaliated with another thrust of his bronze sword. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, but Lei Hao, feeling his stamina waning, soon found himself at a disadvantage as the effects of his strength enhancement faded after a few seconds. Realizing the dire situation and knowing that continuing the battle would lead to disastrous consequences, he feigned an attack to push Shen Yan back and turned to flee desperately, attempting to escape into the thicket. However, Shen Yan's ultimate charge had completed its cooldown, allowing him to teleport behind Lei Hao and knock him unconscious for 5 seconds. Seizing the opportunity while Lei Hao was incapacitated, he plunged his sword through Lei Hao's heart. This time, Lei Hao had no skills left to save himself. When the dazed state wore off, he incredulously looked down at the bronze sword piercing through him and sent a private message to his father. "Dad, I don't want to die." Upon receiving the message, Lei Hao's father hurriedly inquired about the situation, but Lei Hao was unable to respond. Shen Yan withdrew his bronze sword, and with a thud, the mortally wounded Lei Hao collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the Ant-Man before him. In a moment of desperation, he raised his right hand, wishing to say something, yet no sound escaped his lips. Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing approached, standing on either side of Shen Yan, looking down at the fading Lei Hao as they slowly removed their helmets. Lei Hao fixed his gaze on Shen Yan, and although he could not utter a word, his eyes incessantly questioned who he was and why he sought his life. Shen Yan raised both hands to remove his ant helmet, squinting at Lei Hao while stepping on his chest. Lei Hao stared at Shen Yan's face, stunned for a moment before suddenly recognizing him. his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he raised his trembling right hand to point at him. But alas, no words emerged as his life ebbed away. You have slain the opposing faction player, Lei Hao, and earned 100 experience points and 100 war honor points. Your war honor level has increased. Your current rank is Rookie. Lei Hao has dropped a Doppelganger Mirror. Talent skill activated. You have received 10,000 Doppelganger Mirrors in your virtual backpack. Please check your inventory. Lei Hao has dropped an Explosive Talisman. Talent skill activated. You have received 10,000 Explosive Talismans in your virtual backpack. Please check your inventory. Lei Hao has dropped a Thief Job Change Quest Book. Talent skill activated. You have received 10,000 Thief Job Change Quest Books in your virtual backpack. Please check your inventory. Shun Yin felt somewhat dazed. Had the Lei Hao he had so long feared truly perished? The weight that had pressed upon his heart had finally lifted. Thankfully, he had not allowed Lei Hao to grow stronger. Otherwise, facing an opponent with 100-fold strength enhancement and stealthy skills later on would have been a perilous endeavor. Have we succeeded? Lin Qingqing gazed at Lei Hao's lifeless body, suddenly recalling something. Wait, what about his subordinates? Though Lei Hao is dead, we must deal with them to prevent future troubles. Should we go and eliminate them now? Jiang Yin inquired. No rush. Lin Qingqing, utilize your keen observation to assess the situation. Allow them to engage further with the elite monsters, depleting their remaining stamina. Shen Yin instructed. First examining the spoils acquired from the Corpse King and Lei Hao. Corpse Manipulation Manual, Legendary Accessory, Intelligence 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 10. When equipped, it restores 20 mana points every 10 seconds. Upon use, it allows control over any zombie to fight on one's behalf for 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Remarkably, it is a legendary grade purple accessory, a rarity even among boss drops. The enhancements to Intelligence, Constitution, and Spirit are astonishing, equivalent to augmenting one's maximum attributes by the capacity of an additional individual. While the mana restoration is of no use to Shun Yin, the ability to manipulate zombies once daily for an hour is notably practical. Its effectiveness against elite monsters and bosses remains uncertain. Each individual possesses 2 accessory slots, and Shun Yin attempted to equip both manuals without issue. Upon checking the attributes, Intelligence, Constitution, and Spirit all increased by 20 points, stackable. His Constitution reached 78, elevating his health to an astounding 780 points. Bloodthirsty Cloak, Exquisite, Defense 1820, Strength 3, Constitution 3. Upon equipping, one gains the Bloodthirst skill, which has a chance to convert 1/5 of the damage dealt to enemies into personal HP. Equipment requirement, level 20. This exquisite red gear not only provides an additional 3 to strength and constitution, but also passively restores health through lifesteal. Truly extraordinary. After equipping, his health skyrocketed to 810, a staggering multiple of a normal person's vitality. Intermediate Crystal Core drops solely from boss-level foes and is among the most precious materials, essential for learning intermediate class skills. The Spiced Ham recipe is merely a cooking blueprint, while the Advanced Strength Enchantment blueprint allows for the enhancement of gear, adding an additional 3 to strength. Substitute Mirror, Exquisite Necklace, can withstand 1 fatal attack, randomly teleporting the wearer up to 10 meters away. It is a one-time use item, disappearing upon shattering, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Explosive Amulet, Exquisite Accessory, retaliates against enemy attacks, returning triple the damage taken and creating a violent explosion while simultaneously teleporting to a random location 10 meters away. This is also a one-time use item, vanishing after activation, with a cooldown of 24 hours. These 2 items were indeed Lei Hao's life-saving equipment. Despite their one-time nature, it is astonishing that they could be obtained from his demise. Such exquisite protective gear is likely beyond his immediate reach, undoubtedly facilitated by his powerful father's connections at the official sanctuary, sent to his son as a means of survival. As for the Thief Class Transfer Quest book, it is also an excellent occupational item. Shen Yin had observed Lei Hao's performance. Had it not been for his ambush, eliminating the thief would not have been a simple task. Chapter 43. Rooting out the problem. The Substitute Mirror and Explosive Amulet are formidable life-saving items. Although they are consumables, with Shen Yin's multiplied drop rate, they effectively grant him the equivalent of 20,000 lives within his inventory. In times of peril, the swift change of equipment and the donning of these 2 protective artifacts render survival nearly impossible. Even if each item can be utilized just once a day, it provides an additional 2 opportunities for resurrection daily. Coupled with an immense fortification of vitality and defense, one becomes virtually invincible, as long as they evade the zombie virus and other toxic afflictions. Lin Qingqing maintained a vigilant watch with her keen eyesight, ready to inform Shen Yin as soon as Lei Hao's subordinates could no longer withstand the pressure. Without delay, Shen Yin took action, first locating the nearest target. Observing an elite creature's ruthless guardian in a frenzied pursuit of one of Lei Hao's men, he attempted to employ the corpse control manual. To his astonishment, the manual proved exceedingly potent, allowing him to successfully control the elite zombie. The once malevolent guardian, now transformed, became Shun Yan's temporary ally. Rejoicing inwardly, Shun Yan designated the pursued subordinate of Lei Hao as his target, instructing the fierce guardian to continue the hunt while he himself gave chase at full speed. Within a 10-meter radius, he executed an ultimate charge, causing the Lei Hao subordinate to be knocked unconscious and come to a halt. The guardians soon caught up, their attacks striking simultaneously. The young man, who had allied with Lei Hao, was instantly dispatched, yielding a modest amount of experience and war honor points, along with some basic materials as spoils of war. With one adversary eliminated, Shun Yan swiftly locked onto his second target, commanding the fierce guardian to pursue once more. The young man, already being hunted by other ferocious guardians, found himself ensnared from both sides and desperately called for mercy, hoping Shun Yan would spare his life. However, Shun Yan showed no leniency, ordering the guardian to deliver the fatal blow. After all, these individuals had followed Lei Hao in causing the demise of teachers and fellow students, even subjecting female classmates to fatal indignities. They would not be spared for their pleas. Evil begets evil, and one must bear the consequences of their malevolent deeds. Utilizing another corpse control manual, he took command of a second fierce guardian, the two colossal elite creatures flanking him like guardians as they charged towards their enemies. The decision to ally with Shun Yan had proven wise. Observing the two ferocious guardians wreak havoc alongside him, Jiang Yun felt a surge of gratitude. Lin Qingqing shared her sentiments, recognizing that their earlier choice to stand with Shun Yan had ensured their safety. Contrasting their fortune with the suffering endured by other girls at Lei Hao's stronghold. As the third of Lei Hao's subordinates fell, Shun Yan directed his two fierce guardians to assault the opposing guardians. Limited to controlling two entities at a time, he could not equip a third corpse control manual. Yet, with two fierce guardians and his own prowess, they easily triumphed in a 3-on-1 encounter. The opposing guardians stood little chance against the charge, the earth-shattering control, and the collective onslaught, swiftly transforming into experience and spoils. The subsequent battles unfolded similarly, as they swept through their foes with ease. The opposing guardians remained fixated on Lei Hao's subordinates. Had they targeted Shun Yan simultaneously, the situation could have been perilous, leaving no opportunity for isolated strikes. In no time, over 20 of Lei Hao's subordinates, alongside all opposing fierce guardians, were eradicated by Shun Yan and his two elite allies, accomplishing this feat in a mere 47 minutes. With merely 13 minutes remaining, Shun Yan commanded the two ferocious guards under his control to engage in a deadly duel. When their health points dwindled, he voluntarily lifted his control, allowing them to revert to their wild state. He then employed a stunning ground-shaking skill to swiftly harvest experience points. His level ascended from 20 to 25, with his attributes allocated to Constitution, raising his health to 860 points. In truth, the experience gained from defeating 30 or 40 elite monsters exceeded this figure. However, his level was significantly higher than that of the ferocious guards, which led to a diminishing return in experience points. Upon reaching level 25, he would no longer gain any experience and could only challenge monsters of a similar or higher level. The numerous elite monsters contributed a wealth of resources, predominantly basic materials and common items such as food and beverages, far exceeding the capacity of Shun Yan's backpack. He could only retain a few exceptional items, while the remainder was stored in a simple wooden crate he had brought along. This carpenter-crafted, empty wooden crate could fit within his virtual backpack, allowing him to carry it around. Yet once items were placed inside, it could not be refilled until emptied, prohibiting a nesting operation. Shun Yan was unperturbed. He messaged Zhou Peng, requesting assistance to clear the battlefield and handle the corpses, while simultaneously retrieving the items from the wooden crate for other arrangements. The exceptional items he kept included the guild token, the bloodied longbow, the robe of wisdom, the guard ring, and several low-tier green-quality weapons and equipment. The guild token, when utilized, could establish a level 1 guild with a membership cap of 100 individuals. This item was instrumental in creating a guild, a crucial social feature within the game. Although the level 1 guild had a limited membership, it could be upgraded to accommodate 500, 1,000, or even the maximum capacity of 10,000 members. Guilds could also construct various buildings, providing convenient services to their members. Establishing a guild would enable the cultivation of a formidable faction, serving as a robust support in future conflicts. The bloodied longbow, exceptional, boasted an attack power of 6,572, requiring an agility of 8 and a level of 10 for equipping. The robe of wisdom, exceptional, offered a defense of 1,015, necessitating intelligence of 10 and spirit of 5, also requiring level 10 for use. The guard ring, fine, provided an attack of 13, with attributes of strength, constitution, intelligence, agility, and spirit each at 2, and also required level 10 for equipping. Shun Yin gifted 1 bloodied longbow to Lin Qingqing, 1 robe of wisdom to Jiang Yun, and 2 guard rings to each of them. Their astonishment was palpable. Receiving such exceptional weapons and equipment, alongside the fine quality rings, was an extraordinary fortune. How many precious resources could be exchanged for such items if they were to be sold in the world chat? Without hesitation, Shun Yin presented these gifts, evoking deep gratitude. The way they looked at him transformed. Indeed, following him was a wise choice. Shun Yin retained 9,999 bloodied longbows and robes of wisdom, along with over 9,000 guard rings. He equipped one of the guard rings, enhancing his attributes by 2, and donned one on each hand, elevating his health to 900 points. Shun Yin first led Lin Qingqing and Jiang Yun to set off. The situation was far from resolved. Zhao Liang and Yang Long were still alive, along with a dozen of their subordinates. If the roots of evil are not thoroughly eradicated, future troubles are inevitable. Thus, it was prudent to find a location to lay an ambush. With Shun Yan's current prowess, dealing with them would be more than sufficient. He summoned Zhou Peng and others for assistance, instructing them to remain concealed. The stronghold was ablaze, and Zhao Liang and Yang Long, searching the auditorium area, immediately noticed the flames. When they privately messaged Lei Hao and others, discovering that players were absent, they assumed it was a game bug and hurriedly retraced their steps. They did not consider other possibilities. After all, with Lei Hao's formidable strength and numerous subordinates, how could they have all been wiped out? It must surely be a game glitch. Chapter 44. Choices. Zhao Liang and Yang Long were not particularly astute. Otherwise, they would not spend their days trailing after Lei Hao, engaging in misdeeds. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that the absence of players indicated danger and would act cautiously to ensure their own safety. Fortunately for Shun Yin, the two were not clever, allowing him to effortlessly ensnare their squad as they entered the encirclement. Zhou Peng, Zhang Jun, and Zhou Huan coordinated their efforts, surrounding them completely. Only then did Zhao Liang and Yang Long realize something was amiss. Witnessing the overwhelming numbers against them, they finally accepted that Lei Hao and his crew were in dire straits and hastily begged for mercy, expressing their willingness to surrender. However, led by Zhou Huan, the girls who had suffered humiliation seized the opportunity for vengeance and would not let them escape, brandishing their spiked clubs to unleash their pent-up wrath. Angered by the fate of their close friends, other students joined in, and no one held back. The outcome was predictable. Zhao Liang, Yang Long, and their compatriots were brutally beaten to death, leaving not a single survivor. With vengeance fulfilled, the 3 teams led by Zhou Peng, Zhang Jun, and Zhou Huan, a total of 101 survivors, turned their gaze towards Shun Yin and his companions. At present, aside from Zhou Peng, the others were still unaware of the identities of the 3 individuals donning ant-like masks. In truth, Zhou Peng had previously been in private conversation with Jiang Yun and had spoken with Shun Yin. Based on the physiques of the 2 accompanying him, he surmised they must be 2 of the 17 school beauties, though he could not ascertain their exact identities. As for Shun Yin himself, they knew nothing of his background. Now that Lei Hao and his minions had been entirely eradicated, the group was uncertain of their next steps. Zhou Peng, Zhang Jun, and Zhou Huan exchanged glances, and ultimately, Zhang Jun, as the representative teacher, stepped forward to address Shun Yin. Thanks to your assistance, we have finally attained our freedom. Now that Lei Hao and his associates are dead, could you kindly remove your masks so we might know the identities of our benefactors? Lin Qingqing and Jiang Yun turned their gazes towards Shun Yin, as everything now revolved around his decisions. Faced with the expectant eyes of the teachers and students, Shun Yin resolutely shook his head in refusal, choosing not to speak. Instead, he communicated through the current channel. The world of the apocalypse is fraught with peril. We wish to keep our identities concealed. You need not inquire further. Then how shall we address you? Zhang Jun was neither angered nor did he adopt an arrogant demeanor due to his status as a teacher. He was well aware of the formidable abilities of his counterpart, capable of annihilating Lei Hao and his subordinates, while simultaneously vanquishing the Corpse King and dozens of elite monsters. Truly terrifying. Shun Yin pondered for a moment and replied, "Call me Nameless." Nameless? Zhang Jun mused, for nameless signifies a lack of identity, akin to silence. Zhou Peng, Zhou Huan, and the other rescued survivors shared this sentiment. As for the 2 beside them, Lin Qingqing and Jiang Yun exchanged glances, realizing that Shun Yin was intent on concealing his identity and had already made it apparent by donning the ant mask. Thus, both responded in unison through the current channel. We are also nameless. What a remarkable situation. They all proclaimed themselves as nameless. What could be their intent? Despite their secret musings, Zhang Jun maintained a composed demeanor. After all, they were amidst an apocalypse, far removed from the days of peace. With the malevolent forces within the school now eradicated, what would Mr. Nameless undertake next? Would there be a place for them in his plans? In truth, they had clandestinely conferred, contemplating how to embark on a new life should they gain their freedom after the success of their scheme. Upon further discussion, it became evident that this enigmatic figure, the Ant-Man, possessed a significant arsenal of weapons to arm his team and could provide an ample supply of food and water. His strength was indisputable. Relying solely on themselves against the horrifying monsters outside would yield limited combat power and resources, making survival a daunting challenge. Given that the individual was at odds with Lei Hao, it indicated that he was not wholly malevolent, as long as he could supply provisions to ensure their well-being. Working for him could be a reasonable course of action. After all, compared to the control exerted by Lei Hao, how much worse could it be? Shun Yin indeed harbored intentions of rallying them, yet out of caution, he felt compelled to keep his identity concealed and refrain from bringing them back to the stronghold immediately. On one hand, he needed their strength to facilitate the eradication of the monsters plaguing the university town, while on the other hand, Lei Hao's father possessed substantial influence and would soon arrive, necessitating preemptive strategizing to avoid being caught off guard. With these thoughts in mind, he addressed Zhang Jun. You now have two choices. One is to establish your own faction, and I shall not obstruct you. Thereafter, we shall go our separate ways. The second is to join my camp and work for me. I will provide ample resources for you to swiftly enhance your strength, becoming a formidable force. Unafraid of the monsters outside or of villains like Lei Hao, we choose the second option. Zhang Jun replied decisively, for they had previously discussed this, and the 101 individuals had reached a consensus on their course of action. Excellent. Xinyan nodded. Since you have chosen to join my camp, my sole requirement is absolute obedience and adherence to orders. He retrieved a guild token from his virtual backpack. I require you to establish a guild, build a faction, elevate the guild's rank, and gather the survivors of the university town. Who will be the guild leader? Zhang Jun inquired. That is for you to decide amongst yourselves. Xinyan responded. Form the guild as swiftly as possible, utilizing the new stronghold you previously discovered as a temporary base. I shall monitor your progress. Can't you be our leader? After all, we are joining your camp. Shall I speak candidly? I currently harbor distrust towards you all. Once I assume the role of president, I shall reveal my true identity. Until I have sufficient faith in you, I will not engage with you under my real name. Xinyan stated candidly. Witnessing his forthrightness, Zhou Peng, Zhang Jun, Zhou Huan, and the other survivors nodded in agreement. Although they remained unaware of each other's identities, at least they would not deceive themselves, which was a far cry from Lei Hao's unscrupulous nature. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jun responded, Very well. We shall strive to earn your trust and not disappoint you. After all, the individual before them could provide ample supplies to ensure everyone's sustenance, as well as weapons and various tools. Zhou Peng privately messaged Xinyan, saying, Rest assured, before we have fully gained your trust, we shall not inquire about your information from Jiang Yun or anyone else. Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing and Jiang Yun also discreetly communicated with Shun Yin, assuring him, We will not disclose your true identity to anyone. You can trust us. Shun Yin nodded and conveyed through the current channel to Zhang Jun and the others, You all should go and dispose of Lei Hao and his subordinates' bodies. Find a suitable place to burn them. Additionally, I have left a box over there filled with supplies. Retrieve everything as initial funding for the guild's development. It also contains food, drink, and basic equipment, all of which you may freely utilize. Afterwards, I will contact you at any time to discuss matters regarding the guild's growth. Understood. Zhang Jun responded as he led the group back to their temporary stronghold, while Shen Yin, accompanied by Lin Qingqing and Jiang Yun, returned to the dormitory. Chapter 45. The Nameless Guild of City A. Upon discovering the box left by Shen Yin, Zhang Jun and the others were utterly astounded. Inside the box lay various raw materials with terrifying quantities ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000, alongside an abundance of food, water, and countless pieces of ordinary or even green quality equipment. This was utterly absurd, given the current monster drop rates. One would need to slay hundreds of thousands of wild creatures to amass such a fortune. Who exactly is this nameless individual? Surely, there exists a formidable hidden force behind them, perhaps comprising tens of thousands of players. This organization might be dispersed across the nation, or even globally. The emergence of this nameless figure could signify their intent to establish a base in City A, hindered by Lei Hao's presence, thus seizing the opportunity to eliminate him while bolstering their own side. It appears this organization harbors significant ambitions. However, for their own sake, this was indeed fortuitous. Regardless of the organization's intentions, given their vast power, clinging to such a formidable ally would ensure survival in this apocalyptic world. Most importantly, they would no longer face resource shortages or endure the humiliation imposed by Lei Hao's rule. Zhou Peng shared similar sentiments, enviously reflecting on the school beauties who had aligned themselves with such a powerful figure. He pondered who this individual could be. possessing such a terrifying force that could easily dispense such abundant resources. Upon returning to their temporary stronghold and tallying the supplies, the group erupted in jubilant cheers. The preceding period had been overwhelmingly oppressive, even plunging them into despair. To their astonishment, they had not only avenged their grievances, but were also being robustly supported by a mysterious force, possessing such an immense trove of resources that they could undoubtedly rally other survivors from the university town, establishing themselves as the largest guild in the area. Following a collective vote, Zhang Jun was elected as the candidate for president, utilizing the item to create the guild. The guild is named the A City Nameless Branch, signifying that it does not belong to Zhang Jun, nor to anyone present, but rather to the enigmatic entity that supports them, serving solely its interests. The resources provided are sourced from this nameless benefactor, and it is understood that such backing does not come without reason. With vengeance avenged and substantial resources supplied, one's life is irrevocably indebted to this force. Upon the establishment of the guild, Zhang Jun, as the president, reviewed the guild options and discovered that upgrading the guild required a contribution of 1,000 points. Currently a level 1 guild, it could only recruit members and appoint elites and management positions. Other functionalities remained inaccessible. Contributions could only be amassed through voluntary donations from guild members of essential materials such as wood, scrap iron, fabric, and food, with each donation yielding 1 contribution point. Thus, to elevate the guild to level 2, 1,000 basic materials must first be contributed. Typically, gathering such a quantity would be a formidable challenge, akin to vanquishing 1,000 monsters. However, with the vast resources left by the nameless benefactor, such contributions seemed trivial. Zhang Jun commenced by donating 1,000 units of wood to reach the threshold for upgrading, subsequently selecting to elevate the guild. The newly established A City Nameless Branch gained additional options. First, the membership cap was raised to 500 individuals, followed by the unlocking of guild buildings, allowing for the designation of a location as the guild's headquarters. With the establishment of a headquarters, all guild members within a 500-meter radius would experience a 30-point increase in health, alongside enhancements of 10 points to both attack and magical attack power, as well as defense and magical defense. This meant that in the face of monsters or rival players assaulting the guild's headquarters, all members could wield significantly augmented prowess, ensuring a distinct advantage as long as they held their ground. Zhang Jun designated the temporary outpost as the guild's headquarters, knowing that it could be altered in the future without concern. With the headquarters established, the building page unveiled new options to construct various facilities, including a guild cafeteria, dormitories, training grounds, farmland, breeding grounds, mines, and lumberyards. The construction of these buildings would greatly enhance the production efficiency and leveling speed of various livelihood professions. For instance, the guild cafeteria would enable chefs to double their experience and skill proficiency while cooking, thus reducing preparation time and augmenting the efficacy and palatability of the final dishes. Each building possessed unique benefits, serving as crucial logistical support for the guild. Each construction required a substantial amount of materials. The cafeteria, for instance, necessitated 500 stones, 500 pieces of wood, and 500 units of scrap iron. While ordinary guilds would require significant time to gather such resources, Zhang Jun, endowed with abundant supplies, promptly donated the necessary materials and constructed all feasible buildings. To the astonishment of all members, structures materialized around the temporary outpost, as if conjured from thin air. To advance from level 2 to level 3, 10,000 contribution points were required, and the materials donated during the construction of these essential buildings sufficed to accumulate the necessary contributions. Upon reaching level 3, the guild unlocked options for a guild shop and a guild bank. The guild shop allows the utilization of guild contribution points to recruit NPCs who reside within the shop. Players can purchase items from these NPCs using their contribution points. The inventory refreshes daily. As the shop's level increases, the quantity of items available for sale also rises, along with the probability of discovering exceptional items. The guild bank enables players to deposit the game currency earned from selling goods to merchants. Funds deposited in the bank can be withdrawn freely at any bank across all nations and locations within the game. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jun proceeded to construct these 2 edifices. Elevating a level 3 guild to level 4 necessitates a staggering 100,000 contribution points, a daunting requirement that deters many ordinary guilds. However, with the vast resources generously bestowed by the nameless benefactor, Zhang Jun unhesitatingly donated the required materials. A level 4 guild introduces a new structure known as the Defense Hall. Constructing the Defense Hall allows the expenditure of contribution points and resources to hire guild guard NPCs. The hiring costs vary according to the level and strength of the NPCs. The most basic warrior, mage, and archer NPCs require 5,000 contribution points each, while slightly advanced ones cost 5,000, 10,000, and 50,000, with the highest-ranking generals demanding exorbitant sums of honor points, sometimes in the hundreds of thousands. Zhang Jun contemplated going all in, donating all materials to recruit the mightiest generals. However, recognizing that these materials were also essential for nurturing crafting players, he resisted the temptation. Instead, he temporarily recruited 20 high-level archers to stand guard around the buildings, should any zombies or other mutated creatures encroach upon their territory. These skilled archers would eliminate them without hesitation, with the level for guild having reached its limit and unable to advance further. Zhang Jun thoroughly understood the various guild buildings and their effects. He addressed the nameless benefactor in the regional channel, wishing to report the current status. Upon seeing the message, Shun Yin initiated a private chat with Zhang Jun, who promptly provided detailed information regarding the guild's affairs. Chapter 46. Guild Uniforms and Badges. Zhang Jun's establishment of the nameless branch in City A took Shun Yin by surprise. He had expected a more poetic name for the guild, yet they had unceremoniously adopted the name Nameless. However, upon learning about the various functionalities of the guild buildings from Zhang Jun, Shun Yin was even more astonished, especially by the guild shop, bank, and defense hall, which sparked a new sense of excitement in him. With the guild shop, not only can items be refreshed daily for purchase, but players can also sell materials obtained from monster hunting to the NPC merchants, earning game currency in return. Thus far, no alternative means of acquiring game currency has been discovered. Monster hunting only yields raw materials and equipment as the currency for player transactions. Game currency significantly alters the current barter system, which often leads to unequal exchanges where one party inevitably suffers losses. As for the defense hall, the ability to recruit combat NPCs is remarkable. Although these NPCs cannot be taken out to slay monsters, they serve a crucial role in safeguarding the guild's headquarters from monster attacks without fail. Even if unable to venture outside, one can still attract nearby monsters, deliberately leading them to the guild's stronghold to engage them. Shun Yin must conceal his identity. Joining a branch guild is out of the question. However, he harbors great anticipation for these guild structures, prompting him to establish a new guild of his own. Since Zhang Jun and his associates have named their faction the Nameless Branch of City A, which willingly becomes his subordinate, Nameless shall thus be the name of his guild. Naturally, he shall assume the role of president, with members comprising Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, and 17 other young women, all of whom he successfully recruits. Contributing a substantial sum of raw materials, he elevates the guild to its maximum level, unlocking all structures. Subsequently, he donates a vast array of resources to recruit 10 elite archers, 20 elite warriors, 10 elite priests, 10 elite mages, and 10 elite rogues. These high-level NPCs, ranging from levels 30 to 35, are utterly invincible within this domain. Even if the Corpse King boss were to reappear, they would be effortlessly dispatched. Nevertheless, Shun Yin still opts to recruit a level 40 low-tier guard general, nearly depleting all the raw materials he had accumulated during this period. It is unfathomable how long a guild without exponential drop rates would take to develop. Although these NPCs are indistinguishable from real individuals, they lack the capacity for communication and exhibit a rigid demeanor, patrolling predetermined routes without reacting to spoken words. Regardless of the actions taken against them, they remain unblinking, akin to automatons. However, should guild members assault them, retaliation would ensue, necessitating caution against provocation. The presence of NPCs instills a considerable sense of security among the young women. Typically, they would remain silent at the stronghold during the day, fearful of attracting the attention of monsters lurking outside. Now, with so many NPC guards in the vicinity of their dormitory, zombies and other mutated creatures are repelled before they can approach, falling prey to long-range attacks. Even if monsters reach the entrance, they are swiftly vanquished by the warriors and rogues. When the number of adversaries is low, the elite mage's fireballs and elite archer's rain of arrows can easily resolve matters from afar. Should the numbers increase, elite warriors can shield their comrades, facilitating a coordinated assault, with their levels ensuring safety. The low-tier guard general is particularly remarkable. His wide-ranging skills yield impressive area of effect damage, and when he charges into a horde of monsters, he employs a spinning slash, obliterating all in his path with formidable strength. A shop has been established on the dormitory rooftop, adjacent to the bank. Upon entering the shop, Shun Yin encounters an aesthetically pleasing female NPC standing neatly behind the counter. Upon noticing him, she immediately bows, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed president." Surprised that the NPC recognizes his identity, Shun Yin inquires, "What is your name?" "This is the guild shop. Please inform me of your needs." The NPC does not respond directly, but rather recites her lines in a formulaic manner. "Where are you from?" Shun Yin asks again. "Would you like to view today's list of goods, esteemed president?" She continues, oblivious to his question, as two options, yes or no, appear before Xinyan. It appears that NPCs are indeed incapable of meaningful communication, prompting him to abandon further inquiries and select yes. Before me, a list of store items materializes, revealing a meager selection of merely 8 items. The first 2 products are the guild uniform design and the guild badge design, both of which are fixed offerings, while the remaining 6 are random. Among the 6 random items, 3 consist of basic materials, and the other 3 are food items, each available in groups of 100, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 game coins per group. These materials and food items are of little interest to Xinyan, as he can easily acquire them by defeating monsters, and each group yields 10,000, rendering 100 utterly insufficient. Curiosity piqued by the first 2 fixed items, he delves into their descriptions. As the name suggests, these products pertain to clothing design, specifically the creation of a guild uniform that allows all guild members to don a unified attire. The uniform is classified as a costume, occupying no equipment slots, serving merely as an aesthetic accessory. Despite lacking attributes, it holds significant value for the guild. Similarly, the guild badge is also a cosmetic item, which can be equipped alongside the uniform, boasting special functionality. Once adorned, it grants the wearer a teleportation skill to return to the guild's base, usable once per day, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. In essence, members wearing the guild badge can teleport back to the base from any location, providing an additional safeguard. Both the uniform and badge designs offer a plethora of preset styles, with the option to submit personal designs. The cost for the uniform design is 10,000 game coins, while the badge design commands 50,000. Presently, the guild's funds stand at 0. Donations can only be converted into contribution points, and game coins must be donated to transform into guild funds. Xinyan examines the shop's selling functionality, revealing the recycling prices for all items in his inventory. Among them, weapons fetch the highest recycling prices, particularly the previously acquired superior quality bloodstained longbow, which, despite being a low-tier level 10 weapon, boasts a recycling price of 300 game coins. For comparison, a standard white weapon is valued at 10 game coins, while a white quality robe sells for merely 3 game coins, and raw materials are even cheaper, typically around 1 game coin. Determined, Xinyan attempts to sell 1 bloodstained longbow, and indeed receives 300 game coins. Subsequently, the store interface displays the sold longbow, listed for 3,000 game coins. Truly, the merchant's greed is evident, as the recycling price is but a tenth of the selling price. Reluctantly, Xinyan sells an additional 199 bloodstained longbows, accumulating exactly 60,000 game coins, enabling him to purchase both the uniform and badge designs. Given the exponential loot drop rate, he feels no remorse. After acquiring both services, he can now choose from preset styles or submit his own designs, allowing all guild members to freely claim their respective uniforms and badges. Aware that even the most diverse preset styles could overlap with other guilds, Xinyan consults the female members, seeking those with design expertise to create a unique style for the guild. 17 girls promptly convene a meeting, pooling their talents to research and, after a day's effort, ultimately submit 2 design drafts. Chapter 47. Recruitment of survivors. Everyone don the newly acquired guild uniforms, as attire significantly influences appearance. Xinyan's entire metallic armor was concealed, transformed into a snug blue combat suit adorned with white patterns. A beautiful badge, featuring a rose crossed with a sword, was pinned to her chest, reflecting the feminine design that favored such opulent aesthetics. The male uniforms differed from the female versions. The men's attire comprised a long-sleeved coat and trousers, while the women's consisted of a fitted short-sleeved top and a skirt. Nonetheless, the patterns, colors, and badges remained identical. The 17 young women also wore the female guild uniforms. With the unified attire, they appeared much more cohesive, exuding an impressive aura that truly embodied the essence of a guild team. The same designs were sent to the branch guild, after Zhang Jun submitted the necessary arrangements. The 60,000 game coins raised through Xinyan's weapon sales were utilized to procure the uniforms and badges. Consequently, all 101 members of the branch donned their new uniforms, fostering a genuine sense of belonging and camaraderie among the team. After dinner, Xinyan addressed Jiang Yun and the others, stating, "Our recent endeavor was remarkably successful. We efficiently eliminated Lei Hao and his subordinates, thus resolving the most significant threat to us at present. However, we must not relax our guard, for Lei Hao is backed by a father with extensive connections and power. He remains unaware of Lei Hao's demise at our hands. Yet private messages will reveal the truth of his death, prompting him to send someone over in the coming days, or perhaps even come himself. Accompanying him will undoubtedly be officials from the government shelter, true military officers." Our plan proceeded seamlessly, and he remains oblivious to Lei Hao's fate, Lin Qingqing interjected. "Unless Zhou Peng, The only one privy to our identities decides to leak information. Zhou Peng would not divulge such secrets. He and the branch members have participated in this endeavor and stand opposed to Lei Hao's father, Shun Yin replied, shaking her head. Moreover, these individuals harbor hatred for Lei Hao and would not betray their stance by siding with his father. What then is there to fear? Even if Lei Hao's father arrives, he will not uncover our involvement. We simply need to maintain a united front. Jiang Yun exhaled, relieved. It's not that simple. Shun Yin surveyed the group, her tone grave. My identity is indeed secure, and currently, no one on Zhou Peng's side is aware. However, Lei Hao was relentlessly pursuing you, threatening you daily on the regional channel. If his father casually inquires among other survivors in the university town, he will inevitably learn of these events and will naturally suspect that your group is connected to Lei Hao's death. At that point, the investigation will trace back to me. Brother Xinyan, I would never betray you, Du Feifei immediately asserted. Rest assured, even if I were captured and subjected to any form of interrogation, I would safeguard this secret and never reveal your identity. Seeing her take the lead in pledging loyalty, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but frown, thinking her too cunning for leveraging this opportunity to express her devotion to Shun Yin and enhance her standing. She resolved not to be outdone and added, I will keep your identity locked away within me. No one will extract any information about you from me. Jiang Yun contemplated that Shun Yin was the team's greatest support. With him as a safeguard, they would feel secure and, thus, could never entertain the notion of betrayal. She nodded and declared, I believe each and every one of you here will keep your promise, and no one shall uncover your true identity from us. The other girls unanimously raised their hands in agreement. Xinyan, aware that these young women were now allies with shared interests, felt confident they would not forsake him. He smiled and said, I trust you will uphold your word. In truth, there is no need for concern. Our guild's stronghold is as solid as a fortress. I am no mere clay figure. Even if Lei Hao's father were to investigate you, with my presence, he would undoubtedly return disheartened. However, we must swiftly seize control of the entire university town before he arrives, unifying the narratives of all survivors, ensuring they comprehend that we operate as a cohesive unit, leaving no opportunity for infiltration. When the time comes, our branch can maintain a public facade while we remain hidden in the shadows, observing the unfolding events. The girls nodded in agreement, acknowledging the numerous high-ranking NPCs stationed at the guild stronghold, setting aside whether Lei Hao's father could uncover their location. The likelihood of him forcefully breaching the guild's defenses was slim, unless he had a death wish. Meanwhile, at the branch, Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan, following Shun Yan's directives, instructed the guild members to continuously broadcast calls, summoning all survivors in the university town to gather, preparing to consolidate their collective strength. The total population of a city's university town was approximately 70,000. Following the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, it plummeted to 35,000, and within days, further dwindled to just over 20,000. During this period, countless survivors fled, with over 10,000 either escaping or perishing on their way out, leaving fewer than 8,000 individuals in the university town. This number continued to decline, as danger lurked everywhere. Even those hiding within buildings risked being discovered by monsters, which could burst in and wreak havoc. Initially, many survivors contemplated seeking refuge with Lei Hao, but incidents of him imprisoning teachers and classmates, using them as human shields against the undead, resulting in numerous fatalities, along with the rampant abuse of many young women, including some who were tortured to death, prompted a change of heart. Even though Lei Hao's followers threatened to silence any news of these events, some still discreetly reached out to acquaintances for help. Upon learning the truth, most survivors quickly dismissed any thoughts of joining Lei Hao's camp and instead struggled to survive in disparate groups. However, they were weak, and in the ensuing chaos, many fell victim to the monsters, reducing their numbers by over 1,000, leaving just above 6,000 individuals. These 6,000 survivors were scattered, making it challenging to gather them. After all, the university town covered a considerable area, akin to a small city. The situation for these survivors was dire. But upon hearing that Lei Hao's faction had been supplanted by a guild known as Nameless, which extended an invitation to all survivors to join, promising ample provisions and equipment, as well as guidance in slaying monsters and leveling up, their spirits lifted. Most importantly, the guild's stronghold was fortified with NPCs, offering a safe haven. As long as Lei Hao's malevolence did not govern this territory, they were eager to ally with this new guild and cling to its strength. Survivor teams and individuals across the region reached out to Zhang Jun and his companions, some requesting the urgent delivery of supplies, others expressing their intent to swiftly join the guild stronghold, and some beseeching the Nameless branch for rescue from their precarious situations. Zhang Jun responded to the situation. assured that with the immense resources provided by Shen Yan, even if all 6,000 survivors joined the guild, it could be sustained. At that point, half of these individuals could transition to combat professions while the other half embraced life professions, thus forming a formidable force capable of confronting any adversary. In Chapter 48, Fortuitous Encounters, Shen Yan gathered information regarding recruitment from the branch office and issued directives to Zhang Jun and others, instructing them to assist survivors who could actively reach the base and to integrate them swiftly to bolster the guild's strength. He also dispatched individuals to less perilous areas to rescue those stranded or unable to escape due to resource scarcity, advising those far away to find a way to rendezvous with others in their vicinity, with the branch providing food and weapons. Simultaneously, he instructed the branch to remain vigilant regarding any developments concerning Lei Hao's father. Any information relating to that individual or inquiries made by his associates should be reported to him immediately. After completing these tasks and organizing the useful intelligence, he returned to his room for a relaxing hot shower, preparing to retire for the night. Just as he lay down, a knock echoed from outside. "Who is it?" Shen Yan donned his coat and rose from the bed. "Brother Shen Yan, it's me," came the voice of Du Feifei from outside. Upon opening the door, he found her standing there. Looking down at the petite and charming girl, Shen Yan curiously inquired, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "May I come in?" Du Feifei asked, looking up. "Then do come in." Shen Yan stepped aside, watching her enter his dormitory room before shutting the door behind her. "Would you like something to drink?" "No, thank you," Du Feifei replied, waving her hand while stealing a glance at Shen Yan, who was clad in pajamas and a coat. Noticing his impeccable physique, she felt a sudden flush of warmth. Shen Yan invited her to sit opposite him and asked, "Is there important intelligence to share? Or is there a special circumstance?" "No, I have a bit of a personal matter," she stammered. "A personal matter?" Shen Yan's expression turned quizzical. "Pray tell." When the moment arrived to speak, Du Feifei began to fidget. Well, what personal matter is so difficult to voice?" Shen Yan chuckled gently. "It's all right. If you don't express it, how can I assist you?" Hearing this, Du Feifei took a deep breath, striving to compose herself. "Brother Shen Yan, I feel free to say it openly. I want tea bite." Shen Yan teased, his tone lighthearted. I like you." Du Feifei summoned her courage, standing up and extending her right hand toward him. "Will you be my boyfriend and be with me?" Shen Yan was taken aback, having expected a request for assistance. The sudden confession left him in a daze. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such a situation. After all, in his earlier years, when he was overweight, girls would only mock or avoid him. "Brother Shen Yan, I liked you even before you lost weight. You look incredibly handsome now, and you were quite adorable before. You are truly my ideal type. Please accept me and allow me to be your girlfriend," Du Feifei earnestly implored. The notion that a girl could harbor feelings for him rendered Shen Yan's mind utterly blank. Although Du Feifei is not ranked among the campus beauties, she is undoubtedly a rare gem within her department, embodying the petite and adorable lowly type that many pursued before the apocalypse. It was indeed unexpected for her to confess her feelings. Faced with Du Feifei, who awaited his response, Shen Yan found himself deep in thought, uncertain of how to reply. Noticing his silence, Du Feifei prepared to seize the moment, but just as she was about to speak, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the air. Accompanied by Lin Qingqing's voice calling out, "Shen Yan, open the door. I need to talk to you." Her voice snapped Shen Yan back to reality, prompting him to rise and inform Du Feifei, "I'll answer the door first." Du Feifei felt a pang of anxiety, sensing that Lin Qingqing had been acting strangely lately, seemingly intent on obstructing her approach to Shen Yan. It was likely that she had come to disrupt the moment upon seeing Du Feifei at Shen Yan's door. As Shen Yan prepared to open the door, Du Feifei, in a moment of desperation, suddenly embraced him tightly as he passed by. Shen Yan, taken aback, looked down at her in confusion. "Shen Yan Gij, I am sincere," Du Feifei exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck and compelling him to lean closer. Summoning her courage, she pressed her soft lips against his. To Shen Yan's astonishment, this bold young girl seized his first kiss, leaving him utterly bewildered. However, her inexperience in kissing led to a clumsy collision, causing him discomfort. Despite the pain in his teeth, Shen Yan's heart raced, and his face flushed with warmth, experiencing a level of intimacy with a girl for the first time. After the kiss, Du Feifei blushed fiercely, releasing his neck and shyly turning away to cover her face. I'll go answer the door now," Shen Yan said, rubbing his face in an effort to calm his emotions before moving to open the door. Upon entering, Lin Qingqing immediately spotted Du Feifei facing away from them, and then glanced at Shen Yan's flushed visage, unable to suppress a frown. "Is there something you need?" Shen Yan inquired, striving to maintain a calm demeanor to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Instead of answering, Lin Qingqing extended her right hand, gently brushing her thumb against the corner of Shen Yan's mouth, her gaze assessing the lipstick stain on her finger. Xinyan froze, shocked to find a trace of lipstick left behind. Unsure of how to explain, he awkwardly turned to glance at Du Feifei. Lin Qingqing, as if nothing had occurred, smiled at the still-turned Du Feifei and said, Feifei, Sister Yin is looking for you. Oh, okay, Du Feifei replied, her face still flushed, as she stole a glance at Shun Yin before hastily exiting the room, disappearing down the hallway. Once she had left, Shun Yin attempted to act as though nothing had transpired, assuming Lin Qingqing had come specifically to find Du Feifei. If there's nothing else, I think I'll go to bed. Wait a moment. Lin Qingqing interjected, stepping into the room and shutting the door behind her. Do you have something to discuss? Xinyan asked, puzzled by her approach. With a smile, Lin Qingqing stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. Given her height, this position was far easier for her than it had been for Du Feifei. She merely had to rise on her toes to bring her face near his. Tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Feifei? I'm asking you, who is prettier, me or her? Lin Qingqing whispered near his ear, her sweet voice sending a ticklish sensation through him. Xinyan thought to himself, given that you are among the top 5 on the campus beauty list, you are undoubtedly more attractive than she is. Why are you suddenly asking this? Do you prefer her, or do you favor me? Lin Qingqing exhaled softly, akin to the fragrance of orchids. No, what is going on between the two of you? Yin felt somewhat bewildered. The sudden advance of these two enchanting women left him in a state of confusion. I am better than her, Lin Qingqing declared, tilting her head to meet Xinyan's gaze. Their faces were mere inches apart, their heated breaths mingling in an exceedingly intimate manner. What has gotten into you both? Xinyan's heart raced, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Don't agree to her. Lin Qingqing pressed her lips against his for a fleeting kiss, and after parting, she gently murmured, be my boyfriend. You will not regret being with me. What is happening? Am I experiencing a stroke of good fortune today? Xinyan's mind buzzed, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the stunning woman who had stolen his second kiss. Chapter 49. Recruitment Efficiency. The news of the unnamed guild recruiting spread throughout the university town, captivating all survivors. After all, the guild's announcement on the regional channel stated that joining would grant immediate access to a secure base with NPC protection, and ample food supplies would be provided daily, alleviating their hunger concerns. Since the apocalypse began, survivors had been plagued daily by worries of food and water, as monsters roamed freely, infesting every street. Locating sustenance in nearby buildings while evading these creatures proved exceedingly difficult, forcing them into a relentless cycle of combat. Engaging in battles with monsters often led to death. Most survivors valued their lives too much to venture outside, choosing instead to starve while confined within buildings, or they attempted to avoid conflict. Those brave enough to fight either perished at the hands of the monsters or managed to fend for themselves, either solo or in teams, striving to slay beasts and level up. However, resources were limited, and the buildings densely populated with monsters remained unapproachable, while those with fewer monsters became fiercely contested territories among survivors. Consequently, available supplies became even scarcer. Although slaying monsters could yield food and water, only Shun Yin possessed the unique ability to obtain 10,000 times the loot. Other survivors, upon defeating monsters, would occasionally acquire a single piece of food or a drink, which was a rather low probability. Shun Yin could sustain himself for an extended period with 10,000 units of food, whereas others would only receive a meager amount, scarcely enough for a single meal. Thus, when word spread that the unnamed guild could offer abundant food and water, most survivors found it impossible to resist the allure. Song Cheng, Wu Sheng, and Jiang Erjuan shared a dormitory. When the apocalypse struck, they found themselves trapped in their student residence, enduring numerous hardships before finally escaping. Today, they specifically came to seek refuge in the unnamed guild. Although they had not yet transitioned to new classes, their combat experience was substantial. They skillfully dispatched scattered zombies encountered along the way. I found a loaf of bread, Song Cheng exclaimed with excitement, retrieving the recently acquired food from his virtual backpack. Wu Sheng and Jiang Erjuan immediately rushed to his side, their eyes fixed hungrily on the bread. Grumbling sounds emanated from their stomachs, a reminder that their last meal had been 2 nights prior, leaving them famished. Hurry, share it, Wu Sheng urged eagerly. Song Cheng divided the modest loaf into 3 portions, and each man devoured their share in haste. Such a meager amount of food could barely satiate their hunger, prompting Wu Sheng to question anxiously, is there more? Just that one loaf, and it's gone. Song Cheng shrugged helplessly. I'm so hungry, Jiang Erjuan sighed. I can barely hold on. Just hang in there. Song City pointed towards the distance, indicating that by following this road and turning a corner, they would reach their destination. Do you think the nameless faction truly possesses so much food to fill us for free? Wu Sheng inquired, his voice tinged with concern. What if it's a trap? At this point, I care not for any potential schemes, Jiang Erjuan replied, clutching his emaciated stomach. As long as I can satisfy my hunger, I would gladly become a ghost of gluttony. All right, let us proceed and discover the truth, Song City whispered, advising caution along the way to avoid jeopardizing their prior efforts. The trio steeled themselves and cautiously traversed the path. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from behind them. Turning to glance, they saw a bike racing towards them. The rider met their gaze briefly but showed no intention of stopping, zooming past them with a whoosh and disappearing around the corner. Who could that be? Jiang Erjuan frowned. In such a hurry to meet their fate? Perhaps they are also seeking refuge with the nameless faction. Let us quicken our pace, Song City urged, increasing his speed as the others followed suit. The three safely arrived at their destination, spotting the very motorcycle at the entrance of the building, where the rider had removed their helmet and engaged in conversation with a member of the nameless faction. Scattered zombies wandered nearby, but NPC guards swiftly dispatched them, instilling a sense of security. Welcome to the temporary base of the nameless faction in City A. Please register your information here, called a faction member as the rider entered. This is a faction, which implies there exists a main nameless guild. Song City inquired with curiosity. Who is the leader of this guild? Do they hold a special status? How large is your guild, and how many members are there? Cease your inquisitiveness and refrain from indiscriminate questioning, admonished the reception member. Join us, and you shall gain access to ample food and water. Observe, listen, and act. Ask fewer trivial questions. Either register your identity promptly or turn back. We are here to register for membership, Song City declared, wary of further provoking the reception. He filled out the form with his details, followed by Wu Sheng and Jiang Erjuan, and the trio was granted entry into the base. Inside the building, the atmosphere was lively. To their surprise, in addition to themselves, there were already over 100 survivors present, alongside the original 101 members of the nameless faction. A sea of humanity filled the space. Food, Wu Sheng exclaimed, his gaze drawn to the array of delicacies laid out on the central table, rushing forward in anticipation. Song City and Jiang Erjuan, equally captivated, quickly followed suit. Upon reaching the table, the trio exchanged eager glances with a dapperly dressed faction member, silently inquiring whether they could partake in the feast. Other survivors held plates of food, including the motorcycle rider who had entered earlier. Surely they wouldn't be denied a share, would they? Noticing their drooling anticipation, the faction member smiled slightly. As members of the guild, you are considered one of us. This food is meant to welcome new recruits. Feel free to indulge. Overjoyed by this revelation, the three immediately helped themselves to the food, devouring it with fervor. Excuse me, may I inquire what is required to join the nameless faction? Song Chung approached the guild members, munching as he inquired. The current task was to recruit new members. The response was clear. Once you have finished eating, please assist in calling out in the regional channel to invite other survivors in the university town to join us. The more recruits, the greater the merits, and rewards will follow. Understanding this, Song Chung hastily turned to Wu Sheng and Jiang Erjuan, urging them to eat quickly so they could announce in the chat channel afterward. Wu Sheng and Jiang Erjuan remained silent, their mouths full, preoccupied with chewing, unable to utter a word. Among the crowd, Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan observed the over 100 survivors who had arrived at the guild that day. They exchanged glances, thinking that this efficiency should suffice. Surely the unnamed benefactor would be pleased. However, there was no time for complacency. The unnamed benefactor desired the recruitment of all survivors within the university town, a target still far from reach. Not to mention the survivors who had fought their way here to the guild's stronghold. There were many others whose capabilities fell short and were trapped, requiring rescue. Managing this group of talent was of utmost importance. Chapter 50, Leihung Official Shelter of City A. What were the investigation results? Leihung appeared haggard and somewhat fatigued. Mr. Lei, we have collected intelligence from the university town survivors via the city channel and have reached a conclusion. Two officers clad in law enforcement attire stood respectfully before him, reporting. Young Master Lei perished due to an unfortunate group wipe while attempting to challenge the regional boss, the Corpse King, at a higher level. Nonsense, Leihung exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat. How Air was reckless, but he would not challenge a regional boss beyond his level. He had discussed his plans for dealing with the Corpse King with me, clearly stating the need for thorough preparation. However, the survivors from the university town all convey this same narrative. We have questioned many, particularly those who survived this calamity, and their responses are highly uniform. There is something amiss, Leihung coldly remarked. Perhaps these people are deliberately framing How Air's demise, presenting a united front to evade responsibility. This possibility cannot be ruled out. The two enforcers exchanged glances. I will investigate personally and uncover the perpetrator behind How Air's death, Leihung declared, pacing behind his desk. Who holds sway over the university town now? A teacher named Zhang Jun, reputed to have obtained the item to establish a guild, has created an organization known as the A-City Unnamed Branch, actively recruiting all survivors within the region. The A-City Unnamed Branch. Lei Heng pondered for a moment, realizing that there must be a benefactor behind him. Otherwise, how could an obscure teacher suddenly become the guild leader? Moreover, it was a branch. With a branch, there must be a headquarters. Hao Er's death either relates to this Zhang Jun or the forces behind him. To acquire the guild creation item so swiftly and possess enough resources to recruit numerous survivors, this unnamed guild is no ordinary entity, regardless of their origins or background. If it is determined they are responsible for Hao Er's demise, I will ensure they pay the price. Lei Heng said coldly, prepare for departure. I will visit the university town tomorrow. Yes. Also, contact them and clarify the name Zhang Jun is using. I wish to speak with him. Understood. On the other side, Xin Yan, who had his first and second kisses stolen by Du Feifei and Lin Qingqing respectively, received a private message from Zhang Jun. Mr. Nameless. Numerous members of the guild have expressed concerns. It appears that someone at the official shelter is inquiring about Lei Hao. Fortunately, we managed to align our stories beforehand and have successfully deflected their inquiries. However, I just received contact from someone claiming to be Lei Hao's father, named Lei Heng. He stated that he will arrive at the university town tomorrow aboard a flight from the official shelter, ostensibly to investigate Lei Hao's death and to rescue some survivors to the official shelter, albeit with limited spots available. How should we respond? The bodies have been properly disposed of, correct? Xin Yan inquired. Rest assured, the corpses of Lei Hao and his subordinates have been thoroughly incinerated. They will uncover no issues on their end, Zhang Jun replied. Our people are also well coordinated and will not expose any flaws. Even if they arrive here, they will find no evidence. Excellent. As Lei Hao's father, even if he cannot find evidence, he will not let the matter rest. Xin Yan contemplated. It was evident that his personal arrival indicated suspicion. He did not believe that Lei Hao was killed by the Corpse King boss. Even without evidence, he might take action against you. Who are the most suspect? What should we do? Zhang Jun asked anxiously. Do not leave the guild premises lightly. Even if they wish to negotiate, ensure the meeting is held within our stronghold to draw them in. Remember to recruit more high-level NPCs, Xin Yan instructed. If they remain inactive, we can simply dismiss them. However, should they choose to escalate matters, we need not be polite. Let the NPCs eliminate them, and ensure we eradicate the threat completely. Understood. Although Zhang Jun was reluctant to confront the official shelter, he recognized Lei Heng's extensive connections and significant status there. Whether to oppose would depend on him, and their side could only respond passively. Fortunately, with the resources granted by Xin Yan, contributing additional raw materials to recruit high-level NPCs would pose no issue. Since the moment they dealt with Lei Hao, he and all members of the sub-guild had aligned themselves with the Nameless faction, thus it was imperative to steadfastly maintain their position. It was certain that Lei Heng would not uncover the truth or acquire any evidence regarding Lei Hao's demise. If he chose to retreat, that would be for the best. The Nameless sub-guild need not sever ties with the official shelter. Should the other party insist on making a move without evidence, seeking vengeance for his son, the high-level NPCs would not be trifled with, and they would ensure that the adversaries would pay dearly. Du Feifei emerged from Xun Yan's room and sought out Jiang Yun to inquire about her intentions. Jiang Yun expressed that she had not called for her, attributing the misunderstanding to Lin Qingqing. Du Feifei quickly realized that Lin Qingqing had acted with intent. Turning back to confront Lin Qingqing, she encountered her en route and angrily questioned, Lin Qingqing, did you deceive me? Feifei, when have I ever deceived you? Lin Qingqing replied with a smile. I just asked Yinjia, and she did not ask you to call for me. Du Feifei frowned. What was your true motive in bringing me here? Yinjia, didn't he call for you? Lin Qingqing feigned surprise. Could it be that I misheard? Spare me. You must have done it on purpose. No. I had no reason to deceive you. Lin Qingqing shook her head. Perhaps I simply misheard. My apologies. Is that true? Du Feifei observed the sincerity etched across Lin Qingqing's face, devoid of any trace of guilt, and pondered if she had misjudged her. Feifei, I have never been deceitful. Lin Qingqing asserted with unwavering certainty. Du Feifei, confronted with such earnestness, felt unable to pursue her inquiries further. After having kissed Xin Yan, she felt embarrassed to visit his room again and thus returned to her own quarters. Lin Qingqing, seemingly unfazed by the events, turned and headed back to her sleep. Their exchange and demeanor did not escape the notice of Jiang Yun and the other girls, who, though unaware of the specifics of the conversation or actions within Xin Yan's room, could ascertain from the expressions on their faces that something significant had transpired. It appeared that they had already made their move, poised to secure Xun Yan's affections and establish themselves as the leading lady in this setting. Xun Yan was a pillar of support for all, and should one girl capture his attention, the balance of affection would surely shift in her favor, potentially sidelining others. Which was certainly unfavorable news. To avert such a scenario, it was imperative to thwart Du Feifei and Lin Qingqing's ambitions. They must not be allowed to succeed. That night, as Xun Yan prepared for slumber, he was unexpectedly inundated with private messages from several girls. all inquiring about his well-being and expressing concern. This sudden attention left him perplexed. What had prompted such concern? He had not encountered any issues warranting such inquiries. Chapter 51. The Major and the Minor in the Global Chat. Someone was selling a Mage class transfer quest book, exclusively in exchange for Archer or Rogue quest books, both of which Shun Yin possessed. After a brief private discussion, they agreed to trade one Archer class transfer quest book for the Mage quest book. Subsequently, he exchanged the Rogue quest book with another individual for a Warrior class transfer quest book. Once the items were secured, he promptly facilitated Zhuan Xian's transfer to Rogue, Lin Wan's to Warrior, and Sun Xian's to Mage. Alongside Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing, a formidable combat team was formed. Where shall we venture today? Jiang Yun inquired curiously after breakfast, her gaze flitting between Du Feifei and Lin Qingqing, who had been vying for Shun Yin's attention throughout the meal. The two had evidently begun a subtle rivalry. We shall head to the experimental building, Shun Yin replied, nonchalantly picking at his teeth with a toothpick. The experimental building? That seems rather distant. Lin Wan remarked, apprehensive about the numerous monsters in the vicinity. Is it truly necessary? As a newly transferred class member, she was understandably anxious about venturing so far from their safe haven. Shun Yin did not conceal his reasoning. There are survivors trapped within the experimental building who sought help from the branch yesterday. Moreover, an elite monster resides nearby. We can rescue the individuals while simultaneously dealing with the creature, perhaps acquiring some valuable loot. Very well. Despite their trepidation about the distance, the girls had no choice but to acquiesce, as Shun Yin had spoken. Zhuan Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian. You have just transitioned to your new classes and are still at a low level. Stay at the back of the group and gain experience without rushing ahead. Shun Yin instructed. Lin Qingqing and Jiang Yun, assist me while they level up before joining the fray. Understood. The three girls responded in unison, relief washing over them. They had been concerned about the dangers of battling monsters, but the prospect of gaining experience from the rear was precisely what they desired. With Zhao Shishir, Yang Ying, and Zhou Yinfeng joining them, their party exceeded the 5-member limit, necessitating the formation of 2 teams that would collaborate, ensuring everyone could benefit from the experience gained. Regardless, Shun Yin has already reached level 25, and the wild monsters in the University City area are too low level to contribute any experience. Thus, there is no concern about hindering his progress, allowing him the freedom to lead lower-level characters. Before setting off, each member donned an ant helmet, standardizing their equipment to conceal their true identities. To others, their status bars displayed a string of question marks, rendering their real identities completely unrecognizable. Lin Qingqing's keen eyesight became increasingly adept as she surveyed the terrain from a godly perspective, gaining a clear understanding of the monster's distribution along the path. The archer is an indispensable asset to the team. A single eagle eye skill could determine the team's survival. Mastery over the monster's locations and patrol routes could significantly reduce the likelihood of catastrophic encounters. After confirming the monster distribution, Shen Yin prioritized eliminating the least populated zones based on the intelligence provided by Lin Qingqing. With 900 health points, his defenses surpassed those of ordinary classes, making the eradication of monsters straightforward. The solitary monsters before him scarcely had a chance to retaliate, and he effortlessly parried the assaults of several, dispatching them in succession. In fact, these creatures were unable to breach the protective shield that Jiang Yun had cast upon Shen Yin. The level disparity was simply too great, and merely touching him was an achievement in itself. This epitomizes the advantage of high-level characters assisting lower-level ones: effortless efficiency. The girls basked in the rapid increase of their experience points, enjoying the ease of their endeavor. The 3 gathering professions collected materials along the way, contributing to the team while simultaneously enhancing their crafting skills. After a considerable amount of labor, they managed to gather merely a handful of materials, a stark contrast to Shun Yin's bountiful harvest. Defeating wild monsters yielded a chance to obtain various raw materials. Under normal circumstances, the quantity obtained by combat professions from defeating monsters could not be compared to that acquired by gathering professions, as one was deterministic while the other bore significant randomness, with lower probabilities. However, with Shun Yin, even the smallest probability translated into an astronomical yield. While the gathering professions toiled for half a day, he could amass a staggering amount in an instant. With Shun Yin leading the way, the team swept through their foes with unparalleled ease. Only when faced with an overwhelming horde of zombies did they heed Lin Qingqing's guidance to evade confrontation. After some time, the team finally arrived at the vicinity of the experimental building. Atop the building, someone spotted Shen Yan's team and hastily opened a window, desperately waving for help while simultaneously calling out in the current channel, inquiring if they were from the Nameless Association and urging them to hurry and breach the experimental building to rescue them. Shen Yan, addressing the situation, urged the individuals to hold on a moment and not to rush. He first cleared the zombies and mutated insects surrounding the building. Once that was accomplished, he did not hasten to enter the structure. Instead, he turned his attention to the area where the elite monsters resided. There, he encountered a uniquely shaped zombie. Its form resembling that of a regular human, yet it bore 2 heads and 4 arms, presenting a rather bizarre sight. Fusion Zombie Elite, Level 12, Health 1200. Although it appeared fearsome, it was merely level 12 with a health pool of 1200, making it an easy opponent for Shen Yin to confront alone. Jiang Yun shielded Shen Yin, vigilantly monitoring the health bars of his teammates. Lin Qingqing readied her bow, confident that Shen Yin could maintain the focus of hatred while she would provide the supplementary damage. With an ultimate charge, Shen Yin knocked the zombie unconscious and immediately followed up with a battle roar. Lin Qingqing unleashed a flurry of arrows, delivering rapid damage. Sun Xin privately messaged Shen Yin, asking if she needed assistance. No need, Shen Yin replied, shaking her head. The level gap was too significant. They would be unable to inflict any damage. Although the few of them who had just advanced their classes had gained experience and leveled up to 4, they still fell short against the level 12 elite monsters. Due to the level suppression, both damage output and skill accuracy were considerably diminished. Lin Qingqing fared better, having previously accompanied Shen Yin on outings, so her level was not too far off from the monsters before them. The fusion zombie's state of dizziness from the divine realm vanished as it prepared to attack Shen Yin, only to be stunned again by his ground-shaking skill, reducing it to a mere target as Shen Yin relentlessly hacked away at it, complemented by Lin Qingqing's shots, causing its health to plummet rapidly. When it finally regained consciousness, it unleashed a series of attacks against Shen Yin. However, due to Shen Yin's formidable defense, the diminished attack power from the battle roar, and Jiang Yun's protective shield, it dealt no damage at all. After a strenuous effort to break Shen Yan's shield, Jiang Yun promptly cast another one. This cycle continued, with the fusion zombies' 1200 health points gradually whittled away by Shen Yin and Lin Qingqing, ultimately resulting in its demise without inflicting any harm on Shen Yin. Jiang Yun's protective shield was one factor, but Shen Yin's level was also a decisive element. With a 13-level difference, even elite monsters, which were significantly stronger than ordinary ones, stood no chance of breaching his shield. Upon defeating the fusion zombie, the substantial experience gained allowed the women in the team to level up swiftly, proving far more enjoyable than battling lesser creatures. If there were clusters of elite monsters, Shen Yin would be eager to transform that area into an experience factory, facilitating the team's rapid advancement. The fusion zombie dropped several basic materials and a green belt. Exquisite belt, excellent. Defense 24, regenerates 2 mana per second. Equipment requirement, level 10. Cloth armor, designed for magic users, a valuable item for mana regeneration. When paired with the previous exquisite necklace, it offered both health and mana regeneration, significantly reducing recovery time. However, it required level 10 for equipping, so it was best to set it aside for them. Chapter 52. Lei Heng arrives. Although this elite monster did not yield much of value, 1,000 exquisite belts could still be advantageous, as trading them with other players would surely attract magic users. After all, magic users relied on skills to defeat monsters and faced severe mana shortages, unlike warriors who could simply rely on basic attacks. A mana regenerating belt could enhance their efficiency, making leveling up faster and easier. Coupled with tens of thousands of basic crafting materials, it was quite a haul. After eliminating the elite monster, Shen Yin led the team into the experimental building. Inside, numerous zombies awaited, necessitating a thorough clearing of each floor. Fortunately, the low-tier zombies were particularly feeble before a level 25 ultimate warrior like Shen Yin. With their upgrades, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xin could also engage in combat, boosting their efficiency. Soon, the team reached the floor where the survivors were located. Upon knocking on the door, someone inside inquired, "Who is it outside?" They needed to confirm that it was not a zombie. "We are from the Nameless Guild," Shen Yin responded. "We have cleared all the zombies on the lower floors. Hurry out, and we will take you to the guild's base." Upon hearing those words, the trapped survivors within the room, assured that the outside was devoid of zombies, hastily opened the door, revealing their faces illuminated by the joyous relief of having survived. Thank you so much. But why do you bear the heads of mutated ants?" "This is our gear," Shen Yin urged. "Let us not waste time. We must descend promptly and escort you to the branch station. Our mission will be complete." "Thank you. Then let us depart quickly." Inside the room were 2 men and a woman, presumably students from the chemistry department, who joined Shen Yan's group as they exited the laboratory building. Arriving safely at the branch station under his protection, Zhang Jun swiftly attended to the survivors, ensuring their proper accommodation. "Mr. Wuming." Zhang Jun led Shen Yan to a secluded area. Lei Heng has already departed from the official shelter by helicopter and should arrive in the university town in approximately 30 minutes. "Would you like to stay here and observe?" 30 minutes? Shen Yan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. It coincides with lunchtime. We shall remain for a meal and to see what Lei Hong intends to do. Do not reveal my identity. Instruct the branch personnel to keep their distance from me. Understood. Zhang Jun promptly relayed the order to all 101 branch members, instructing them to maintain the secrecy of Shun Yin and his companions' identities, stating they were merely ordinary members of the guild. Despite the peculiar sight of so many individuals adorned with ant heads, it seemed less strange amidst the apocalyptic chaos, where bizarre occurrences abounded. In their mingling with the crowd, even the newly joined survivors remained oblivious to Shun Yan's true identity, believing them to be members of the branch. Those from Lei Hong and the official shelter were equally unaware. Indeed, after approximately half an hour, the thundering sound of a helicopter filled the air. Everyone peered through the windows as a military transport helicopter gradually approached from the sky. Zhang Jun instructed someone at the top of the outpost to wave a flag to attract the helicopter, guiding it to land near the station. Lei Hong, accompanied by several law enforcement officers from City A and a contingent of armed soldiers, disembarked and made their way toward the main gate. Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan personally welcomed them, while guild members either gathered at the entrance to greet them or remained indoors, observing through the windows. Lei Hong and his entourage surveyed the guild station, failing to recognize the high-ranking NPCs stationed nearby, mistaking them for fully armed survivors. They assumed that the unnamed branch led by Zhang Jun was merely numerous, perhaps possessing some strength, but ultimately inconsequential to themselves. You are Zhang Jun, Teacher Zhang? It is a pleasure to finally meet you. He stepped forward to shake Zhang Jun's hand. You are Mr. Lei, father of Lei Hao? You are most welcome. Zhang Jun replied with a nod. Teacher Zhang, you must be aware of the reason for my visit. Lei Heng cut to the chase after the pleasantries. Where's my son? Mr. Lei, you are well aware of the current situation. We feared that leaving the bodies would result in them turning into zombies. To preserve their dignity, we have cremated them all. What did you say? Lei Heng's expression darkened, his grip tightening on Zhang Jun's shoulders. By what right did you dispose of my son's body? His actions were perceived by the patrolling NPCs as a hostile gesture toward the guild leader, prompting them to immediately adopt a combat stance. The law enforcement officers and soldiers behind Lei Hong raised their weapons, resulting in a standoff. Cease fire, Zhang Jun urgently commanded, instructing the NPCs to halt their hostile actions and abandon their combat stances. He turned to Lei Hong and continued, the reasons have already been explained. Did Mr. Lei not hear? If we leave the corpses, they will transform into zombies. You surely would not want to witness your son becoming a zombie, losing his humanity, would you? Brother Lei, do not act impulsively. A nearby law enforcement officer urged, pulling Lei Hong aside. We are here to investigate the truth, not to engage in meaningless combat. Let us ascertain the facts first. Taking several deep breaths, Lei Hong forced himself to remain calm. Teacher Zhang, I sincerely apologize. The death of Hauer has overwhelmed my emotions. I understand, Zhang Jun nodded in response. In this apocalyptic scenario, nearly all survivors have witnessed their parents, family members, and friends transform into zombies. The anguish of losing loved ones is something we have all experienced. The deceased are gone. Mr. Lei, please accept my condolences. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. May I inquire whether my son's death was indeed caused by the Zombie King boss? Absolutely. Everyone here can attest that Lei Hao perished in battle against the Zombie King boss. His overconfidence led him to engage in combat beyond his capabilities, and it is truly regrettable that he lost his life due to a miscalculation. However, I believe the matter is not so straightforward. Lei Hong countered. Before the incident, Hauer contacted me privately. I specifically cautioned him to exercise utmost caution. Moreover, I had acquired 2 special life-saving items and sent them to him. How could he so easily perish at the hands of the Zombie King? Even in the event of a mistake, he would have had several opportunities to correct it. There is something peculiar at play here. It is entirely normal for a parent to harbor suspicions, Zhang Jun replied, unfazed. However, the truth stands as it is. How could so many of us conspire to deceive Mr. Lei? He then added, by the way, it is lunchtime. Please, let us move to the cafeteria and discuss while we eat. Mr. Lei, those patrolling professionals do not appear friendly. Being on their territory puts us at a disadvantage. The nearby law enforcement officer whispered a warning. I am aware. Lei Hong frowned. However, with the bodies burned, the clues have been severed. To uncover the truth, we must begin with the witnesses. If we do not enter the guild's base, how can we extract information? Everyone, remain vigilant. I will distract Zhang Jun while you investigate in secret, seeking the truth about Hauer's death from the members of the unnamed guild. Understood. Zhang Jun was oblivious to what Lei Hong and his companions were covertly discussing, but given the current circumstances, he could surmise they were likely instructed to seek out clues and investigate the truth from the guild members. Chapter 53. Investigation. Excuse me, student. I am Wang Ting from the A City Law Enforcement Team. May I take a few minutes of your time? Upon entering the unnamed guild's base, Lei Hong followed Zhang Jun and others to the cafeteria for a meal. However, The accompanying law enforcement personnel halted along the way, stopping guild members for questioning. The individual stopped by Wang Ting was a first-year female student, visibly displeased. I am about to eat. It will only take a moment. It won't delay your lunch. Wang Ting replied with a warm smile, maintaining politeness. Fine, go ahead and ask. The girl turned around. Do you know Lei Hao? Lei Hao? Who doesn't he know him? The girl's eyes flared with anger. He is a scoundrel, a pure wretch. Upon hearing those words, Wang Ting was momentarily taken aback. Scoundrel? Rogue. From where do these accusations arise? Although Mr. Lei's son may not excel academically, he should be quite well-behaved, right? After all, Wang Ting had encountered Lei Hao several times during his father's visits to the Law Enforcement Bureau in City A, and he distinctly remembered the child being exceedingly well-mannered. I have nothing further to say to you. The girl turned to leave. Wait a moment. Wang Ting quickly interjected. Classmate, would you kindly elaborate? Do you believe what I say? She retorted. Our enforcement team will certainly verify the facts. All right, I shall speak plainly, the girl said, before the apocalypse descended. Lei Hao was a tyrant in the university town, frequently bullying classmates and, accompanied by his sycophants, would unjustly assault students and harass girls. Campus bullying was as routine for him as breathing, and the number of victims was countless. Did the school not intervene? Wang Ting furrowed his brow, temporarily setting aside his task of investigating Lei Hao's death. Due to his father's influence, the principal dared not intervene, even going so far as to help suppress these incidents. Otherwise, could Lei Hao have grown increasingly brazen? The girl scoffed. As the apocalypse loomed, his behavior escalated, completely devoid of restraint. When the school initially distributed 3 novice packages, a student sought to claim one, but Lei Hao happened to pass by and commanded his subordinates to break that student's legs, seizing the package for himself and thus acquiring a 100-fold increase in power, becoming formidable. The student with broken legs was left behind and ultimately fell victim to a zombie. How can that be? Wang Ting could scarcely believe it, as it contradicted his previous impressions of Lei Hao. After obtaining a 100-fold power boost, the surviving teachers and students believed he could protect them, hence they joined his stronghold. Who would have anticipated that, in the absence of legal and moral constraints, Lei Hao would devolve into a beast, demanding the most beautiful girls in the school to serve him? Fortunately, Senior Zhang Yun acquired a novice package, armed with a gun, and led a group of over a dozen girls to flee the stronghold. Lei Hao unleashed his wrath upon us. The girls who remained trapped, including myself, all suffered at his and his sycophant's hands. A girl named Lu Hui was even brutally killed, a fact known to all. Our stronghold Zhou Peng was Lu Hui's boyfriend. Continue. Wang Ting urged, sensing her sincerity, his expression growing grave. The teachers and students within the stronghold could no longer tolerate the situation and attempted to resist. But Lei Hao and his minions were overwhelmingly strong. Ordinary people stood no chance, and several lost their lives. The remaining ones, powerless to resist, were imprisoned by Lei Hao's forces. The girl gritted her teeth. Once, when a monster suddenly attacked the stronghold, Lei Hao and his subordinates used the imprisoned teachers and students as bait to escape, resulting in further casualties. He cared not for the lives of others and would commit any atrocity to achieve his ends. To label him as a scoundrel or a rogue is a mere understatement. Was his death in any way connected to you? Wang Ting returned to the core of the matter. It sounds as though you harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. The girl shook her head in denial. Indeed, we would relish the opportunity to slay him with our own hands. However, we never had that chance. He perished in a battle against the zombie king boss, having underestimated his foe, leading to their mutual destruction. His sycophants also met their end in that confrontation, slain by the elite monsters surrounding the zombie king. Classmate, can you take responsibility for the words you have spoken? We shall conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the truth. Wang Ting stated solemnly. Even in the apocalypse, our law enforcement team will uphold the law. Upholding the law necessitates holding Lei Hao accountable for his crimes, rather than acting as his accomplices and creating trouble for us on behalf of his father. The young woman declared, having said all that needed to be said. She intended to head to the cafeteria. Wang Ting proceeded to inquire with other members, receiving similar responses. Everyone unanimously condemned Lei Hao as a scoundrel, a vile individual responsible for the deaths of many innocent teachers and students, including the esteemed Professor Chang. Furthermore, the bullying of girls and the tragic incident involving Lu Hui were corroborated by multiple sources. The consistent findings from his colleagues weighed heavily on Wang Ting's heart. It seemed Lei Hao was far from the obedient figure he had previously perceived. Previously, due to his amicable relationship with Lei Hong, he had shown understanding towards Lei Hong's grief over his son's demise, thus overlooking some of Lei Hao's outrageous statements and behaviors, believing that time would mend the wounds. However, it appeared that matters were far more complex than he had anticipated. He shared his discoveries with his fellow law enforcement captain, Meng Chong, hoping to discuss the situation with Lei Hong face to face. To his surprise, Meng Chong urged him to concentrate on investigating the circumstances surrounding Lei Hao's death and to avoid unnecessary complications. The other law enforcement officers, loyal to Meng Chong, echoed his sentiments. A sense of helplessness caused Wang Ting to feel increasingly agitated. It seemed Meng Chong was colluding with Lei Hong. He appeared to be a detrimental element within the law enforcement ranks, having secretly accepted money from Lei Hong. The officers and soldiers dispatched from the A City Defense Force likely also received favors from Lei Hong. Yet in this apocalyptic world, reporting them would be futile. As Wang Ting grappled with his thoughts, Shen Yin and others were also intercepted on their way to the cafeteria. A group of soldiers, clad in military uniforms and armed, demanded their full cooperation in revealing the truth behind Lei Hao's death. Shen Yin was taken aback. He had merely come to observe the situation and had not anticipated that the investigation would lead to him. Had they known that Lei Hao had perished at his hands, he wondered what their reaction would be. Naturally, he could not disclose the truth, so he feigned compliance, reiterating the narrative that Lei Hao had perished in a mutual demise during the battle against the Corpse King boss. Since they were all adhering to the same storyline, it would be futile for Lei Heng's associates to uncover any evidence to the contrary. The soldiers also questioned Jiang Yun and others, receiving consistent responses, with no tangible results. The soldiers were compelled to let Shen Yin and his companions go, although they requested that they remove their helmets before departing, which was met with refusal. Outside, they would not hesitate to take matters into their own hands and forcibly remove Shen Yin and the others' masks. However, as they were within the territory of an unnamed faction, they could not act arbitrarily. Ultimately, they allowed them to leave without further harassment. Chapter 54. Lei Hong's orders. During the meal, Lei Hong was preoccupied with thoughts, attempting to extract valuable information from Zhang Jun. However, Zhang Jun and his companions remained tight-lipped, insisting that Lei Hao had met his end in a simultaneous demise during the battle with the Corpse King. Captain Meng Chong and his accompanying officer Jiao Shan returned to inform Lei Hong that their men were probing everywhere. Although they suspected that the death of Lei Hao was not as straightforward as it seemed, given the unabashed animosity everyone harbored towards him, they could find no tangible evidence. Everyone unanimously asserted that he perished in a battle with the Corpse King. Lei Hong, consumed by fury, declared that they were wantonly slandering his son. After all, the deceased could not speak for himself and thus could not defend against the accusations. The notion that he died in a clash with the Corpse King was merely a premeditated narrative, undoubtedly orchestrated by them to plot his son's demise. The truth was crystal clear. "Gentlemen, I implore you to assist me," Lei Hong commanded. "What is your wish, Mr. Lei?" Meng Chong inquired softly. "There is no need for investigation. I am certain that the members of the Nameless faction are inextricably linked to Hao's death." Lei Hong's eyes blazed with vengeful fire as he ordered, "I want them to pay the price for Hao's demise, and not a single one shall escape." "Mr. Lei," Officer Jiao Shan remarked with a furrowed brow, "we are here to assist you in uncovering the truth, not to commit murder. Moreover, these individuals are teachers and students from the university town. If we were to take action against them, the repercussions would be dire. Are you implying that you wish to forfeit next month's supplies?" Lei Hong narrowed his eyes, asserting, "In this apocalyptic scenario, I have contributed my own assets to provide you with the gathered supplies. How else could the official shelter have been established in such a short time? If you refuse to assist me with this trivial matter, how can we expect to collaborate in the future? However, if we eliminate the root of the problem, who would be left to spread the word?" Lei Hong's gaze turned menacing. "I beseech you both to aid me." Meng Chong and Jiao Shan exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, Meng Chong spoke first. "Wang Ting is an unpredictable variable. This matter must not reach him. If he learns of it, he will undoubtedly do everything in his power to obstruct us." "That is easily resolved," Lei Hong replied. "You shall assign him a task, instructing him to accompany me to the site of Hao's burial. The rest is for you to manage." "Agreed." Meng Chong nodded immediately. "As long as we can divert Wang Ting, we can handle this matter properly." Meanwhile, after finishing lunch, Shen Yin received a report from Zhang Jun. "Mr. Wuming, Lei Hong wishes to visit the place where Lei Hao is buried and has requested our men to guide him. Are all his men going?" Shen Yin queried. Zhang Jun shook his head. "No, Lei Hong only brings one law enforcement officer with him, leaving the others at the base." "I see." Shen Yin pondered for a moment before looking up at him. "What do you think he intends to do?" "I doubt it is merely to inspect the burial site." "Indeed," Zhang Jun affirmed, demonstrating his sharp intellect, especially since the accompanying officer is one Wang Ting, who, according to our reports, appears to be the most upright among the team. He was the only one visibly affected when hearing of Lei Hao's transgressions. Lei Hong could have chosen anyone to accompany him, yet he specifically brought Wang Ting, likely intending to compel those left behind to engage in actions that Wang Ting would find objectionable. Those left behind must be armed with firearms, correct? Shen Yin raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Are you suggesting that Lei Hong, as the father of a villain, is not a virtuous character himself?" Shen Yan's eyes narrowed. Even if he cannot find evidence, he might take direct action to avenge his son. Is he planning to annihilate us? Zhang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Most likely. What shall we do? Let it simmer. As Shen Yan's eyes flickered with a clever idea, he resolved to find someone familiar with the route to accompany him. He instructed the NPCs to closely monitor those who remained behind. Should any unusual movements occur, they were to eliminate them without hesitation. This was their territory. And even if the adversaries wielded firearms, they stood no chance against high-level NPCs. He urged them not to concern themselves with the potential losses of the NPCs, promising that he would provide additional resources to replenish their ranks. Are you truly going to confront Lei Heng personally? Zhang Jun expressed his apprehension, noting their complete lack of knowledge regarding Lei Heng's capabilities. Moreover, he had Wang Ting by his side, a formidable presence in combat. Perhaps we should bring along more people? Not necessary, Shen Yan replied, extending his hand towards Jiang Yun. I shall borrow the Black Knight for a while. Of course. Jiang Yun promptly handed over his pistol to Shen Yan. Would you like me to accompany you? And us too. Lin Qingqing and the others eagerly raised their hands. No need, stay here and wait. Shen Yan shook his head. Lei Heng posed a significant threat, intent on eradicating them, and he was equally resolved to eliminate Lei Heng. If we do not uproot the weeds, they will simply regrow with the spring breeze. Anyone who dares to oppose us must be utterly eradicated. Before the apocalypse, Shen Yan could tolerate the bullying of others due to the constraints of law, which inhibited his impulsive nature. However, with the collapse of that legal foundation, and in a world where laws held no sway, he felt no fear, empowered to act according to his own will. He understood that Lei Heng would stop at nothing to avenge his son, Lei Hao, being his biological father. Ignoring this threat would bring catastrophic consequences for himself and others. The only solution was to strike first and eliminate all dangers. Seeing Shen Yan's determination, the others ceased their objections. After all, at level 25, he should prove a formidable opponent for Lei Heng. As Lei Heng prepared to depart, he realized that Zhang Jun had assigned him an unremarkable-looking boy and a peculiar member adorned with an ant helmet, obscuring his face. He dismissed any concerns, recognizing that the world had transformed into an immense gaming arena, where slaying monsters yielded an array of bizarre items. An ant helmet was hardly unusual. On their way to the burial site of his son, Meng Chong and Zhao Shan would launch a surprise attack, annihilating all members of the nameless faction. Ultimately, they were just ordinary teachers and students, despite any fortuitous encounters or ample resources for establishing a guild. They stood no chance against the firearms of the law enforcement and military. Since their adversaries had agreed on a unified narrative and refused to divulge the truth, it was evident they were complicit, the true culprits responsible for Hao's demise. They must all be executed, accompanying Hao in death. Once the sounds of gunfire erupted from the encampment, he would swiftly eliminate the two students guiding him, sparing none. Should Wang Ting attempt to intervene, he would be killed as well. The vengeance for his son's death would be exacted. Feigning cordiality, he suppressed his murderous thoughts and addressed Shen Yan and the other student. I would appreciate it if you could lead me to my son's burial site. This way, the male student leading the way set off ahead, with Lei Heng, Shen Yan, and Wang Ting closely following behind. Meanwhile, at the encampment, Meng Chong and Zhao Shan issued secret orders for all law enforcement officers and soldiers to load their weapons. Once the command was given, there would be no mercy for anyone present. Chapter 55. Gunfire. Navigating through the vast expanse of corpses and mutated creatures, the scattered wild monsters posed no threat to them. Shen Yan did not even need to intervene. Wang Ting single-handedly dispatched all the minor obstacles in their path, showcasing formidable combat prowess. He did not even draw his firearm. With just a dagger, he effortlessly eliminated the minor creatures, whether they were zombies or small to medium-sized mutated insects, leaving no adversary standing against him. He was undoubtedly an elite from the law enforcement sector. After a winding journey, they finally arrived at the site where Lei Hao was laid to rest, marked by numerous small mounds of earth. The student leading the way stopped before one of these mounds and addressed Lei Heng, saying, "This is the spot." After Lei Hao was cremated, his ashes were buried here, surrounded by other teachers and classmates. However, upon seeing the burial site of his son, Lei Heng was overcome with grief. As a father, he faced the unbearable reality of outliving his child, and his heart was filled with an even deeper resentment. In this apocalyptic world, other relatives had long since turned into zombies, leaving only his son as the last remnant of hope. Now that his son was gone, the family line had come to an end, and a singular thought consumed him. He desired retribution against those who had caused Hauer's demise. "Mr. Lei, please accept my condolences." Wang Ting, whose own child had succumbed to the undead during the apocalypse, could empathize with the pain of losing a child. Seeing Lei Heng in such sorrow prompted him to step forward and offer comfort. Lei Heng steadied his emotions. There was little time for mourning. He needed to avenge his son. Gradually rising, he turned to survey the three individuals behind him. I wish to take Howard with me. Could you assist me in digging him out? Shun Yin remained silent, while the student leading the way appeared somewhat hesitant. Mr. Lei, we didn't bring any tools. Surely, we cannot dig with our bare hands. Perhaps we could return to the main camp and see if we can find suitable tools. I see the soil here is quite loose. If you could help me find a few sturdy sticks or suitable stones nearby, that would be great. If you have any metal tools, they would also suffice, Lei Hing said with urgency. Please, just help me recover Howard, and I will be sure to express my gratitude. There's no need to trouble the two of you. I will handle it. Wang Ting pondered for a moment and retrieved a collapsible entrenching tool from his virtual backpack. Something he had prepared beforehand. Thank you, I appreciate it. Lei Hung sighed, then turned to Shun Yin and the other student. I have a matter to discuss with you too. Might we step aside? Of course. The leading student nodded in agreement, although Shun Yin also nodded. He contemplated. Lei Hung seemed to be preparing for an ambush, intending to lead the two away from Wang Ting to a secluded spot where he could strike directly, fabricating a story of a monster attack. Wang Ting, having not witnessed the act, would likely hesitate to confront him over the fate of two unrelated individuals. Naturally, he held no fear. The outcome of their confrontation was uncertain. He only needed to be cautious. The fact that Lei Hong could provide Lei Hao with two life-saving items indicated that he possessed significant authority and status, likely affording him access to other means of protection. Utilizing resources from the official shelters to acquire rare items was certainly within his reach. Lei Hong guided Shun Yin and the other student to a nearby concealed location and suddenly pointed to the side with a look of surprise. What is that? The student responsible for leading instinctively turned around but saw nothing amiss. Shun Yin, however, remained still, observing as Lei Hong drew two handguns, aiming them at both himself and the student beside him. The classmates who had seen nothing turned around to discover that Lei Hong was pointing a gun at both himself and Shun Yin, his expression shifting dramatically. Mr. Lei, what is the meaning of this? What else could it mean? Are you blind? He intends to kill us. Shun Yin responded calmly. What? Mr. Lei, what does this mean? Have we any grievances with you? The guiding classmate asked in panic. Stop the pretense. Lei Hong's voice was icy. You all deserve to die? Mr. Lei, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. The guiding classmate raised his hands cautiously. Please, be careful not to misfire. Cannot comprehend? Lei Hong sneered. Do not feign ignorance. The death of Hao Air is inextricably linked to you. Do you think that by eliminating all evidence of your wrongdoing, I would be powerless against you? Foolish. This is the apocalypse. I need no evidence to avenge Hao Air, regardless of who the true culprit is, as long as I eliminate all of you. The real murderer will not escape. Mr. Lei, please remain calm. Hao Air truly perished alongside the Corpse King boss. We are not involved. Do not harm us, innocent souls. Innocent. As soon as Hao Air died, the Nameless Society emerged. You must have intentionally led to his demise. Lei Hong declared angrily. Enough with your nonsense. No one is leaving here alive today. Opposing our Nameless Society will lead to your regret. Regret? The ones who should regret are you. Daring to bring about Hao Air's death, you shall pay in blood. Lei Hong's expression was fierce. And let me inform you, my guild will soon take action. And my people will annihilate your Nameless Society. All of you shall join Hao Air in death. The guiding classmate hurriedly retreated behind Shun Yin. We are doomed. He intends to wipe us all out. He must possess the capability to do so. Shun Yin smirked, having anticipated such a situation before arriving. Die? Lei Hong's eyes glinted with ferocity as he prepared to pull the trigger. Shun Yin acted swiftly, using an ultimate charge to teleport and knock him unconscious, then thrusting a sword towards his heart. As the blade made contact, however, the figure transformed into smoke and vanished. Where did he go? The guiding classmate surveyed the surroundings. Quick, use Eagle Eye. The dense foliage obscured Shun Yan's view of Lei Hong's whereabouts, but fortunately, they had chosen a student who had transitioned to an archer. The guiding classmate immediately employed Eagle Eye, scanning the area from above. He is behind that large tree at 8 o'clock. Bang! Bang! Before he could finish speaking, gunfire erupted as Lei Hong, concealed behind the tree, fired wildly. It appeared he indeed possessed life-saving items, capable of dispelling abnormal states. Shun Yan nimbly moved, pushing the guiding classmate into the thicket, seeking cover to avoid Lei Hong's shots. The guiding classmate continued to use Eagle Eye to pinpoint Lei Hong's position. The archer skill was exceptionally powerful in such complex terrain filled with obstacles, allowing them to seize the initiative swiftly. Though Lei Hong could not see them, he could be accurately targeted through Eagle Eye, relaying their location to Shun Yan. Wang Ting, who was digging, suddenly heard the gunfire and, unsure of what was happening, hurriedly stowed away his spade and rushed towards the sound. He assumed that Lei Hong and his companions were fighting monsters, oblivious to the fact that it was Lei Hong who sought to eliminate Shun Yin and his ally. As he arrived, he found no monsters. Instead, he distinctly observed Lei Hong using the trees as cover, repeatedly peering out to shoot at Shun Yin and his companion, who were concealed on the opposite side. "Stop it! Mr. Lei, what are you doing?" he shouted loudly in an attempt to intervene. "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll take you down too." Lei Hung roared. Chapter 56. The Clash of Forces. Meanwhile, at the base of the nameless faction, after Lei Hung and his companions departed, Meng Chong and Zhao Shan began conspiring in secrecy. From my observations, the primary strength of this nameless faction lies with those responsible for guarding and patrolling, Meng Chong whispered. The remaining guild members possess average abilities. Therefore, we must eliminate the strongest team at the earliest opportunity. Afterwards, clearing the area will be straightforward. Indeed, Zhao Shan nodded in agreement. Having also discerned that the main combat power of the nameless faction was comprised of those tasked with guarding and patrolling. Unbeknownst to them, these individuals were actually recruited high-level NPCs. Before they could take action, Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan had already made preparations, deliberately using the excuse of a midday rest to withdraw other members, allowing the opposition to perceive a flaw, leading them to believe they could easily dispatch this group of NPCs, after which the remaining members could be effortlessly dealt with. In truth, this was a trap. High-level NPCs were not to be underestimated, possessing terrifying health and combat prowess, and their levels were significantly elevated. Underestimating them would surely result in catastrophe. Meng Chong's team was tasked with scouting the situation, ensuring that no other guild members were nearby to provide immediate support, and then notifying Zhao Shan's team to prepare. When gunfire erupted outside, they knew Lei Hung had made his move, and it was their cue to act. Sure enough, they soon received a command from Lei Hung, demanding the swift annihilation of the entire nameless faction, leaving no survivors. Zhao Shan promptly ordered his subordinates to launch a surprise attack, opening fire on the high-level NPC team of the nameless faction. Unbeknownst to them, high-level hunters among the NPCs had already been monitoring their movements with keen precision, alerting their comrades before the attack commenced. The priests quickly shielded their allies, rendering the bullets ineffective upon impact. Following this, the warriors emerged, each locking onto different targets, incapacitating Zhao Shan's subordinates one by one, while hidden archers swiftly unleashed arrows and mages conjured fireballs, hurling them towards the assailants. As casualties mounted on Zhao Shan's side, he realized that they were not facing ordinary survivors. It was a trap. He hastened to communicate with Meng Chong, urging him to retreat with their remaining forces, regroup in a nearby location, and devise a strategy to break the deadlock. However, a multitude of rogues shadowed them, appearing unexpectedly during their retreat to execute surprise attacks, immobilizing them and swiftly attacking to drain their health. The remaining members were besieged, forcing Meng Chong and Zhao Shan into a desperate situation. In a moment of panic, they resorted to using grenades, killing several NPCs, but they too were injured by the explosions. Just as they believed they could escape near the helicopter, they were abruptly intercepted by another group of rogues. In a state of despair, they ordered their remaining subordinates to raise their hands and surrender for the sake of survival. The commands given to these NPCs were to eliminate all enemies, with no option for surrender. Meng Chong and Zhao Shan awaited a desired response, but in their despair, they were mercilessly slaughtered by the high-ranking thief NPCs, leading to the complete annihilation of their forces. Zhang Jun assessed the aftermath. The elite NPC team suffered significant losses, with at least over half perishing at the hands of their adversaries. Modern weaponry proved fearsome, particularly grenades and explosives, whose destructive power was overwhelming, even for high-ranking NPCs. Meanwhile, Shun Yin faced off against Lei Hung, while Wang Ting attempted to mediate, only to be threatened by Lei Hung, placing him in a precarious position. Lei Hung claimed his actions were for revenge on behalf of his son, yet without evidence, it was uncertain whether the two individuals before him were indeed the culprits. If he did not intervene, would it not mean allowing him to harm the innocent? However, aiding these students would pit him against Lei Hung, whose resources were indispensable for survival, even for himself. In the midst of his turmoil, the sub-branch's base was suddenly filled with the sounds of gunfire, followed by explosions. "Stop firing. Quickly call out. Is there a monster attack at the sub-branch?" Xin Yan, hidden behind a tree, responded. "I believe it is your people attacking the base." "Impossible." Wang Ting immediately denied the claim, asserting that they would never attack the survivors without cause. "Then we should ask Mr. Lei," shouted a classmate guiding Xin Yan. "He intends to eliminate us all." Though reluctant to believe, Wang Ting could not ignore that Lei Hung had indeed fired at Shun Yin and the guiding student, while Meng Chong and Zhao Shan were unconditionally obedient to him due to the resources he provided to the shelter. Realizing this, Wang Ting quickly inquired, "Mr. Lei, you did not order Meng Chong and the others to attack the sub-branch, did you?" Lei Heng's singular focus was to eradicate Shun Yin and his companions, to obliterate the entire sub-branch. If he could eliminate all the survivors, the murderer of his son would not escape either, as he believed one among them was responsible. His reasoning was not entirely flawed. The true killer of Lei Hao was indeed in his sights, yet he remained oblivious to the truth. Peering out to shoot, Wang Ting emerged from behind cover, aiming his gun at him. Mr. Lei, do not act impulsively. We can resolve this calmly. Bang! Before he could finish his plea, Lei Hung pivoted his gun and shot at him. Wang Ting was startled, quickly ducking behind a tree. Mr. Lei, I am not your enemy. Anyone who obstructs my vengeance must die. Lei Hung had clearly lost his composure, likely having witnessed the site where his son was buried, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. Xinyan noted that this officer named Wang Ting was unlike the others. He not only defied Lei Hang's commands but also sought to prevent him, demonstrating a sense of justice. Thus, he called out to him, neither Lei father nor son are virtuous. You have principles and should not conspire with them. His men are attacking our sub-branch. We must stop them. Hearing this, Wang Ting took a deep breath, sheltered behind the tree, and called out to Lei Hong. Mr. Lei, did you truly order Captain Meng and the others to attack innocent civilians? Lei Hong remained silent, retrieving a grenade from his virtual backpack that he had previously obtained from Jiao Shan. Pulling the metal ring, he hurled it towards Xunyan and the guiding classmate's hiding place. The guiding student, having observed through his eagle eye, promptly alerted Xunyan. Aware of the extensive blast radius, Xunyan knew escape was futile. He raised his shield, activating defense mode, and positioned the guiding student behind him. With substantial health and 2 life-saving items dropped by Lei Hao, his survival was assured. Following the attack, Lei Hong would undoubtedly believe himself to be obliterated, presenting an opportunity for Xunyan to retaliate. As Xunyan anticipated, he absorbed the full force of the grenade explosion, suffering a loss of 500 HP. Fortunately, his high health and robust defense proved advantageous, and the 2 life-saving items remained unused. Thankfully, hearing the explosion, Lei Hong assumed that even if his opponent survived, he would be left with but a breath, rendering him no longer a threat. He stepped out from behind the tree, his gun aimed at Wang Ting's hiding place. At that moment, Xunyan suddenly appeared, executing a decisive charge that rendered Lei Hong unconscious. This time, unlike before, Lei Hong did not flee. Instead, he was pierced through the heart by Xunyan's sword. Chapter 57. Within reach with a thud, Xunyan withdrew his sword, and Lei Hong collapsed. The ground swiftly stained crimson with his blood. Lacking experience and the customary notifications of war honors, Xinyan found it peculiar that despite Lei Hang's lifeless form before him, the expected prompts had not materialized. You killed him? Wang Ting emerged from his hiding place, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed upon the corpse of Lei Hong. He struck first. I merely acted in self-defense. Xunyan turned his head to him, questioning. What? Do you intend to apprehend me? I recognize it was self-defense. Wang Ting sighed. But the issue lies in the fact that you took the life of one who should not have been killed. Is a person like him truly beyond the reach of death? Xunyan retorted with a smile. Should I simply allow him to end my life? That is not my point. Wang Ting shook his head in resignation. You are too young to grasp the complexities of society. Lei Hong holds significant sway in City A. His status unparalleled. Even the highest-ranking officials of the official shelter show him great respect, as the entire shelter relies on resources provided by the Lei family, which concerns the survival of thousands of survivors. Your killing of Lei Hong will not go unpunished by Meng Chong and Jiao Shan, and it will endanger all survivors in the university town. Xinyan, unfazed by this assertion, replied, Firstly, even had I not killed Lei Hong, he had no intention of sparing all survivors in the university town. Meng Chong and Jiao Shan would certainly act on Lei Hang's orders to attack the base, as they would seek vengeance for Lei Hao's demise. Secondly, my elimination of Lei Hong is beneficial for the official shelter, is it not? With his death, your officials could directly access the Lei family's resources. Regardless, Meng Chong and Jiao Shan would never target innocent survivors. Wang Ting was reluctant to accept this. The gunfire from the base intensified, and Xunyan urged him. Seeing is believing. You can return to ascertain whether your people have indeed attacked the base. Who is that? Here. The student responsible for guiding quickly approached. I have matters to attend to. Please escort Mr. Wang back to the base, Xunyan instructed. Understood. The guiding student turned to Wang Ting. Mr. Wang, would you like to accompany me to assess the situation? Wang Ting, his brow furrowed, fixed his gaze on Xunyan. I do not believe they would act in such a manner. I must return to investigate the truth. What could you possibly be handling here? It would be more prudent for us to return together and confront this matter directly. Please, you go ahead. I have a minor matter to attend to and shall resolve it swiftly. Xinyan waved his hand dismissively. Despite being aware that Meng Chong and Jiao Shan had been bribed by Lei Hong, Wang Ting still believed they would never abandon their principles to assault innocent survivors. Thus, he followed the leading student back to the base, moving in that direction. Xunyan remained unflustered. Once the two had departed, he discreetly left the spot, vanishing into the dense thicket. Moments later, Lei Hong's corpse in the pool of blood stirred slightly before he sat up. glaring in the direction Shun Yen had taken, his eyes brimming with fury. "Cursed wretch, you've caused me to lose 2 precious items. You shall pay dearly. These 2 life-saving artifacts, along with the treasures previously sent to his son Lei Hao, had been part of the new player packages that dropped during the apocalypse, acquired through extensive exchanges of resources. The ability that had allowed him to feign death and deceive his enemies, the touch of death, had cost him a staggering 5 tons of food, an immense sum. Had his family not been affluent, he would never have been able to procure such life-saving items. These invaluable artifacts were one-time use, making their acquisition from others quite challenging. Losing such resources was indeed a source of great distress. Earlier, Shun Yen had taken the equipped firearm during his feigned death. However, Lei Hung still had weapons in his virtual backpack. At the official sanctuary, he could freely exchange resources for various advanced weaponry. Since he sought revenge, he would undoubtedly be well prepared. Lei Hung had overheard the dialogue between Shun Yen and Wang Ting while in his operational state. Although he was uncertain about the intentions of the peculiar figure adorned with an ant head, he saw an opportunity to ambush and retaliate. Believing Shun Yen to be truly deceased, as Wang Ting and another student returned to the base, they would likely fall prey to Meng Chong and his cohorts, ensuring that the vendetta for Hao would be avenged. Clutching a more powerful submachine gun, Lei Hung moved stealthily, striving to minimize noise as he searched for Shun Yen's whereabouts. Shun Yen, with no other agenda, had merely sought an excuse to conceal himself in the woods, deliberately lying in wait. Indeed, Lei Hung had not been killed. The absence of experience points and war honors was indeed a predicament. Having hidden in advance, Shun Yen consumed food to restore his health. By the time Lei Hung approached his hiding spot, his health had fully replenished. Although his charging skill was still on cooldown, he remained unperturbed. Lei Hung cautiously advanced, following the footprints left by Shun Yen, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to shoot at the slightest rustle. He recalled that Shun Yen possessed an area attack that did not require close proximity to unleash. Thus, upon traversing the bushes where Shun Yen was concealed, he unwittingly triggered a seismic attack from a distance, plunging him into unconsciousness. Seizing the moment, Shun Yen sprang forth, snatching the submachine gun and swiftly kicking Lei Hung to the ground, standing over him with the weapon aimed at his face. As Lei Hung regained consciousness, he found himself once again in a dire predicament, inwardly lamenting, "This is unfair. Why does this little brat possess so many control skills? Do not shoot, little brother. There has been a misunderstanding," he pleaded, desperately lowering his stance. "Let us discuss this. You and Lei Hao are indeed father and son." Shun Yen gazed down at his opponent and spoke coldly. "You are nothing but a pure scoundrel. Once stripped of legal constraints, you transform into the most malevolent being. You wish to eliminate all members of the guild, and when you fail to overpower me, you claim it is a misunderstanding. Do you truly believe I am but a child of 3? Although Shun Yan's true visage remained hidden, the tone of his voice suggested he was a student of similar age to Lei Hao. Lei Hung quickly interjected, "Young brother, my actions were indeed inappropriate. But consider my position. Hao was innocently harmed, and knowing the culprit is right here, yet unable to unearth him, I am compelled to seek vengeance for Hao through such extreme measures. I cannot face his spirit otherwise." How amusing. It would be a miracle for Lei Hao to ascend. With his wicked nature, he is undoubtedly destined for hell. As for the spirit in heaven, Shun Yen scoffed. Despite his displeasure, Lei Hung forced a smile and continued, "Young brother, I wield significant influence within the official sanctuary, with extensive connections. Let us put this matter to rest. I shall escort you to the sanctuary, where living conditions are exponentially superior to this place, and with military protection, it is sufficiently secure. There, as long as you mention my name, you can walk freely." "I can walk freely here as well," Shun Yen retorted with a laugh. "I do not require the facade of power. Listen to me. With Hao gone, I am left with no kin. The Lei family possesses abundant resources that are wasted. Let us do this. You may consider me your godfather, and together we shall go to the sanctuary, where you may freely utilize the family resources." Ha! Upon hearing this, Shun Yen could not help but burst into laughter. "To think you would suggest I acknowledge you as my godfather, not to mention that you, a scoundrel, are unworthy of such a title. If Lei Hao were to find out, he would surely rise from his grave to settle the score with you." "What do you mean?" "What I mean is," Shun Yen removed the ant helmet with one hand, revealing his face, and with a squint and a smile, he said, "The one who killed Lei Hao is right before you, and soon enough, you shall be reunited with your son in the underworld." Chapter 58, Invincible? Hardly. "Did you kill Hao?" Lei Hang's pupils constricted, a surge of hatred flooding through him. "Weren't you looking for me? I have come to your doorstep, sparing you the torment of not knowing who your enemy is." Shun Yen shrugged. "Upon entering the underworld, I shall join Lei Hao in weeping. It was you. How could it be you? Why did you kill Hao? What enmity do you hold?" Lei Hang nearly ground his teeth to dust. "Indeed, what animosity could I possibly have with Lei Hao?" Shun Yen retorted coldly. I have had no dealings with him. We were but two individuals from different worlds. Yet, he took out his frustrations on me because he could not win the affections of the campus beauty, who preferred to sit beside me rather than him. How childish. Such behavior must be a result of your excessive pampering. Is this truly the reason you would resort to murder? Have you lost your humanity? Just for this. Before the apocalypse arrived, I was bullied by Lei Hao countless times, each encounter leaving me battered and bruised. To complete my studies, I endured, believing that Lei Hao would soon redirect his attention elsewhere and cease to pursue me. Who could have anticipated that the final act of bullying would nearly cost me my life? And then, after the apocalypse descended, devoid of morality and law, Lei Hao regarded human life as worthless, mercilessly slaying even esteemed professors and former classmates, one after another. If he were to learn that the campus belle he covets was rescued by me, he would undoubtedly seek my demise. Indeed, he has acted upon such intentions. What can I do? Should I passively accept my fate? This trait you share with your son is quite remarkable, desiring to end another's life while blaming them for resisting instead of succumbing quietly. So, is it true that Howard met his end at your hands? Lei Hong's expression shifted abruptly. You clever boy, you choose not to walk the path to paradise, yet find your way to hell uninvited. Today, I shall avenge Howard and ensure you face him in the underworld. It appears you are mistaken about the circumstances. Shun Yin remarked with a smile. In this scenario, it is you who shall meet your demise. It is you who fails to grasp the situation. Lei Hong revealed a cruel grin. With the impending doom at hand, I have already amassed an extensive collection of resources in anticipation of the new player packages released worldwide. Did you truly believe you held the advantage and could triumph over me? My previous actions were merely to deceive you into complacency. Do you think you can kill me? Prepare to die and accompany Howard to the grave. Shun Yin decisively pulled the trigger, and in an instant, the bullet struck Lei Hong, who disintegrated into dust. The next moment, a bullet pierced through Shun Yan's back. The damage was 10 points less than that inflicted by the Black Knight. The intense pain caused a cold sweat to cascade down Shun Yan's brow as he swiftly turned to unleash a barrage with his submachine gun. Lei Hong evaded deftly, tossing a grenade in the process. Boom! The grenade exploded, and Shun Yan raised his shield to absorb the blast, his health plummeting to half. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lei Hong produced another submachine gun, launching a frenzied attack. Should he evade or endure the damage? Shun Yan assessed the situation rapidly and soon made a decision. He gritted his teeth, standing firm as bullets rained down upon him, transforming his body into a veritable sieve. Seeing him riddled with bullets, Lei Hong felt a surge of exhilaration, thinking, Howard, father has finally avenged you. Just as he let his guard down, the seemingly doomed Shun Yan shattered and vanished. This, Lei Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't this the protective charm I prepared for Howard? How could it be on him? Before he could comprehend the situation, Shun Yan reappeared behind him and pulled the trigger once more. This time, Lei Hong was caught off guard and was shot into a state resembling a honeycomb, collapsing with disbelief etched across his face. You have already expended 2 of your life-saving techniques. Shun Yan looked down at Lei Hong, lying in a pool of his own blood. Based on the intelligence I possess, such abilities typically manifest in necklaces or accessories, used once daily with a cooldown of 24 hours. Now, I will wager that your final accessory lacks such a function. You shall die? Lei Hong glared at him with overwhelming hatred. It seems you have no third life-saving skill left. Observing his demeanor, Shun Yan smirked. In that case, you shall descend to the underworld and weep alongside your son. Even in death, I shall ensure you are taken with me, Lei Hong roared. His body suddenly enveloped in dark energy, his flesh convulsing violently, the hue of his skin deepening until it resembled a ghastly gray akin to that of a zombie. Twitching on the ground. What is this? Shun Yan retreated swiftly, aiming his weapon at his opponent. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck Lei Hong's corpse repeatedly, but to his astonishment, sparks flew as his skin became remarkably resilient. The bullets impacted as though striking steel. Ha ha ha! Ignoring the bullets from the submachine gun, the towering figure of Lei Hong, transformed into a giant, rose to his feet, unleashing a cacophony of maniacal laughter. What a delightful sensation. Boy, prepare to meet your demise. Lei Hong, Elite Transform Zombie. Health, 2000, level 17. To think he has transitioned from human to zombie, likely due to some item effect. His defense is astonishing, rendering bullets utterly ineffective against his skin. What on earth? Shun Yan swiftly retreated, creating distance. Roar! Lei Hong howled at the sky, emitting a monstrous roar as he charged towards Shun Yan, raising his fists to strike down with great force. Although this state could only last for half an hour before he would revert to a true zombie, for the sake of avenging Howard, what do I have to fear? Die. Half an hour? Shun Yan smirked mockingly, swiftly evading the attack. Is this your trump card? Then you're finished. Stop boasting. I am invincible now. Perish. Lei Hong swung wildly, quickly turning to lunge at Shun Yin once more. Invincible, my foot. Shun Yin immediately activated the zombie control manual, a radiant light enveloping Lei Hong. Just moments ago, Lei Hong had been brimming with confidence, convinced that crushing Shun Yin would be effortless. Yet in the next instant, he found his body suddenly beyond his control, a formidable force binding him, rendering him powerless. Fear surged within him. No, no, what have you done to me? Impossible. I am invincible. I have forsaken my humanity. I cannot be subjected to a mere human. That is impossible. If you had not abandoned your humanity, you would not be under my control. Shun Yin shrugged and chuckled, truly courting death. No, that can't be. Move. I must avenge Howard. I will take revenge. Lei Hong struggled frantically, howling in rage. Save your breath. You're finished. Shun Yin stepped closer, looking up at him from a short distance. You can maintain this for half an hour, right? Apologies, but my control lasts far longer. Even if you are impervious to blades and bullets, it matters not. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Lei Hong seethed. I will kill you. I will kill you. Spare yourself the trouble. Shun Yin shook his head. Half an hour is just enough to make good use of you. There's an elite monster nearby. Let us see you generate some residual value. Perhaps it can serve as your atonement. No. The forest echoed with Lei Hong's humiliating roars. Chapter 59. Where did they come from? Hurry. Move faster, or we'll be too late. Wang Ting was extremely anxious, observing the carefree expression of the leading student, pondering how they could remain so calm with gunfire erupting nearby. Utterly unaware of what was occurring, the leading student smiled and replied, You should be anxious. I, however, remain unperturbed. Our nameless guild possesses the strongest defenses. Once your people engage, they will undoubtedly be annihilated. Do you, too, think like the previous student, that we, the official shelter, would heed Lei Hong's commands and turn against innocent survivors? Wang Ting frowned. Meng Chong and Jiao Shan, despite their shortcomings, have their limits. They would never commit such acts. It must be that the guild's base is under attack by monsters. They are merely assisting in defense. You are an idealist, viewing matters too optimistically. The leading student shrugged. Limits are meant to be surpassed. Furthermore, just because you have limits does not mean they share the same values. The truth shall become evident upon returning to the base. Move swiftly, do not delay. Wang Ting urged repeatedly. Upon their return to the base, the echoes of gunfire had long since ceased. In the distance, Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan were seen diligently attending to the aftermath alongside members of the nameless faction. The area near the base's entrance was awash in blood, with corpses piled high. Upon noticing the guiding student and Wang Ting's arrival, Zhang Jun immediately heightened his vigilance, for Wang Ting was also affiliated with the official sanctuary. However, the patrolling high-ranking NPCs exhibited no aggression towards Wang Ting. They were programmed to target threats to the guild's stronghold, not to engage guild members or NPCs. As Wang Ting approached the entrance, intent on inquiring about the unfolding events, his gaze fell upon the lifeless bodies of Meng Chong and Jiao Shan. Realizing that apart from himself and Lei Hong, all his companions had perished. Moreover, 6 corpses belonging to nameless guild members, actually NPCs, lay scattered, causing his expression to shift dramatically. What on earth transpired here? Recalling the earlier words of Shun Yin and the guiding student, could it be that Meng Chong and Jiao Shan had indeed followed Lei Heng's orders to breach their moral boundaries and attack innocent survivors? But why were they all dead while the adversary suffered only 6 casualties? After all, Meng Chong and Jiao Shan led the elite law enforcement personnel of City A. Seasoned warriors, each armed to the teeth with powerful firearms capable of easily combating hordes of zombies. How could they have met such a catastrophic fate? Seeing that the NPCs posed no threat to Wang Ting indicated a lack of hostility from the opposing side. Zhang Jun stepped forward to elucidate. Mr. Wang, shortly after your departure, individuals from the official sanctuary launched an unexpected assault on us, claiming it was incited by Lei Hong, with the intent to annihilate all members of the Nameless Guild. Left with no choice, we were compelled to adopt a defensive stance and retaliate. I must also inquire about the situation with your official sanctuary. The Nameless Guild has not provoked you. This is inconceivable. Wang Ting shook his head in denial, unable to fathom it. After all, Meng Chong and Jiao Shan could not possibly engage in such actions. Then take a look at this. Zhang Jun instructed someone to fetch a mobile phone. Although the network was down and power was unavailable, a few had managed to use portable chargers to power the device, allowing basic recording functions to be utilized. Once the charge was depleted, it would be rendered useless unless a generator could be found. The phone contained footage recorded by guild members during the conflict, showcasing their hidden vantage point as they observed the battle between Meng Chong and the NPCs, including scenes of the official sanctuary's offensive. Witnessing the entirety of the events, Wang Ting felt a profound sense of shame for Meng Chong and Jiao Shan's actions. He had believed they could uphold their principles, only to be met with a harsh reality. They had indeed sunk to the depths of becoming Lei Hang's lackeys, even willing to attack innocent survivors on his behalf. It was further astonishing to witness such a well-equipped and formidable elite force, capable of rampaging through the city, being utterly routed by the Nameless Guild members, who had suffered merely 6 losses while Meng Chang's group was decimated. The Nameless Guild was unexpectedly powerful. To be frank, Wang Ting had previously believed that with the advent of this apocalyptic game, even if survivors were to change their professions, they would still be no match against modern weaponry. The combat scenes within the video left him utterly astounded. The professionals of the Nameless Guild executed their strategies with remarkable synergy. Warriors charged forth, disrupting the formation of the official sanctuary, wreaking havoc among their ranks. In the distance, archers and mages unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows and fireballs, while the clerics shielded and healed their comrades, astonishingly capable of even withstanding bullets. Had it not been for the formidable firepower of the submachine guns, which could fire continuously and shatter their shields, the opposing side might have suffered no casualties at all. Ultimately, Meng Chang and his companions sensed something amiss and hastily attempted to retreat, only to be beset by a multitude of rogues who materialized from thin air, employing stealth skills to control them and swiftly eliminate their forces, resulting in total annihilation. It appears that even modern weaponry is not invincible. Once these professionals fully mature, they will become even more terrifying. Eventually, with the introduction of missiles and nuclear weapons, conventional firearms may prove ineffective against them. He returned the phone to Zhang Jun, offering a decisive apology. I apologize. I did not anticipate that they would descend to such depths, willingly becoming the lackeys of Lei Hong and engaging in such actions. I was unaware of this matter and did not partake in it at any point. This reflects their personal stance and does not represent me, nor the official sanctuary of a city. It was evident. If you harbor hostility akin to theirs, our people can sense it, Zhang Jun remarked, casting a glance at the nearby patrolling high-level NPCs, who nodded in acknowledgement. Hostility? How is that even sensed? Wang Ting pondered, bewildered, unaware that those patrolling NPCs possessed a hostility detection function, capable of autonomously distinguishing adversaries. I will report this matter to my superiors. May I take the bodies and their weapons? These resources must not fall into the wrong hands. Should they be lost, I cannot bear the responsibility. The bodies and weapons may be taken, but your people initiated the attack and killed 6 of our N6 members. This matter requires accountability, Zhang Jun insisted, asserting. We cannot simply brush this incident under the rug as if nothing occurred. Certainly, such an event will warrant a satisfactory resolution. Wang Ting responded, feeling a headache coming on. After all, Lei Hong was highly regarded by the higher-ups, and the entire official sanctuary relied on the Lei family's resources for sustenance. He wondered if the superiors would overlook Lei Hong's actions due to the resources involved. As Lei Hong returned, Wang Ting speculated whether the members of the Nameless Guild would retaliate against this shadowy figure. He did not genuinely believe that Lei Hong had met his demise, especially since he was aware that Lei Hong had previously traded a vast quantity of resources for various life-saving items, likely possessing the most precious survival tools within the region. Unbeknownst to him, the mastermind Lei Hong had transformed into a half-human, half-corpse elite creature, teetering on the brink of death, now being controlled by Shun Yan's necromantic tome, humiliatingly forced to fight for him. After reporting to his superiors, the response was one of shock. Indeed, Lei Hong's influence was significant. In an apocalyptic world, resources equate to everything and can sway the balance of power. It was only natural that Meng Chang and Zhao Shan would be inclined to work for him. The question remained, how could the Nameless Guild be so formidable? Lei Hong had taken with him the elite of the elite, yet they had been utterly decimated, while the opposing side suffered merely 6 losses. This was merely a branch. How potent must the headquarters of the Nameless Guild be? Where did this force emerge from? Chapter 60. 3 exceptional items. The elite corpses transformed by Lei Hong possessed high attack and defense capabilities, proving to be quite formidable. In comparison to the elite monsters of this region, the Burning Guardian, they were indeed superior. The Burning Guardian is a peculiar elite zombie, its flesh composed entirely of flammable material, engulfed in searing flames that blaze fiercely. Typically, a zombie would quickly be reduced to char, yet its form remains unscathed. These flames appear to have no effect on it, merely incinerating nearby flora and other zombies, as well as unfortunate survivors. When Lei Hong engages in combat with this elite zombie, he too suffers from its scorching flames, enduring continuous damage. However, the Burning Guardian possesses only 1,000 health points and lacks substantial defenses. Faced with the coordinated assault from Lei Hong and Shun Yan, it soon finds itself gravely weakened, ultimately collapsing as its flames gradually extinguish. Regrettably, Shun Yan, being of a higher level, gains no experience from this encounter. The Burning Guardian rewards Shun Yan with 4 items: Basic Crystal Core, Warrior Class Change Quest Book, Basic Defense Potion Recipe, and a green quality cleaver. The class change quest book is a valuable asset, even though the warrior class is the most populous. The basic defense potion recipe can be given to Liang Yu, enabling her to learn its creation. A single bottle of this potion can augment defense by 50 points, allowing Xin Yan to become more resilient against foes. The cleaver, excellent, boasts an attack of 1018, with requirements of 3 strength and 2 agility, and demands level 14 to equip. This weapon surpasses the bronze sword by a significant margin, further enhanced by its attributes, thus he equips it without hesitation. Well done, Xin Yan exclaims, patting Lei Hong on the shoulder. Thanks to you, we dispatched this elite creature with remarkable ease. Yet, time remains, and Lei Hong, still possessing human thoughts and a clear mind, is driven to madness. In his quest for vengeance for his son, he resorted to using his last trump card, willingly transforming into a zombie and sacrificing his life to slay his enemy. Instead, he finds himself a puppet under the adversary's control, unable to exact revenge, and compelled to assist in killing monsters, which infuriates him beyond measure. Bastard, you killed me. If you dare, finish me. He wishes fervently to strike the young man before him, but his body refuses to obey. Why rush? Xin Yan chuckles. Soon you will become a true zombie. There's no need for my intervention. He continues, time is on our side. Help me eliminate more wild creatures and gather materials and items. When the control period ends, as an elite monster, defeating you will yield even greater rewards. Ideally, you will drop the life-saving items you previously employed. Becoming a zombie is one thing, but this is simply unacceptable. Not only is Lei Hong unable to avenge his son, but he must also assist the very enemy responsible for his child's demise, only to be ultimately defeated and provide exquisite loot. The more he contemplates, the more enraged he becomes, feeling utterly helpless in this situation. Nothing more exasperating than his current plight. Xin Yan leads him on a circuitous route, luring zombies and mutated insects into battle. With the power of an ultimate warrior and the enhanced attack of the cleaver, aided by the elite monster, they dispatch foes with ease, continuously filling their inventory with a plethora of raw materials, food, and low-tier equipment. After an hour, the spoils are abundant, nearly overwhelming the virtual backpack. In the interim, Lei Hong has fully transformed into a zombie, his human consciousness obliterated, and upon the cessation of control, he immediately turns to attack Xin Yan. Xin Yan had long been prepared, reading the battlefield with keen anticipation. The moment control slipped from his adversary, he launched into an ultimate charge, colliding forcefully to render the foe momentarily unconscious, followed by a frenzied barrage of strikes. As the 5 seconds of dizziness faded, he executed another earth-shattering move to maintain the opponent's stupor, then swiftly distanced himself, switching to his submachine gun for a relentless onslaught. Once Lei Hong regained his senses, he instinctively charged at Xin Yan, fists raised to deliver a crushing blow. Xin Yan deftly leapt to the left, evading the assault, his blade striking the opponent's waist, producing damage numbers alongside a notification of poisoning, indicating a continuous health drain. Prior to the skirmish, he had coated his blade with extracted venom, significantly increasing the likelihood of envenomation. Lei Hong pivoted and threw another punch, resembling an enraged gorilla, roaring as he attacked. With no option to evade, Xin Yan immediately raised his shield. Fortune favored him, as he successfully triggered the block effect, not only avoiding damage but also forcing his adversary back a step. However, Lei Hong retaliated with a second punch. Although Xin Yan managed to block it, he lost 35 HP. Fortunately, with ample health, he remained unperturbed. Swinging his blade towards Lei Hong's neck, the razor-sharp edge grazed the tough hide, failing to deliver a fatal blow. After all, this was an elite creature, vastly different from lower-tier zombies. With Xin Yan's current prowess, dispatching low-tier zombies was a trivial task. Yet decapitating an elite, or even a boss-level foe required whittling down their health to a critical level first. The impact of Lei Hong's next strike was akin to a tempest, a devastating punch. Xin Yan swiftly dodged, exploiting an opening to land 2 successive strikes from the side, then leapt aside just before Lei Hong could retaliate, creating distance to execute his recently cooled-down ultimate charge, once again stunning the foe, followed by another volley from the submachine gun. At this stage, the firepower of the submachine gun surpassed that of lower-tier weapons, primarily due to its ability to unleash a flurry of bullets within 5 seconds. The incapacitated target could not evade, contributing to this tactical advantage. After cycling through this strategy multiple times, Xin Yan depleted Lei Hong's health, ultimately delivering a decisive strike to claim victory. With the transformation of Lei Hong into a zombie completed, he yielded rewards including the Mist Pendant, Quicksand Disc, Extraordinary Monocle, Angry Shoulder Plate Blueprint, and Sharp Logging Axe. The Mist Pendant, Exceptional Necklace, could negate a single lethal attack, allowing the wearer to disperse into mist and reconstitute. It is a one-time use item, disappearing after activation with a cooldown of 24 hours. The quicksand disc, exceptional ornament, similarly negates a lethal attack, allowing the user to shift locations as if transforming into quicksand. This item also vanishes post-use with a 24-hour cooldown. Remarkably, these two were the very life-saving items Lei Hong had employed, and their successful drop was a stroke of luck. Thus, Shun Yin possessed at least 4 types of life-saving artifacts. Despite their cooldowns, utilizing each once a day would allow him to evade for lethal attacks. With an abundance of these items, as long as he exercised caution, survival was assured. The extraordinary monocle, exceptional ornament, when worn, provided the ability to perceive unique information. Generally speaking, it is improbable for elite monsters to drop 3 exceptional pieces of equipment consecutively, as the odds are exceedingly low. However, Lei Hong, being a human transformed into a zombie, obtained these extraordinary items through material exchanges, thus they appear additionally in the loot table. The description of the monocle is somewhat ambiguous. After donning it, one can perceive peculiar information. What kind of peculiar information? Shun Yin equipped it in the accessory slot and surveyed his surroundings, yet observed no alterations. The blueprint for the angry pauldrons is intended for the blacksmith, enabling the crafting of finely crafted blue metal shoulder armor, which boasts 3 times the defense of the white pauldrons currently worn by Shun Yin. He planned to have Fei Fei forge it upon his return, thereby enhancing his strength. The sharp logging axe has an attack of 59 and increases logging speed by 10. This axe serves as a specialized weapon for carpenters, designed to expedite the logging process, which he would hand over to Zhang Xiaowan. Chapter 61. The efficacy of the monocle. The official shelter adopted a cautious stance, having suffered the loss of 2 pivotal figures, Meng Chong and Jiao Shan, along with accompanying law enforcement officers and soldiers. Given that they initiated hostilities and the opposing side exhibited formidable strength, recklessly engaging them could lead to dire consequences. Wang Ting reported witnessing Lei Hong being slain by an obscure member of the unnamed guild, a claim met with skepticism by the shelter's highest authority. It was widely known that Lei Hong had exchanged resources for several of the most powerful survival starter pack items within City A, making it improbable for him to be easily dispatched. Private messages revealed no such name. He might be in a state of feigned death. Once he returned to the base, he would personally mediate the situation, knowing that most of his entourage had perished. Lei Hong was unlikely to be foolish enough to confront the unnamed guild alone. Receiving directives from the highest authority, Wang Ting could only await Lei Hong, contemplating the necessity of seizing the moment to prevent the unnamed guild's members from truly killing him, as he would have no means to account for it to his superiors. Ultimately, he did not await Lei Hong's return. Instead, only Shun Yin adorned with the ant helmet returned. Was he truly alive? Could it be that Lei Hong had indeed perished? Impossible. Wang Ting's eyes nearly bulged. Lei Hong possessed an abundance of precious survival items, likely carrying all similar items refreshed in City A. With such weaponry, including a submachine gun and grenades, how could he possibly fall to a mere university student? Zhang Jun and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Shun Yin. Although they were oblivious to his true identity, he was, after all, an investor in the unnamed guild, and all members relied on his resources for sustenance. Without him, they would face dire survival issues. As Shun Yin returned from outside, he had kept the monocle on throughout his journey, continuously observing distant wild monsters, trees, and buildings. However, the information he saw remained unchanged, leading him to question the utility of this monocle. Was it truly a worthless trinket? Unthinkable. It possessed exceptional quality. How could it be devoid of value? Amidst his confusion, his gaze landed on Zhang Jun and the others, and suddenly his eyes widened. Previously, when he looked at the monsters, the information had not altered, but now, focusing on the survivors, a new information box unexpectedly appeared. Zhang Jun, affiliated with Shun Yin, has a loyalty score of 68 and a personal favorability of 70. Turning to look again, Wang Ting, aligned with Lu Tang, possesses a loyalty score of 59 and a personal favorability of merely 23. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this extraordinary monocle could reveal the faction allegiance, loyalty value, and personal favorability of the survivors. How could this be deemed merely exceptional equipment? It is nothing short of a divine artifact. Zhou Peng, also loyal to Shun Yin, boasts a loyalty score of 75 and a favorability of 77, while Zhou Huan, yet another ally of Shun Yin, holds a loyalty score of 60 and a favorability of 59. The 3 of them maintain a loyalty level above the passing mark, with acceptable personal favorability. In stark contrast, the loyalty levels of the surrounding members of other factions range from a dismal 20 to a mere 40, with personal favorability varying widely, the lowest being 0, indicating complete unfamiliarity, and the highest at 30, suggesting mere acquaintances. Wang Ting's score of 23 signifies a recently formed acquaintance. This is truly remarkable. How did you return? What about Mr. Lei? Wang Ting inquired as he approached Shun Yan, incredulous. What? Surprised? You thought I was slain by Lei Heng? Shun Yan replied with a smile. I wish for no one to perish. Wang Ting sighed. Lei Heng possesses numerous life-preserving trump cards. How could he possibly be dead? I have witnessed it. Shun Yan dismissed the concern. That fellow indeed has many life-saving items, but they are of no consequence to me. I am superior to him, thus. He has met his end. Upon hearing this, Wang Ting contemplated the terrifying prowess of the unnamed faction. Meng Chong and Zhao Shan's elite forces had been completely annihilated. And despite Lei Heng's abundance of life-saving items, he fell to an inconspicuous member of the faction. He was oblivious to Shun Yan's level 25 status as the clandestine leader of the unnamed faction, for the mask obscured all information, leaving only questions in its wake. Zhang Jun remarked, those who returned are our people. The culprit has been dealt with. This is advantageous, as we can rationally discuss the forthcoming matters. Indeed, with Lei Heng's demise, there was no longer a concern about potential conflicts with the unnamed faction upon his return, nor the need to worry about mediation. Wang Ting could only privately message his superior, relaying the news of Lei Heng's death and inquiring about the next steps. The Supreme Commander, Lu Tang, was equally astonished upon learning of Lei Heng's demise. Was the unnamed guild truly this formidable? After all, it was Lei Heng, who had bartered a considerable quantity of food for countless life-preserving items. It was likely that he possessed every survival-related novice package within the A-City region. How could he have been slain? The death of Lei Heng was far from good news. It must be noted that the official shelter relied heavily on the resources hoarded by Lei Heng to barely sustain the multitude of survivors within. Without his supply, living conditions would plummet. Apart from Lei Heng, no one knew the location of his resource caches. Even a comprehensive search would require considerable time to uncover those supplies. Yet he was gone, irretrievably so. It was intolerable to exacerbate the situation due to Lei Heng's enmity with the unnamed guild. Lu Tang decisively commanded Wang Ting to extend his apologies to the nameless guild on his behalf, assuring them that the official sanctuary was entirely unaware of Lei Heng's plans. Had they been informed in advance, they would have certainly intervened. He expressed a desire that they not position themselves in opposition to the official sanctuary, as their mutual goal was survival in the apocalypse, where collaboration should be the primary option. Zhang Jun refrained from revealing Shun Yan's identity within the nameless guild and privately inquired about his stance. Shun Yan conveyed that there was no need for the nameless guild to stand against the official sanctuary. It was far better to forge friendships than to create enemies, especially since the incident was instigated by Lei Heng, who had been thoroughly eliminated by them. Zhang Jun relayed Shun Yan's sentiments, facilitating the resolution of misunderstandings between Wang Ting and the official sanctuary. With Lei Heng and his accompanying members deceased, Wang Ting prepared to return to the official sanctuary. Before departing, he inquired of Zhang Jun whether the nameless branch would be inclined to accompany them to the official sanctuary. Previously, Shun Yan had considered joining the official sanctuary to be a good idea, but following the incident with Lei Heng, he recognized that while Lu Tang and Wang Ting were decent individuals, there were also unscrupulous characters like Meng Chong and Zhao Shan who would stop at nothing for personal gain. Moreover, he felt the constraints of being dependent on others were stifling. Thus, he privately messaged Zhang Jun to decline the invitation. However, he would not obstruct other survivors from various schools who wished to join the official sanctuary. Zhang Jun communicated Shun Yan's response, prompting Wang Ting to call out, recruiting survivors willing to accompany them to the official sanctuary. As anticipated, numerous individuals responded, eagerly providing their locations and awaiting Wang Ting's arrival for rescue. With a helicopter at his disposal, the task of rescuing survivors was rather straightforward. Chapter 62. Full value. Shun Yan's refusal to join the official sanctuary did not equate to a desire to remain in the university city. This area appeared to be a beginner zone in the Doomsday game, with generally low-level monsters. At level 25, he could no longer gain any experience points and would first need to assist those around him in leveling up, while also gathering resources, before venturing to a new map when the time was right. Currently, it was a preparatory phase, necessitating the formulation of plans based on their progress in leveling up. Jiang Yun and others arrived to gather, ready to continue their monster hunting and leveling up in the afternoon. A glance at their latest statistics revealed that their loyalty and affinity towards Shun Yan significantly surpassed those of Zhang Jun and his group. Jiang Yun boasted a loyalty of 80 and an affinity of 70. Zhuang Xian had a loyalty of 70 and an affinity of 66. Lin Wan held a loyalty of 73 and an affinity of 79. Sun Xian had a loyalty of 86 and an affinity of 81. Zhao Shishir possessed a loyalty of 64 and an affinity of 71. Yang Ying's loyalty and affinity were both at 68. And Zhou Yinfeng had a loyalty of 65 and an affinity of 67. Their close proximity and shared experiences of life and death fostered a deep sense of reliance on Shun Yan, resulting in a rapid increase in their loyalty and affinity levels. Surprisingly, Lin Qingqing's loyalty towards Shun Yin reached 90, with an astonishing affinity of 92. A loyalty score above 90 indicated an unwavering commitment, leaving Shun Yin perplexed, as he believed there was no such emotional foundation between them. Little did he know, Lin Qingqing's heightened loyalty stemmed from her fears, influenced by Du Feifei's situation. She worried about being abandoned or neglected and sought to secure her own protection. After all, for a woman as fragile as she, being forsaken could spell imminent demise. During the leveling process, a monster lunged at Jiang Yun, and Shun Yin stepped forward to shield her, resulting in an increase of 1 point in her loyalty, raising it to 81, while her affection value ascended from 70 to 71. It appears that even seemingly trivial actions can enhance their loyalty and affection. Upon returning to the stronghold before nightfall, Shun Yin glanced at the situation of the girls at home. Most of them exhibited loyalty and affection levels ranging between 50 and 60. The more frequent the interactions, the higher the loyalty and affection values. Conversely, those with lesser contact displayed lower numbers. When he finally saw Du Feifei, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Previously, Lin Qingqing had already astonished him with her remarkably high values, yet Du Feifei effortlessly surpassed them. Du Feifei, affiliation, Shun Yin loyalty, 100, max value. Affection, 99. This was simply outrageous. Her loyalty was fully maxed out, indicating an unwavering devotion that would never falter. Moreover, her affection was a mere point shy of perfection. Were her previous declarations genuinely sincere? Brother Shun Yin, Du Feifei, who had previously made a point to avoid everyone, now boldly dove into Shun Yan's embrace before all, joy radiating from her as she welcomed him home. Hey, hey, hey. Lin Qingqing immediately displayed displeasure, yanking Du Feifei away from Shun Yan. Aren't you embarrassed to do this in front of so many people? What's it to you? Du Feifei rolled her eyes at her. I enjoy being close to Brother Shun Yan. You can just leave me alone. Shun Yan, exhausted from slaying monsters, needed his rest, and Lin Qingqing obstructed Du Feifei, preventing her from having her way. I'm not going to disturb Brother Shun Yan. I can give him a massage to relieve his fatigue. Do you even know how to massage? A blacksmith like you must be heavy-handed. Don't injure Shun Yan. Nonsense. I would never harm Brother Shun Yan. The two girls bickered while the other girls watched with amusement, stealing glances at Shun Yan. The overt competition between Du Feifei and Lin Qingqing instilled a sense of urgency among the other girls, prompting them to intensify their efforts. Seizing the opportunity, while Du Feifei was preoccupied with Lin Qingqing, Shun Yan called Zhang Xiaowan aside and presented her with the logging axe he had previously acquired. Thank you. Zhang Xiaowan accepted the axe, smiling in gratitude, though her loyalty and affection values remained unchanged. After pondering for a moment, Shun Yan quickly deduced the reason. Zhang Xiaowan's transition to carpenter was not born out of passion, but rather a mere compliance with assigned tasks. It was simply an obligation. Thus, presenting her with a logging axe to enhance her efficiency held no significance for her. She would not find joy in improved productivity from work she did not enjoy. With this realization, Shun Yan decided to test his hypothesis and retrieved a small cake from his virtual backpack. This cake, a delightful confection, had been dropped while farming wild monsters. Here, this is for you. A cake? Zhang Xiaowan's expression lit up with surprise as she accepted the small cake from Shun Yan. Is this really for me? Indeed. You've been working hard lately. Consider this a reward. Shun Yan nodded with a smile. Just don't tell them. It's a special gift for you. Thank you. Zhang Xiaojun took a taste, and her brows and eyes instantly relaxed. The strawberry flavor was delightful. How I adore strawberries. Shun Yan quickly checked her information. Her loyalty was previously at 58 and her affection at 60, but now her loyalty had risen to 60, and her affection had increased to 62. Indeed, this method could enhance their bonds. How splendid. As long as he engaged in more communication with them, he could elevate both loyalty and affection to their utmost, free from concerns about betrayal. That evening, Shun Yan arranged a private meeting with Du Feifei, presenting her with the blueprints for the raid shoulder armor. As expected, her level of affection remained unchanged. Transitioning to the blacksmith role was merely a task assignment, not something she relished. However, gifting the basic defense potion recipe to Liang Yu had indeed increased both loyalty and affection by 1 point, revealing her genuine feelings toward that profession. Nonetheless, she promptly crafted the raid shoulder armor for Shun Yan, ensuring he would enhance his defense without any negligence. Upon witnessing the loyalty and affection metrics, Shun Yan's demeanor towards Du Feifei transformed entirely. To be candid, he had harbored a sense of inferiority, once a chubby figure. He had only been subjected to ridicule and scorn, never imagining that a girl could hold affection for him. Du Feifei was the first to confess her feelings and genuinely remain loyal to him, having also been the recipient of his first kiss. Understanding her intentions, Shun Yan no longer hesitated. Brother Shun Yan, you are so kind to me today. Du Feifei noticed the shift in his attitude. After completing the shoulder armor, She seized the opportunity to embrace him when no one was watching. Fei, I will always treat you well, Shun Yin replied, reciprocating her embrace. Du Fei, thrilled by this response, pulled him closer and initiated a second kiss. Shun Yin did not resist, leaning down to meet her lips. This time, her approach was far more graceful, avoiding the awkwardness of their first encounter. The two closed their eyes, lost in the kiss, only parting after a considerable time. Du Fei, nearly breathless, opened her eyes and gazed at Shun Yin, her expression filled with longing. Brother Shun Yin, are you now willing to accept me as your girlfriend? Am I not being obvious enough? Shun Yin chuckled, playfully tapping her small nose. I'm so happy. Du Fei clung tightly to him, wishing to melt into his embrace. Despite not seeing an increase in affection, he could sense her genuine joy at being acknowledged as his girlfriend. Why then did the final measure remain stagnant? Shun Yin fell into contemplation. Chapter 63. Lin Qingqing's superior skills. Once their relationship was established, Du Fei was eager to be by Shun Yan's side constantly, unwilling to part. Just then, a knock on the door jolted her back to reality. Annoyed, she called out, "Who is it?" "It's me," came Lin Qingqing's voice from outside. "You again?" Du Fei released Shun Yin and hurried to the door, blocking Lin Qingqing's entrance with her body. "What brings you here to see Brother Shun Yin at this hour? Don't you know there is a difference between men and women? You're also in Brother Shun Yin's room, and you've closed the door." Lin Qingqing replied calmly, smiling throughout. "That is different. Now Brother Shun Yin is my boyfriend. Unwanted guests should retreat." Du Fei puffed out her chest defiantly. "Oh." Lin Qingqing tilted her head toward Shun Yin, who was seated inside, and inquired with a smile. "Shun Yin, is that so?" "Indeed." Shun Yin nodded. "Did you hear that?" Du Fei felt a surge of joy upon hearing Shun Yan's acknowledgement, yet she resolutely declared that he should refrain from visiting her at night, urging him to avoid any appearance of impropriety. She anticipated that Lin Qingqing would falter, but to her surprise, Lin appeared utterly unconcerned and remarked with a smile, "Shun Yin, having her as your girlfriend is far less appealing than choosing me." "What are you saying?" Du Fei exclaimed, her temper flaring at the audacity of such words spoken in her presence. "Have you no shame? Du Fei, do you not remember the past? We are now in an apocalyptic world, where each day is uncertain, and life hangs by a thread. Clinging to the norms of the old world is utterly ludicrous." Lin Qingqing pushed her aside and strode into the room, approaching Shun Yin. "Shun Yin, I am different from her. Allow me to be your girlfriend. Regardless of how many women you may have in the future, as long as you treat me well. I will harbor no jealousy and will even help you navigate your relationships with them, ensuring you have no worries. With your capabilities, you need not be confined by her, losing sight of a vast forest. Besides, isn't it unbearable to be surrounded by such overwhelming jealousy daily?" "Shun Yin, brother, do not listen to her," Du Fei interjected, her anxiety rising. "If she can do it, so can I. I won't be jealous. If you aren't jealous, why obstruct me? For Shun Yin's sake. You should not be challenging me, but rather welcoming me and fostering a good relationship with me." Lin Qingqing leaned gently against Shun Yin's shoulder, her jealousy palpable despite her denials. "You, on the other hand, only sow discord at home, burdening Shun Yin with troubles. Utter nonsense. I would never be a source of trouble for Shun Yin." Du Fei clearly found herself outmatched by Lin Qingqing and was easily led by the latter's persuasive charm. Shun Yin glanced at Lin Qingqing, thinking how the innocent girl was no match for her cunning ways. It was no wonder that even with Lei Hao's status before the apocalypse, he had never managed to gain an advantage over her. "Shun Yin, what do you think?" Lin Qingqing asked, tilting her head to look at him, playfully wrapping her arms around his neck. "Would you prefer a jealous little girl who cannot assist you with household matters, or a wise and understanding woman who can relieve you of worries? You are hardly a good woman." Du Fei rushed over, intending to pry Lin's hands from Shun Yan's neck. However, doing so would only affirm Lin's accusation of her being the jealous one. Instead, she opted to embrace Shun Yin from the other side, declaring, "Brother Shun Yin, I promise I will not be a burden to you. Trust me, I can do better than her." Shun Yin found himself torn between amusement and exasperation, glancing at Du Fei and thinking how she had been led astray. Before he could speak, Lin Qingqing smiled at Du Fei and asked, "Really? I find that hard to believe. You cannot even tolerate me, and we were once good sisters who shared trials together. How could you possibly coexist with an outsider?" Du Fei's expression wavered, and after an internal struggle, she reluctantly replied, "If Shun Yin prefers you, I suppose I could coexist peacefully." "Shun Yin, since she has said that, may I become your girlfriend?" Lin Qingqing leaned closer to his face, her posture enticing. Could this truly be reality? Shun Yin felt a momentary daze. Before the apocalypse, he would never have dared to dream such a dream. It was precisely because of their dire circumstances that he found himself in such a position. Du Fei and Lin Qingqing, one on each side, held him tightly, awaiting his response. Shun Yin sat between the two, contemplating how he should choose. At this moment, A gentle knock on the door interrupted their thoughts, drawing the attention of a man and two women towards the entrance. Chef Wang Yan, bearing a platter of steaming pastries, cheerfully opened the ajar door, exclaiming, "Pardon the intrusion." The third individual, Du Feifei, entered the scene, prompting Lin Qingqing to swiftly rise alongside her. As they discreetly closed the door to avoid any awkwardness in being seen vying for attention, Wang Yan stepped into the room, placing the pastries on the table. "I made some pastries myself, not from a recipe. Could you help me taste them and see if they need improvement? Since you two are here, let's enjoy them together." The delightful aroma wafted through the air. Shun Yin approached the table, casually picking up a piece and savoring it, nodding in approval. "Delicious. Your skills are worthy of opening a dessert shop." Du Feifei and Lin Qingqing soon shook off their earlier embarrassment, indulging in the pastries and nodding enthusiastically. Such a lively atmosphere. "What is going on?" Another girl appeared at the door. Leading the way was Jiang Yun. "I made some pastries and asked Shin Yin for his opinion." Wang Yin called back, waving her hand. "There's plenty left. Would you like to try some?" "Absolutely." Jiang Yun and her companions surged into the room, instantly transforming it into a bustling gathering. Wang Yin fetched more pastries along with drinks, and Jiang Yun suggested they unwind with a game. After all, since the apocalypse, each day had been burdensome, leaving little time for relaxation. "Let us stay up a bit later tonight. It's a rare occasion to enjoy ourselves, and we should release all this pent-up tension." The game was simple. Everyone would write something on a slip of paper and stick it to someone else's forehead, then ask questions to guess what was written. Amidst the enjoyment of pastries and drinks, they became engrossed in the game, laughter filling the air. Du Feifei and Lin Qingqing quickly shed their earlier awkwardness, eagerly participating as if forgetting their previous rivalry. Shun Yin had never played such a game nor interacted with so many girls at once. Observing everyone relaxing and having fun, his previously restrained emotions began to unfold. He found joy in the laughter that erupted from being mistaken or misled in their guesses. The merriment continued until around 1 in the morning, when they gradually departed to their respective rooms. Before leaving, they agreed to frequently gather for games, believing that such joyful moments were beneficial for their spirits. Shen Yin did not mind this. He realized that the game had enhanced the loyalty and fondness of all the girls, except for Du Feifei, which he deemed advantageous. Chapter 64. Comparative Conditions. Zhang Jun reported to Shun Yin that over the past few days, Wang Ting had been the talk of the town within the university district. In addition to the 1,000 faculty and students from their own institution willing to join the unnamed faction, more than 5,000 survivors expressed their desire to join the official shelter. After all, they represented the official A city, making it easier for survivors to trust and seek refuge with them. Zhang Jun wielded considerable influence at this school, persuading faculty and students from other regions to forego the opportunity of heading to the A city official shelter, opting instead to remain and join the guild, which was no small feat. Subsequently, the official shelter would dispatch additional transport helicopters to retrieve those willing to ally with them. Shunyan harbored no objections. It was quite commendable for an unofficial guild, largely unknown, to recruit 1,000 individuals. In time, as their reputation flourished, they would undoubtedly attract more survivors seeking refuge, rendering haste unnecessary. The official shelter's transport aircraft swiftly arrived, commencing rescue operations for the trapped survivors across various educational institutions in the university town. Shun Yin remained industrious as well. The faculty and students from their institution who chose to join the guild were gradually freed and escorted to the guild's headquarters. The official shelter efficiently evacuated survivors in waves, while the nameless branch continued to bring back their own faculty and students. Among those heading to the shelter were individuals familiar with the nameless branch who privately messaged their friends before departing, attempting to persuade them to join the official shelter, believing it to be considerably safer and better equipped than a suddenly emerging private guild. They had already received temporary relief supplies from the official shelter, for which they felt immense gratitude. Conversely, those who joined the nameless branch promptly received allocated supplies from the guild and felt content, wishing to persuade their friends to remain. Ultimately, neither side could convince the other, leaving the matter unresolved for the time being. Wang Ting led the return to the official shelter, ensuring the rescued survivors were settled comfortably, and soon received a new assignment from Lu Tang to locate the specific hiding place of Lei Heng's concealed supplies. This task was far from simple, as Lei Heng had hidden the supplies quite discreetly. Had it been before the apocalypse, one could have quickly surveyed the city's surveillance footage. However, with a global blackout in effect, all monitoring systems were inoperable, necessitating a comprehensive search of the locations previously frequented by Lei Heng, with no guarantee of success. Consequently, in addition to Wang Ting, Lu Tang dispatched several other teams. As the shelter expanded, the consumption of resources became staggering, making the inability to locate Lei Heng's hidden supplies a pressing concern. The survivors arriving at the official shelter were initially filled with joy. After all, They were now protected by sturdy walls against zombies and mutated insects. With law enforcement and elite soldiers patrolling with weapons drawn for their protection, and receiving 2 meals a day was far superior to the hunger endured during their confinement. Li Hang was one of these individuals, and upon arriving at the official shelter, he felt a renewed sense of hope. The accommodations were specifically designated dormitories, remarkably clean, albeit shared with 7 or 8 others. Yet this was far preferable to the chaotic and unsanitary conditions they had previously endured, devoid of any sense of safety. Although every individual at the shelter was required to work, either accompanying combat teams to search for supplies and hunt zombies, or assisting with logistics and fortifying defenses, the workload was substantial. Yet the exchange of labor for sustenance was deemed entirely fair. He found life here to be quite satisfactory and promptly contacted his friend, Jiang Yuxing, who remained with the nameless branch. I've been at the official shelter for a few days, and the conditions are truly commendable. Would you like me to assist you in applying? As long as you can convince a few more people, they can dispatch an aircraft to collect you. Jiang Yuxing quickly replied, are the conditions there really that good? We have decent provisions at the nameless branch as well. How many people share your dormitory? The guild offers single accommodations, very comfortable. You have single accommodations? Li Hang was somewhat taken aback. However, the number of individuals remaining in the university town was rather sparse. This disparity was quite reasonable when compared to the official shelter's scale. Here, we are safeguarded by a substantial presence of law enforcement officers and elite soldiers, who patrol and stand guard with firearms around the clock. The undead and mutated creatures are unable to breach the shelter, rendering it exceedingly secure. One can live without the constant anxiety of impending doom. Jiang Yuxing promptly responded, our guild stronghold is also protected by high-ranking professionals 24 hours a day, so we feel quite safe. I heard that during the last conflict with the official shelter, their elite forces suffered complete annihilation, while we only lost 4 or 5 professionals. It seems that the defenses of the unnamed guild are indeed more formidable than those of the official shelter. Li Hang quickly interjected, at the very least. We are provided with 2 meals a day, ensuring we are not left hungry. When we venture out with the team, we also have the chance to procure food from the zombies and mutated creatures, which is certainly preferable to starvation. Isn't it 3 meals a day for you? Jiang Yuxing asked, somewhat astonished. In our unnamed guild, we enjoy 3 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, complete with meat, vegetables, and even fruits and pastries, all nutritionally balanced. By the way, what equipment did you obtain while accompanying the team into battle? Equipment? Oh, we are only issued the most basic weapons, such as baseball bats and fruit knives, which were scavenged from the city buildings by previous members of the shelter. What about armor? We do not have any. We must obtain it by defeating monsters. Really? Do you not have a job transfer quest? Such a precious item could not possibly be distributed for free. One must gather sufficient items or raw materials from slaying monsters to exchange for it at the shelter. Then the treatment at the official shelter is rather poor. Jiang Yuxing remarked, had you stayed with me, you could have received a job transfer quest and corresponding basic weapons and equipment for free. Let me tell you, after joining the guild, we all received complimentary job transfer quests. I am a warrior and additionally received a bronze sword and a complete set of basic low-grade metal armor. Even the initial crystal cores needed for the job transfer were provided free of charge. Impossible. Even the official shelter cannot offer such benefits. How could an obscure private guild have such abundant resources? And for free? Li Hang expressed his disbelief. I assure you, our unnamed guild is quite powerful. There is a significant figure behind the scenes, whose true identity remains unknown, but everyone refers to him as unnamed. This individual possesses a rather terrifying underground influence and controls countless resources. The unnamed branch in City A is merely an inconspicuous pawn in his grand scheme. Perhaps his pawns span the entire nation, or even the globe. Would you consider returning here to join our unnamed guild? Once you join, you will receive a job transfer quest just like I did. Besides warrior, you can choose from rogue, archer, mage, or priest. For those disinclined toward combat, various life profession job transfer quests are also available free of charge. We usually level up near the guild entrance, so we need not venture far. Any zombies or mutated creatures passing by are swiftly dispatched by high-ranking professionals, allowing us to gain experience effortlessly. Is that true? Li Hang regretted his earlier decision. Had he known the conditions of the unnamed guild were so favorable, he would not have boarded the plane to the official shelter. Chapter 65. Protecting the merchant caravan Shinshuedi. I have good news. Jiang Yun approached Xinyan, laying 5 pieces of equipment before him. Xinyan turned to look, instantly taken aback. Jiang Yun had somehow procured a white-collar secretary uniform, featuring a pristine white shirt accentuated by her ample curves, and a form-fitting black pencil skirt, showcasing her impeccable S-shaped silhouette. Below, she donned black stockings and high heels, each step producing a distinct sound. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, exuding an undeniable aura of sophistication. It was not just Xinyan. Any man who beheld her would find it difficult to look away. Noticing Shun Yan's momentary daze and his inability to articulate a response, Jiang Yun felt a sense of pride and playfully waved her right hand in front of him, saying, "Shun, are you back with us?" Shun Yan rubbed his nose. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Are you playing cosplay, senior? Where did you acquire this outfit?" There's a world channel where you can exchange clothing for food. The person must reside in a clothing store or mall. I traded some food for my size. Do you find it appealing? Jiang Yun asked as she perched herself on the table, tilting her head. It looks great, but wouldn't it be better to wear a guild uniform? This is just regular clothing, not fashion, and you can't equip any other armor with it, Shun Yan reminded her, explaining that only fashion could alter one's appearance without removing armor. I only wear this at home. I'll definitely change when I go out. Jiang Yun chuckled. Oh, so, you dressed this way specifically for me? Just tell me if you like it. It's all right, Shun Yan replied, though in truth, what man could resist such allure? Especially those long legs encased in black stockings. Among all the girls, none could compare to her. You're being a bit disingenuous, Junior. Jiang Yun discerned his insincerity, a smirk gracing her lips. Well then, take a look at these new pieces of equipment. We finally got the schematics. And Fei Fei worked overtime to craft them for you. Jiang Yun's spirits soared, her loyalty and affection levels rising. Her loyalty now at 85 and her affection at 76. As Shun Yan examined the equipment, he discovered they were all set pieces: the Wrath bracers, Wrath gloves, Wrath belt, Wrath greaves, and Wrath boots. This set was part of the same collection as the previously acquired Wrath pauldrons, and equipping them would grant set bonuses. The Wrath set boasted significantly superior defense compared to standard armor, and Li Shiyan had already enchanted them, resulting in a substantial enhancement of attributes upon equipping. With 2 pieces of the Wrath set adding 50 defense, 3 pieces increasing attack power by 10, 4 pieces granting an additional 2 HP per second, 5 pieces boosting strength by 5, and 6 pieces improving constitution by 10, Shun Yan's defense had multiplied several times, his attack power elevated, and his health now reached 1,000 points. Excellent. With the Wrath set, my efficiency in battling monsters will be greatly enhanced. Shun Yan expressed his satisfaction. Jiang Yun smiled, saying, Unfortunately, the Wrath Helm and Wrath Chestplate are currently unavailable for purchase. We've been shouting in the World Channel for days without any responses. Perhaps the drop rate for these 2 schematics is low, and we haven't seen any completed products. That's all right. Shun Yan replied with a smile, for now. The Ant Helm is the most practical choice. Maintaining secrecy and concealing my identity is paramount. As for the chestplate, I will continue to acquire it. If I can buy it, that would be ideal, but if not, it's no big deal, as my attributes are sufficient. Rest assured, we continue to make our voices heard across the world. As long as there are blueprints for sale, we shall be the first to acquire them. Jiang Yun tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Is there any task you would like me to undertake, Junior Shin? I assure you, Secretary Jiang will accomplish it flawlessly. At that moment, Shun Yan recalled the adage, when there is a task, the secretary works. When there is none, the secretary idles. A ripple of amusement stirred within him. Although he aspired to be a devoted and singular man, the allure of these campus beauties was simply irresistible. Each possessed a unique charm, and he found himself unable to withstand their advances, particularly Jiang Yun, whose beauty was unparalleled and whose skills were enchanting enough to captivate any man's soul, though lacking the ability to read minds. Jiang Yun could discern Shun Yan's thoughts merely from his expression. She rose and approached him from behind, gently massaging his temples. Junior Shun, remember to seek out Secretary Jiang for any matters in the future. Shun Yan responded, reveling in the moment. City News, an NPC merchant caravan has emerged in the eastern district of City A. The caravan leader, Qian Million, is seeking assistance from all players, as a horde of monsters will attack the caravan's stronghold in 3 days. Players are invited to join the defense of the caravan. During the defense, players will earn double experience points and a 100 increase in drop rates, alongside substantial goodwill from merchants. Should the defense succeed, Qian Million's caravan will establish itself in City A, initiating a system of unrestricted trade for all. However, if the defense fails, Qian Million will perish, and the NPC caravan will vanish. The sudden system announcement prompted both Shun Yan and Jiang Yun to rise. Is this a player event issued by the system? Jiang Yun asked, astonished. What is happening? Unrestricted trade for all. Shun Yan pondered, recognizing the magnitude of the situation. The World Channel was in disarray. It appeared that not only City A but also major cities worldwide were receiving event notifications wherever survivors were found. Jiang Yun reminded him that with the emergence of NPC merchants, the currency system would be accessible to all, and the caravan stronghold would become a vital hub for player interaction and trade. Shun Yan added that NPC merchants were likely to offer essential supplies, enhancing the survival chances of ordinary survivors. At that moment, Zhou Peng privately messaged Shun Yan, discussing this matter and inquiring whether the guild would participate. If so, preparations must be made in advance. Zhang Jun informed Shun Yen that the official shelter had proactively reached out, extending an invitation from the court, hoping the nameless sub-guild could send representatives to assist the official shelter. It was reported that they had also invited other survivor groups within City A, preparing to head to the Eastern District. Naturally, they wished to protect the NPC caravan, as the unrestricted trade system would benefit all player groups in City A. Rumor had it that official shelter teams in other cities were communicating with Liu Tang, placing great importance on this event and urging official personnel to actively recruit local survivor groups to ensure success. Shun Yin contemplated the situation carefully and concluded that participation in such an event was essential. After all, the double experience and drop rates during the event would significantly aid in strengthening their capabilities. He then responded to Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan, instructing the nameless sub-guild to prepare in advance, mobilizing all combat professions to journey together to the Eastern District. He advised them to contact the court, expressing the nameless sub-guild's willingness to participate in the event. The official shelter graciously welcomed the initiative, indicating that they could arrange for flights to transport all participating survivors from the unnamed faction to their location, scheduled for 2 days hence. The unnamed faction was requested to prepare accordingly. 2 days would certainly suffice. Shun Yin instructed Zhang Jun to draft a list of participants while ensuring that the subsequent arrangements at their base were properly managed to prevent any danger after the main combat forces departed. Fortunately, with the presence of NPC teams, as long as the life professions remain diligently at the base, there should be minimal issues. Chapter 66. The Disguise Mask in preparation for the NPC Merchant Caravan Defense Battle. Shun Yin resolved to hasten their progress, urging Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xin to elevate their levels as much as possible to facilitate a smoother experience in combat. Thus, they ventured forth without life professions, focusing solely on the 5 of them as they began to fervently hunt monsters. With his enhanced attack power, Shun Yin could swiftly eliminate ordinary wild creatures and withstand enemy assaults with ease. Jiang Yun and the others possessed some combat skills, allowing them to assist in battle, a marked improvement from their initial state. Their current strategy for clearing monsters was straightforward. They would advance directly to the area where elite monsters resided, leveraging the experience points from both wild and elite creatures for rapid advancement. To the south of their base lay an elite mutated spider, level 15, capable of spraying a highly corrosive venom that most survivors would typically avoid. However, Shun Yin and his companions boldly charged into the spider's territory, engaging in battle without hesitation. Thanks to the protective shield bestowed by Jiang Yun, Shun Yin felt no fear of the venom. As long as the shield remained intact, the poison would be deflected, leaving him unharmed. With his charge and ground-shaking skills, complemented by Zhuang Xian's rogue ambushes and Lin Wan's charges, they executed a series of control skills that left the elite mutated spider in a state of constant stun, rendering it utterly passive. Lin Qingqing and Sun Xin unleashed their full-range damage, desperately inflicting harm, while Zhang Yun continually provided shields for the team. Their coordinated efforts resulted in a surge of combat effectiveness, swiftly vanquishing the elite monster. Operating under a team leader mode, Shun Yin allocated all loot to himself, maximizing their rewards by a factor of 10,000. Fortune smiled upon them. As an addition to some basic materials, the elite mutated spider dropped a skill book for the mage's freezing ability, capable of immobilizing an enemy for 8 seconds. He handed the book to Sun Xin, adding another control skill to their arsenal, making monster hunting considerably easier. After dispatching the elite mutated spider, the team pressed onward toward another elite monster. They took a brief respite for lunch during their journey. In the afternoon, they arrived at the elite monster's territory, targeting the jester monster. This peculiar creature bore a visage transformed into that of a clown, featuring a round nose, dark eye circles, and a gaping maw, presenting an exceedingly grotesque sight. Upon first encountering the jester monster, Shun Yin and the accompanying ladies were taken aback, as it was level 30, nearly leading them to believe they would be utterly defeated. Given that Shun Yin was only level 25 and the others hovered around level 10. However, once the battle commenced, they discovered that despite the jester monster's higher level, it was repeatedly overwhelmed by Shun Yin's team, proving to be no match for them at all. With ease, they dispatched the jester-like creature. And in the fleeting moment of its demise, the information shifted, revealing a peculiar reduction in level to a mere 15. Shun Yin and his companions were left in a state of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding circumstances. Upon examining the spoils of their victory, they discovered a unique piece of equipment, the Disguise Mask. This ordinary mask, upon wearing, possessed the remarkable ability to alter the true information observed by others, encompassing name, attributes, and level. Upon witnessing the attributes of this equipment, Shun Yin could not restrain his sarcasm. Ordinary, my foot. This is nothing short of a divine artifact. How could it possibly be classified as common? It is utterly absurd. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite its grotesque appearance, an unsightly visage of a jester, the mask could conceal itself completely, allowing Shun Yin to present his true appearance even while adorned with it. It far surpassed the ant helmet, which merely obscured information. This mask directly modified the details, rendering false intelligence for others to perceive. As Shun Yin donned the mask, he observed the emergence of a disguise information panel, which indeed permitted him to alter his name, profession, attributes, and level at will. Selecting to hide the mask, he retained the name Shun Yin, modified his profession to that of a common warrior, and adjusted his level to 10. Turning to beckon Jiang Yun and the others closer. Take a look at my information panel. The girls scrutinized it intently, their expressions morphing into one of confusion. Shun Yin, why has your level dropped? Just a moment ago, you were at 25, and now it reads 10? What on earth has transpired? Jiang Yun inquired with genuine concern. Have you been cursed during the battle? Lin Qingqing asked, her face etched with worry about such a significant level decrease. Will we still be able to return safely to the base? Zhuang Xian added, a hint of panic in her tone. This item is indeed effective. Shun Yin, after conducting his experiment, felt particularly pleased with the results and proceeded to modify his attributes for their inspection once more. This time, they beheld Shun Yin's name transformed to nameless and his level elevated to 40, their eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. What is happening? Your information keeps changing? Jiang Yun and the others queried, utterly confounded. This is a disguise item that dropped from the earlier battle, Shun Yin explained candidly. Once donned, it allows for unfettered modification of information, achieving the effect of deceiving others. I discovered that the level adjustment has a cap. One can increase or decrease it by a maximum of 30 levels. So your level hasn't truly diminished. It's merely obscured under the guise? Lin Qingqing asked. Taken aback. Precisely. But what is the utility of this? Lin Wan pondered. The benefits are substantial. Shun Yin replied with a smile. Now, no one knows my true identity. On the surface, I am Shun Yin, level 10, and no one will equate me with the level 25 nameless. In the presence of strangers, I can assume various identities under different names. So, you intend to return to the public eye under the Shun Yin identity while others perceive you as a low-level player, allowing you to act discreetly? Jiang Yun's eyes sparked with realization. Exactly. With Lei Hong and Lei Hao absent and devoid of other external threats, I can openly use my true identity to engage in communication with the world and other survivors without anyone uncovering the identity of Nameless. Shun Yin chuckled, noting that she could cleverly utilize a false identity to allow her level 10 self to participate in the NPC caravan defense battle. After all, a level 25 Nameless participant would inevitably attract attention, being the focal point due to the presence of the Nameless Guild and its branches. Such a high level would render any attempts at subtlety futile. She would undoubtedly be monitored closely by the official shelter and other survivor groups, making it quite inconvenient. In contrast, her level 10 persona would not draw scrutiny, enabling her to operate discreetly. This made perfect sense. Jiang Yun and the others nodded in agreement. Once disguised, the displayed information would be altered, yet her true capabilities would remain unchanged and unaffected. Shun Yin led them onward to slay monsters and level up, retreating to their stronghold before nightfall. Zhang Jun had arranged the flight schedule with the official shelter and relayed the information to Shun Yan's team. Shun Yin instructed Jiang Yun, when the plane arrives tomorrow, you should take them over first. Inform Zhang Jun and Zhou Peng that the Nameless Guild has sent you all out. You will act as the captain and coordinate with the branch members. And what about you? Jiang Yun inquired. I will temporarily entrust the guild leadership to Fei Fei, allowing her to guard the stronghold. Shun Yin replied with a smile. Then I will disguise myself as a lone survivor and join the branch, accompanying your team. Remember not to reveal our connection. Avoid communicating with me in front of others. Why go through all this trouble? Lin Qingqing questioned, puzzled. I seek to investigate the branch members closely under another identity to ascertain their trustworthiness. Shun Yin responded with a grin. Chapter 67. Zhao Jin and Li Yin in a dense forest. Two male university students appeared frantic as they sprinted with all their might. A colossal mutated beetle relentlessly pursued them, seemingly on the verge of capturing its prey. Zhao Jin, I can't run anymore. You go ahead, I'll hold it off. One of them shouted, halting in his tracks. No, it will eat you alive. Zhao Jin protested. One person being devoured is better than both of us dying together. Li Yin, hurry to the Nameless branch. Once you change your profession and level up, avenge me. No, you leave, I'll distract it. If you don't go now, we'll both die here. Hurry, bro, how can I abandon you and escape alone? We might as well face death together. Good friend, let us fight it. With wooden sticks in hand, they seemed to have made a resolute decision as they prepared to confront the giant mutated beetle. However, in the next moment, Zhao Jin was sent flying by the creature. Zhao Jin, Lian called out in distress. Are you alright? Of course I'm not alright. I think I broke my leg. Zhao Jin lay on the ground, unable to move. Be careful. No sooner had he spoken than Lian was also struck by the gigantic beetle. Fortunately, although he fell hard, he escaped without any fractures. Zhao Jin was level 3. Lian was level 4, yet this formidable mutated beetle was level 7, making them no match for it. As the beetle prepared to attack again, Lian abandoned any notion of resistance. Recognizing the futility of their situation, it seemed they were doomed. Since the apocalypse began, they had grown accustomed to witnessing death, with teachers and classmates falling before them, either devoured by zombies or hunted by mutated creatures. They had hoped that joining the Nameless branch would safeguard their lives, remaining particularly cautious to avoid areas swarming with monsters. Just as they were nearing safety, they were discovered by this giant mutated beetle with no escape in sight. At that critical moment, a voice rang out near them. Get down. Lian instinctively dropped to the ground. In that fleeting moment, an apple struck the eye of the colossal mutated beetle with pinpoint accuracy. Hissing, the creature turned its attention, eager to discern the identity of its assailant. A short-haired man clad in metallic armor approached, wielding a heavy shield in his left hand and a bronze sword in his right, whistling at the gigantic bug. Who could this be? Zhao Jin locked eyes with Lian. Both had fled from a neighboring school and were utterly unfamiliar with their surroundings. The giant mutated beetle perceived the sudden appearance of the man as a provocation, recognizing him as the greatest threat among the trio. It swiftly altered its course, its 6 legs propelling it forward at an alarming speed. The newcomer was, of course, Shen. He had initially intended to find a place to feign being besieged by monsters, hoping to solicit help from the Nameless Guild to gain entry. However, in the process of searching for a suitable spot, he stumbled upon Zhao Jin and Lian, who were being pursued by the beetle. They must have come seeking refuge in the Nameless Guild, providing Shen Yan with the perfect opportunity to rescue them and seamlessly integrate into their group, thus bypassing the need to pretend to be trapped and await rescue. Be careful. This mutated beetle possesses immense strength, Lian warned urgently, fearing the demise of their only hope. At level 25, Shen Yan was certainly not at risk of being defeated by a mere level 7 creature. Nonetheless, masquerading as a level 10 warrior, he knew he could not dispatch it in a single blow, so he raised his shield in defense. Bang! The colossal beetle charged fiercely, and upon witnessing Shen Yan's steadfastness, Zhao Jin and Lian closed their eyes in despair, thinking, are you jesting? Its power is terrifying. How could you possibly withstand it? After a few tense moments of silence, they cautiously opened their eyes, only to find Shen Yan unmoved, having withstood the impact of the giant mutated beetle with his shield. What a joke. He currently possessed 48 points of strength, nearly 5 times the human limit. The level 7 beetle's strength was a mere 20 points, deadly to an ordinary human, but utterly trivial before Shen Yan. Why are you just standing there? Come help. Shen Yan shouted to Lian. I've invested all my points into vitality and have high defense, but my attack power is rather lacking. I cannot defeat it alone. Oh. Unaware that Shen Yan was concealing his true strength, Lian steeled himself and rushed forward to attack the beetle from behind while Shen Yan held its attention. Shen Yan's bronze sword deliberately struck the beetle's impenetrable shell, and he feigned effortlessness, knowing that a decisive blow to its vulnerable head would allow him to slay it instantly. For now, he opted for a low-profile approach, deliberately putting on a show. However, he managed to maintain the beetle's aggro quite effectively. After all, as a class-changed warrior, he was certainly more adept at attracting the creature's attention than an unclassed ordinary person like Lian, with Shen Yan drawing the beetle's ire. The two coordinated their attacks, successfully depleting the creature's HP before ultimately vanquishing it. Having narrowly escaped death, Zhao Jin and Lian were overwhelmed with gratitude toward Shen Yan, their affinity for him soaring by 50 points, transforming him from a complete stranger into a friend. Brother, we cannot thank you enough for your great kindness, Lian said as he helped Zhao Jin approach. We came from the neighboring Architectural Institute and seek to reach the Nameless Guild's base. My friend has suffered a leg fracture. Could you assist me once more? I am headed to the Nameless branch, and it is conveniently on my way. Shen Yan nodded with a smile, suggesting that they take turns carrying him, as the distance is not far. Thank you. Zhao Jin felt even more touched. His brother's name is Shen Yan. He is indeed a level 10 warrior, quite impressive. I will repay your kindness. From this day forth, you shall be my good comrade. You are also my good comrade, Lian. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Lian also thumped his chest in assurance. Once they had expressed their sentiments, Shen Yan noticed a change in the previously blank affiliations of the two, and soon his name, Shen Yan, appeared alongside a loyalty rating of 80 points. To his surprise, he had inadvertently gained 2 followers. His visit was not in vain. Lian and Shen Yan alternated in carrying the injured, switching whenever fatigue set in, skillfully avoiding areas populated by monsters, and after a winding journey, they finally reached the base of the nameless branch. At the entrance, a member of the branch stood guard and approached them immediately, calling out, "Halt! Identification check. I am Leon, and this is Zhao Jin. We have been in contact with you, having come from the nearby architectural college." Leon stepped forward, explaining that they encountered danger on the way, and this classmate Shun had appeared just in time to save their lives, hence they arrived together. Wait a moment. The branch member quickly checked the list and indeed found the pre-registered names of Li Un and Zhao Jin, who had contacted Zhou Peng the previous day to announce their arrival. As for Shun Yan, although he had not pre-registered, he had saved their lives and was clearly a level 10 warrior, making him a welcome addition. Chapter 68. Arriving at the East District, Shun Yan successfully joined the nameless branch, receiving a guild uniform alongside Zhao Jin and Lian due to Zhao Jin's fractured leg. He required a period of rest and could not recover quickly. Lian, being of a lower level, also needed to remain at the branch base, and thus did not participate in the defense of the NPC merchant team. However, soon after Shun Yan joined, individuals sought him out, requesting his presence in a team to undertake a mission in the East District. Shun Yan had come specifically for the defense of the NPC merchant team and anticipated their request for a level 10 warrior to join their ranks, readily agreeing. The group gathered near the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the official shelter's aircraft. Shun Yan remained discreet within the crowd, attentively listening to Zhang Jun's pre-battle briefing. His ability to rally the group's spirits was commendable, befitting a teacher. As he listened intently, someone navigated through the throng to his side, tapping him on the shoulder twice. "You resemble our classmate Shun Yan remarkably, even sharing the same name." Shun Yan turned to find that the individual, upon closer inspection, was convinced. "You are indeed identical. Although our classmate Shun Yan is rather plump, equivalent to two of you." The speaker was indeed one of Shun Yan's former classmates, albeit they had little prior interaction, remaining somewhat unfamiliar with one another. Shun Yan smiled in response. "Is it possible that I am indeed the same person, having successfully slimmed down with a physique enhancement potion? No way. You are really Shun Yan?" The individual exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. Impressive. Is the physique enhancement potion truly that effective? Could you truly reduce a person's weight directly? If you don't believe it, you might as well give it a try. Alas, that item is far too expensive for my purse. Where did you procure the physique elixir?" "By sheer fortune, it dropped from a monster. Such luck is unparalleled. Come here. Come here. Can you recognize who he is?" "Shun Yan. That 300-pound Shun Yan." This student turned around and called over several companions or survivors from the neighboring class. "Is this for real? That face is unmistakably Shun Yan. This is utterly absurd. Have you consumed the physique elixir? Such a precious item. No wonder so many people are flooding the world with requests to acquire the physique elixir. It's truly miraculous. I never anticipated Shun Yan would look so handsome after losing weight. Who would have guessed that the once portly figure could transform into this?" Shun Yan personally experienced the profound changes brought about by weight loss. Previously, as a hefty 300-pound individual, he garnered attention. Yet the gazes directed at him were filled with mockery. His former self was met with disdain. However, now he perceives envy and jealousy in their eyes. Envy for his acquisition of the physique elixir and jealousy for his transformation into an attractive youth post-weight loss. With the ant helmet donned, Jiang Yun and her companions arrived at the scene. After conversing with Zhang Jun and Zhou Peng, they found a place to sit and awaited the aircraft. They spotted Shun Yan amidst the crowd, feigning indifference while secretly messaging him. Jiang Yun remarked, "You've blended in so swiftly? Shun, you possess quite the skill. Just a trivial matter." Shun Yan replied, "Let us keep it private. Don't speak openly, or we risk exposure. Rest assured, we want to reveal your identity." Lin Qingqing messaged him. "Shun Yan, look at me." When he turned, he found Lin Qingqing discreetly forming a finger heart gesture, stifling a laugh. "Don't let anyone see. No worries. If spotted, I'll claim it's a gesture asking Sister Yun for money. Your identity will remain concealed." Lin Qingqing resumed her finger heart gesture. Shun Yan could only shake his head in amused resignation. Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xin also messaged Shun Yan, inquiring about their next steps. Shun Yan instructed them to act as if they were strangers for the time being, ensuring that their identities remained concealed. Any matters should be discussed privately to avoid revealing themselves. Once the official shelter aircraft arrived, they would fly to the Eastern District and participate in activities according to the directives of the official shelter. He also cautioned them to prioritize safety during the events, advising them to relax and not get overly excited. The girls acknowledged the instructions, assuring him there would be no issues. Before the aircraft's arrival, Zhang Jun and Zhou Peng began preliminary assignments, excluding Jiang Yun and her group, who were considered nameless reinforcements. The rest of the teams were organized by profession, each comprised a warrior, a rogue, an archer, a mage, and a priest. Shun Yan's team consisted of 4 classmates: the rogue Yang Jiangwo, who had first recognized him, the archer Zhu Yun, the mage Wu Tao, and the priest Wang Yuan. They then joined a larger group of 40, formed by 8 teams, led by the school's financial teacher, Xiao Lingfeng. Additionally, there were several other full teams of 40, similarly configured, with their leaders directly reporting to Zhang Jun and Zhou Peng, who also commanded their respective large groups. It must be said that such an arrangement is indeed quite appropriate. Everyone accepts unified command, with the captain overseeing the team leaders, ensuring precise control over all members and guaranteeing that each individual receives the correct instructions, allowing the entire group to act in unison. After a lengthy wait, the transport aircraft from the official shelter finally arrived. Wang Ting, the person in charge, personally led the team to welcome the unnamed branch members, including Jiang Yun and 4 others, onto the aircraft. These helicopters, capable of taking off and landing in situ, are not constrained by terrain, which adds considerable convenience. As the aircraft departed the university town, it swiftly moved towards the eastern district. Along the way, Xinyan observed the dialogue on the team channel, where members near Zhang Jun and Zhou Peng overheard their conversation with Wang Ting, relaying important intelligence gathered from the official shelter to all team members. The concern stemmed from Zhang Jun's fear that the helicopter might be attacked mid-flight by mutated flying insects or birds, resulting in the annihilation of the entire team due to a crash. Wang Ting reassured him that, according to the detailed intelligence collected by the official shelter, City A has been divided into several zones. Currently, the areas where survivors are congregating have a relatively low level of monsters, resembling what is referred to as a novice zone, where they encounter only the most basic zombies and relatively low-level mutated creatures. In the novice zone, there are no dangerous flying mutated creatures. However, it has been observed that areas classified as dangerous do indeed harbor giant birds. The aircraft from the official shelter typically avoids these perilous zones, advising survivors to steer clear as well. The monsters in those areas are all level 20 and above, some even reaching levels of 30 or 40, which is quite terrifying. Upon receiving this information, Xinyan's eyes lit up. He was already at level 25 and had exhausted his experience gains from monster hunting in the university town. He noted this crucial information, contemplating a future excursion to that area for further leveling. The location seemed to be the northern industrial district. When the levels of those around him were comparable, they could relocate northward to develop there. Upon arriving at the eastern district, the activities were set to commence the following day, and the place was already teeming with people. The main military forces from the official shelter, along with survivor teams from various parts of City A, had all gathered. The NPC merchant caravan led by Qian Yiwan had also settled in a certain shopping mall, with plans to protect it the next day. The area surrounding the mall had been cleared by the military, devoid of low-level monsters. As soon as Shun Yin and his companions arrived, they promptly received a task requiring assistance in moving obstacles to encircle the mall and impede the advance of the monsters. Chapter 69, Disturbance, Shen Shueti. What do you think the NPC merchant caravan will sell? Is it possible that we can purchase all supplies directly here in the future? Jiang Yun privately messaged Xinyan. I'm not sure. We'll find out tomorrow when we defend the caravan's base, Xinyan replied, busy with the task of moving obstacles alongside fellow survivors. Women tended to lighter tasks in the background while the men took on the more strenuous work. However, with the merchants, players will surely be able to sell items obtained from monster hunting, thus acquiring game currency, right? Jiang Yun noted. This means players can trade game currency amongst themselves without needing to barter. Exactly. Could it be that in the future, all players in City A will come here to trade? Perhaps everyone will establish new bases nearby, forming new survivor strongholds around the caravan's location? Absolutely. In the vicinity of the caravan's encampment, rapid development is achievable. Should we consider relocating our base and moving the guild over here? The monster levels in the university town are far too low. It is impractical to remain there indefinitely. Even without the caravan's encampment, we must shift our base. Shen Yin responded that moving here would facilitate trade and provide easy access to the North City, serving two purposes simultaneously. Thus, we must identify the most strategic location for our base in advance to prevent others from seizing it. Certainly, once tomorrow's activities conclude, I shall conduct a field assessment. Very well. I shall refrain from further discussion for the moment. I need to use the restroom. Where is the restroom? I also require a moment of convenience. There is a public restroom to the left of the building. Were you not aware? The officials from the sanctuary have cleared the nearby zombies, making it quite safe. I hadn't noticed. I still have a few obstacles to clear before I go. All right. Jiang Yun turned to inquire of her female companion. I'm heading to the restroom. Would anyone care to join me? I will. I also need to go. Zhuang Xian immediately stood up. Thus, the two girls set down their tasks, hand in hand, and departed. The restroom was impeccably clean. The officials from the sanctuary had indeed been efficient, rendering the place spotless after eliminating the zombies. After using the facilities, Jiang Yun and Zhuang Xian emerged to wash their hands. Two men exited the men's restroom and, Upon catching sight of the girls' alluring figures, their eyes widened with interest. They deliberately approached, washing their hands at the faucets beside Jiang Yun and Zhuang Xian, attempting to engage them in conversation. You two beauties have splendid figures. Why wear such an unattractive ant mask? That is none of your concern. Jiang Yun frowned, disliking their lecherous gazes. Wouldn't becoming friends make it our concern? The man on the left reached for Jiang Yun's ant helmet, but she deftly sidestepped him. Keep your distance, Zhuang Xian warned. As the man on the right extended his hand, targeting Zhuang Xian's slender waist, she swiftly drew a dagger, compelling him to retract his hand. What are you doing? A man who had approached to use the restroom could not help but interject. Mind your own business. The two men simultaneously turned, brandishing identical spiked clubs. The well-intentioned man, startled by their display, checked their attributes and discovered they were level 13 and 14, while he was merely level 9. Disheartened, he promptly fell silent and retreated into the restroom, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yun and Zhuang Xian sought to leave swiftly, wanting no entanglement with the two men. However, they were pursued, with one man blocking Jiang Yun's path, while the other obstructed Zhuang Xian's. Don't be disheartened, beauties. Just show us your faces and let us get acquainted. With such splendid physiques, you must be attractive as well. Even if your looks are lacking, a perfect body is still commendable. No need for insecurity. I am the most formidable in the West District. Would you care to join my team? The man in front attempted to drape his arm over Jiang Yun's shoulder, but she sidestepped him. Do not lay hands upon us. Jiang Yun pulled Zhuang Xian back against the wall. As the two men continued to advance, Zhuang Xian brandished her dagger, urging them to retreat. Get away. Leave us be. Oh, how feisty. I like that. One man leered, while the other echoed, so do I. The two men disregarded Zhuang Xian's threat. Their expressions twisted with lewd amusement as they edged closer. After finishing his work, Shunyan hurried to the restroom and was incensed by the scene before him. How dare they provoke him? Just as he was about to intervene, several girls from an unknown guild arrived, swiftly rushing forward to confront the two lecherous men, shielding Jiang Yun and Zhuang Xian. Upon seeing the group of girls clad in the guild's uniform, the two men slightly recoiled but showed no intention of departing. I am the strongest in West District. Don't you know your place? You think you can just introduce yourselves? Do you believe yourselves to be fairies? One of the girls, a warrior holding a metallic trident, stood defiantly before Jiang Yun, exuding an imposing presence. Is the unknown guild something to be trifled with? I will soon establish my own guild, and you shall see how I will leave you in utter ruin. Who dares to challenge our unknown guild? Zhang Jun arrived with hundreds of guild members, having been alerted by a private message about the harassment of an unknown girl near Jiang Yun. He hastily set aside his tasks and summoned his comrades. As the unified members of the unknown guild appeared, anger radiated from them, compelling the two lecherous men to shrink back under the immense pressure. No introductions will be entertained. How unfortunate. We have come to participate in an event, not to ignite a power struggle. We are not afraid of you. Realizing they could gain no advantage in this situation, the men could only curse as they retreated. As they passed by Shen Yan, one of them rudely shoved him aside. Don't block the way, get lost. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes, noting that these two regarded him as inconsequential, given their level 10 status. They had harassed Jiang Yun and Zhuang Xian earlier and had failed in their advances. Being pushed aside was tolerable, but as they reached the corner, their conversation reached his ears. One remarked, this time they were lucky. Next time, they won't be so fortunate. The other chimed in, what is so impressive about having a guild? They are merely callow students. Next time we meet, we'll make them regret it. The tone of their words evoked memories of Lei Hao in Shun Yan's mind. These two were, like him, bad seeds. The bullying he endured before the apocalypse, along with everything that followed, had severed the hesitations in his heart. The harm inflicted by Lei Hao and his goons, combined with the events after the apocalypse, had broken the chains that once restrained him. Previously, he had endured due to legal constraints, but now that chain had shattered, and his approach began to veer toward another extreme. Without a word, he turned and silently followed the two lecherous men, quickly vanishing from sight. Chapter 70. Slaughter. What transpired? Someone asked. There were people harassing the members of the unknown guild, and the entire guild came to their aid. Establishing a guild so swiftly is no simple feat. Another replied. Indeed. I don't even know where to procure the items necessary to establish a guild. Most people are probably unaware, right? Who is so blind as to provoke a guild member? Just look at their uniforms. They are so official, they could rival the military of a sanctioned shelter. It is utterly foolish to antagonize them. The presence of a guild offers a sense of security. I wonder if they are accepting new members. Are you interested in joining the Nameless Guild? Or perhaps not. Why don't we inquire about their recruitment standards? The survivors, engrossed in discussions about the earlier incident, remain oblivious to the new developments unfolding in the distance. The two self-proclaimed strongest survivors of West City, upon leaving the restroom, did not return to their posts. Instead, they veered into an unfrequented passage, retrieving cigarettes to indulge in smoke. Damn it, what is so impressive about having a guild? Sooner or later, we'll eliminate them. One sneered. But they have numbers. Our group barely comprises a few dozen. What is the point of sheer numbers? We need to think strategically. What is your plan? Isn't there an event tomorrow? The nameless guild may have many members. Let us manipulate the situation, have them lead the charge against the monsters. The more of their people who perish, the better. Great idea. But let us ensure those few ladies don't meet their end. Such splendid figures should not go to waste. What we lack in our stronghold are women. We must secure them. Then we can revel every day. As the two conspirators chuckled lewdly, a voice interrupted. What are you discussing that brings such joy? May I join? It was Shun Yan, entering the passage with a devilish grin. The two lecherous men turned, recognizing him as the level 10 warrior who had previously obstructed their path. And their expressions soured with disdain. The man on the left took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke while smirking. What do you want, kid? Here to seek your demise? This isn't a lawful society. We are no saints. Shun Yan remained silent, striding directly towards them. What is your intention? Looking for a fight? Come closer, and I'll smash you with my spiked club. The moment the man raised his weapon, Shun Yan produced a cavalry saber. Oh, you truly wish to perish? One of the men remarked, eyeing Shun Yan's impressive gear. Let us eliminate him and strip him of everything. Then let us do it. He has come willingly. Only a fool would turn him away. The two lecherous men discarded their cigarettes, simultaneously raising their spiked clubs. The man on the left unleashed a battle roar, boosting the attack power of himself and his companion, and they charged at Shun Yan. The club struck Shun Yan, inflicting damage of 20 and 30 points. In their eyes, his false information displayed merely 100 HP. Another hit would spell his end. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Shun Yan possessed 1,000 HP, with 950 remaining. The two men, seizing the moment of Shun Yan's brief stupor, dealt an additional 50 points of damage, mistakenly believing their target was on the brink of death. However, to their astonishment, the opponent who should have succumbed stood unfazed, recovering from his daze. Upon regaining his composure, Shun Yan unleashed a devastating ground-shaking attack, stunning both adversaries. Following this, he executed an ultimate battle roar, rapidly escalating his attack power, and then swung his cavalry saber. Critical hit. 209. The unfortunate man was met with a terrifying damage figure above his head. He was exceedingly unlucky, as Shun Yan's first strike triggered an exceedingly rare critical damage event, instantly annihilating him at 200 HP. Shun Yan then turned his attention to the second man, delivering a blow that registered 101 damage, followed by another strike that dealt 80, leaving him with but 19 HP. These two warriors, each boasting a formidable 200 HP, possessed thicker blood compared to ordinary survivors. Yet, before Shun Yan, they seemed like mere shadows. Before the second individual could regain consciousness, Shun Yan executed a third strike, successfully vanquishing him. The disparity between ordinary warriors and ultimate warriors is vast, especially considering Shun Yan's additional skill, Ground Shatter, which extends the duration of his stun effect beyond theirs. Having slain the opposing faction player Jiang Hui, you have earned 120 experience points and 100 war honor points. Jiang Hui has dropped the Warrior Job Change quest book. Talent skill activated. 100,000 Warrior Job Change quest books have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. Jiang Hui has dropped a basic crystal core. Talent skill activated. 100,000 basic crystal cores have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. Jiang Hui has dropped a spiked club. Talent skill activated. 100,000 spiked clubs have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. Having slain the opposing faction player Liang Ping, you have earned 110 experience points and 90 war honor points. Liang Ping has dropped a spiked club. Talent skill activated. 100,000 spiked clubs have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. Liang Ping has dropped the Rogue skill book Stun. Talent skill activated. 10,000 copies of Stun have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. Liang Ping has dropped the Archer skill book Long Shot. Talent skill activated. 10,000 copies of Long Shot have been added to your virtual backpack. Please check. The two slain individuals were identified as Jiang Hui and Liang Ping, and among their drops, the most valuable were the skill books Stun and Long Shot. Stun. While in stealth, a rogue can use this ability on humanoid targets, rendering them unconscious for 35 seconds. Any attack will break the stun. This control skill is exceedingly useful, albeit effective only against humanoid beings, boasting an impressive control duration of 35 seconds. Long Shot. This skill increases the archer's range by 50 meters. The description is straightforward. It simply enhances the shooting distance by 50 meters. For archers, this extension proves advantageous, allowing them to kite monsters with greater ease. The same applies in combat against other players. They may be struck down before even reaching your vicinity. Without hesitation, Shun Yan seized the spoils and departed. Moments later, when Jiang Hui and Liang Ping had not made an appearance, others began to search for them. Upon discovering their corpses in the passage, they promptly reported to the official shelter's overseer. The law enforcement officers at the official shelter immediately examined the bodies, ruling out the possibility of death by monsters. Judging from the wounds, it was evident that a powerful melee class had dispatched the two within a remarkably short span, and they had shown no signs of resistance at the time of their demise. Could a formidable warrior have infiltrated the outpost? But why would he slay Jiang Hui and Liang Ping? It was revealed that the two had previously clashed with the Nameless Guild. The authorities dispatched personnel to inquire with Zhang Jun and Zhou Peng regarding the activities of the guild members at that time. Following a thorough investigation, it was found that there were no alibis, and the suspects included a handful of warriors around level 10, among whom was Shen Yin. The issue, however, lies in the fact that none among them could effortlessly eliminate targets of levels 13 or 14 within a short span of time. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the event, and the official sanctuary cannot allow the investigation of the Nameless Guild to hinder the proceedings. Moreover, the Nameless Guild, compared to other player factions, boasts the strongest capabilities and the largest numbers. At this critical juncture, engaging in conflict with them is unwise and must be temporarily set aside. Chapter 71. The monsters strike at the break of dawn the following day. Firecrackers erupted with a cacophony that was deafening. What was happening? What on earth is going on? Have they lost their minds? Setting off firecrackers. Upon awakening, Shen Yin discovered the members of the Nameless Guild gathered by the window, vociferously cursing at the raucous spectacle outside the bustling shopping complex. What is all this ruckus about so early in the morning? Noticing his temporary teammates, Shen Yin turned to inquire. Yang Zhangwo, with an expression of resignation, replied, "The NPCs are causing a commotion. That one named Qian Baiwan claimed it was to celebrate the grand opening, hence the firecrackers. Now, all the surrounding hordes of corpses and mutated creatures are bound to have heard the noise, and they will likely arrive soon. I've figured it out. This event is designed to summon all the monsters through the NPCs, deliberately putting us through this ordeal." Zhu Yun unsheathed her bow and arrow, ready for action. "We have much to attend to today. Had I known the NPCs would be such a nuisance, I would have refrained from participating." Wu Tao expressed his irritation. "Teacher Zhang has summoned us. Let us hurry," Wang Yuan urged. Following them, Shen Yin swiftly made his way outside to assemble. Zhang Jun addressed all members. "Let us depart immediately and stand by at the first defensive line. The monsters will be upon us shortly. We cannot afford to lose time. When the battle commences, prioritize your safety. I do not ask you to slay numerous monsters. The primary objective is to survive. In the event of imminent danger, do not concern yourselves with the success of the event. Retreat decisively. Do you understand?" "We understand." The crowd responded in unison. The team marched forth, swiftly reaching the outermost barrier. Soldiers from the official sanctuary had arrived earlier. In fact, they had been on duty since the night before, and these were merely the newly shifted guards. This event holds great significance, hence the presence of Lu Tang, the highest authority of the A City official sanctuary, who approached to greet the Nameless Guild's members. "Welcome. Esteemed teachers and students of the Nameless Guild, please take your positions immediately. Monsters could arrive at any moment, and we cannot afford to waste time. Students, hasten to form ranks." Zhang Jun nodded at Lu Tang, then commanded, "Warriors to the forefront of the barrier. Use your shields to block all entrances, establishing our defensive line. Rogues will follow closely, entering stealth mode. Any monsters breaching our defenses must be ambushed and controlled at the earliest opportunity, collaborating with the warriors to dispatch them. Archers and mages, ascend to the high ground. Once the monsters are within range, initiate your attack, and strive to keep the main force of the monsters at bay. Priests, ensure the warriors and rogues in your teams are shielded, and remember to heal them." The students promptly sprang into action, positioning themselves according to Zhang Jun's directives. Jiang Yun and her companions also joined in, ascending the temporary platform constructed by survivors the previous day, aligning with other ranged classes. Lin Wan, as a warrior, took her place beside Shen Yan, raising her shield in defense, while Zhuang Xian stood closely behind Lin Wan, also taking her position near Shen Yan. "Take care, you two. If the situation goes awry, I will use Earthquake to control the monsters and create an opportunity for your retreat." "Excellent." The two women felt reassured following Shen Yan. At the official shelter, members of the Nameless Guild took their positions first, while other survivor teams from City A quickly arrived and began to establish their defensive formations. At that moment, the entrance to the shopping mall opened, revealing a robust, portly middle-aged man holding a megaphone, flanked by staff and bodyguards clad in sleek black suits. He addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Qian Corporation's trading post. Today marks a momentous occasion with our official opening. Please eliminate all invading monsters to ensure the sanctity of our grand ceremony. Once the monsters are vanquished, the Qian Mall will open its doors to all survivors in City A, offering a variety of goods including food, beverages, daily necessities, and the foundational materials for all professions. We will also purchase monster drops at generous prices and sell them at reasonable rates. As he finished speaking, a horde of zombies appeared around the mall, shuffling towards them. All units, prepare for battle. Liu Tang commanded, raising his weapon in readiness. Protective shield. Xinyan called out, and Wang Yuan immediately cast a basic shield around him. Jiang Yun also shielded Lin Wan. All priests sprang into action, bestowing protective shields upon their warriors and rogues, intently monitoring their health bars. As the monsters entered firing range, open fire. The initial volley of military firearms proved formidable, with a range far surpassing that of archers and mages. After all, the current archers and mages possessed only rudimentary skills, with limited range and power, only to rise in strength later. The artillery brought in by the official shelter fired first, with shells raining down upon the zombie horde, scattering limbs and flesh across the battlefield. Behind the barricades, soldiers raised their rifles, unleashing devastating firepower. Countless zombies were felled by the onslaught, and soldiers' experience points surged dramatically. As the horde advanced further, Zhang Jun and the other leaders of survivor groups promptly commanded their archers and mages to join the fray, unleashing a barrage of arrows and fireballs upon the oncoming mass. The first wave of the zombie tide was utterly decimated by the soldiers' firearms and the ranged attacks of the archers and mages, leaving melee fighters without a chance to engage. Nevertheless, the survivors remained vigilant, for the second wave was swiftly approaching. This time, in addition to the low-tier zombies, a mix of elite monsters emerged, including Flame Guardians, Ice Guardians, and Venom Guardians, all capable of long-range attacks. The Flame Guardians could unleash torrents of fire. The Ice Guardians shot frost arrows, and the Venom Guardians spat poisonous darts at the frontline warriors. Fortunately, all warriors raised their shields in defense, bolstered by the priest's protective spells and the barriers constructed the day prior, which absorbed much of the onslaught. The second wave of zombies was successfully repelled without casualties. However, by the third wave, troubles began to brew. Aside from the low-tier zombies and a small number of mutated elite zombies, an astonishing multitude of mutated insects surged forth in the tide, led by an overwhelming swarm of giant red and black fire ants, resembling a relentless wave. Following closely behind were formidable creatures such as giant scorpions, colossal centipedes, gigantic beetles, and enormous mantises. Xunyan was unconcerned for Jiang Yun and the others, as they donned ant helmets, which should prevent the giant fire ants from attacking them. They merely needed to remain vigilant against the zombies and mutated insects that trailed behind. This wave proved to be a strenuous battle, and had it not been for the fortifications established in advance, the survivors' formation might have been overwhelmed. Thankfully, they successfully defended their position with minimal losses. As the fourth wave approached, genuine trouble emerged. The number of mutated elites within the zombie army had significantly increased, accompanied by an abundance of giant mantises and flying beetles, rendering the first defensive line's barriers largely ineffective. After over 2 hours of fierce combat, the fourth wave of the undead was finally vanquished. Qian Million addressed all the survivors on site, expressing gratitude for their relentless efforts to protect the shopping mall. With precisely 1 hour until the next wave of monsters, he urged everyone to replenish their supplies and take a moment to recover. Relief washed over the crowd as they settled down, some eating, others drinking, while ranged classes replenished their arrows and mana. This wave had seen casualties. 3 law enforcement officers and 3 elite soldiers had perished at the official shelter, while the combined survivor teams from City A reported a total of 23 melee class fatalities. The Nameless Guild suffered no deaths, but several members were injured and were receiving treatment from priests. Zhang Jun felt a sense of unease. If the fourth wave proved this challenging, future encounters might present even greater dangers. He promptly warned everyone in the guild channel to be exceedingly cautious. An hour later, everyone had eaten their fill, the injured were healed, and their conditions restored, due to the double experience points and the staggering number of monsters in the earlier battles. Aside from Shun Yan, who was too high in level to gain any experience, all other players present had leveled up twice, enhancing the overall strength of the survivor teams. The gaps in the first defensive line were also promptly repaired. As the time elapsed, Qian Million called out once more, "The fifth wave of monsters has arrived. Please prepare for battle." In the fifth wave, the number of low-tier zombies had halved, while the elite zombies had multiplied. The levels of the mutated creatures had escalated from the initial 18 to a formidable 411, posing an escalating threat. This time, everyone found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. The soldiers at the official shelter fought valiantly, firing relentlessly and deploying bombs to halt the advancing zombies, while archers and mages exerted their utmost efforts. Warriors braved the front lines, staunchly defending against the creatures with their shields, coordinated by the rogues who held the line. Xinyan, relatively at ease, remained unperturbed amidst the chaos, for as a level 25 entity, these lowly creatures could scarcely breach his defenses. Successfully repelling this wave, the survivor team gathered for resupply. During the battle, Shen Yin collaborated with teammates to eliminate an elite zombie, and through a distribution of loot points, he acquired a blueprint for a blue-quality cloth armor. Blueprint of the Wisdom Gloves, Defense, 2035, Intelligence, 12, Durability, 150. Required materials for crafting, 5 pieces of silk, 1 quality needle and thread, 1 strand of resilient spider silk. Usable profession, tailor. This is a piece of magical equipment. Take it to Zhaoqing for learning. Once the Wisdom Gloves are crafted, they will significantly enhance the strength of all magical professions within the guild, providing an additional 12 points of intelligence, which can substantially increase damage and boost mana by 120 points. The 6th wave of monsters is similar to the previous one, but their level has escalated to 512, making them more formidable. After a fierce battle, the first defensive perimeter was breached by the monsters and rendered ineffective. Lu Tang swiftly issued commands, instructing the soldiers at the official sanctuary to restrain the monsters while covering the rapid retreat of other survivor teams into the second line of defense. Once they successfully regrouped, the soldiers followed closely behind. In the second line of defense, they continued to fend off the monsters, ultimately managing to eliminate all the enemies. Upon assessing the situation, it was discovered that the total casualties among the survivor teams amounted to 159, including 7 warriors and 2 rogues from the unnamed guild who tragically perished during the conflict. Zhang Jun was filled with remorse. As a mentor, witnessing the death of his students was profoundly painful. Yet, he understood the brutal reality of the apocalypse. The NPC trade caravans were crucial, and sacrifices were necessary for the survival of others. During the 6th wave of combat, Shen Yin acquired a valuable item, Simple Grenade. This item was dropped by a military zombie, dealing a fixed damage of 500 points within a 12-meter radius. In the hands of others, it would serve as a one-time area damage tool. However, in his possession, it transformed into an arsenal of 10,000 grenades. Although defeating low-level monsters at level 25 was relatively effortless, this item far surpassed that efficiency. It equated to acquiring a spell for area attack usable 10,000 times. By clustering numerous monsters together and tossing a grenade, he could obliterate them, yielding immense experience points. Not only did he obtain grenades, but other survivors also dropped similar items during the battle. As the urban area of City A was infested with numerous zombies transformed from law enforcement officers and soldiers, capable of dropping firearms and various types of explosives. Survivors had already begun to use grenades to slay monsters, making Shen Yin's use of them unremarkable. Thus, when the 7th wave of monsters attacked, he seized the opportunity to throw a few grenades, annihilating a considerable number of approaching low-tier zombies, causing his virtual backpack to overflow with various items, leaving no space available. During combat, trading and mailing were not permitted, compelling him to grit his teeth and delete groups of the least valuable raw materials to free up enough space, lest he miss out on acquiring exquisite items from high-level monsters. After an arduous battle against the 7th wave of monsters, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The abundance of mutated creatures, combined with their elevated levels, made them increasingly difficult to combat. Qian Million announced, "The final wave of monsters will emerge in 1 hour. Please ensure you replenish your supplies and restore your conditions. The last wave will feature a terrifying mutated boss, but defeating it will yield substantial rewards for everyone. If we successfully conquer the final wave, my trade caravan will be able to settle in successfully, and the grand opening ceremony will conclude smoothly." It has been rumored that a mutated boss will emerge, prompting the survivors to swiftly gather supplies and restore their strength. Following Lu Tang's directives, everyone retreated to the final line of defense. Zhang Jun announced through the guild channel, "To date, our guild has lost 48 members. Please be vigilant and prioritize your safety. The upcoming boss battle must be approached with utmost caution. Recklessness is not an option. Let us muster our spirits. We must strive to survive." Zhou Peng echoed his sentiments. Shin Shueti, during the boss fight, do not rush to the front. Zhang Yun privately messaged Shin Yan, suggesting that the soldiers from the official shelter take the lead while they provide support from the rear. "Rest assured, I value my life." Shin Yan promptly replied, "You must not perish, Shin Yan." Lin Qingqing also sent him a private message. "You are our cornerstone. Be careful during the boss battle." "I will be cautious," he assured. Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xin each reminded Shen Yin to stay safe during the boss fight, for to them, he was the pillar of the team. Their collective hope for survival relied on his well-being. Shen Yin replied to each, reassuring them. Unexpectedly, temporary team members Yang Zhengwo, Zhu Yun, Wu Tao, and Wang Yuan also chimed in through the team channel, advising him not to charge forward during the boss battle, allowing other survivors to take the lead instead. An hour passed swiftly, and Qian Million shouted, "The monster is coming." Everyone, pay attention. As his words fell, the ground trembled violently, and from afar, an enormous, pitch-black, mutated scorpion emerged from the earth. Its colossal form loomed like Godzilla, causing skyscrapers to collapse and towering trees to snap in half, casting a terrifying shadow over all the survivors. Simultaneously, countless mutated elite zombies and creatures surged forth towards the mall. Dark Magic Scorpion, Event Boss, Level 28, Health 500,000. How could a level 28 boss appear? This cannot be right. And with 500,000 health, is this even feasible? A voice of despair rang out. After all, the vast majority of survivors are at levels 10 to 20, rendering them severely outmatched. Commander Liu, at a time like this, your official shelter should deploy fighter jets for bombardment. Otherwise, these monsters will be nearly impossible to withstand. A team leader among the survivors urged Liu Tang. If we had fighter jets, they would have been deployed by now. Why wait until this moment? Liu Tang replied helplessly. The military base in City A has yet to be reclaimed, and these transport helicopters were brought back by our soldiers during missions. Only by capturing the military base can we utilize fighter jets. In the absence of fighter jets, we could at least use a few missiles. A boss with 500,000 health is terrifying. Another voice interjected. Firstly, the missiles are at the missile base, which is even more difficult to reclaim than the military base. There are tens of thousands of zombies there, all elite soldiers fully armed. Given our current weaponry and the meager number of personnel at the shelter, defeating them seems unlikely. We must proceed with caution, Liu Tang stated. What then? Besides the boss with 500,000 health, there are so many elite monsters. How can we fight back? We won't be able to hold our ground. Who says we cannot hold our ground? Liu Tang proclaimed through the regional channel to everyone. Brothers, this is the final wave. We must hold our ground. We shall unleash a barrage of artillery, targeting the boss and the surrounding minions to draw their fire, guiding them towards the defensive perimeter of our forces. However, such a formidable boss cannot be withstood for long. During this critical period, it is imperative that everyone exerts their utmost effort to swiftly eliminate the other elite monsters, thereby freeing up resources to support our team. Only by uniting our strengths can we hope to vanquish this foe. As the command echoed, the army launched its offensive, and a relentless barrage commenced. The damage inflicted by our firearms, fixed in potency, was soon evident, with numbers such as 50, 60, 100, 500, and 800 appearing above the boss's head, reflecting the impact of various weapons, explosives, and artillery upon the creature. Indeed, the boss was lured, redirecting its course towards the military's defensive zone. Witnessing this turn of events, the survivors felt a flicker of hope. Although the boss was terrifying, it was not insurmountable. Consequently, attention shifted to the elite monsters accompanying the boss. If they could be dispatched rapidly, our forces could focus their firepower on the boss, striving to defeat it before it wreaked havoc on the shopping complex. With a pre-established third line of defense and warriors raising their shields to block, the elite monsters found it challenging to breach our ranks, remaining at bay. Rogues provided support to the warriors, employing stealth to control and delay the advance of the beasts, while archers and mages relentlessly unleashed their spells from the rear, often coordinating to target a single elite monster simultaneously. The strategy proved effective. Although several low-level survivors regrettably fell, the others remained resolute, pouring their energy into the fight rather than fleeing. One by one, elite monsters succumbed, and Shunyan's squad claimed a kill reward from one such elite. The rogue Yang Zhengwo acquired a green-quality dagger, immediately replacing his previous weapon for enhanced damage. The archer Zhu Yun obtained a necklace with 5 agility, thereby boosting her attack power. Wu Tao received a crafting recipe for a low-level mana potion, a crucial item for spellcasters. And Wang Yuan secured a garment with 15 healing effects, increasing his restorative capabilities. As for Shunyan, he received the Heart of the Warrior. Upon using the Heart of the Warrior, a professional quest was revealed: eliminate 100 elite monsters. As soon as the quest was accepted, the count surged to 5,100. It turned out that the elite monsters slain by other players in the battleground also contributed to Shunyan's tally, as during this event, all survivors were categorized into the same faction, forming a unified team with shared kill counts. This was splendid news for Shunyan. While slaying 100 elite monsters presented no challenge given sufficient time, it would require a considerable duration. Now, however, engaging alongside the other survivors, this goal could be achieved swiftly, even multiplying the count several times over. Fully immersed in battle, Shunyan joined forces with the other survivors to systematically bring down the elite monsters, watching the quest count rise rapidly, soon reaching completion. After dispatching the foe before him, he quickly clicked to fulfill the quest. Task notification: congratulations on completing the professional task Heart of the Warrior, earning the special reward Master of Techniques. The Master of Techniques confers a unique skill to the warrior class, which upon activation grants the skill Master of Techniques, reducing the cooldown time of all warrior skills, both passive and active, by 10%. The quick use feature in the backpack is activated, and the skill automatically transforms into the Ultimate Master of Techniques. The Ultimate Master of Techniques reduces the cooldown time of all warrior skills by an astonishing 90%. While the standard reduction is 10%, the enhanced version is 30%, and the super enhancement reaches 60%. The ultimate version's reduction is indeed remarkable. For instance, Shun Yan's ultimate charge now has a cooldown of just 1 minute, reduced to a mere 6 seconds. The Earthquake skill, originally 5 minutes, now cools down in 30 seconds. With the cooldown of these two control skills diminished, their frequency of use is significantly heightened, leading to an unimaginable enhancement of Shun Yan's combat prowess. Coupled with equipment that further reduces skill cooldowns, it is conceivable that skills could even become devoid of cooldowns altogether, which is utterly preposterous. Truly, becoming an ultimate warrior requires 1,000 beginner crystal cores, a testament to its formidable nature. Subsequently, numerous exceptional items were dropped, including low-tier skill books for rogues, archers, mages, and priests, as well as various class equipment, all of which were generously distributed among temporary teammates, with Shun Yan refraining from taking any for himself. As his temporary allies gained strength from these valuable items, a warrior area attack skill book titled Sweep dropped, and without hesitation, it was shared with Shun Yan. Sweep inflicts damage equal to 15 times one's strength upon nearby enemies within a fan-shaped area, affecting up to 4 targets. With a cooldown of 3 minutes, the ordinary effect can be enhanced to 25 times strength for 6 targets. The super enhancement reaches 35 times strength for 8 targets. Shun Yan transformed it directly into the ultimate sweep, which deals damage equal to 5 times 1's strength, affecting up to 10 targets. With a current strength of 48, he can inflict a staggering 240 points of damage to 10 targets in the surrounding fan-shaped area. The health of these elite monsters ranges from 1,000 to 1,800. Thus, a single sweep yields greater returns than the highly unlikely critical hits, with a cooldown reduced to 18 seconds thanks to the Master of Techniques, making Shun Yan's output increasingly frenzied. If defeating monsters is such a feat, eliminating adversaries is even more effortless. The current survivors do not possess Shun Yan's reckless investment in vitality or wear vitality-enhancing gear. Few can boast health exceeding 100. Moreover, with previous antagonists like Jiang Hui and Liang Ping, they can be dispatched in an instant, making the task even simpler. With the sweep skill, the pressure on Shun Yan diminishes significantly, and as his temporary allies level up, their equipment and skills also improve, making monster slaying a far less strenuous endeavor. Other survivors are also gaining strength through battle, united in their efforts to gradually eliminate the elite monsters surrounding the boss, the Dark Scorpion. Chapter 74, The Book of Curses and the Recipe for Holy Spirit Potion. As the number of elite monsters dwindles, the unencumbered survivors unleash a fervent assault on the boss, the Dark Scorpion. The archers and mages unleashed their ranged damage while the warriors and rogues charged forward with fervor. The numbers that appeared were not particularly impressive, fluctuating between 5 and 15, for the boss level was significantly higher, resulting in damage mitigation. The low-level survivors were unable to inflict their full potential damage. Fortunately, the number of survivors was considerable, totaling around 10 to 20,000. Even if each individual managed to deal but a single point of damage, a single wave of attacks would amount to tens of thousands, not to mention multiplying this by 10, coupled with the fixed damage from the military's firearms. The fearsome Dark Scorpion, boasting an incredible 500,000 health points, began to lose over half of its vitality, leaving it with only a few 100,000. Shun Yan charged forward, only to discover that the boss was impervious to abnormal conditions. Despite the multitude of skills employed by the survivors, it remained unfazed by stuns, poisons, slowdowns, or burns, leaving them to rely solely on raw damage. In contrast, the boss's area of effect skills could instantly poison all nearby survivors, inflicting a loss of 2 HP per second for 30 seconds. Were it not for the priests frantically casting shields and healing from the rear, the casualties among the survivors would have been devastating. The Dark Scorpion's single-target attacks were even more outrageous, dealing over 200 damage without critical hits. And critical strikes were utterly devastating. Even with the priest's shields, ordinary survivors could not withstand a single blow, leaving only the likes of Shun Yan, the tank, capable of enduring. Many elite soldiers from the official shelters had already perished under the Dark Scorpion's onslaught, with even more members of survivor teams sacrificing themselves. Consequently, Liu Tang commanded that all but the most resilient and heavily armored individuals withdraw immediately, advising that several priests should support each warrior who was tanking the boss. Shun Yan modified his false information. During the battle, his team members had gained several levels, and he could not remain at level 10. So he adjusted his level to 15, increasing his health to 300. With the priest's shields, it was only natural for him to stand firm before the boss. Alongside him were several other warriors, all of whom had invested in physical attributes, serving as the mainstays of their respective teams for tanking. They displayed remarkable synergy, taking turns to draw the boss's fire. With melee classes now in the fray, the military was unable to utilize artillery or bombs, resorting only to gunfire, which dealt significantly reduced damage. However, in conjunction with the archers and mages providing ranged support, they continued to whittle down the boss's health. The Dark Scorpion's HP dwindled from over 100,000 to 90,000, then to 80,000, and 770,000. As its health fell to 30,000, the survivors glimpsed hope. Who could have anticipated that just as the Dark Scorpion appeared on the brink of defeat, it would suddenly employ its healing skill, causing its health to surge from 30,000 to 130,000 in an instant? What the hell? How shameless. The boss can heal 100,000 in one go. Is it insane? No matter. We have the numbers. Let us continue our concentrated assault. Fear not. It is quite normal for the boss to heal. A mere 100,000 will soon be eradicated. The survivors hastened their offensive, further reducing the Dark Scorpion's health from 130,000 to below 100,000. Unexpectedly, as the boss's health plummeted to 40,000, it activated its healing ability once more, causing its health to balloon to 140,000. The majority of survivors erupted in exclamations of disbelief, cursing, and frustration. Yet, their assault did not falter. The damage numbers continued to soar above the boss's head. Fortunately, it only added blood twice before ceasing further aggression. When the death toll of survivors surpassed 1,000, the Dark Scorpion finally succumbed, transforming into an immensely terrifying reservoir of experience points that elevated all standing survivors directly to around level 20, with most ascending 4 to 5 levels, a truly outrageous occurrence. Every survivor was bestowed a victory gift pack, which upon use could randomly yield between 1 to 3 types of item rewards. Shen Yan's illusory level reached 20, while his genuine level ascended from 25 to 28. He allocated the 3 points gained from leveling up into strength, considering that his health pool now stood at 1,000. Supplemented by 4 life-saving items. As long as he refrained from reckless actions, survival in any scenario was assured. Thus, he chose to enhance his strength to amplify his sweep damage. Upon the Dark Scorpion's defeat, NPC merchant Qian Million proclaimed loudly, "All monsters have been eradicated," and the grand opening ceremony was a resounding success. I hereby announce the official opening of the Qian's Mall, where all survivors may enter the mall building and engage in trade with us. Although the mall's stronghold was successfully defended, the loss of over 1,000 individuals cast a pall over the majority of survivors, leaving them despondent rather than jubilant. The Nameless Association also suffered the loss of over 50, comprising classmates and teachers with whom they often convened. Zhang Jun ordered the fallen colleagues and students to be gathered and cremated together, preventing them from rising as zombies and preserving their dignity as humans in death. Other survivor groups, including the official shelters, adopted similar practices. Upon opening his victory gift pack, Shun Yin received 2 items, the Book of Curses and the Holy Spirit Potion Recipe. The Book of Curses, an exceptional accessory, granted 10 to Spirit, allowing the caster to select a target and weaken them, reducing all attributes by 5%. The Holy Spirit Potion Recipe, upon use, would teach its wielder how to concoct the potion, restoring 1,000 HP and 1,000 MP, melee energy, with a usage requirement of level 25. The Book of Curses, being an exceptional accessory, allows for a 5% reduction in all attributes, though this may seem minimal to early players. It becomes a significant figure in the mid to late game when player attributes soar. Inflicting a curse prior to battle can yield tremendous advantages. Had he possessed the Book of Curses before battling the boss, cursing it would have resulted in a reduction of 25,000 HP from its total of 500,000, an absurdly exaggerated impact. Moreover, it reduces all attributes, not merely HP. If wielded skillfully, this accessory could considerably enhance the odds of victory. The Holy Spirit Potion can simultaneously restore 1,000 HP and energy, including mana, making it a superior potion suitable for both melee and ranged classes, capable of playing a decisive role in combat. The recipe was entrusted to Liang Yu. As long as the necessary materials were procured, she could concoct the potion, effectively granting him an additional life to carry with him. The remaining players eagerly opened their victory gift packs, flooding the regional channel with messages. Even the lowest quality rewards were exquisite, while the highest quality items astonishingly reached legendary status. Each individual received different items, entirely at random. Although the 2 items Shun Yen acquired were commendable, he couldn't help but feel envious upon witnessing others obtaining legendary equipment. He attempted to privately message the fortunate survivor who had acquired such illustrious gear, hoping to purchase it. However, numerous survivors had already reached out to the individual, who refused to sell. To prevent the coveted legendary equipment from falling into the wrong hands, the person swiftly vanished from the NPC marketplace's vicinity, leaving no trace, leaving even their teammates bewildered and unable to make contact. Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian, having survived the battle alongside Xin Yan, also secured a substantial number of exceptional items, albeit suited to their respective classes. Xin Yan advised them to keep their treasures. Chapter 75, Qian's Marketplace, National Channel, Player 6636977471. Damn it. The event boss is terrifying. It's utterly unstoppable. Over 10,000 have perished, and all NPCs have been wiped out. Thankfully, I managed to escape invisibly. Otherwise, I would have met the same fate. What a dreadful event. National Channel, Justice Prevails. Which city are you in? Although the event boss is fearsome, if the local military joins forces, we can still defeat it. Our city, H, has successfully defended the marketplace. World Channel, XT6630. We lost over 3,000, but ultimately, we held the marketplace. National Channel, Player 6636977471. Our military in B City was annihilated on the day of the apocalypse, instantly turning into zombies. Now, even the survivor team we painstakingly gathered has been decimated. Is there any city near B that successfully defended the marketplace? B City is too perilous. I must leave. National Channel, Lu Tang. Come to a city. We successfully defended the marketplace here, and we welcome survivors from nearby cities to join our shelter. The local law enforcement and military are present, along with powerful player teams. National Channel, Zhaocheng. Our D City also failed. The remaining survivors wished to go to a city, but sadly lack the strength. National Channel, Lu Tang. Everyone can private message me. As the temporary head of the official shelter in a city, I am more than willing to assist. Transportation helicopters will be dispatched for pickup. National Channel, Player 6636977471. Excellent. I want to sign up. National Channel, Zhaocheng. Me too. Many survivors here are eager to register. The world and national channels were abuzz with activity. Today's caravan event was simultaneously taking place across cities worldwide. While some, like a city, successfully defended their marketplaces, many others faced failure. Survivors in possession of a marketplace could rapidly develop, grow stronger, and enhance their survival capabilities. Thus, survivors from failed cities were understandably eager to relocate to cities with thriving marketplaces. Xin Yan paid little heed to these discussions, choosing instead to accompany his guild members into the heart of the marketplace. The marketplace offered a diverse array of goods, with each level showcasing distinctly different wares. The lowest tier featured a food and beverage section, currently stocked only with basic bread and fresh water. However, there was no limit to purchases. As long as one had the funds, any survivor could acquire ample sustenance to address their hunger and thirst. Bread is sold for 50 game coins, while water costs 20, which is rather expensive, especially considering that they only offer 1 game coin for low-tier raw materials. The buyback prices for low-quality and common equipment vary between 2 to 15 game coins, with only exceptional gear and rare, limited edition items from beginner gift packs fetching a higher price. Nevertheless, this does not dampen the enthusiasm of the players. During a previous event, many players filled their backpacks by defeating monsters, selling all their unwanted items to the NPC shopkeepers in exchange for bread. The items sold by survivors to the NPCs directly appear on the product lists of various shops, listed at 10 times the purchase price. This allows for a lucrative profit, truly embodying the essence of unscrupulous merchants. The second floor houses a potion shop, currently offering only basic healing and mana potions. The third floor is a weapon store, selling weapons for all classes. The fourth floor is a clothing store, specializing in robes for mages and priests. The fifth floor is dedicated to heavy armor, offering metal armor for warriors. The sixth floor features a leather armor shop, catering to rogues and archers. The seventh floor is a jewelry store, selling necklaces, rings, and accessories. The eighth floor is a library, providing various skill books for combat professions, as well as crafting blueprints for life skills. The ninth floor is a general goods store, stocked with assorted supplies. And the 10th floor is a fashion boutique, exclusively selling costumes. Above the 10th floor lies the NPC living quarters, which are off limits to survivors. Although the initial selection of goods in these shops is quite limited and of low quality, most survivors sell their unwanted items to purchase food, thus enriching the inventory of the stores. Who is so bold as to sell green quality weapons to NPCs? How absurd. Green weapons sell for 1,000 game coins. So you are only receiving 100 from the NPC? You might as well trade directly with other survivors, as you could easily exchange for items worth more than 100 game coins. A stockpile of 999 pieces of wood? Who is this impressive individual? Surely, they are not chopping trees every day. Wow, an initial core for sale as well? Which brother is so misguided? This is an essential item for class advancement. Selling it to NPCs is utterly ridiculous. Initial cores are worth 2,000 each. The NPCs are taking advantage. Selling to them yields only 200 game coins. Brothers, I am offering 210 game coins for initial cores. Just 10 pieces, first come, first served. Do you have that many game coins? Yes. I just cleared my inventory and earned 5,000. Wow, what a wealthy individual. I only earned 3,500 coins from clearing my entire backpack. The regional channel is bustling with activity. While survivors with 5,000 game coins are regarded as affluent, Shun Yin discreetly trades with Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian, providing each with 100,000 game coins to indulge in shopping as they please. Carrying a substantial amount of game coins himself, he moves towards the floors that pique his interest. These game coins were all earned from the guild merchant before departing. Shin Yin had an abundance of items, and by casually selling a few sets of unnecessary weapons from his warehouse, he easily acquired over 1 million in funds. After casually wandering about, although there were items available for sale by players, none truly captured Shin Yan's attention until he arrived at the library on the 8th floor, where he finally laid eyes on a product that stirred his heart. First and foremost was the skill book shop, which offered foundational skills for various classes: the warrior's furious roar and impenetrable shield, the rogue's assassination and theft, the archer's poison arrow and hunting trap, the mage's explosive spell and magical bread, and the priest's antidote and curse removal. The price for each skill book was steep, set at 1,000 coins apiece. The survivor, referred to as a wealthy patron, had exhausted all his funds and could afford only 5 tomes. Without hesitation, Shun Yin purchased every skill book available in the shop. However, a sudden realization struck him. Where had the skill books gone? He had just accumulated 1,000 game coins. Who could be so unscrupulous? This was infuriating. His explosive spell. But wait, how much would it cost to acquire so many skill books? With 10 copies of each available, and each priced at 1,000, that amounted to a staggering 100,000 coins. With 10 types of skill books, that was a total of 1 million game coins. Who could possibly possess such wealth? It was inconceivable. The richest individual had emptied their inventory for only 5,000 coins. Hey, is there a bug? He called out. NPCs, come explain this. Dear customer, all transactions at the Qian's Mall are conducted fairly and justly. There are no discrepancies, came the reply. Tell me, who purchased all the skill books? I refuse to believe anyone could spend 100,000 coins. No one could amass that much wealth. Apologies, but customer information cannot be disclosed. It is against our principles. Then who exactly bought the skill books? Can someone at least make a sound? Are you willing to sell them at a markup? We do not accept absurd prices. While the survivors speculated that someone might be attempting to resell for a profit, Shun Yin paid them no mind. After acquiring the skill books, he settled in a corner to study them. Chapter 76. The race for skill books. Furious Roar enhances one's strength by 10 points for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 4 minutes. Impenetrable Shield grants the warrior a protective barrier, mitigating 50 points of damage for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. Both warrior skills were quite commendable, prompting Shin Yin to learn them promptly. Upon transformation to their ultimate forms, the effects were significantly amplified. Ultimate Furious Roar boosts strength by 40 points for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of merely 24 seconds. Ultimate Impenetrable Shield provides a formidable barrier that absorbs 400 points of damage for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 30 seconds, with a strength increase of 40 points. Combined with his gear and attributes, Shin Yan's power surged past 91, a truly formidable feat. This meant that when he unleashed his sweeping attack, he could inflict damage equal to 91 multiplied by 5, resulting in a staggering 455 points of damage, capable of simultaneously affecting 10 targets. Such damage could instantly obliterate monsters of equal or even higher levels, while elite creatures could be dispatched in 3 or 4 sweeping strikes, rendering leveling and hunting utterly effortless. Regrettably, lacking a single target attack skill limited his potential further. Perhaps he could refresh the shop later to see if any survivors were selling related skill books or inquire about purchasing them. The Ultimate Shield Defense offers Shun Yin the remarkable ability to absorb 400 points of damage. When combined with the additional 200 points provided by Jiang Yun, it results in an astonishing total of 600 points of health. Truly outrageous. While awaiting the next opportunity, he decides to peruse the recipe blueprints nearby. Within, he discovers an array of fundamental recipes, medicinal formulas, and basic architectural, carpentry, blacksmithing, and tailoring blueprints, each priced at 500. This time, Shun Yin refrains from emptying the inventory. Instead, he purchases one of each recipe and blueprint, sending them to the unnamed headquarters for the girls to learn. Afterward, he continues to monitor the skill book shop. Noticing that other survivors are similarly fixated, yet none seem willing to sell. It appears that everyone is tightly clutching their skill books. 10 minutes later, A survivor rushes to the NPC, exclaiming his intent to sell a skill book. Instantly, other survivors swarm around him, eagerly inquiring about the book. Are you selling a skill book? What class is it for? Do you have any mage skill books? Don't sell to the NPC. Can you sell it to me? Seeing the crowd, the survivor preparing to sell raises his hand for silence, fully aware that selling to the NPC would yield a mere 100 game coins. If not for urgent need, he would certainly hesitate. Now that survivors are interested, he might fetch a good price, so he calls out, I have a warrior skill book that dropped during a previous event. It can be learned at level 10. This skill is a single target attack called continuous slash. It strikes the target twice, dealing double strength damage. Who needs it? Bid on the spot. If the price is right, I will sell. Upon hearing this, non-warrior classes disperse, leaving a few warriors to compete. Brother, if you sell to the shop, you'll only get 100 game coins. I'll buy it for 105. One steps forward. 105? Are you joking? Brother, don't sell to him. I'll offer you 120 game coins. I'll go 130. 135. 140. Enough of this. I'll pay 200. Sell me the skill book. A warrior wielding a spear pushes through the crowd, determined to secure the book. The surrounding warriors, though eager to continue bidding, realize that game coins are needed for precious food and armor. Spending 200 on a skill book feels too steep. Given their limited funds, it seems I am the highest bidder. The spear-wielding warrior declares, surveying the crowd with satisfaction. That's already twice what you'd get from the NPC. You're making a fortune. Let us conclude this trade. All right. The survivor preparing to sell nods, pleased with the offer, as it is double what he would receive from the NPC. Just as the transaction is about to take place, Shenyan's voice interjects. I'll offer 300. Really? You're willing to spend 300 game coins on my skill book? The spear-wielding warrior scowls, turning to Shenyan. What are you trying to pull? I simply require this skill book and am willing to pay a high price. This is fair competition, not disruption. If you have the funds, feel free to raise your bid. Shenyan shrugs nonchalantly. The spear-wielding warrior grits his teeth and turns to the seller, stating, I'll go as high as 350. I'll offer 400. Shenyan replies without hesitation. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The warrior, now furious, brandishes his spear and strides menacingly towards Shenyan. After taking just a few steps, a group of NPC guardians rushed in, effectively obstructing his path. Fighting is strictly prohibited within the shopping mall, the NPC warned. Noticing that these guardians were all around level 40, the spear-wielding warrior immediately restrained himself, muttering, my apologies. He then shot a fierce glare at Shenyan, declaring, Kid, I'll remember you. Let us settle this outside. The winner claims the skill book. Uft. I can buy it right now. Shenyan called out to the survivor selling books. Trade with me. I'll pay 400 game coins immediately. Certainly. The survivor eagerly agreed and promptly conducted the trade. Shenyan paid the 400 game coins and successfully acquired the skill chain slash. The spear-wielding warrior, witnessing the transaction, regarded Shenyan with a look akin to that reserved for the deceased. Very well. Dare to intercept my business, and you are doomed. You better not show your face outside the mall for the rest of your life. Shenyan ignored him and immediately learned chain slash, which evolved into ultimate chain slash, enabling him to strike a target twice consecutively, dealing damage tenfold his strength. This meant Shenyan could inflict 910 points of damage, capable of nearly obliterating some low-level elite monsters with a single blow. The might of an ultimate warrior was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, after waiting another half hour, no other survivors were selling skill books. Only a few recipes for cooking, medicine, and a limited number of crafting blueprints were available. Shenyan, unreserved, purchased all of them. While contemplating what to buy next, Jiang Yun suddenly sent a private message. Junior, hurry to the 9th floor. There are numerous special items for sale. I'm on my way. Shun Yin promptly left the library and headed straight to the 9th floor. The grocery store on this level was more bustling than others, with countless survivors gathered, creating a veritable sea of people. Upon approaching the NPC to browse the list of goods, he discovered a plethora of special items, presumably sold by other survivors. What particularly intrigued Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing were the toys categorized as crafts. Even in a post-apocalyptic world, girls could not shake their fondness for cute items. Next were some fashionable bags. These were not the luxury bags of everyday life, but rather containers resembling them, serving as additional storage within the game. Each of these bags featured 8 slots, superior to the previous cloth bags, and were more stylish, albeit at an exorbitant price of 2,000 game coins each, enough to purchase 2 skill books. As for the money he had previously given the 5 girls, a glance at their transformed appearances revealed they had evidently splurged on expensive outfits, adorned with sparkling jewelry, likely exhausting their funds. 100,000 game coins. Was it the clothing that was costly, or the jewelry they donned? Summoning him over was clearly an invitation for him to finance their bag purchases. Shunyin was quite indifferent. After all, it was easy for him to earn game coins by selling a few items, so he felt no regret. Moreover, The grocery store contained several intriguing special items that piqued his interest. Chapter 77. The Forgotten Gem. After purchasing bags for Jiang Yun and her companions, Shun Yin examined the grocery store's inventory. Indeed, it was replete with special items, more than half of which were ornamental crafts and luxury goods, serving no purpose beyond aesthetic appeal. The remaining items had some utility. For example, the new bags he had just bought for Jiang Yun and the others were excellent containers that expanded their virtual inventory. Among the myriad of enticing items, one particular artifact captured Shun Yan's attention, the Gem of Oblivion. This remarkable gem has the power to erase prior vocational training while preserving one's profession, allowing individuals to re-enter the training arena. Priced at a staggering 100,000 game coins, this item grants survivors the opportunity to return to their vocational training grounds. The singular function of entering these training grounds is to reselect the training difficulty. In essence, even a survivor who initially chose a standard profession can, by utilizing this gem, opt for enhanced, superior, or even ultimate training environments. This is indeed a coveted item. At present, other survivors cannot afford it, as a single gem costs a fortune. Perhaps Lu Tang from the official shelter could rally the efforts of thousands of survivors to collectively gather enough funds for just a couple of these gems. However, for Shun Yin, this was hardly a concern. A mere 100,000 coins was trivial. By selling a few pieces of green equipment acquired from events, he could effortlessly amass millions. Green weapons and gear can fetch at least 50 coins from NPCs, with some exceeding 100, translating to a potential yield of 500,000 to 1 million from just 10,000 coins. Coupled with white gear, it was a simple endeavor. The Gem of Oblivion is only effective for combat professions, as life professions do not require entry into the training arena and lack level differentiation. Initially, when interacting with Jiang Yun and her companions, Shun Yin was guarded due to their unfamiliarity, needing their combat prowess while concealing his own talents. Now, the dynamic has shifted. These young women have become members of his faction, and through continued interaction and the frequent gifting of various supplies, their loyalty and fondness for him have soared above 90. Earlier, by providing them with game coins for casual spending and purchasing bags for them, he managed to increase their loyalty and affection by 5 points each, tipping the scales past the crucial 90 threshold. With loyalty and affection exceeding 90, betrayal is unlikely and trust is assured. It is at this moment that the Gem of Oblivion becomes invaluable. Currently, the shop has only 10 of these gems available, and Shun Yin immediately sold off unnecessary weapons and equipment, securing enough to acquire them all. Once in possession of the gems, he privately messaged Jiang Yun and the others. I have procured something extraordinary. Let's discuss it in a more secluded location. Without hesitation, Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian followed Shun Yin into the corridor, halting near a quiet emergency exit, ensuring no other survivors were present. Shun Yin distributed 1 Gem of Oblivion to each of them. What is this? Lin Qingqing inquired with curiosity. I just bought it from the general store. It costs 100,000 each. Shun Yin replied. Using this item allows you to re-enter the vocational training arena and reselect your difficulty level. Why would we need to retrain? Is it truly beneficial? Jiang Yin questioned, perplexed. You are all enhanced professions now. While your attributes surpass those of standard professions, it is still not sufficient. Shun Yin explained. To be candid, I initially harbored reservations about you, which is why I only offered you enhanced professions. However, having spent time together, I have come to trust you completely. Now that I possess this gem, I hope each of you can transition into ultimate professions. Ultimate professions? The young women echoed in unison, their expressions laden with confusion as they looked at him. In truth, I am the ultimate warrior, having concealed my true strength, said Shun Yin. The ultimate profession allows one to unleash unparalleled combat prowess, a stark contrast to mere enhancement. You are an ultimate warrior? I recall that entering the ultimate training ground requires 1,000 elementary crystals. Jiang Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, where did you acquire so many elementary crystals? Lin Qingqing inquired with a puzzled expression. Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian shared their astonishment, their gazes filled with curiosity. To be candid, there were initially 3 novice gift packs in the university town. I obtained the last one. I want to elaborate further. But I can tell you that my speed in acquiring resources from defeating monsters far surpasses that of ordinary survivors. Thus, obtaining resources, including elementary crystals, is exceedingly effortless for me, Shun Yin explained. In fact, during this period, I have amassed a significant quantity of elementary crystals, and this event yielded even more from monster drops. A mere few thousand is trivial. With that, he engaged in transactions with the girls, providing each of them with 1,000 elementary crystals. Upon receiving the crystals, the 5 girls were left speechless, for these items are incredibly precious, serving as vital materials for players to change professions, as well as being in high demand for enchanting and several other crafting professions. So, you want us to retrain and become ultimate professionals? Jiang Yun asked. Isn't the investment rather substantial? Not at all. Shen Yin chuckled. This expenditure is negligible for me. Once you grow stronger, you will be able to assist me to a greater extent. I'll keep watch while you focus on your retraining. The 5 girls, now utterly loyal to Shen Yin, understood that their initial unfamiliarity had led to some concealment and wariness, which was entirely natural. After all, Jiang Yun had once attempted to reclaim a firearm from him. Now that Shen Yin was candid with them, it indicated that he regarded them as allies, which was a positive development. Moreover, his generous gift of such valuable items to facilitate their transition to ultimate professions was noteworthy. Without hesitation, they all utilized the forgetting gem to embark on their new professional training, and indeed, difficulty levels appeared. This time, everyone selected the ultimate profession and diligently entered the training grounds. Regardless of how long they remained in the training scenarios, within a mere second, they all returned to reality. Upon their return, they had seamlessly transitioned from enhanced professions to ultimate professions, experiencing a substantial increase in attributes and an enhancement of their skills. Jiang Yun's ultimate shield, which previously absorbed 200 points of damage, now had the capacity to absorb 1,000 points, marking an astonishing leap. No matter whom she shielded, they could instantly become a veritable tank. Her healing spell had also improved, enabling her to restore several times the previous amount of health within a short duration, proving crucial in prolonged battles. Zhuang Xian's stealth capabilities were heightened, making her less detectable, and her movement speed while cloaked had increased, allowing her to execute ambushes that resulted in prolonged stuns. Lin Qingqing's eagle eye could see further, and her consecutive shots possessed greater might. Lin Wan's combat prowess had now matched Shen Yin's. As for Sun Xian, her fireball, explosion, and freezing spells had seen a dramatic increase in damage output, making her a formidable force. Upon their transformation into ultimate professionals, the loyalty and fondness the 5 girls felt for Shen Yin further escalated. Lin Qingqing reached the pinnacle of loyalty at 100 points, while her affection score mirrored that of Du Feifei, reaching 99. Next is Jiang Yun, with a loyalty of 98 and a favorability score of 97. Zhuan Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian all have their loyalty adjusted to 97, while their favorability towards Shen Yin has also changed to 96. With just a few more interactions, it will be effortless to elevate their loyalty to 100 and favorability to 99. It seems that a favorability score of 99 is not an exclusive threshold for Du Feifei. Rather, it applies to everyone, indicating that there must be a decisive condition to surpass the final hurdle and achieve maximum value. Chapter 78, The Membership Trading Station. The remaining few forgetting gems will be set aside for now, as I will observe whether Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan can elevate their loyalty above 90. If they can reach 90, I shall allow them to use it, transforming them all into ultimate professions, thereby strengthening the power of the subguild and revealing their true identities to them. All necessary items have been acquired. However, other survivors may sell more supplies to the NPC shop. Shen Yin instructed Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Zhuan Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian to each monitor a different floor for the merchandise list, and if they spot something worthwhile, they must purchase it immediately. To facilitate this, each was given 100,000 game coins, with the option to request more if needed. He himself prepared to leave the mall to search for a suitable new stronghold for settlement, intending to relocate the guild's base to foster rapid development. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to exit the mall, an NPC approached him, bowing respectfully. Esteemed Mr. Shen Yin, your spending at Archien's mall has exceeded 1 million, granting you VIP membership. Here is your membership card. Please accept it. A membership card? Shen Yin accepted the gilded card from the NPC and inquired with curiosity. What is the purpose of this card? Does it provide any discounts when checking out? The NPC replied respectfully, Mr. Shen, this membership card does not offer discounts. Its sole purpose is to grant you access to the membership trading station. What is the membership trading station? Shen Yin asked. The NPC explained that it is located on the 20th floor of the mall and is not open to the public. Only members who have spent over 1 million, proving their substantial purchasing power, are eligible for entry. The trading station offers various expensive items, far more valuable than those found in ordinary shops. Aside from myself, who else possesses a membership card? Shen Yin inquired. Mr. Shen is currently our only member at Qian's, but another individual, Mr. Lu Tang, is very close to qualifying for membership. Upon hearing this, Shen Yin declared, in that case, I shall first take a tour of the membership trading station. As the sole member, he could select from the finest goods before anyone else. Should Lu Tang also gain access, they would undoubtedly compete for the best items. Under the NPC's guidance, Shunyin swiftly ascended to the 20th floor via a private elevator, where he indeed found the exclusive trading station, guarded by a multitude of bodyguards at the entrance. Upon entering, the trading station was organized into counters according to product categories, each clearly labeled. The food shop on the first floor only sold bread and water, yet here, one could find expensive delicacies such as matsutake mushrooms, caviar, and steak, as well as processed meat from mutated beasts. The prices of these foods were exorbitant, with the cheapest item costing 5,000 game coins, rendering it a sheer extravagance merely for sustenance. Shunyin harbored modest expectations when it came to food, especially since his own monster hunting endeavors had yielded a bounty of delectable provisions, which he chose to overlook. The second shop specialized in equipment for various classes, and to his astonishment, all items were of exquisite blue quality. Each class boasted a unique set, with every component priced at 5,000, rendering them quite costly. The warrior's set was the scorpion armor, comprising the scorpion helm, scorpion pauldrons, scorpion chestplate, scorpion bracers, scorpion gloves, scorpion greaves, and scorpion boots. Scorpion helm, exquisite, defense, 100 to 150. Strength, 5, stamina, 7, spirit, 3, durability, 500, equipment requirement, level 20. Scorpion pauldrons, exquisite, defense, 180 to 200, strength, 3, stamina, 4, spirit, 2, durability, 500, equipment requirement, level 20. Scorpion chestplate, exquisite, defense, 260 to 300, strength, 8, stamina, 8, spirit, 5, durability, 600, equipment requirement, level 20. Scorpion bracers, exquisite, defense, 60 to 80, strength, 3, stamina, 5, spirit, 5, durability, 300, equipment requirement, level 20. Scorpion gloves, exquisite, defense, 85 to 100, strength, 4, stamina, 5, spirit, 6, durability, 400, equipment requirement, level 20. Scorpion greaves, exquisite, defense, 210 to 270, strength, 6, stamina, 6, spirit, 7, durability, 500, equipment requirement, level 20. Scorpion boots, exquisite, defense, 130 to 160, strength, 4, stamina, 7, spirit, 3, durability, 300, equipment requirement, level 20. The set granted a singular attribute, strength 10, stamina 10, spirit 10, with a 2 chance to poison the target upon attack, necessitating the complete scorpion ensemble for activation. Without hesitation, Shunyin purchased the entire set for a total of 35,000 and equipped it immediately. Unexpectedly, he found his previous gear rendered obsolete in a short span. The scorpion set exponentially enhanced his attributes. When factoring in subsequent enchantments, his strength soared to 133, stamina to 152, and spirit to 75. This meant that his whirlwind strike could unleash a staggering 330 points of damage, while his cleave could inflict an impressive 665 points, totaling an output of 650 points against 10 monsters. Now, with a single charge combined with whirlwind strike and cleave, even elite monsters of the same level with diminished health would be vanquished in an instant, while those with greater vitality would be left with mere remnants of life. The stuns would likely be ineffective, as he could unleash another ground smash, delivering yet another devastating blow. Moreover, his defense was astonishing. Wearing this set, he could withstand attacks from bosses of equal level without suffering significant damage, particularly with the Shield of Defense absorbing 400 points and Jiang Yun, now an ultimate priest, allowing him to absorb an additional 1,000 points. With such elevated vitality, his health reached 520 points, and with the shield factored in, it amounted to 2,920, comparable to that of a wild boss. The shop also offered the Mage's Wisdom set, the Priest's Devotion set, the Rogue's Shadow Strike set, and the Archer's Eagle Eye set, all capable of significantly enhancing their respective class attributes. Regrettably, there exists but a single set of equipment, which Shunyin promptly acquires in its entirety. Lin Wan, also a warrior, finds herself rather unfortunate, having to rely on the anger set that Shunyin has replaced. She then makes her way to the nearby bookstore NPC, where various new recipes and blueprints for different life professions are available. Regardless of their utility, she purchases them all, among which is a blueprint for a mutated beast skin backpack, capable of crafting an additional 12-slot bag, greatly enhancing her virtual inventory capacity. It is imperative that Zhou Yinfeng manufactures this expeditiously. In terms of combat professions, there are warrior skill books such as Taunt, Fearless, Cautious, and Fury. Taunt serves as a monster-attracting skill, drawing the target's aggression towards oneself. The Fearless skill amplifies attack power while diminishing defense, whereas Cautious enhances defense at the cost of attack. Fury accelerates attack speed and critical hit rate, but significantly reduces defense and evasion. The latter three skills can only exist in a single state. Activating Fearless will negate Cautious and Fury, and the same applies to the other two. Next are the Priest skill books: Greater Healing, Magic Barrier, Mental Strike, and Blessing. The Rogue skill books include Throat Slit, Bone Slash, Assassination, and Silent Movement. The Archer skill books feature Triple Shot, Scatter Shot, Rain of Arrows, and Aiming. Lastly, the Mage skill books encompass Blink, Ice Blade, Wind Blade, and Flame Blade. These skill books are also limited to a single copy, which Shunyin purchases entirely. To her surprise, the adjacent general store NPC offers Guild Tower War application forms and shopping mall teleportation symbols. The Guild Tower War application allows a guild leader to apply for an assault on the guild tower. If they can occupy the tower and eliminate all foes within the stipulated time, they will gain usage rights to the guild tower. The shopping mall teleportation symbol, when utilized, enables one to teleport to the current mall with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Chapter 79. Provocation and Counterattack. The shopping mall teleportation symbols are indeed valuable assets, and they are sold without limit, allowing one to purchase as many as desired. Shunyin opts to acquire several thousand, as she intends to relocate the guild's base closer to the mall. Initially, she had concerns regarding the logistics of moving, pondering whether the official sanctuary would permit the use of aircraft to transport all guild members, considering they too would require the aircraft. Without such means, traversing on foot would necessitate clearing trees and enduring a long journey. Now, however, she can simply teleport to the guild's residence and transport supplies back to the mall, facilitating a swift and hassle-free process. Upon reviewing the Guild Tower War application, she notes the rules governing the Guild Tower Wars. Only the guild leader is permitted to use the application. Once applied, the Guild Tower War mode commences the following day, allowing guild members to directly embark on an assault against the guild tower within the designated area. Should multiple guilds apply on the same day, war will be initiated within the specified time frame, with members of the competing guilds becoming adversaries, engaging in a fierce battle to determine the ultimate victor. However, if only one guild submits an application and the guild tower is unclaimed, NPC guards will automatically spawn, and they must be defeated to successfully seize control of the guild tower. The level of the NPC guards corresponds to the average level of the applying guild's members. Each city is home to 4 guild towers, situated in the cardinal directions, and as this mall is located in the Eastern District, it activates the guild tower in the Eastern District. The guild tower is intricately connected to the marketplace. Capturing the guild tower in the Eastern District transforms it into a guild territory, allowing for the collection of 10% of commercial taxes from the marketplace each month, provided the guild can maintain control of the tower against rival factions. Within the guild tower lies a treasure vault, which refreshes guild chests weekly, accessible solely by the guild leader. These chests randomly yield various coveted items, with a minuscule chance of obtaining fragments of divine artifacts. Presently, there exists but one guild in City A, known as the Nameless Guild, along with its branch. At this juncture, defeating NPCs will suffice to seize the guild tower, securing that vital 10% revenue in the weekly chests, an opportunity that must not be overlooked. Furthermore, the interior of the guild tower is vast, resembling a grand castle capable of housing thousands, thereby alleviating the need for a separate domicile, allowing guild members to reside within its walls. According to the rules, different guilds may form alliances. Once allied, both the occupying team and their allies can reside within the tower. However, the leaders of allied guilds do not benefit from the guild taxes, nor can they access the treasure vault, necessitating communication and prearranged conditions between allies. The Nameless Guild's headquarters and branch do not face this dilemma, as the branch members are inherently loyal to Shunyin, belonging to the same team. It is imperative that Du Feifei, the acting guild leader, forges an alliance with the branch and subsequently applies for the Guild Tower War, striving to secure it expeditiously. The Guild Tower will materialize immediately following the first application for war, situated conveniently near the marketplace, undoubtedly in a prime location. After surveying the surroundings and finding no superior offerings, Shunyin prepared to depart. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned and beckoned an NPC attendant to approach. "May I inquire if, as a VIP member, I can make special requests?" The attendant promptly responded, "Please feel free to share your requests. We will consider them accordingly." Shunyin continued, "Is it possible for you to deliver the daily inventory list of items to my hands? This way, I can promptly purchase the necessary goods." The NPC attendant readily replied, "As a valued VIP customer of the Qian's marketplace, such a minor request is certainly feasible. Kindly provide us with a detailed address, and we will ensure the inventory list reaches you at the earliest opportunity each day." Delighted by the agreement, Shunyin nodded, "I shall provide the address later. We are preparing to relocate and will settle near the marketplace. We look forward to your arrival. With this matter settled, Shen Yan's spirits lifted. He sought out Jiang Yun and the others, distributing the majority of the marketplace teleportation symbols to them, instructing that each member of the nameless branch receive one under the guild's name, while coordinating with Zhang Jun regarding the relocation arrangements. Jiang Yun and the others promptly complied, contacting Zhang Jun to explain the situation and distributing the teleportation symbols according to the branch's headcount. Zhang Jun immediately summoned all guild members to gather. Just as Shen Yan exited the marketplace, he encountered the spear-wielding warrior blocking his path, flanked by several unfamiliar survivors with unfriendly expressions. "So, you finally emerged?" The warrior stepped forward, his cohorts encircling Shen Yan. "Ah, were you lurking here?" Shen Yan was unperturbed, his strength was ample, and the survivors before him posed no threat whatsoever. "I shall grant you an opportunity. Surrender the skill book, and I will pretend this incident never occurred," threatened the spear-wielding warrior, "or else, do not blame me for resorting to force. Hand over the skill book immediately. Do you wish to live? Comply without hesitation. Produce it now." The warrior's cohorts clamored in agreement. With a smile, Shen Yan retorted, "I am a member of the Nameless Guild. Do you truly wish to challenge us?" The spear warrior waved dismissively. "However, to avoid complications, let us relocate to a more secluded area. Take him away." His followers promptly brandished their weapons, coercing Shen Yan to accompany them. Unfazed, Shen Yan followed as they departed the marketplace, arriving at a quiet locale. The streets lay deserted, far from the watchful gaze of NPC sentinels, with no other survivors in sight. "You there, if you wish to survive, surrender the skill book." The spear warrior and his entourage surrounded Shen Yan once more, their expressions menacing. "I have already utilized the skill book. Even if I hadn't, I would not relinquish it to you." Shen Yan crossed his arms, grinning. "You may as well return to where you feel comfortable. Seeking death are we?" The spear warrior, incensed, immediately commanded, "Kill him." There is still a chance that the items used and the skill book will drop. Upon receiving the order, the accompanying survivors swiftly closed in, preparing to attack. As the spear warrior and his followers approached within range of his skills, Shen Yan swiftly unleashed a ground-shaking attack, stunning them instantly. He then broke free from their encirclement, carefully positioning himself to encompass all within a sweeping arc, executing a devastating strike. With damage exceeding 600, no survivor at this level could withstand such an onslaught. In mere moments, they all fell, without even a chance to retaliate. Their demise granted Shen Yan a substantial influx of experience points, war honors, and a plethora of materials and equipment. Now, having amassed wealth from the fallen survivors, their combined contributions amounted to 1,275 game coins, multiplied by 10,000. This translated to an astonishing 12,750,000 game coins. Could this truly be the case? If so, forsaking item sales in favor of slaying adversaries could easily yield untold riches. Did this not encourage survivors to turn on one another? Even if other survivors lacked such exponential drops, seizing their game coins would suffice. Chapter 80. The Guild Tower War. Shun, are you alright? I heard a group took you away. Where are you? Do you need assistance? Jiang Yun privately messaged Shen Yan, filled with concern. I'm fine, Shen Yan replied. A few overconfident individuals have already met their end at my hands. I am no longer the bullied figure of the past. That's a relief. Jiang Yun felt reassured. The apocalypse magnifies the darker aspects of human nature. One encounters all manner of individuals, so it is wise to remain cautious. Understood. I shall join you shortly. Shen Yan arrived at the assembly point of the Nameless Branch, where Jiang Yun had already handed over the guild's teleportation symbols. Zhang Jun and the others had gathered, and he addressed all the guild members. I have just received instructions from Mr. Nameless. The headquarters has issued a precious teleportation symbol to every branch member. Everyone is to teleport to the guild's base. Quickly pack your belongings and bring all supplies. Tomorrow morning, we will use the teleportation symbols to return here. The resources in the university town are limited. Our guild will settle near the mall, making trade and interaction with other survivors more convenient. Now, everyone, line up to receive your symbols. We will discuss the rest later. The guild members present orderly collected their teleportation symbols. Shen Yan, although not required to take one since he owned much of the supplies himself, still accepted a symbol due to his current status as a regular branch member. Once everyone teleported back, they appeared in the university town. Jiang Yun and her 5 companions returned to the headquarters base to retrieve the supplies Shen Yan had stored in the warehouse and informed the other girls of the situation. The Guild Tower War application arrived in Du Feifei's hands, and she promptly followed Shen Yan's instructions to apply for an alliance with the branch president, Zhang Jun. After forming the alliance, she used the application to officially initiate the Guild Tower War. City System Channel Nameless and Nameless Branch have officially formed an alliance. City System Channel, Nameless Guild has applied for the Guild Tower War. A guild tower has appeared in the East District. City system message. Nameless guild will attack the guild tower in the East District tomorrow. We advise unrelated survivors to steer clear of the war zone to avoid collateral damage. What is going on? A guild tower war? Can someone explain? Nameless and nameless branch. One headquarters and one branch. How did they acquire two building tools? This is absurd. Where did these building tools drop? Please enlighten me. Amidst so many terrifying zombies and mutated creatures outside, who has the time for a guild war? Does the Nameless Guild accept new members? I want to join. Just give me food, and I'll do anything. I wish to join. Point me to the battlefield. Please. Esteemed members of the Nameless Guild, contact me. Over 50 survivors here wish to join. Are there benefits to joining the guild? Is there a food supply? I am a blacksmith. Does the guild need one? I work hard. The sudden system announcement stirred the entire A city. All survivors within the city saw it. As the system message was in striking red, highly conspicuous, Liu Tang, the leader of the official shelter in a city, was also taken aback by the news and immediately contacted Zhang Jun to inquire about the guild tower. Zhang Jun had no answers. He could only inform Liu Tang that this was a decision made by the headquarters, and he himself was still bewildered by the notion of the guild tower war. Unable to proactively contact Nameless, as he did not even have the real name, he could only wait for Nameless to reach out, making it impossible for Zhang Jun to share Nameless contact details with Liu Tang. He could only relay messages and see if Nameless would willingly communicate and disclose further information. Liu Tang did not press the matter. He merely asked Zhang Jun to convey his message, accepting whatever attitude Nameless would take. After all, the official sanctuary has yet to establish guild-related tools. Thus, even expressing a desire to participate is futile. The only recourse is to inquire about the specifics of the guild tower war. The unnamed guild possesses considerable strength. Although the official sanctuary boasts a larger population, the opposing side has successfully transitioned more combat classes than the sanctuary itself. Despite possessing an array of advanced weaponry, Liu Tang is reluctant to engage in conflict with such a formidable force. Zhang Jun relayed this to Shen Yan, who did not respond directly to Liu Tang. Instead, he instructed Zhang Jun to inform the other party that the application for the guild tower war could be purchased in the marketplace, which includes a detailed description. On that day, members of the unnamed guild and its branches gathered all their resources and placed them into the virtual backpacks of guild members. As for the tangible resources, which could not be stored in virtual backpacks, they were meticulously boxed and packed. After spending the night in the university town, the following morning, all members of the allied headquarters and branches utilized the commerce teleportation talisman, instantly vanishing from the university town and reappearing within the confines of the Qian family mall. They promptly exited the mall building and followed the system's directives to the guild tower region. 1 kilometer to the east of the mall, a towering edifice rose majestically. Surrounding this tower, numerous guild structures clustered together, encased by formidable walls that exuded grandeur. Countless archers were stationed atop the walls, while NPC warriors, archers, and rogues guarded every entrance. This imposing formation startled the members of the unnamed branch. Zhang Jun sought counsel from Jiang Yun and others on how to approach the guild tower war. Jiang Yun conveyed that the unnamed guild requested all members to remain in place. Before long, the leader of the unnamed guild made his appearance, advancing alone toward the entrance of the guild tower. Meanwhile, no one in the branch noticed Shun Yan's absence. All attention was drawn to the guild tower, and none suspected that the figure appearing there was, in fact, Shun Yan himself. Upon approaching the entrance, Shun Yan observed that all the defending NPCs were between levels 15 and 18. Though their numbers were substantial, with his current gear and attributes, he could breach their defenses single-handedly. The presence of other members would only hinder him. Before departing, he had instructed Jiang Yun to cast a shield on him and subsequently invoked a blessing. The blessing would slightly enhance his teammates' attack and magical attack power, while Jiang Yun's ultimate blessing could significantly amplify these effects. For safety's sake, he first switched to a cautious state, maximizing his defensive capabilities, summoned a sturdy shield for protection, and consumed a defensive potion. With preparations complete, he charged boldly toward the entrance of the guild tower. As he entered the archer's range, arrows rained down upon him like a tempest. Shun Yan raised his shield in defense. The downpour of arrows struck him, but all damage was absorbed by his protective shield. Upon reaching the entrance, he was confronted by NPC warriors and rogues attempting to intercept him. With a single ground-shaking strike, he incapacitated them all, then executed a sweeping attack, effortlessly dispatching them. As the second wave surged forward, they surrounded him with frenzied assaults, yet none could breach his shield. The level disparity was insurmountable. Even the highest-level NPCs, at level 18, could not inflict harm upon him, as Shun Yan was currently at level 28. Once his sweeping attack cooled down, he unleashed another fatal blow against them. The NPCs could not withstand Shun Yan's prowess. His attributes were overwhelmingly formidable, compounded by the Stark level advantage, allowing him to traverse the battlefield as if it were unguarded. Outside, the members of the Nameless Guild beheld Shun Yin as he carved his way through the entrance with unparalleled prowess, leaving the NPCs utterly defenseless before him. A spectacle almost beyond belief. It became evident that the Nameless Guild was remarkably formidable. Perhaps by following him, survival in this brutal apocalypse was within reach. Chapter 81. Seizing the guild tower. Having eliminated the NPCs at the entrance, Shun Yin privately messaged Jiang Yun, "Reinforce my shield." Upon receiving the command, Jiang Yun promptly reactivated the ultimate protective shield around him. Shun Yin, enhancing his defense with a solid shield, was once again at full capacity as he charged directly toward the heart of the guild tower. This time, he did not linger. The main force of the NPCs lay at the entrance, already dispatched, leaving only scattered patrolling NPCs within, incapable of posing any threat. Most were obliterated before they could even detect his presence, swiftly dispatched by his charge and battle roar, and those that survived met their end by a series of slashes. Never afforded a moment to retaliate, he ascended to the pinnacle of the guild tower, where the boss, guard captain, and 4 elite guild tower elite guards emerged. The guard captain, at level 20, possessed 5,000 health points, while the elite guards, at level 18, had 3,000 health points each. To other guild members, these NPCs would be considered formidable adversaries. However, before Shun Yin, they were hardly worth mentioning. His level far surpassed theirs, allowing him to utterly dominate. Augmented by his extraordinary skills as an ultimate class, he charged forward with a battle roar, diminishing the NPC's attack power by 75%, followed by a slashing strike that reduced the guard captain's health by a fifth, and then unleashed a sweeping attack that incapacitated all NPCs, stunning them in a rapid upheaval. The guard captain was not immune to the stun effect, and together with his elite guards, they lost their capacity to resist, providing Shun Yin the opportunity to unleash a flurry of attacks. By the time they recovered from their stupor, their health had dwindled to half. The boss and his elite guards launched a furious assault. Yet, due to the disparity in levels, their damage to Shun Yin remained minimal. He deftly blocked their strikes. And just as they managed to breach his protective shield, he reinforced it once more with a solid shield, rendering the NPC's efforts utterly tormenting. When Shun Yin executed his final sweeping strike, the guard captain and his 4 elite guards could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed simultaneously. No experience points were awarded, nor were any spoils dropped. It appeared that the NPCs involved in the guild tower conflict were distinct from the wild monsters outside. City Channel. The Nameless Guild has defeated the guards and successfully seized the guild tower. City Channel. The Nameless Guild has incorporated the eastern district of City A into its governance, enabling taxation on the commercial establishments therein. City Channel. The Nameless Guild has increased monster killing experience by 20 within the boundaries of City A, with a 10 enhancement in loot drop rates. Goodness, is it truly this exhilarating? The Nameless Guild is set to soar. Being able to impose taxes at the marketplace will yield substantial monthly revenues. Wealth awaits. Is the guild leader present? I wish to join. Are there any high-ranking guild officials with recruitment privileges? I want to become a member of the Nameless Guild. Let me in. Let me in. The increase in monster killing experience by 20% and the 10% boost in loot drop rates. Such benefits are astonishing. I implore the Nameless Guild to accept me. The announcement from earlier has reached all survivors in City A, unexpectedly. It was not the official sanctuary that first established a guild and seized territory, but rather an enigmatic guild of unknown origins. The members of this Nameless Guild erupted in jubilant cheers, revering their leader, known only as Nameless. Despite the formidable NPC guards within the guild tower, which posed a significant threat, he charged in alone with reckless abandon, effortlessly overcoming even the boss at the pinnacle of the tower. In an instant, the loyalty of both the Nameless Guild and its affiliates surged, and admiration for Shun Yin grew exponentially. Having secured the establishment, Shun Yin privately messaged Du Feifei and others, instructing them to guide the affiliate members into the guild tower area. Du Feifei relayed Shun Yin's orders, and the members of the Nameless Guild headquarters took residence in the high tower, which boasted rooms on every floor and served as the core area of the guild. The pinnacle housed a treasury, a crucial location for the weekly chest refresh. Under the leadership of Zhang Jun, the affiliate members settled into the surrounding buildings, which were equipped with all necessary facilities. Lu Tang personally congratulated Shun Yin and sought enlightenment from this nameless leader regarding the specifics of the guild tower, inquiring about where to procure or obtain guild establishment items. Shun Yin informed Lu Tang that defeating the Corpse King and its elite minions had a chance of dropping such items. In return for this information, Lu Tang pledged that any survivor within City A wishing to join the Nameless Guild, including those who had previously affiliated with the official sanctuary, would not be obstructed and would be granted full access. Previously, Shun Yin had been wary of the official sanctuary, but now Lu Tang's faction found themselves apprehensive of Shun Yin. Thus, Lu Tang acquiesced to this demand. issuing orders that all law enforcement officers and soldiers within the sanctuary must not impede survivors seeking to align with the Nameless Guild. Although the official sanctuary was armed with powerful modern weaponry, they had depleted much of their ammunition in prior engagements. The individuals led by Lei Hong in the university town had suffered significant losses at the hands of the Nameless Guild, even losing their lives. Now, with the Nameless Guild occupying the guild tower, they could levy taxes on the marketplace. It remained uncertain whether, during conflicts, the NPCs of the marketplace would heed the summons of the Nameless Guild for assistance. Moreover, the announcement of the Nameless Guild's occupation of the guild tower had ignited a yearning among countless survivors. To oppose them at this juncture would place one in direct opposition to the majority of survivors. Furthermore, the number of members who had transitioned to combat professions within the Nameless Guild was astonishing, rendering their overall strength superior, if not equal, to that of the official sanctuary. Liu Tang even contemplated an alliance with the Nameless Guild, aiming to combine forces to create an absolutely secure living environment. However, without guild establishment items, forging an alliance was currently unfeasible. He would have to await the acquisition of such items before proceeding. On Xinyan's end, Du Feifei and Zhang Jun reported that both the headquarters and the affiliates had received requests for membership from survivors within City A and sought guidance on how to proceed. In the guise of Nameless, Xinyan instructed Zhang Jun to recruit freely for the affiliates, as long as individuals expressed a desire to join the guild. They should not be overly concerned and should accept them. However, for the headquarters, only those whom he could trust would be permitted entry. If no trustworthy individuals were available, then none should be admitted. It was better to remain selective than to accept indiscriminately. He preferred to later choose members with the highest loyalty and affinity from the Nameless affiliates rather than allow any stranger into the headquarters. On that day, the number of individuals applying to join the Nameless Association reached 3,000, with many survivors continuously inquiring about the possibility of joining. The guild's tower was vastly superior to the official sanctuary, who wouldn't desire the protection of such a secure stronghold. Before long, Qian Million, the proprietor of Qian's Mall, personally visited to extend his congratulations to the president of the Nameless Guild. He pledged to remit 10% of his earnings monthly, assuring that he would not default on this commitment. Du Feifei, serving as the interim president, graciously received Qian Million's congratulations and politely attended to the NPCs until their departure from the guild tower. After addressing various matters, Xinyan summoned Du Feifei and took her to the guild's treasury. Open the guild chest and see what treasures it may hold, he urged. Although Du Feifei was not fortunate enough to uncover a tenfold bounty, she proceeded to ascertain the contents. Chapter 82. Expulsion upon entering the guild treasury. Du Feifei indeed found a splendid large chest. She approached and opened it. The chest vanished automatically, and a prompt appeared, revealing 3 items. Elegance of the Wind, large mutated beast steak, and hardwood. The elegance of the wind is a precious material used in crafting and leatherworking. The large mutated beast steak significantly boosts satiety and restores 800 HP slowly when consumed, but cannot be used in combat. Hardwood is a premium material in demand by carpenters and builders alike. Brother Xinyan, I obtained 2 materials and 1 food item. My luck is rather lackluster. Du Feifei messaged Xun Yan apologetically, lamenting the absence of exceptional equipment. After reviewing the attributes of the items Du Feifei sent him, Xun Yan reassured her, it's all right. One is precious, and the other is high grade. That is commendable. When will you return to the headquarters? I'm feeling overwhelmed as the acting president. Du Feifei expressed her concerns. Don't worry. I will remain here at the branch for a few more days. It will be resolved soon. Xinyan replied. There is nothing pressing at headquarters. You all should focus on practicing your life skills without holding back. Feel free to take materials from the warehouse. And if you run short, purchase what you need from the mall. I will leave some in-game currency in the warehouse for your daily use. Oh, please expedite your affairs at the branch and return swiftly, she urged. Understood. That evening, a celebratory gathering was held within the guild tower, hosted by Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan. This event welcomed the new members, particularly those survivors who had eagerly signed up following the news of the guild tower's triumph in battle. Many had come from the vicinity of the mall, including some who had previously joined the official sanctuary, such as Li Hang, a friend of Jiang Yuxing. Additionally, the gathering served to uplift the spirits of all guild members. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had confronted the horrors wrought by zombies and mutated creatures. Friends and family had either transformed into the undead or become prey for these aberrations. Before joining the guild, only a handful of survivors with combat skills managed to secure food by hunting monsters or scavenging through buildings, allowing them to sustain themselves or provide for others lacking combat prowess. Amidst despair, they finally found hope anew. Certainly, the paramount focus remains on celebrating the guild's triumphant conquest of the guild tower and the binding of their stronghold. The guild tower is sufficiently fortified. and the NPCs recruited prior to the binding of the stronghold emerged to ensure round-the-clock vigilance, patrolling to prevent nearby monsters from encroaching. Meanwhile, the survivors outside, enduring intermittent feasts, discovered during the soiree that the Nameless Guild is replete with resources, lacking neither sustenance nor variety, rendering it a veritable paradise for them. Amidst the festivities, Shun Yin navigates the crowd with remarkable discretion. While the guild members jubilantly celebrate, he observes quietly. The successful capture of the guild tower has significantly boosted the loyalty and goodwill of Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan. Among the 1,000 members who joined during the University City phase, a majority have also experienced a notable increase in loyalty and goodwill. However, Shun Yin discerns that a faction of these individuals, instead of fostering loyalty and goodwill towards their own guild, remain aligned with other forces, despite being members of the guild. The newly inducted members, having just joined today, have become part of Shun Yin's faction, albeit with low loyalty and goodwill ratings. Conversely, individuals who joined earlier, having already reaped the benefits offered by the guild, daily provisions and equipment, belong to other factions, which displeases Shun Yin. Before him, 3 members of a sub-guild, Feng Qinghe, Cheng Xian, and Shen Hui, engage in light-hearted banter. They are aligned with Shun Hui's faction, forming a small, insular team that harbors no sense of belonging to the Nameless Guild. During their time in the University City, they gravitated towards the guild purely for the benefits, devoid of any gratitude. In addition to them, other small groups similarly lack allegiance to the Nameless Guild. While most members express gratitude, albeit slowly increasing their loyalty and goodwill, these small factions behave like ungrateful parasites, indifferent to the guild's generosity. To foster a truly loyal following, it is essential to expel these parasites from the guild. This is the primary motivation behind Shun Yin's involvement in the sub-guild. He discreetly notes their names, compiling a list to present to Zhang Yun to convey to Zhang Jun, urging the expulsion of all those ungrateful and uncommitted. Zhang Jun, perplexed, wonders how the esteemed Mr. Nameless discerned the lack of belonging and gratitude among these individuals. How does he ascertain which members are loyal to the guild and which remain outsiders? Nevertheless, given that he is the influential figure behind the scenes, sustaining all guild members with his resources, there must be a basis for his list. Despite his doubts, Zhang Jun decides to meet with the individuals on the list for private discussions. As an educator, his communication skills are commendable, and through the dialogues, he deduces that Mr. Nameless judgments are indeed astute. Those on the list truly lack a sense of belonging to the guild, motivated solely by the allure of free benefits, harboring intentions to depart or switch allegiances at any moment. Given the circumstances, even though they were teachers and students from the university town, Zhang Jun prioritized the interests of the team and confronted them directly, retrieving their guild uniforms and badges, and asking them to vacate the premises. The parasites, suddenly stripped of their guild membership, grew agitated and protested, claiming their innocence. After all, having enjoyed the bountiful benefits of the guild, they were reluctant to leave before they had amassed sufficient strength. Beyond merely having their fill each day, they could also gain experience swiftly while mingling with others. What could be more advantageous than that? Once expelled from the guild, they would have to face the terrifying horde of zombies and the relentless mutated creatures alone. If fortune smiled upon them, they might obtain some food from defeated monsters to stave off hunger. Otherwise, they would be left to endure starvation. Zhang Jun ordered the NPCs to expel these individuals and publicly conveyed to the remaining guild members that anyone lacking a sense of belonging, who did not consider themselves part of the guild and lacked a sense of empathy, was unworthy of enjoying the safety and abundance of this environment. Mr. Wuming had invited everyone to join the guild to provide sustenance and protection, not to treat them like lords. Shun Yin was quite satisfied with Zhang Jun's approach. His loyalty level had reached 84 points and would soon attain the 90 mark, at which point he could recruit him as a trusted confidant, free from concerns of betrayal. The remaining guild members had no objections to this resolution. Once they chose to be part of this team, they had to regard themselves as integral members. How could one feast from the bowl while their heart remained elsewhere? Those who understood gratitude saw their loyalty and goodwill values increase daily through the various benefits provided, until they evolved into trustworthy confidants, which was precisely what Shun Yin needed. Chapter 83. Establishing Identity After spending several days at the branch, Shun Yin finally grasped the mechanisms behind the enhancement of loyalty and goodwill values. In this apocalyptic era, the loyalty of faction members stemmed from the sense of security they experienced. The greater the sense of security, the higher their loyalty to the faction, which in turn elevated their goodwill. Thus, by placing them in the guild's stronghold, protected by NPCs from the terrifying zombies and mutated creatures outside, and ensuring their daily sustenance, their loyalty and goodwill values would steadily rise in a secure environment. Furthermore, rewarding them generously upon the completion of specific tasks, preferably with items they cherished or equipment and skill books suited to their current professions would significantly boost their loyalty and goodwill. Among the survivors, most were grateful, yet a minority, like those previously expelled, lacked gratitude and a sense of belonging. Occasionally, new survivors joining the guild would also exhibit similar traits. Xin Yan, of course, would not retain these ungrateful parasites who only sought to take, upon discovering one. He instructed Zhang Jun and the others to expel them directly, ensuring that only loyal members remained within the guild. Although those expelled protested and wished to remain in such a benefit-rich team, the formidable strength of the Wuming Guild made short work of them, ultimately forcing them to seek refuge with other survivor groups. The official sanctuary took in the most, welcoming all applicants. After a period of testing, numerous rewards have been bestowed under the guise of an anonymous identity. In the branch, Zhou Peng's loyalty has surpassed 90, and his favorability has soared to an astonishing 100 points. Shun Yin is somewhat perplexed. He notices that while the male's favorability escalates rapidly without any apparent bottleneck, the females around him seem to stagnate. With a favorability of 100 points, Zhou Peng has transformed into a steadfast brother, one with whom life and death can be entrusted. Zhang Jun and Zhou Huan have also gradually exceeded a loyalty of 90. Thanks to Shun Yan's generous provision of numerous vocational skill books and exceptional equipment under the name of the anonymous identity during this time. With their loyalty established, Shun Yan deems them trustworthy and invites them for a private meeting. Upon being summoned by the anonymous identity, the three promptly arrive at the tower, only to find Shun Yan awaiting them in the conference room. They exchange puzzled glances, unsure of the situation. What are you doing here? Zhou Peng inquires. Did the anonymous identity summon you as well? Why? Zhang Jun and Zhou Huan regard him with similar questioning expressions. At this juncture, Shun Yan decides to unveil the truth. I shall not conceal any longer, he replies with a smile. I am the anonymous identity. Previously, I had to be cautious and could not extend my trust. However, through our interactions, I have come to understand you and recognize that you three are worthy of trust. Thus, I wish to be forthright with you. The three exchange glances, momentarily unable to believe the revelation. Shun Yan claps his hands, and members from headquarters, including Du Feifei, Jiang Yun, and Lin Qingqing, enter the room, each adorned with ant helmets, forming an orderly line behind him. Witnessing this scene, the three finally come to terms with the fact that the anonymous identity is indeed Xin Yan, who has been in their midst all along, unbeknownst to them. As Jiang Yun and the others gradually remove their helmets, revealing their true appearances, it becomes evident that the three have now entered the circle of core members, deserving of trust. It's you? Zhang Jun and Zhou Huan exclaim, their eyes wide in disbelief. Zhou Peng, however, is not surprised. He had suspected Jiang Yun and the others had been affiliated with the headquarters for some time. Please, take a seat. Shun Yan invites them after disclosing his identity, continuing. Zhang Laoshi, Zhou Peng, Zhou Huan, you are now officially part of the core membership of the Anonymous Guild. I trust you understand the importance of confidentiality regarding certain matters, which must not be disclosed lightly. The three nod in unison. Regardless of Shun Yan's identity, the branch is his creation, making him the mastermind behind the scenes. His formidable prowess displayed during the Guild Tower conflict, where he single-handedly claimed victory, is sufficient knowledge. Nothing else matters. Moving forward, you three will assist me in managing the branch, Xin Yan states. I have no doubts about your capabilities. As leaders of the branch, you must discern which members are worth nurturing and which should be discarded. He then produces three extraordinary monocles from his virtual backpack, handing one each to Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan. The three examine the properties of the items, their expressions filled with astonishment. So, the individuals on the previous list were selected using this tool? Zhang Jun quickly realizes, with it, one can see the loyalty and favorability of factions? Precisely, Xin Yan affirms. Xin Yan nodded, stating that with this, you will effortlessly distinguish between genuine allies and unnecessary parasites. I can confidently entrust the sub-branch to you. Rest assured, with these glasses, not a single parasite will infiltrate. Zhou Peng exclaimed with excitement. As core members, various exquisite equipment and items will be prioritized for you, enhancing your overall strength. Xin Yan continued. I also possess some precious items here, one for each of you, and I hope you will utilize them wisely. With that, he retrieved items from his virtual backpack, handing over one of each of the life-saving items, the substitute mirror, explosive talisman, mist pendant, and quicksand disc to Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan. With these, they could ensure their survival. After all, having just cultivated trustworthy core members, losing them would indeed be a pity. Du Feifei and the others were not envious, as they had already obtained these life-saving items ahead of time. Whatever Zhang Jun and the others possessed, they too had. Additionally, each received 1,000 primary crystal cores and the forgetting gem, allowing them to retrain and transition into ultimate professions. Finally, each was given 2 volumes of the zombie control manual. which not only enhanced their attributes, but also enabled them to manipulate zombies for self-preservation in times of danger. Receiving such a bounty deeply moved the trio, elevating their loyalty to a perfect score of 100. Both Zhang Jun and Zhou Huan's affection for Shun Yin also soared to 100, pledging unwavering loyalty and a willingness to share life and death. The females around Shun Yin had similarly received 2 volumes of the zombie control manual in advance, resulting in their loyalty and affection also rising, although they remained at 99, failing to break through. Shen Yin had discerned the reason. The distinction between the girls whose affection reached 99 without breaking through and those like Zhou Huan, who instantly achieved 100, lay in the nature of their interactions. Zhou Huan, Zhang Jun, and Zhou Peng engaged in normal friendship exchanges, devoid of any barriers, while the girls, through their time together, harbored romantic sentiments towards him. The affection between friends and that between genders carries inherent differences. Thus, to transcend this threshold, one final step seemed necessary. After clarifying identities with Zhang Jun and the others, and bestowing items to maximize loyalty and affection, with them managing the sub-branch, Xin Yin felt no concerns. He finally withdrew from the sub-branch and returned to the headquarters, with Du Feifei restoring the position of president. Zhang Jun would inform the sub-branch members that Shun Yin had a special mission and would temporarily leave the guild, allowing Shun Yin to seamlessly alternate between identities at headquarters and the sub-branch. Chapter 84. Liang Yu's request on the same night upon returning to headquarters. When Du Feifei approached him in his room, Shen Yin, wishing to validate his hypothesis, invited her to stay overnight. Indeed, the two established a substantial romantic relationship, and Du Feifei's affection level surged to a perfect 100. His conjecture proved correct. In the context of romantic relations, only through genuine, profound exchanges could one break through barriers, forging an unbreakable bond of life and death. This revelation left Shun Yin in a quandary. His relationship with Du Feifei stemmed from their established status as a couple, which seemed entirely natural. Though Ku Linqing and Jiang Yun exhibit a similar demeanor, they have not yet established a formal relationship. Their interactions are merely tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Must one truly descend into the depths of moral depravity? Upon further reflection, this is an apocalyptic era, distinctly unlike the past. Moreover, it is evident that they willingly approach him, having expressed on more than one occasion their indifference to his associations with other girls. In a context where both parties are consenting, what consequence can arise? In this new world, the constraints of law and morality fail to bind the survivors. Survival takes precedence, and all actions can be justified. With this realization, the weight upon his conscience dissipated. Du Feifei, having engaged in an arduous encounter the previous night, would likely require several days to recuperate. As Shun Yin contemplated whom to invite for companionship that evening, Liang Yu suddenly messaged him, urgency palpable in her tone. Junior, I have a favor to ask of you. Please, I implore you to agree. I am willing to do anything you request if you can assist me. What is it? Shen Yin inquired. The truth is, my parents are alive. They have survived. Liang Yu's voice was laced with joy. It turned out that prior to the apocalypse, they had been traveling, and during their flight from the zombies, their phones had been lost, severing their means of communication. With the aid of others, they had recently managed to grasp the chat function and successfully reached out to him by his real name. Currently, they were situated in City C. Not too far, merely 30 kilometers away. 30 kilometers? That is not far by pre-apocalyptic standards, Shun Yin mused, scratching his head. Yet, in this current reality, the world was plagued with zombies and mutated creatures, and the dense foliage had obliterated all roads. Unless one were to take a helicopter, passage would be exceedingly difficult. Please, I beg you. My parents are in a precarious situation. Half of the survivors there have perished recently. Liang Yu pleaded, her anxiety evident. I am terrified of never seeing them again. Think of a way. If you can bring them back, I will do anything you ask. Calm down. Let me consider a solution. Shen Yin responded, contemplating for a moment before contacting the official shelter. Mr. Nameless? Lu Tang greeted him with a courteous tone, acknowledging the leader of the formidable Nameless Guild, who had first conquered the guild tower. What brings you to contact me so suddenly? I have an urgent matter that requires me to travel to City C. Might Commander Lu be able to lend me a helicopter and a pilot? How unfortunate. Had you asked a few days ago, I would have readily obliged. However, as it stands, all helicopters have been dispatched to rescue numerous survivors and have yet to return. I am unable to lend one out at this time. Commander Lu, I do not seek a free ride. You may stipulate any conditions. It is not a refusal. They are all deployed and have not yet returned. Perhaps you could wait a few days? As soon as one is back, I will lend it to you. Shen Yin could only message Liang Yu privately. I just inquired with the official shelter, and all their aircraft are currently out on missions. They will not return for several days. Perhaps your parents should wait a while longer? Junior, the situation for my parents is dire. Every second counts. Liang Yu insisted. Is there no alternative? I beseech you. If you can rescue them, I will repay you tenfold. Given the circumstances outside, where roads lay in ruins beneath fallen trees, traveling by vehicle was impossible. Shen Yin pondered briefly. Since borrowing a helicopter was out of the question, they would have to proceed on foot. If all else fails, I shall accompany you on foot to City C to rescue them. Thank you. Thank you, dear Junior. Liang Yu was filled with excitement, urging to set off promptly in hopes of reaching her parents today. Do not rush, she said. I need to inform them briefly. With Shen Yin now at level 28, there was little to worry about. As long as they steered clear of the perilous northern regions, the lower-tier zombies and mutated creatures posed no significant threat. As long as they remained cautious, the ultimate warrior would be quite safe. Through the guild channel, she conveyed the situation to the other girls. Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Zhuang Xian, Lin Wan, and Sun Xian eagerly volunteered to accompany her to City C for the rescue mission. However, given that this would be a long journey, distinct from ordinary leveling, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Shen Yin was concerned that with too many individuals, complications could ensue, making it difficult to manage everyone. Thus, she informed them that only Liang Yu would accompany her to mitigate potential issues. Jiang Yun and the others were obedient, recognizing the possibility of being a burden to Shen Yin, and agreed to remain behind, urging her and Liang Yu to exercise utmost caution. In reality, retrieving Liang Yu's parents should be relatively straightforward. They could simply use the teleportation scrolls from the shop, of which they had plenty. The journey itself, however, posed considerable danger. Before setting off, Shen Yin instructed Liang Yu to privately message her parents, inquiring whether the mall in City C had been successfully defended, and whether they could take shelter in the mall building or procure a teleportation scroll from the City C mall for direct delivery, or send a scroll from the A City mall. Liang Yu's parents responded that the mall in City C had indeed fallen. Shen Yin then attempted to send a teleportation scroll from the A City mall, only to discover that this particular item could not be sent remotely. It turned out that all teleportation-type items were restricted from being mailed. With this method proving futile, they resolved to travel to City C to deliver the scroll in person. Thus, Shen Yin and Liang Yu departed from the guild residence. Just before their departure, Zhang Xiaowan suddenly caught up to them, presenting Shen Yin with an item. Shen Yin, this is a simple sedan I crafted. Do you need it? Upon inspecting the sedan, which was essentially a wooden chair combined with two bamboo poles, reminiscent of those used in scenic areas to carry tourists up and down hills, Shen Yin questioned, does this move by itself? Seeing Shen Yin's perplexed expression, Zhang Xiaowan quickly clarified, of course, it doesn't move on its own. However, with your ability to control zombies, you can command two of them to carry it for you, saving some energy. Shen Yin chuckled in disbelief. Zombies move so slowly, having them carry it would waste time. Nonetheless, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I'll take it just in case I get injured along the way. Just make sure you don't get hurt, Zhang Xiaowan replied. This is all I can do to help. I'm sorry. Not a problem, thank you. Shen Yin smiled and waved her off. You should return now. We are setting off. Safe travels, and come back soon. All right, goodbye. After their farewells, Shen Yin and Liang Yu set forth, hastening towards City C. Chapter 85. Rampaging zombies at the Camel Mountain Scenic Area in City C, the survivor's cabin. During breakfast, Liang Yu's parents felt their stomachs rumbling. The combat team that had ventured out yesterday in search of supplies had encountered a horde of zombies, resulting in the tragic loss of 7 members. The scarce rations were first allocated to combat professions and logistical roles, leaving ordinary individuals like them to endure hunger. Liang's mother, suffering from a stomach ailment, pleaded with the team leader for a loaf of bread, only to be met with refusal. As her stomach pains intensified, she found herself groaning in discomfort within the confines of their room. Liang's father, lightheaded from starvation, awaited their daughter's arrival from City A, which would not occur until the afternoon at the earliest. Though he could still endure for a while, his wife's condition was precarious. Prolonged hunger could exacerbate her illness. With limited resources in the shelter, the elderly couple, frail and worn, faced the grim reality that, should they venture out, they would likely find nothing before being overwhelmed by zombies and mutated creatures. In desperation, he resorted to messaging his daughter, inquiring whether she might have any excess food. Upon receiving the message, Liang Yu quickly sought assistance from Shen Yin. Jr., my mother is suffering from a stomach issue and is in pain. My father is also starving. Could you send them some food? If you pass a pharmacy on your way, could you please find some stomach medicine for my mother? To her relief, Shen Yin readily agreed, retrieving a selection of food, meat, cooked dishes, and a fruit platter, all prepared by Chef Wang Yan. Liang Yu expressed her gratitude as she activated the mailing function to send the provisions to her parents. When Liang's father received the food sent by his daughter, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Initially, he had held little hope, given the dire circumstances of the apocalypse where resources were scarce, with zombies and mutated creatures lurking outside, and buildings already stripped bare by other survivors. The chances of finding food were slim. Although defeating zombies could yield sustenance, the odds were generally low, and often it required the sacrifice of several survivors to procure even a meager meal. As they were among the lower-tier survivors, lacking beginner gift packs, job changes, and the ability to fight, they could only wait for the more vital combat and logistical roles within their team to be satisfied before they could receive any scraps. If resources remained as scarce as they were now, even the combat and logistical professions would struggle to find enough to eat, leaving them to face hunger. He pondered where his daughter had acquired such an abundance of food and how she dared to travel from City A on foot. Had she joined a sufficiently powerful team? If that were the case, accompanying her to City A would be a blessing, and her team would likely not disdain their inability to contribute. After consuming the meal, Liang's mother found slight relief from her stomach pain. The couple stored the remaining food in their virtual backpack, wary of being discovered by others. If other survivors were to find out, they would surely attempt to seize it. Should the leader and combat team uncover it, it would undoubtedly be confiscated. Meanwhile, Shen Yin and Liang Yu scoured the city, quickly locating a pharmacy along the roadside. The zombies that obstructed their path posed no threat to Shen Yin. He dispatched lone zombies with swift strikes and, when faced with larger groups, unleashed a ground-shaking attack, sweeping them aside. With his sturdy shield providing protection, he had no fear of being bitten or infected, as these low-tier zombies could not even breach the 400-point energy shield. After finding the stomach medicine at the pharmacy, he mailed it to Liang Yu's mother. Following her intake of the medication, Liang's mother's condition improved significantly, alleviating much of her discomfort. Upon learning that her mother was safe, Liang Yu finally felt a sense of relief and quickly expressed her gratitude to Shen Yin. Her loyalty and affection for him soared, nearing their maximum thresholds. Since the emergence of the crimson mist that brought forth endless trees and mutated creatures, the roads laid by humanity and most buildings had been obliterated. Engulfed by vast green vegetation, vehicles could even be seen hanging from tree branches. With no wide highways, let alone expressways, venturing outside felt akin to traversing a primordial forest. A journey that once took mere minutes by car had now transformed into an arduous trek. Occasionally, they encountered other survivors heading towards the commercial area in search of official shelters. Upon seeing Shen Yin, Liang Yu veered in the opposite direction, her curiosity piqued. The two of them shared no interaction with these survivors, nor did they have the time, merely brushing past each other. Throughout their journey, the materials and items acquired from slaying monsters were promptly mailed back home, entrusted to Du Feifei for safekeeping in the warehouse, ensuring their backpacks could accommodate more spoils. Any loot could be multiplied tenfold, a joy that other survivors could scarcely comprehend. While others were racking their brains over meager supplies, he was preoccupied with the possibility of his backpack reaching capacity, necessitating constant shipments home. It was unavoidable. The ease of monster slaying allowed for group attacks that could eliminate foes in an instant, yielding rewards in staggering abundance, evoking envy from others. After walking 5 kilometers, Liang Yu could endure no longer. Her frail physique left her breathless. Her legs felt as if laden with lead, heavy and weary. "Junior, I can't go on. Can we find a place to rest for a few minutes?" Of course. Although they had only traversed 1/6 of the distance, Shen Yin recognized the girl's frailty. That she had managed to persist for 5 kilometers was already commendable. They found a relatively safe spot to sit down, replenishing their strength with food and drink. Not far away, a group of survivors fled in panic, their faces etched with terror. Behind them, a horde of zombies pursued relentlessly. Unlike ordinary zombies, these were fast-moving. Not the sluggish low-tier types, mirroring the horrifying forms seen in the night's crimson mist. A few survivors lagged behind, quickly overwhelmed by these frenzied zombies, who tore into them mercilessly, claiming their lives. As the remaining survivors rushed past Shen Yin and Liang Yu, they shouted, "Run! There are frenzied zombies behind us." Frenzied zombies? Observing these survivors as they hurried by, Shen Yin sprang to his feet, urging Liang Yu to stay close, while glancing back. Indeed, the frenzied zombies were hot on their heels. Upon spotting Shen Yin and Liang Yu standing motionless by the roadside, they immediately altered their course and lunged towards the two. "Quick! Use the zombie control manual." Shen Yin reacted swiftly, raising his hand to control 2 of the frenzied zombies, calling out to Liang Yu. Only then did she snap back to attention. Although her profession was focused on living, she was capable of equipping various items unrestricted by class. And wielding the zombie control manual was certainly within her means. With one in each hand, she too seized control over 2 frenzied zombies. In an instant, the 4 frenzied zombies shifted allegiance, becoming temporary allies of Shen Yin and Liang Yu, turning to confront the other zombies. 4 ferocious zombies stood defiantly, and Shen Yin charged forth, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the remaining raging undead, swiftly toppling them to the ground. Once the zombies were vanquished, he turned around only to find that the survivors who had brushed past him had vanished without a trace, not pausing for even a moment. This was entirely understandable. After all, encountering such frenzied, sprinting zombies left no room for hesitation if one wished to avoid a fate akin to that of their fallen comrades. Gazing at the four subdued zombies, a brilliant idea struck Shen Yan. He retrieved the sedan chair gifted by Zhang Xiaojun, realizing it was the perfect mode of transportation. Lower-tier zombies moved at a sluggish pace, while these furious zombies could sprint with remarkable speed, making them the ideal bearers. Chapter 86. A successful return. The four ferocious zombies bore 2 sedan chairs, racing through the terrain, skillfully navigating around towering trees and monster-infested areas. Shun Yin and Liang Yu sat comfortably within the sedan chairs, experiencing a remarkable stability. True to its craftsmanship by a carpenter, the chair did not sway excessively, resembling a vehicle equipped with shock absorbers, providing an exceptionally comfortable ride. Liang Yu harbored no concerns about fatigue from the long journey, as the raging zombies carried the chair, sparing her the need to walk. Along the way, survivors witnessed this extraordinary spectacle, left utterly dumbfounded, as if caught in a dream. How could these 2 individuals command zombies to serve as their bearers? Such a notion was utterly absurd. While others fled in terror from the zombies, these 2 seemed to have enslaved them for labor. Many called out, eager to learn how to control zombies, as assistance from raging zombies would significantly ease the confrontation with lower-tier undead. However, Shun Yin and Liang Yu moved at a remarkable pace, vanishing before anyone could receive an answer, leaving behind a sense of longing. Even if Shun Yin had revealed the truth, the survivors would have been powerless, as not everyone was fortunate enough to possess the coveted tome for controlling the undead. Setting aside the fact that many lacked the strength to defeat the zombie king, even a successful kill would not guarantee the acquisition of such a coveted item. Zombies were devoid of physical limitations. They were not human and did not experience fatigue, allowing them to continue their journey without pause. With the speed of the raging zombies, they astonishingly reached City C within an hour, arriving at the survivors' shelter area where Liang Yu's parents were located. Once they broke free from their constraints and reverted to their wild state, Shun Yin swiftly dispatched them, for they had served their purpose upon arrival. Who goes there? The survivor stationed at the entrance of the shelter noticed Shun Yin and Liang Yu approaching from a distance and immediately became alert. Liang Yu stepped forward to clarify their intentions, mentioning her parents' names. The survivors within the shelter promptly relayed this information to their leader. Upon learning that Shun Yin and Liang Yu had journeyed from City A, despite the mere 30 kilometers separating them, the multitude of monsters encountered along the way made their survival nothing short of remarkable. The leader, who was currently leading a search for supplies outside, instructed the guards to inquire about the duo's intentions. Shun Yin responded that their purpose for coming was to escort Liang Yu's parents back to City A. He also extended an invitation to any other survivors wishing to leave, as City A boasted a marketplace where various supplies could be purchased from NPCs, far more easily than in their current location. If they were interested, all survivors here could join the Nameless Guild after a brief interview, thus ensuring their protection as part of a team. Reluctance to join the guild is not a cause for concern. There exists an official sanctuary nearby, and joining the opposing faction poses no issue. Indeed, survival is notably easier in locations where a marketplace is present. However, the leader of the survivors' cabin harbors personal ambitions and refuses to be reliant on others, thus declining to join the Nameless Guild or relocate to City A. Yet, he consents to Liang's parents accompanying Shun Yin on their departure, even permitting other lower-tier survivors without combat professions to leave, as they have become burdensome to him. By shedding these encumbrances and retaining only combat and livelihood professions, he hopes to alleviate his struggles. With the leader's decree, the cabin's guards opened the doors, allowing Shun Yin and Liang Yu to enter, subsequently proceeding to summon Liang's parents from their quarters. The emotional reunion between the parents and their daughter was overwhelming, as the trio embraced in joy, grateful for their reunion amidst the apocalypse, where many survivors have lost their families, making such gatherings exceedingly rare. Upon hearing of the possibility to travel to City A, around 30 to 40 lower-tier survivors congregated around Shun Yin, inquiring whether they could be assured of food. Without sustenance, they reasoned, it mattered little where they went. Shun Yin retrieved a considerable amount of food from his virtual backpack and distributed it among the lower-tier survivors, as well as the guards and livelihood workers within the cabin. Such gestures spoke louder than words. The survivors rejoiced, and after their hearty meal, expressed eagerness to accompany Shun Yin to City A and join the Nameless Guild. Several guards and livelihood workers from the cabin also inquired if they could join, proactively informing the leader of their desire to head to City A. The leader, however, was displeased at the prospect of losing these individuals. 4 lower-tier survivors were abundant and easily replaceable, but those who had transitioned to combat and livelihood professions would represent a loss if they departed. Thus, he urged them to remain, assuring them that if they chose to stay, conditions would surely improve, and their needs would be met in due time. Some were persuaded by his words, while others found his promises hollow and preferred the tangible benefit of food over empty assurances. Ultimately, every lower-tier survivor in the cabin opted to follow Shun Yan, especially given his promise that they would not need to traverse perilous paths or endure long journeys. By joining his team, each would receive a marketplace teleportation token, allowing for direct transport to the city, a marketplace, followed by entry into the guild stronghold, which was notably safe. Several guards and livelihood workers from the cabin also expressed their desire to accompany him. Shun Yan fulfilled his word, and after confirming the list, distributed the teleportation tokens to those willing to depart. As all utilized their tokens, they found themselves instantaneously arriving at the city, a marketplace, marveling at the experience. Both Liang's father and mother were astonished. One moment they found themselves in the scenic area of City C, and the next, they had inexplicably returned to City A. Here, they discovered a bustling NPC market, teeming with survivors bustling about, engaging in trade with NPCs. In a daze, they momentarily believed they had returned to a time before the apocalypse. Upon their return, Shun Yan utilized a monocle to assess the situation, identifying individuals within the team who lacked allegiance and gratitude, allowing them to depart freely. They could then choose to join official shelters or other survivor groups at will. Those deemed worthy of cultivation were notified that Zhang Jun had received an anonymous invitation, and only Liang's parents were accepted into the headquarters, where they could reunite with their daughter, Liang Yu. The headquarters was discerning about its admissions, only accepting the trusted relatives or friends of current members, or those talents whom Shun Yan deemed valuable. The swift return of Liang's parents to the headquarters was met with warm congratulations from Jiang Yun, Lin Qingqing, Du Feifei, and other female members, who welcomed both Liang Yu and her parents. Discovering their daughter resided in such a commendable environment with top-notch living conditions, Liang's parents felt utterly reassured. Shun Yan inquired about their desired professions, presenting them with job transition items. Liang's parents were taken aback. Even for mundane occupations, such transition items were invaluable, as only those capable of battling monsters and obtaining items from them could aspire to such opportunities. Given their age, they were hardly equipped to engage even low-tier zombies. Liang's father, who enjoyed cooking, and his mother, unwilling to be apart from him, both opted for the chef profession. Wang Yin was delighted, knowing that the kitchen would now have 3 individuals, making meal preparation more manageable and allowing for lively conversations. That evening, Liang Yu fulfilled her promise and spent the night in Shun Yan's room. The following day, both her loyalty and favorability scores reached a perfect 100. Chapter 87. The Pure Gold Rains. The Northern Industrial District presented a stark contrast, with factories cloaked in verdant foliage and devoid of low-tier zombies, the weakest being mutated entities at level 20 and various other formidable aberrations. The types of zombie mutations were numerous, easily discernible by their names. There were strength-based hammer zombies, agile sprinting zombies, thick-skinned armored zombies, as well as ice guardians and flame guardians. The mutated creatures here were considerably stronger than those in the novice zone, including terrifying entities such as mutated 2-headed dogs, colossal pythons, and monstrous frogs. For slightly weaker survivors, venturing into this realm was tantamount to courting death. However, Shun Yan and his team were of the utmost combat professions, equipped with exceptionally powerful gear. He distributed 4 protective items to each team member, along with potions concocted by Liang Yu, ensuring they were thoroughly prepared. As long as they avoided reckless behavior, they faced little risk. Jiang Yun skillfully cast a shield on Shun Yan and bestowed blessings upon him. He then donned a sturdy shield for defense, achieving a dual-layered shield before commencing their assault. He locked onto a group of mutated zombies, not exceeding 10 in number, charging forth with a battle cry. With a sweeping attack, he executed a ground-shaking stun control, slashing down on the enemy with the least health. Once he completed his series of strikes, successfully drawing aggro, Lin Qingqing immediately unleashed a barrage of arrows, while Sun Xian followed up with a series of explosive area attacks. Zhuang Xian stealthily moved forward, employing her assassination skills to eliminate the heavily wounded giant hammer zombie that had been battered by Shun Yan, and then she set her sights on the next target. Lin Wan charged ahead, closely following Shun Yan. Wherever he struck, she would deliver the finishing blow. Through their increasingly proficient coordination, the team successfully vanquished the horde of zombies without sustaining any injuries, accumulating a wealth of experience and loot before Shun Yan's shield was breached. Other survivors, upon reaching level 20, could also take down these zombies, but without the ease afforded by ultimate classes, casualties were inevitable. The value of 1,000 initial-grade crystal cores was no trifling matter. In the industrial district, there were no survivors. Those trapped in such high-level danger zones would invariably be devoured by zombies at the first opportunity, leaving them with no chance of survival. Shun Yan and his companions were fortunate, as the University City area was also one of the novice zones where the initial stages were relatively manageable. Had formidable monsters like those in the industrial district appeared, they would have long since perished. Shen Yan, Lin Qingqing, and Sun Xin all possessed group attack skills from their ultimate classes, delivering explosive damage, while Zhuang Xian and Lin Wan provided timely finishing blows, resulting in astonishing efficiency. Previously, they had targeted lone monsters, but now they continuously faced groups, resulting in a drastic increase in leveling efficiency. By lunchtime, Shen Yan had reached level 30, while Jiang Yun and the others had also advanced to around level 23. With the 2 attribute points gained from leveling up, he mindlessly allocated them to strength. As his constitution was already sufficient, monsters could not even breach his shield, so he sought to maximize damage and optimize monster clearing speed. Lin Qingqing quickly finished her meal and, using her eagle eye, continuously surveyed the surrounding area, planning their subsequent monster clearing route. From her aerial vantage point, she suddenly spotted a faint glow emanating from a location obscured by trees and promptly reported it to Shen Yan. Intrigued, Shen Yan inquired about the color of the light. From her description, it seemed reminiscent of the glow he had seen when he initially received his novice package. Could it be that there was another novice package here, left unclaimed due to the formidable monsters, thus remaining undiscovered by survivors? He urged everyone to finish their lunch quickly, with Lin Qingqing leading the way, as they cleared zombies and mutated creatures along the route until they finally arrived at their target location. Indeed, it matched Lin Qingqing's description. In a spot overgrown with green plants, light was seeping through the gaps. Numerous dried bloodstains littered the area, likely remnants from the early days of the apocalypse, when surrounding survivors had perished in their attempts to claim the novice package, ultimately transforming into mutated zombies. Cautiously, Shen Yan instructed Jiang Yun to cast a shield on him. He too activated his sturdy shield, bracing against 2 energy shields before wielding his broadsword to clear the path, severing the green foliage that obscured the light. After some time, they finally cleared away all the branches and leaves, revealing a novice package, an all too familiar glowing orb. What a delightful surprise. Shen Yan eagerly approached and reached out to grasp the orb. In his hand appeared a golden reins, looking particularly valuable. Shen Yan, what is this? Lin Qingqing inquired curiously. There is still an unclaimed novice package. Jiang Yun recognized it at a glance, being a novice package recipient herself. Is this a novice package? Shen Yan, what is the purpose of this item? The girls gathered around, including Zhao Shishir, Yang Ying, and Zhou Yinfeng. The pure gold lasso is a functional item capable of ensnaring any mutated creature, transforming it into a mount. The lower the mount's health, the greater the chances of successful taming. The pure gold lasso is reusable, but one must completely eliminate the previous mount before attempting to switch. Upon reading the description of the pure gold lasso, Shen Yan's face lit up with delight. What a remarkable item. This can capture mutated creatures as mounts, and there is no limit to its use. Unfortunately, one can only control a single mount at a time. To switch, one must first dispatch the previously captured mount. Capturing mutated creatures as mounts? Lin Qingqing inquired excitedly. If we were to capture a flying mutated creature, wouldn't that mean we could soar through the skies without an airplane? That would be wonderful. The forest terrain is challenging to traverse. If we could capture a flying mutated creature, our journey back would be immensely easier, Jiang Yun added. Equally enthusiastic. I recall there is a large giant beetle over there, which has wings and could easily carry us into the air. Let us hurry and catch the giant beetle. Lin Qingqing urged impatiently. Indeed, Shen Yan was eager to capture a mount quickly. This would allow them to bypass the bothersome low-level zombie hordes during their travels. These creatures were of such low level that defeating them yielded no experience and wasted precious time. Avoiding them would require lengthy detours, but if they could fly overhead, they would save a significant amount of time. With Lin Qingqing's keen eyesight guiding them, they quickly arrived at the giant beetle's habitat, selecting a solitary beetle to approach. Shen Yan readied himself to weaken it first. Just as he was about to charge, a piercing cry echoed above, casting a shadow over them. Before Shen Yan and the others could react, an enormous giant owl descended from the sky, its sharp talons piercing the tough carapace of the beetle, killing it instantly. The girls trembled in fear at the sight of such a colossal creature, hastily retreating behind Shen Yan for safety. This owl resembled a creature the size of a small transport helicopter, its wings wide enough to carry dozens of people on its back. It was fortunate that such terrifying creatures did not inhabit the novice area. Otherwise, no survivor would stand a chance against it. At present, the giant owl was wholly focused on feasting upon the beetle, tearing through its shell with relish, oblivious to Shen Yan and his companions. Observing the owl, Shen Yan made a swift decision to capture it as a mount. Not only did it possess formidable power, but it could also carry numerous individuals, far surpassing the capabilities of the giant beetle. Chapter 88. 2 major announcements with dual shields raised. Shen Yan charged forward while the giant owl was distracted by its meal, launching an attack that dealt damage and stunned it. Lin Qingqing, Sun Xian, Jiang Yun, Zhuang Xian, and Lin Wan chose to observe, as they recognized that Xunyan's output was already formidable. Should they intervene, the owl would be dispatched in an instant, leaving no opportunity for capture. Xunyan skillfully managed the owl's health, executing a series of moves that reduced it to a mere sliver of vitality before utilizing the pure gold lasso. System message: player Xin Yin has used the pure gold lasso and successfully tamed the mutated giant owl. System message: congratulations to the player for taming a mount. System message: you are the first player globally to tame a mount, receiving the special reward Mount Mastery. Upon utilizing the Mount Mastery skill, one acquires the passive ability of Mount Mastery, resulting in a remarkable doubling of the current mount speed. The system interface now features an additional mount option, revealing the simple attributes of the giant owl at once. Mutated giant owl, common mount, ownership, Xunyan, type, mutated raptor, flight speed, 750 meters per minute, equating to 45 kilometers in an hour, quite rapid indeed. With Xunyan's Mount Mastery, this speed is effectively doubled to an astonishing 1,500 meters per minute, translating to a staggering 90 kilometers per hour. Had this mount been available for travel to City C, the journey would have taken merely a matter of minutes, rendering long detours unnecessary. Adorned with pure golden reins, the mutated giant owl appears exceedingly docile, a stark contrast to its previous ferocious demeanor while hunting armored beetles. Xunyan, accompanied by the young women, mounts the giant owl, which obediently lowers its wings, facilitating their ascent onto its back. With a mere thought, the giant owl takes to the skies, soaring high above. In the aerial view above the industrial zone, the entire expanse unfolds before them, surpassing even Lin Qingqing's eagle-eye skill as it ascends to greater heights and gazes further afield. The young women are filled with exhilaration, despite the absence of safety harnesses. Their position on the giant owl's back feels remarkably secure, alleviating any concerns of falling. Circling above the industrial district, they gain a clear perspective of the distribution of zombies and mutated creatures. To the northwest, within a dense forest region, lies a vast congregation of giant owls, hundreds, if not thousands, of these formidable, wild, mutated creatures, blissfully tucked away in the shadows, slumbering. Typically, owls are nocturnal beings, seldom seen during daylight hours. It is unclear why this particular owl has been captured as a mount and is now hunting armored beetles in broad daylight, leading to its encounter with Xunyan and his companions. Even with his formidable prowess, Xunyan is wise enough to avoid provoking such a massive congregation of giant owls, swiftly steering clear of their territory. With the possession of the mutated giant owl as a flying mount, Lin Qingqing finds her labor significantly reduced, effortlessly surveying the distribution of monsters from the air, a vastly simpler task than running about to scout with eagle eye, all while enjoying an expansive field of vision to easily circumvent hazardous areas. Their monster hunting efficiency skyrockets in the afternoon, allowing Xunyan to ascend to level 32, while Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing also reach level 26, akin to being propelled by a rocket, an achievement other survivor factions can scarcely fathom. The enhancements to their attributes are allocated to strength. Before the onset of night, they return to the guild tower, their striking mount attracting the gaze of all at headquarters and the branch offices. The members, now aware that the enigmatic figure, Wu Ming, has acquired the mutated giant owl mount, hold him in even greater reverence, resulting in a collective boost in loyalty and favor. During dinner, the young women, who remained at home crafting various necessities, take the opportunity to update Xunyan on recent events, sharing the trending topics recorded across various chat channels. The first piece of news reveals the emergence of a world-class boss, the skeleton giant, in the snow country. This terrifying zombie, possessing a devouring attribute, has consumed countless survivors and fellow zombies since the apocalypse began, evolving into a superlatively fearsome giant zombie that leaves desolation in its wake. Any survivor who encounters it is doomed to perish. In the second piece of news, a mushroom cloud has appeared over the city of Barca within the dominion of Sion, allegedly the result of desperate high-ranking officials deploying devastating weaponry to obliterate themselves along with an insurmountable horde of zombies. Both pieces of information are profoundly shocking. First and foremost, the skeletal giant is a world boss, unrivaled and enigmatic, its level and health shrouded in mystery, leaving one to ponder the extent of its insatiable appetite for destruction. As for the dominion of Sion, what depths of despair would compel them to resort to such catastrophic weaponry? Once unleashed, such a weapon would annihilate the entire city, leaving no survivors among the zombies, mutated creatures, or the living. Even those fortunate enough to endure would suffer the consequences of radiation. Under normal circumstances, survivors would never wish to take such a drastic step. While these weapons may eradicate a significant number of zombies and mutated creatures within the city, humanity itself would inevitably bear the brunt of the fallout. As Xunyan reflected on this, He recognized the necessity of establishing a good rapport with the official shelters to acquire intelligence. Should anyone contemplate deploying a devastating weapon in City A, he and his guild must be prepared to evacuate swiftly, avoiding a shared demise. After absorbing the majority of the news, Lu Xiaoyi presented her recorded intelligence to Shen Yan. In City H, a proclamation has been made under the guise of I am not ADHD, appealing to all survivor teams or factions to contribute 1,000 primary crystal nuclei in pursuit of transitioning to an ultimate profession. However, despite the ceaseless calls since morning, it is evident that no one has responded. This is quite understandable. Aside from Shen Yan, how could other survivors possibly amass 1,000 primary crystal nuclei in such a short span? Even the most formidable official team would struggle to eliminate enough elite creatures in such a brief time frame. Moreover, even if they were to succeed in slaying 1,000 elite monsters, acquiring 1,000 primary crystal nuclei would likely be utilized for their own advancement, either to elevate an individual to an ultimate profession or to procure job transition items to create 1,000 ordinary professionals. Who would be foolish enough to bestow such precious primary crystal nuclei upon others? Even a lifetime of calling would yield no response. Shen Yan felt a flicker of curiosity. If I am not ADHD only possessed common job transition items, there would be no need to resort to a worldwide proclamation soliciting primary crystal nuclei. It must be that they have acquired a particularly unique profession and feel that failing to transition to an ultimate profession would be a missed opportunity, prompting them to make such an appeal. Determined to ascertain further details about this individual, Shen Yan decided to reach out with a private message. How many primary crystal nuclei have you managed to gather? The response came swiftly, not a single one. The private messages inundated with accusations of deceit were plentiful, laden with foul language. After all, to the discerning eye, such a request does indeed resemble a scam. Shen Yan remarked, noting that at this stage, the number of survivor factions capable of producing 1,000 primary crystal nuclei is exceedingly scant. Even if they could, those resources would undoubtedly be allocated for their own benefit. Ah well, it seems I must settle for an ordinary profession, though I am loath to do so. Speaking of which, I am the sole individual capable of providing you with 1,000 novice crystal cores, Shen Yan remarked. If you truly aspire to transition into an ultimate profession, you must candidly disclose the nature of the promotional items you possess. Furthermore, the condition for bestowing upon you 1,000 novice crystal cores is that you shall serve my interests. Are you jesting? If you genuinely present me with 1,000 novice crystal cores, I would willingly barter my life for them. The other party hastily replied, I shall send you the information regarding the promotional items. Upon your review, you shall comprehend their significance and the magnitude of the reward for assisting me. Chapter 89. The pet trainer. Upon opening the item information sent by the other party, Shen Yan's eye sparkled. Pet trainer promotion quest book. Upon use, it transforms the user into the concealed profession of pet trainer. Although one's combat prowess is null, one can capture and tame mutated creatures, nurturing them into formidable battle companions. Hidden profession indeed? Where did this item originate? He quickly messaged the other party, inquiring whether anyone else was aware of the existence of this item. The other party responded, I currently lack even the ability to ensure my own safety. How could I dare to inform others? Just days ago, due to insufficient food within the team, I, the least contributing member, was cast aside. The lack of compassion among people today is truly disheartening. I stumbled upon this item yesterday. It appears to be an early release novice gift pack, likely left untouched due to its remote location. Ah, I see. Shen Yan nodded. I can indeed provide you with 1,000 novice crystal cores, enabling your successful transition into the ultimate pet trainer. But you must join my nameless guild and serve my purposes. Do not entertain thoughts of deceiving me or attempting to gain an advantage. I can elevate you to the ultimate profession, but I can just as easily obliterate you, should you betray me. All ultimate professionals within the guild will converge upon City H to extinguish you. Rest assured, to possess 1,000 novice crystal cores is to be among the elite. Even if I were to lose my senses, I would not dare betray a titan such as yourself. The other party quickly swore, I shall remain utterly loyal, obeying your every command, and serve the guild with unwavering devotion. Then tell me, what are the ability values for the pet trainer at different stages? Reporting, esteemed one. At the ordinary stage, the physical damage of pets, the attribute multiplier for pet leveling, the skill damage multiplier for pets, and the success rate for pet evolution are all at standard values. The other party promptly replied, in enhanced mode, there is an additional 25% increase. In super mode, an increase of 50%, and in ultimate mode, a 100% enhancement. In other words, during ultimate mode, both the physical damage and skill damage of pets are doubled, the leveling attributes are also doubled, and the success rate for pet evolution is increased by 100%. Does this imply a guarantee of successful evolution? What happens post-evolution? This remains uncertain. It has not been elaborated upon. The other party replied. One must personally experience it to know. Very well, I now invite you to join the guild headquarters. Please confirm. Shunyan opened the guild interface, located the invitation option, and entered the other party's name through his consciousness. Despite the distance between them, such invitations are not constrained by proximity. The other party quickly saw the guild invitation option and decisively selected confirmation. Guild channel. Welcome. I am not hyperactive to the guild. Guild channel. Jiang Yun. Welcome. Guild channel. Du Fei Fei. Welcome to our new members. Guild channel. Lin Qingqing. Why don't you use your real name? New member. Are you male or female? Guild channel. Zhuang Xian. Greetings, new friends. All the girls from the Nameless Guild are here to welcome you. Guild channel. I'm not ADHD. How come there are only 19 people including me? Guild channel. Jiang Yun. We are the headquarters of Nameless and do not easily accept new members. The branch in City A has over 1,000 people and is continuously recruiting. Guild channel. Du Fei Fei. Exactly. Do you think anyone can join the headquarters? It's quite an accomplishment for ordinary people to join a branch. Guild channel. I'm not ADHD. I see. My apologies for misunderstanding the situation. Guild channel. Alright, you can chat later. I will send you the basic crystal course. Hurry up and change your profession. During their initial interaction, Shun Yin was still wearing a mask, concealing his true identity. He took out 1000 basic crystal cores and sent them directly to I'm not ADHD. Guild channel. I'm not ADHD. Big shot. I received it. I will change my profession right away. Please hold on. After a moment, the other party spoke again. It's done. Thank you, Big Shot. I have successfully changed my profession to Ultimate Pet Trainer and have acquired 2 skills, Ultimate Taming and Ultimate Hatching. Ultimate Taming can ignore the target state. Even if the opponent has full health and is in perfect condition, the taming will succeed 100, transforming wild mutated creatures into pets. However, taming requires a 30-second preparation time. And my combat strength is 0. Without a pet companion, even the weakest mutated creature can defeat me in an instant. What should I do? It seems that in the early stages of your profession, you can only rely on teammates or other survivors to hold off the mutated creatures while you tame them. Only after acquiring a pet will you have sufficient combat strength. Xinyan pondered. The issue is whether you have any survivors to utilize on your side. The only people here are those who drove me away. They only dare to kill the lowest tier zombies and run away at the sight of mutated creatures. It's simply impossible. The other party replied. However, my ultimate hatching skill can eliminate hatching time, instantly hatching any mutated pet eggs. Ordinary professions require a minimum of 48 hours and up to 500 hours for hatching, depending on the pet's strength. Wild mutated creatures also reproduce and lay eggs. If we can obtain some mutated creature eggs, we can directly hatch them to gain pets to assist me in battle. You will receive a set of guild uniforms and a guild badge. Shunyan contemplated for a moment, and then used the badge to teleport to the guild's headquarters. Once here, I can take you out to capture mutated creatures. With my abilities, holding off mutated creatures while you successfully capture them is not an issue at all. Can we teleport directly to City A? That's remarkable. Fantastic. The other party was quite pleased, but Big Shot, can I come later? Why? Well, my uncle and cousin are still alive. They are trapped back home. The other party replied, they are my last relatives, and I must rescue them. Could you perhaps help me arrange a mutated creature egg? After rescuing the individual, I shall eliminate the culprit responsible for my family's demise. Once vengeance is fulfilled, I will transport my uncle and cousin to the guild, at your disposal henceforth. Is this not a rather simple task? Kindly disclose the names of your uncle and cousin to me, and I shall extend an invitation for them to join the guild, facilitating their swift return. Their names have been altered, and I am unaware of what they are now. My mother informed me before her passing that they were still alive, hiding in our hometown. At that moment, I did not consider this. I chose my favorite online moniker. Had I used my real name, they would have been able to reach out to me. I see. After a brief contemplation, Shun Yin decided to send you food and water, while keeping an eye out over the next few days to see if I can acquire some mutated creature eggs. Thank you, esteemed one. By the way, I previously observed someone in the regional channel mentioning that the nests of mutated ants seem to contain numerous ant eggs. If I could somehow obtain one, I could hatch mutated ants and utilize them to combat stronger mutated creatures. And eggs? Shunyan nodded. Finding this straightforward, I shall search nearby in the morning. While others must persistently invade the ant nest, my task is considerably easier. With the ant helmet donned, I would be impervious to attacks, allowing me to enter and exit at will. Chapter 90. The source of attribute scrolls. After dinner, Lin Qingqing privately messaged Shunyan, indicating that she had crucial intelligence requiring his presence. Upon arriving at Lin Qingqing's room, he discovered she had just emerged from a shower, clad in a sheer nightgown, appearing exceptionally alluring. As Shunyan entered, she swiftly closed the door, pulling him onto the bed and nestling into his embrace. Did you not mention possessing important intelligence? Xinyan, having undergone a significant change in mindset during this period, instinctively embraced her, relishing this intimacy without perceiving any impropriety. In this apocalyptic era, there is no need to be constrained by monogamy. With sufficient strength, what harm is there in having multiple women? Lin Qingqing whispered in his ear, I just saw someone selling intelligence scrolls in the World Channel. Upon use, these can permanently enhance one's intelligence attribute by 1 point. That individual's name is already noted on my list, and you can contact him at your convenience. With a few items in exchange, we can certainly ascertain the drop locations for the intelligence scrolls. Such items that permanently augment attribute values are undoubtedly precious. Do you not find this intelligence significant? Xinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. For an ordinary person, such attribute scrolls are exceedingly valuable. If intelligence scrolls exist, then it follows that there must also be scrolls for strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Should I discover their drop locations, the spoils would multiply exponentially. If I were to obtain 10,000 scrolls, and among them were strength or constitution scrolls, would I not become invincible in an instant? 1,000 points in strength and constitution would cause my attributes as the ultimate warrior to explode, allowing me to crush any monster that stood before me. What if I were to uncover 100,000, 1,000,000, or even 10 million? Would I not ascend to divinity through mere attributes? At that time, could even the most formidable zombies and mutated creatures pose a threat to me? Could those hostile survivors hope to defeat me? Filled with exhilaration at these thoughts, indeed. This is crucial intelligence. You have rendered a great service. Quickly, provide me with the list. First, reward me. Lin Qingqing embraced his neck and effortlessly pushed him down, promising to deliver the items the following morning. The next day, upon rising, Xinyan found that Lin Qingqing indeed handed him the list, only releasing him after a brief affectionate moment. Her loyalty and fondness had reached their zenith, ensuring she would never betray him. Having spent the night in Lin Qingqing's room, the other girls were acutely aware of this, silently contemplating how to secure Xinyan's attention before anyone else, for the sooner one became his woman, the higher their standing in his heart. After breakfast, Xinyan instructed the branch to gather intelligence, swiftly acquiring the location of the nearest ant nest. On the way to train, they decided to visit the ant nest, as all team members were equipped with ant helmets, allowing them to be perceived as allies by the mutated ants both inside and outside the nest, facing no obstruction. Xinyan's team entered the ant nest without incident and soon discovered a space filled with ant eggs, teeming with them to the point of overwhelming enumeration. Xinyan, not overly greedy, collected just over 2,000, a mere fraction of what lay within. He dispatched these mutated ant eggs to I Am Not ADHD. I Am Not ADHD was astounded, exclaiming, wow, the boss is indeed impressive, managing to acquire so many mutated ant eggs. Our nameless guild is truly formidable. This is a groundbreaking opportunity. Xinyan advised, you should attempt to hatch them. If successful, let me know if you can send them to me. If it works out, hatch all of them. Keep one for yourself, and I will distribute the rest among all members of the headquarters and branches. You will become a great contributor to our nameless guild. Understood, boss. Please wait. I Am Not ADHD hastily responded, quickly setting to work. Upon successfully hatching the first mutated ant, he attempted to send it. Xinyan received an email indicating that I Am Not ADHD had sent himself a pet cage. Upon inspection, he found the mutated ant within, ready to be unleashed in battle. Why is there a pet cage? He inquired. Oh, the successfully hatched pets come with their own cages. This is a crucial item used for both releasing and retracting pets, came the reply. These mutated ants, just hatched, are at level 1 and possess modest attributes, but they can handle the lowest tier lone zombies. Taking them out to battle will elevate their levels and enhance their combat capabilities. My profession also has a hidden passive ability that boosts the current pet's overall attributes by 50%, making it stronger than other professions. Excellent. Keep one for yourself. And after hatching the rest, send them over. I will also send you some protective items to bolster your strength, Xinyan generously offered. Acknowledging that pet trainers could swiftly enhance the guild's power and recognizing the importance of safeguarding such a formidable profession, I Am Not ADHD, elated by the received protective items, pledged unwavering loyalty to Xinyan, promising to rapidly enhance his strength, capture more powerful pets, and once he had rescued his family and avenged them, he would promptly teleport to the guild's headquarters. With this matter resolved, they set off to train. While soaring through the skies on a giant owl, Xinyan reached out to those on the list to inquire about the intelligence scrolls. At the outset, the other party spoke solely about the pricing of the intelligence scrolls, refraining from mentioning their drop locations or the monsters that yielded them. Although Xinyan had no need for the intelligence scrolls, he nonetheless purchased them and, through a generous exchange of food and water, successfully pried open the other's lips. The individual divulged that the intelligence scrolls dropped from the Ice Guardians, albeit at a meager probability, It was sheer luck that he had managed to obtain one. Based on this information, Xinyan swiftly deduced that such attribute scrolls could also be acquired from elite zombie monsters or bosses. The Ice Guardian, being a spellcaster, was capable of unleashing frost-based magical attacks, thus dropping intelligence scrolls. This led Xinyan to conclude that strength scrolls must originate from strength-based mutated zombies, agility scrolls from agility-type foes, and constitution scrolls from tank-type elites and bosses. Despite the low drop rates, his current prowess allowed him to easily hunt these creatures, and the northern industrial area was teeming with elite zombies. With a stroke of luck, he could procure scrolls while leveling up. After all, persistence was key. If he didn't find any scrolls one day, he would try again the next, and if not then, the following day, a week, or a month. Eventually, fortune would favor him. The items he collected would yield far greater rewards than what other survivors could obtain piece by piece. Moreover, with the newly acquired mutated ant pets, each team member had one, effectively doubling their strength and making battles considerably easier. However, the scroll drop rate remained dismally low. After grinding until the afternoon and retreating for dinner, Xinyan had reached level 35, while his team stood at level 30, yet none had appeared. Undeterred, he planned to return the next day to continue farming monsters, determined to secure a scroll before considering venturing to other maps. On the front of the hyperactive team member, there was promising news. He had elevated the level of the mutated ants, using this pet to tank monsters, and had captured a more formidable giant scorpion, intending to harness the new pet's superior resilience to pursue even stronger adversaries. Chapter 91. Strength Scroll efforts bore fruit, and after 2 days of relentless monster hunting, systematically vanquishing various types of elite zombies, Xinyan finally received his first attribute scroll upon reaching level 40. Strength Scroll. Upon use, it permanently enhanced strength by 1 point. His inventory brimmed with 10,000 strength scrolls, a testament to the drops from elite zombies. Upon clicking to use the strength scroll, a prompt appeared. Would you like to use in bulk? This feature was indeed considerate, as individually using 10,000 scrolls would be an exhausting endeavor. Xinyan opted for bulk usage and selected the option to utilize all at once, resulting in a staggering increase of 10,000 points to his strength attribute. His strength soared to a terrifying 140 points, and with the use of his special skill, his damage output could reach an astonishing over 100,000, a truly ludicrous figure. Even with the sweeping attack, he could inflict over 50,000 damage, rendering him nearly invincible. Although other survivors could also utilize scrolls to attain similar levels, the scrolls that granted permanent attributes were exorbitantly priced. Ordinary survivors lacked the substantial funds required for mass acquisition, relying instead on sheer luck to gradually accumulate their power through monster hunting. The issue lies in the fact that others do not experience the bountiful rewards of a 10,000-fold loot drop. Hunting elite zombies is inherently challenging, and ordinary classes risk their lives with the slightest misstep, even if a team successfully defeats an elite zombie and obtains a scroll. The question of who receives the final attribute points remains contentious. Ultimately, only individuals like Xinyan, endowed with abilities that border on the extraordinary, or leaders of sufficiently powerful factions, possess the opportunity to grow stronger. With Xinyan's formidable attack power, even the previous event's boss would falter before him after only a few strikes. Having augmented his strength by 10,000, he allocated all 5 attribute points gained from leveling up from 35 to 40 into Constitution, further enhancing his survivability. If he could acquire another 1,000 Constitution scrolls, he would be able to charge through hordes without fear of zombie virus infection. What kind of monster could possibly defeat him under such circumstances? Jiang Yun and the others, having accompanied him in monster hunting over these days, have all ascended to level 36, their strength formidable. It is noteworthy that the most powerful individuals in a city's official shelter are merely at level 30, having relied on firearms to level up, while other survivor groups do not exceed level 24, creating an immense disparity. To speak frankly, firearms are indeed powerful, and one would expect the personnel at a city's official shelter to level up more swiftly. However, they suffer from a critical flaw: the consumption of ammunition. It has been reported that the official shelter is currently facing an ammunition shortage, leading to a significant decline in the use of firearms for monster hunting. With no one capable of producing more ammunition, the only source is the nearby military camp, and even that resource is dwindling. Unless individuals emerge who can manufacture various firearms and artillery munitions, these resources will become non-renewable, diminishing with each use, not to mention the scarcity of missiles. Consequently, Liu Tang's faction is actively preparing, continually recruiting powerful survivors with the intent of organizing assaults on military camps to seize supplies. In summary, aside from the exaggerated presence of Xinyan at level 40, Jiang Yun and Lin Qingqing, with their ultimate classes at level 36, are already capable of overwhelming all proficient survivor groups in the eastern district of a city. Should Shun Yin intervene, his attacks could deal explosive damage ranging from 50 to 100,000, decimating any foes that dare to confront him. The vast resources amassed from monster hunting during this period have been devoted to strengthening the guild's power, with all life classes working tirelessly. Presently, the resources at both the unnamed headquarters and its branches have reached saturation, with every guild member equipped with a full set of professional gear, the least of which is of green quality, while some have even donned blue-grade equipment. Each individual is allocated ample food and drink during task execution, ensuring they can recover health and mana as needed, along with sufficient potions to address various situations. Accompanied by a mutated ant pet, their combat prowess is astounding. In contrast, other survivor teams struggle for survival, often facing horrific zombies and mutated creatures for meager resources, sometimes at the cost of lives and the sacrifice of teammates to secure sufficient supplies. However, members of the unnamed guild are spared such worries. Fully armed and accompanied by their pets, they can safely retreat even if they inadvertently find themselves isolated. Such treatment naturally causes loyalty and favorability to soar. Currently, the lowest loyalty within the branch stands at 70 and continues to rise. A multitude of newly joined survivors, deeply influenced by their surroundings, wholeheartedly express their gratitude to the masterminds behind the scenes. The guild now boasts a membership of 800, comprised of survivors who, after a rigorous assessment, have demonstrated their appreciation. Those applicants seeking to exploit the situation, lacking in gratitude, have been summarily rejected. Upon returning to the base, that evening, Jiang Yun sought out Shun, saying, "Junior Shun, due to the instability we faced previously, I refrained from mentioning this matter. Now that our unnamed guild has firmly established itself in the eastern district of City A, and our branch continues to grow stronger, we can now command respect from other survivor teams. Even the official shelters are beginning to take us seriously. Our levels are sufficiently advanced. Thus, I must boldly request a favor. Might you suspend training tomorrow and accompany me to the Western District? My parents have been unreachable, and I suspect the worst. At the very least, I wish to ascertain whether they are still at home, perhaps even right now." "Certainly," Shun Yin nodded, recognizing that with his formidable mount, the journey from the Eastern to the Western District would be swift. Spending a day with Jiang Yun and the other ladies to check on their families was a reasonable endeavor. Most were locals of City A. With only a handful hailing from afar, they would first traverse the local area before determining the next course of action, accompanying the remaining few to their respective hometowns. Upon receiving Shun Yan's agreement, Jiang Yun sincerely expressed her gratitude. Seizing the rare opportunity of having him in her room, she summoned her assistant, Secretary Jiang, who employed every tactic to keep Shin from departing. By morning, her loyalty and affection for him reached their zenith, marking her as the fourth girl to share a bed with Shun Yan. After breakfast, Shun Yan informed all the ladies at headquarters that they would be embarking on a journey around the local area of City A to assess the status of their families, ultimately seeking to confirm whether their parents had indeed succumbed to the fate of the undead. Everyone was mentally prepared. The daily broadcasts from the world, national, and city channels had made it clear that if their families were alive, they would have reached out by now. The absence of any response indicated a grim reality, and witnessing it firsthand would extinguish any lingering hopes, allowing them to remain peacefully by Shun Yan's side. The group consisted of Jiang Yun, Zhao Shishir, Zhao Qing, Li Shiyan, Yang Ying, Zhang Xiaowan, Zhang Zixuan, Jin Shi, Lin Wan, Lu Xiaoyi, and Sun Xian, totaling 11 individuals. Lin Qingqing, Wang Yan, Zhuang Xian, Du Feifei, and Zhou Yinfeng, not being locals, would complete their local rounds today and venture outside the city tomorrow to visit their families. For now, they would remain at the base, watching over it alongside Liang Yu. Chapter 92. Their families with the giant eagle as their mode of transport. Aerial travel was indeed convenient. Shun Yin led the ladies to the Western District, where, guided by Jiang Yun, they landed atop a 3-story house enclosed by walls and a courtyard. This was Jiang Yun's home, now silent with tightly shut doors and windows, the entrance gates securely locked, and the courtyard devoid of any signs of zombies. However, as soon as they landed, faint sounds of moaning could be heard from within the house, causing Jiang Yun's heart to race. It was highly probable that the source of the noise was her parents. Gripped by anxiety, she clutched Shun Yan's arm, uncertain and distressed. Shun Yan gently patted the back of her hand, soothing her nerves, and whispered, "I am here with you." Drawing courage from Shun Yan, Jiang Yun took several deep breaths to steady her emotions. With trembling hands, she approached and opened the rooftop door, guiding everyone down the stairs into the building. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a cacophony of clattering sounds emerged from nearby, accompanied by the guttural moans of zombies. As they traversed the corridor to the window, they witnessed 2 zombies wreaking havoc on the furniture, clawing at the glass in a frenzied attempt to break free. Though Jiang Yun had long suspected this outcome. Seeing her parents in their grotesque, undead forms sent her into a dizzying shock, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, Shen was there to support her. The other girls were equally distraught. The sight of Jiang Yun's parents extinguished the last flicker of hope lingering within them. In truth, during the onset of the zombie apocalypse, everyone had reverted to their original names, calling out on city channels and leaving messages in search of their parents, yet they had received no responses. They had anticipated this grim conclusion, yet had been unwilling to accept it. Now, with their last semblance of hope shattered, Jiang Yun realized that her parents had become zombies, and likely, their own parents had met the same fate. Facing their daughter, Jiang Yun's parents, now stripped of their humanity, clawed at the glass. Driven solely by their primal instincts to hunt for fresh flesh. Shen Yin sighed, recognizing that these two were, in a sense, his future in-laws, and it was imperative not to abandon them. He turned to Jiang Yun and said, "It appears that your parents were transformed into zombies during the apocalypse, which is why there has been no contact from them. Our only recourse is to allow them to depart with dignity, preserving their final shred of respect." Understanding his intent, Jiang Yun nodded through her tears, resolute in her decision. "You are right. I cannot allow my parents to lose their dignity as humans in this zombie form. I wish to cremate them and lay them to rest together. Would you prefer to assist your parents personally, or shall I take on the task?" Shen Yin inquired. "If it proves too difficult, leave it to me." "No." Jiang Yun firmly shook her head, retrieving the Black Knight from her virtual backpack. "I will handle this myself." "Very well. I shall help you maintain control," Shen Yin replied. "Do not worry. Your parents will find solace in this. I believe they too wish to uphold their final dignity as humans." The others stepped back, creating a safe distance. Jiang Yun clenched her handgun, taking deep breaths to calm herself. Shen Yin approached the door, slowly turning the handle to open it. The zombie forms of Zhang's father and mother were indeed drawn to the sound, turning towards the door. As they reached the threshold, Shen Yin swiftly employed a stunning technique, incapacitating them, and shouted, "Now!" Bang! Bang! Jiang Yun stepped forward, standing before her parents, and pulled the trigger at close range. The bodies fell lifelessly, devoid of movement. Once this harrowing task was complete, tears streamed down Jiang Yun's face. She understood that her parents had long since perished, their humanity extinguished. Yet the act of personally ending their undead existence weighed heavily on her heart. Shen Yin quickly embraced her, whispering words of comfort in her ear, doing his utmost to help her regain her composure. As the other young women also wished to return home to check on their families, potentially facing similar circumstances, it was decided to keep Jiang Yun's parents here for the time being. Should any other young women's parents transform into zombies and require burial, they could be cremated together later, with their ashes taken to the cemetery for interment. After a thorough search, it was indeed confirmed that most of the girls' parents and other relatives had been found. They had been among the first to succumb to the transformation into zombies, aimlessly wandering within their homes. Unlike Jiang Yun, these young women lacked the courage to confront the situation, and given their non-combatant backgrounds, they relied on Shen Yin, beseeching him to assist in liberating their families from their undead plight. Shen Yin swiftly dispatched the zombies that had once been the relatives of these girls, and, alongside Jiang Yun's parents, transported them for cremation. The ashes were carefully placed in urns and then brought to a secluded area of the cemetery, which was typically devoid of visitors and thus relatively safe. Selecting a row of empty graves, Shen Yin helped to lay the girls' relatives to rest, sealing the grave openings afterward. Following a period of mourning and ritual offerings, he assured them that he would look after them henceforth. After they had wept freely, releasing the pent-up sorrow within, they left the cemetery, their spirits somewhat eased. Li Shiyin and Lu Xiaoyi, unfortunately, could not locate their parents, finding their homes utterly deserted. They spent considerable time searching nearby, visiting the homes of neighbors and relatives with whom their parents had been close, yet to no avail. It was possible that their parents were still alive, having relocated with other survivors, but the likelihood seemed grim, as they had not attempted to reach out to their daughters in such a long time. Each day, Li Shiyin and Lu Xiaoyi communicated on the city channel, and if their parents were indeed alive, they would surely not remain indifferent to their calls. The most plausible scenario was that their parents had transformed into zombies shortly after the outbreak, wandering far from home, and perhaps falling victim to survivors along the way. Their bodies either buried or cremated. Regardless of the fate of their parents, since they had not been found, it was important to comfort Li Shiyin and Lu Xiaoyi, reassuring them that no news might be the best news, as they could still reunite with their families at any moment and should not extinguish the last flicker of hope within their hearts. The two young women recognized his attempts to console them and affirmed that they had long prepared themselves mentally for this possibility, holding on to their resolve. Having confirmed the status of the other young women's families, a final knot of anxiety was untied, allowing everyone but Li Shiyin and Lu Xiaoyi to find some peace of mind. They could now remain by Shunyan's side without the burden of lingering worries. With their homes lost, the Nameless Guild had become their sole refuge, evolving into their new home. Consequently, Shunyan naturally assumed the role of their only remaining family. Upon returning to the guild's headquarters, they shared their findings with the others. Du Feifei and the others felt a complex mix of emotions. Harboring little hope for their own return home the following day, fearing that their parents, too, had likely transformed into zombies, as the prolonged silence suggested. The next day, while Zhang Yun and others stayed back, Xinyan took Du Feifei and the others to explore the nearby cities, intent on checking the status of their homes. This time, the expedition would be longer, spanning 3 days, as some individuals lived farther from home. As anticipated, their parents and families had all succumbed to zombification, leaving no survivors. Thus, Shun Yin assisted them in cremating and burying their respective kin. Chapter 93. Lu Tang's invitation. During the day, Shun Yin took the girls home to ascertain the fate of their parents. The official shelter organized an ill-fated assault on a military base, resulting in a devastating defeat. The primary factor was a shortage of ammunition, as previous caravan activities had depleted their resources significantly. Furthermore, the recent efforts to rescue survivors from various regions of City A had led to confrontations with several groups of survivors who sought to challenge authority, further exhausting their supplies. The quartermaster reported to Lu Tang that the density of zombies at the military base was alarmingly high, with numerous elite monsters present, including a formidable zombie king. Under such imbalanced conditions, Lu Tang's side suffered considerable losses. Unwilling to accept this fate, and facing insufficient ammunition, Lu Tang's plans for expansion were jeopardized. His ambition to gradually eradicate the zombies and mutated creatures within City A and reclaim territory appeared increasingly unattainable. Consequently, he extended an invitation to all survivor groups residing near the commerce districts, seeking their assistance to capture the military base. Upon returning to the guild's headquarters, Zhang Jun reported this development to Shun Yin and sought his counsel. Over the past few days, both he and Zhou Huan had demonstrated loyalty levels exceeding 90, rendering them entirely trustworthy. What is the reaction from other survivor groups? Shun Yin inquired. Zhang Jun promptly responded, currently, several of the largest survivor teams have expressed willingness to assist the official shelter in attacking the military base. However, they have stipulated that upon securing the base, they expect a proportional share of the firearms and ammunition within. Lu Tang was said to be considering this, though he was likely displeased, nevertheless. He might be compelled to compromise under the circumstances. Even if an agreement was reached, the survivor groups might not ultimately receive their promised rewards. That is indeed the military base, Xinyan remarked. What scale of forces does City A's garrison possess? Tens of thousands of soldiers have become zombies. This is no trivial matter. With only Lu Tang's few thousand survivors, and even with the cooperation of all survivor teams, they would struggle to muster even 100,000. Especially since most are ordinary citizens with no combat experience. That is a valid point, Zhang Jun pondered. It seems unlikely that Lu Tang, having risen to such a position, would overlook these factors. Could it be that his stated intention to assault the military base is merely a facade? Perhaps his true aim is to use the other survivor teams as cannon fodder, buying himself time to transport sufficient firearms and ammunition from the base. I see it now. Zhang Jun suddenly recalled, following Shun Yan's line of thought. He suffered significant losses at the military base and fears that other survivor shelters might perceive a decline in his strength, leading them to consider usurping his position. By inviting other survivor teams, it appears as if he is forced to share the spoils, thus compelling them to accept his unreasonable demands and enticing them with military resources to fight for him. The power of firearms is something everyone witnessed during the operations. Few can withstand it. Even if they suspect Lu Tang's motives, there will always be those who, in their arrogance, take reckless risks. What a cunning scheme. What do you think enabled him to ascend to the position of leader of the official shelter in City A? Xinyan observed. Just the fact that he sent someone to congratulate us privately when we captured the guild tower, and his continuous engagement with our guild, reveals the depths of his cunning. If it were someone else, could they allow others to sleep soundly by their side? They would undoubtedly expel any forces threatening their dominion at the first opportunity. So, what should we do? Zhang Jun inquired. Since it is their conspiracy, should we simply refuse? No. Shunyan shook his head. You must accept the invitation. Knowing full well it is a scheme, why agree? Because I want to unequivocally demonstrate to him that any conspiracy is futile in the face of our nameless guild. With Shun Yan's current strength, he possesses the confidence to not only thwart their desires, but also to reap substantial rewards from the military base. How many people will we mobilize this time? Just me. What? Zhang Jun thought he had misheard. What did you say? Just me is enough. Shun Yan shrugged. Of course. You only need to inform Lu Tang that the nameless guild has decided to send someone to assist them, without specifying the number of participants. Understood. Although Zhang Jun did not comprehend why this enigmatic figure would choose to engage in a known conspiracy, his absolute loyalty, reaching 100%, compelled him to unconditionally execute his orders. By the way, Shun Yin addressed him, "Summon Zhou Peng and Zhou Huan. I have something to convey." "Certainly." Zhang Jun hurriedly contacted Zhou Peng and Zhou Huan, instructing them to come to Shun Yan's side. The two promptly arrived and bowed before Shun Yan, who donned an ant mask. "Now that everyone is present, I shall be brief." Shun Yan surveyed the three of them. "I have observed your performance in the nameless sub-guild during this time, and I am quite pleased with each of you. Your loyalty to the guild and to me has not gone unnoticed. Hence today, I shall bestow upon you rewards." "Rewards?" The three exchanged glances. Shun Yin produced exquisite professional gear and high-grade potions recently purchased from the market, presenting them. "Take these exceptional items, as long as you diligently fulfill your duties. Rewards shall not be lacking." The unexpected nature of the rewards left Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan in a state of exhilaration. After all, such exceptional gear could be life-saving, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. These items are prohibitively expensive in the marketplace, accessible only to VIPs. Previously, only a few female members at headquarters enjoyed such privileges, and the trio had long envied them. Now, to be granted similar treatment signifies their efforts are acknowledged in the eyes of the nameless gentleman, placing them at least on par with those elite members. The price of a complete set of exceptional gear is daunting for ordinary players, even in the A-City official shelter, where tens of thousands reside. Few could assemble a full set of quality professional equipment. Yet here, the nameless gentleman generously bestowed it upon them. No leader of any survivor team could match such generosity. With the affirmation from Shun Yin, Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan immediately donned their exquisite gear, their strength surged. Not only they, but most survivors receiving such treatment would wholeheartedly serve the benefactor. Only a small fraction, selfish and ungrateful, would fail to appreciate such immense kindness. Currently, Zhang Jun, Zhou Peng, and Zhou Huan are all trusted confidants of Shun Yin. The identities of teacher and classmate have long been discarded. In this apocalyptic world, the one who grants them the opportunity to survive assumes the role of leader. Serendipity has become inconsequential. Now, their sole concern is survival. Shun Yin has issued new orders to recruit more survivors who have passed the trials into the guild, ensuring that daily benefits are distributed without error, and that all members can enjoy the finest welfare, thereby rapidly increasing loyalty and goodwill. Chapter 94. The Provocateurs due to Liu Tang's agreement. After seizing the A-City garrison base outside the city, all survivor teams will receive firearms and ammunition in proportion. Therefore, during the assembly, many capable survivor factions began to settle near the marketplace, with over 3,000 individuals arriving. Though the number may seem modest, it represents the entirety of their combat strength. They eagerly anticipated a lucrative opportunity. After acquiring firearms and ammunition, many of their unclassed members would enhance their combat abilities, making it far easier to hunt zombies and mutated creatures. With the official shelter's army and other survivor teams assembled, only the Nameless Guild remained absent, which stirred discontent among the majority present. What is this Nameless Guild? They merely relied on fortune to obtain the tools required for establishing a guild, allowing them to create their guild ahead of others and capture the guild tower. How dare they make us wait together? Indeed, what arrogance! Do they truly believe themselves to be significant figures? The leader of the Nameless Guild hides in the shadows, perpetually donning an unsightly ant helmet, afraid to reveal their true appearance. What a charade! It is rumored they hail from the university district. The leader is likely just a naive college student. Were it not for luck, such a person would have perished to the jaws of a zombie long ago. Why should they make us wait? Infuriate me, and I will march directly to the Nameless Guild and obliterate them all. Exactly. A bunch of oblivious university students, pretending to be something they are not. Nameless, not even daring to display their own name. Such cowards would hardly be of any help at the military base. If the nameless ones do not appear soon, let us assault the guild tower, teaching them the price of their pretense. As the survivors engaged in their discussions, a sudden hoot from an owl captured their attention, and a shadow blotted out the sun, prompting everyone to look up. Shun Yin, adorned in the ant helmet, descended from the sky atop a massive owl, instilling fear among all present survivors, who promptly entered a state of alert. No one had anticipated Shun Yan's dramatic entrance. It was truly awe-inspiring. Who dares to threaten my guild? Upon landing, Shun Yan stood on the back of the giant owl, surveying the crowd from above, and loudly inquired, "Who wishes to assault the guild tower and compel me to exact a toll?" Most survivors fell silent. Upon seeing the giant owl, they recognized that their opponent was formidable and dared not retaliate. Liu Tang, despite possessing intelligence about the Nameless Guild's daily flights of the giant owl carrying their members to various locations, was nonetheless taken aback by the sight. The bridle around the owl's beak must be some form of artifact. Those with a modicum of intellect have fallen silent. Yet, among this multitude, there remain a couple of overly confident souls, unafraid of peril. Am I wrong for speaking my mind? Do you truly believe your nameless guild possesses any formidable prowess? My team boasts over a dozen level 28 job changers, and should it come to blows, annihilating your lowly ranks would be but a mere trifle. Do not presume that sheer numbers grant you superiority. In comparison to the official sanctuary, you are woefully lacking. A smirk graced Shunyan's lips as he mused on the audacity of ignorance. The nameless guild, remaining discreet and averse to conflict, had led these survivors to mistakenly assume that its members were merely low-level and ordinary, believing their guild had triumphed over the guild tower by mere fortune. In truth, they need not lift a finger, as any female from headquarters could effortlessly crush their opponents. After all, the disparity between ultimate and ordinary professions is vast. Noticing Shunyan's silence, the brash survivor believed he had struck a nerve, taunting. Listen well, our lack of a guild does not stem from inferiority, but rather from bad luck. Not having acquired the necessary items to establish one. How dare you keep us waiting, acting like a big shot? Apologize to everyone. We are not to be trifled with. Are you addressing me? The current Shun Yin was no longer the meek individual he had been before the apocalypse. He would not allow anyone to assert dominance in his presence. Who else could you possibly be speaking to? Your nameless guild is laughable, with so many members absent. Is the guild president the only one who can be bothered to show up? Are all the members of the nameless guild merely cowards, too afraid to step forward? Laughter erupted among the surrounding survivors, yet Lu Tang could not suppress a frown. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Shun Yin transform into a blur, instantaneously appearing before the taunting survivor. Before the latter could comprehend the situation, Shun Yan's blade swept through the air, as Shun Yin sheathed his sword. The once arrogant survivor found his body cleaved in two, collapsing into a pool of blood, his visage frozen in shock. The laughter abruptly ceased, leaving the atmosphere thick with disbelief. None had anticipated Shun Yan's sudden act of violence. Moments later, the slain survivor's companions regained their composure. Bellowing in outrage, "How dare you kill in front of us? This is an utter travesty. Lu Tang, he clearly disregards your authority. Do something to apprehend him." Observing a few enforcers poised to intervene, Lu Tang raised a hand, signaling them to refrain from rash actions. In light of the unfolding events, the slain survivor's companions turned to the others present. Did you witness that? This individual, who dares not reveal his true identity, has brazenly committed murder before us. Showing utter contempt, he must understand that this is not a space for his reckless antics. Let us unite to subdue him. Yet, after this rallying cry, the surrounding survivors instinctively stepped back, aware that Shun Yan's audacity to kill in Lu Tang's presence was indicative of some hidden advantage, rendering him far from ordinary. The slain survivor's companion, in disbelief, questioned, "What are you afraid of? He is but one man. If we can capture the president of the Nameless Guild, perhaps we can compel him to relinquish control over it." "Have you finished?" Shin Yan, brandishing his blade, reappeared before him. "Then allow me to speak as well. The mission of our Nameless Guild is simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should they provoke me, their very bones will cease to exist. Do you believe I fear you?" A survivor, witnessing the impending confrontation, readied their weapon, only to be stunned by an earth-shattering skill, cleaved in two by a swift strike of the broadsword. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Several law enforcement officers, momentarily restrained by Lu Tang, broke into a cold sweat, contemplating the terrifying prowess of this nameless entity capable of effortlessly eliminating a level 28 practitioner. Utterly preposterous. In a genuine conflict, their side might not prevail. Furthermore, the giant beast remained dormant. Should this colossal mutated creature join the fray, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. The other survivors felt their hearts race, avoiding Shun Yan's gaze as he turned, each unwilling to become the next casualty. Finally, Lu Tang interjected, "Mr. Nameless, please do not be enraged. For my sake, let us conclude this matter here, shall we? It is imperative that survivors assist one another. There is no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle over trivialities." Chapter 95. The plan. At this critical juncture, Lu Tang wished to avoid a fallout with the Nameless Guild. After all, the combined strength of the other survivor teams might not suffice against their power. The nameless individual had just demonstrated combat capabilities by swiftly dispatching two level 28 practitioners. This was no jest. How many survivors in City A had reached level 28? Only a handful of experts, who would falter against the nameless in less than a round, especially considering the unseen headquarters and the formidable branch that lay behind him. The official sanctuary was running low on ammunition. Inciting a conflict with the other party would only bring misfortune upon themselves. Shun Yin replied nonchalantly, "I do not relish conflict, but those who provoke me shall bear the consequences. Let today suffice. Should anyone dare to challenge me again, no amount of persuasion will dissuade me." Lu Tang exhaled in relief. Although the nameless individual's tone was harsh, he at least granted some regard and did not wish to escalate matters further. He quickly said, "Very well. Remove the bodies and find a suitable resting place for them. Let us discuss our plan to seize the military base. We are here to assist. As long as Commander Lu abides by our agreement to proportionally allocate sufficient weapons and ammunition after the base is secured, we shall follow your lead without question. Indeed, we are not versed in these matters, only in exerting our efforts. Your military is professional. Simply devise a plan and assign us to appropriate positions." The leaders of the survivor teams echoed in unison. Lu Tang nodded in satisfaction and turned to Shun Yin. "What say you, Mr. Nameless? Whatever the commander arranges is acceptable." Shun Yin responded. "Good." Then, Lu Tang began, but was abruptly interrupted by a member of the survivor team, who looked somewhat displeased as they addressed Shun Yin. "Wait. I have a concern." "Speak," Lu Tang replied, gesturing for them to continue. "It is only natural for professionals to devise the plan. We shall execute whatever Commander Lu instructs without question. However, I wish to raise a concern regarding the distribution of spoils." "What issue is there with the distribution of spoils?" Lu Tang inquired. "Everyone has contributed their utmost, and it is only fair that we receive our rightful share. However, Mr. Nameless ventures forth alone, without even a single subordinate, which seems rather excessive, does it not? I concede that your strength is formidable, yet it is unreasonable for one individual to contend with dozens or even hundreds. What substantial contribution can you make by coming here alone? Indeed, your Nameless Guild is not devoid of members. Sending just one person is a display of insincerity. On what grounds do we, a multitude, toil and strive while you seek to reap the benefits alone? Absolutely. I find this unacceptable. I, too, am discontented." As the surviving members voiced their dissent, Shun Yin narrowed his eyes and drew his blade. "What of it if I stand alone? Do you not believe that collectively, your contributions would not surpass mine? Have you already forgotten my proclamation? Officer Lu, I warned that should anyone provoke me further, your reputation would hold no sway." Lu Tang felt a throbbing headache, contemplating how these individuals, having forgotten their past pains, now dared to provoke him once again. He hastily interjected, No, Mr. Nameless. Please do not take offense. They are not provoking you, merely engaging in rational discourse." "Yes, just a rational discussion. Is that not right, everyone?" In truth, when Shun Yin unsheathed his sword, the survivors broke into a cold sweat, regretting their decision to provoke him once more. His temper was indeed volatile, and he was quick to draw his weapon. With Lu Tang providing an opportunity for reconciliation, the survivors readily acquiesced. Yes, it's merely a discussion. Why the urgency? We did not intend to provoke you. It is simply a rational dialogue. Violence is hardly the solution. Let us remain calm. It is merely a discussion. Can we not engage in it rationally?" Observing their swift capitulation, Shun Yin sneered inwardly, recognizing their tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. "Mr. Nameless, we still have collaboration ahead. There is no need to become enraged over a few words of skepticism," Lu Tang remarked. Shun Yin scoffed. "Since everyone believes that my solitary contributions pale in comparison to yours, shall we distribute according to contribution? Let us discard the previously agreed upon ratio. We shall allocate based solely on merit. Greater contributions yield greater rewards, while lesser contributions result in lesser gains. Is that not fair?" A profound silence enveloped the gathering. When Shun Yin proposed a merit-based distribution, the survivors fell silent, hesitating to respond. For under the previously negotiated terms, regardless of contribution, they would receive a fixed supply. But now, should they falter or be unfortunate and fail to contribute sufficiently, those fixed supplies would vanish, potentially rendering their efforts futile. Lu Tang mused that he was discontent with the previously agreed terms. Under a contribution-based system, the collective might claim the lioness share, leaving him at a disadvantage. Realizing this, he quickly asserted, "No. Since the conditions have already been agreed upon, how can they be altered at the last moment? Though the Nameless Guild has sent but one representative, Mr. Nameless's prowess is well acknowledged, and his contributions may indeed rival yours. I propose we adhere to the original agreement." "Very well. Since Officer Lu has spoken, it would be ungracious to contradict you. Out of respect for Officer Lu, let it be so. Thank you, everyone." Lu Tang promptly expressed his gratitude. "Now, let us draft our plan. Before we embark, allow me to introduce our military base in City A, which is divided into areas A, B, and C, each featuring distinct functional buildings and varying patterns of zombie distribution. Firearms and ammunition are located in Area C, securely housed within the most vital armory. However, to enter Zone C, one must first surmount Zones A and B. "Commander, I have a query." Survivors in the crowd raised their hands. "Ask away. Is it not possible to directly land in Zone C via helicopter?" "That is precisely the dilemma." Lu Tang responded, "We have attempted this before, attempting to parachute into Zone C to seize military arms and ammunition. The issue lies in the fact that Zone C is inhabited by a horde of mutated creatures that dominate the entire airspace. Any helicopter that approaches will be met with aggression, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Mutated creatures? Indeed, they are a swarm of colossal mutated wasps, each ranked at level 25. While this level may not seem overly formidable to those present, the complication arises from the fact that these mutated wasps always operate in vast swarms, never separating. Should you engage them, you will undoubtedly face a concerted assault, which could cost you several lives. Upon Liu Tang's revelation, the survivors' expressions shifted. Colossal mutated wasps? Are they truly that terrifying? How did mutated wasps emerge at the military encampment, exhibiting such a collective behavior? This is dire. Low-tier zombies may be manageable, but colossal mutated wasps are indeed formidable foes. Moreover, the military base is rife with elite zombies and boss-level creatures. Everyone, remain calm, Liu Tang hastily reassured. As long as we adhere to the plan, there shall be no deviations. Our team will provide unwavering protection throughout the endeavor.